Chapter 100. Shindai vs. Shigeru 3. The Blastoise once again retracted into its shell, commencing a rapid rotation. However, Shindai's lips curled into a subtle smile, radiating confidence as he proclaimed, "Do you really believe I would fall for the same trick twice? Scyther, unleash your Hyper Beam." Just as Scyther approached Blastoise, mere steps away, it abruptly halted as if ensnared by a spell. Then, with a fierce opening of its mouth, a golden beam shot forth, hurtling directly towards Blastoise. Shigeru was utterly unprepared for Shindai's sudden command to halt Scyther, leaving him no time to react. The golden beam struck Blastoise with tremendous force, sending it hurtling through the air. Blastoise crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. A pang of urgency gripped Shigeru's heart as he shouted, "Blastoise, get up!" Blastoise struggled to rise, its body swaying unsteadily. Seizing the moment, Shindai called out, "Scyther, follow up with Earthquake." Scyther stomped the ground, causing violent tremors to ripple through the arena. Blastoise, unable to maintain its footing, fell once more. Frowning deeply, Shigeru swiftly devised a strategy, commanding Blastoise use Hydro Pump on the ground. Blastoise angled its cannon downward, unleashing a powerful hydro pump that propelled it skyward with the force of the recoil. In mid-air, Blastoise adjusted its posture, prompting Shigeru to shout, "Blastoise, Ice Beam." As the words left his lips, Blastoise aimed its cannon at the ground-bound Scyther, unleashing a brilliant blue beam that raced towards it. Shindai, evidently taken aback by this sudden assault, attempted to instruct Scyther to evade, but it was too late. The blue beam struck Scyther accurately, enveloping it in a thick layer of ice. "What? Scyther, break free!" Shindai cried out in a panic. However, the frozen Scyther was rendered immobile, unable to move. Blastoise landed steadily, and Shigeru seized the opportunity, shouting, "Blastoise, deliver the final blow, rocket tackle." Following the command, Blastoise charged forward without hesitation, akin to a rocket, crashing with immense force into the encased Scyther. With a resounding crash, Scyther was sent flying, tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, completely incapacitated. The referee raised his flag, announcing loudly, "Scyther is unable to battle. Blastoise is victorious." As the referee's words echoed, the rain in the arena gradually ceased. Shindai, his face a mask of frustration, recalled Scyther and swiftly produced another Pokeball from his belt, declaring, "I entrust you once more, Huntail." Shigeru promptly recalled Blastoise, throwing forth another Pokeball, proclaiming, "Go, Shelter." In the audience, Rotom's voice echoed, "Pokemon, Shelter. Gender, male. Type, Water Ice. Ability, Shell Armor. Level, 39 Elite. Potential, Champion. Skills, Hydro Pump, Ice Beam, Ice Shard, Hyper Beam." Withdrawn at 8, as Huntail emerged from its Pokeball, it was immediately enveloped in a multitude of purple bubbles. Simultaneously, Shelter, having just emerged, was struck by Stealth Rock. Shindai seized the moment, commanding Huntail Hydro Pump. Without hesitation, Huntail opened its mouth, unleashing a robust Hydro Pump directed at Shelter. Shigeru maintained his composure, calmly instructing, "Shelter, withdraw into your shell." Shelter promptly complied, swiftly closing its shell. The Hydro Pump collided forcefully with Shelter's shell, producing a thunderous sound and splashing water in all directions. However, despite the Hydro Pump's impact, Shelter had successfully withdrawn just in time, sustaining no significant damage. A slight smile crept onto Shigeru's face as he seized this fleeting opportunity, decisively commanding, "Shelter, Ice Shard." Upon receiving the directive, Shelter opened its shell and rapidly formed an Ice Shard, launching at Huntail without hesitation. Huntail, caught off guard by Shelter's quick counterattack, could not evade in time and was struck by the Ice Shard, causing it to shudder slightly in pain. Seeing Huntail injured, Shindai's heart raced, and he shouted urgently, "Huntail, use Body Slam." Enduring the pain, Huntail leapt high, descending upon Shelter like a small mountain. Just as Huntail was about to crush Shelter, Shigeru shouted, "Shelter, Ice Beam." Shelter swiftly opened its shell, unleashing a blue beam that shot forth like lightning, aimed directly at Huntail. The beam met Huntail mid-air, instantly freezing part of its body. Yet Huntail still descended, crushing Shelter beneath it. Shindai quickly issued another command, "Huntail, use Spike Cannon." With Shindai's command, a circle of sharp stones erupted around Huntail, hurtling towards Shelter. Simultaneously, Shigeru shouted, "Rapid Spin." Upon hearing Shigeru's command, Shelder promptly shut its shell and began to spin rapidly like a top. Just as the spike cannon struck Shelder, Huntale was sent flying by Shelder's spinning motion. Huntale traced an arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, losing its ability to battle. At the same time, Shelder's shell slowly opened, revealing its eyes transformed into spiral patterns, indicating it too had succumbed in battle. The referee raised his flag once more, declaring loudly, both sides have lost their ability to battle. As both trainers have lost 3 Pokemon, the match will now enter a halftime break. In the audience, only Ash, Brock, Tracy, and Zhang Yu remain seated. Observing the unfolding situation, Ash turned to Zhang Yu and inquired, "Who do you think will win this match?" After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Yu replied, Although both sides have lost 3 Pokemon, Shigeru's Blastoise appears to be in a precarious state. Thus, from the current circumstances, Shindai's chances of victory may be slightly higher. Chapter 101. The Battle Between Shurdai and Shimo 4. In the audience seats. Today, only Ash, Brock, Reiji, and Zhang Yu occupied the seats. Ash, observing the unfolding situation in the arena, suddenly turned to Zhang Yu beside him and inquired, "Xiao Yu, who do you think will win this match?" After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Yu replied slowly, "Although both sides have already lost 3 Pokemon, Shimo's Blastoise seems to have sustained considerable injuries. Therefore, based on the current circumstances, it appears that Shurdai has a greater probability of triumph." Brock, appearing deep in thought, nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, I share that sentiment. Moreover, from the previous battles, it is evident that Shurdai still has a remarkably powerful Garchomp in reserve." However, Reiji shook his head, presenting a differing perspective. That is not necessarily the case. After all, Shurdai has consistently utilized ground-type Pokemon in his prior matches. Thus, it is highly likely that Shimo's remaining 3 Pokemon are all water types. In that scenario, the outcome becomes exceedingly difficult to predict. As the halftime intermission concluded, Shimo and Shurdai once again entered the battlefield. Shimo was the first to throw a Pokeball, exclaiming, "I entrust this to you, Nidoqueen." Shurdai swiftly followed suit, tossing out his own Pokeball, "Go Marowak." Upon emerging, Nidoqueen was immediately struck by Stealth Rock, while Marowak was enveloped in a mist of purple bubbles. In the audience seats, the Rotom phone reported, Pokemon, Nidoqueen. Gender, female. Type, Poison Ground. Ability, Sheer Force. Level, 42 Gym. Potential, Champion. Skills, Hammer Arm, Poison Sting, Earth Power, Ice Punch, Ice Beam. Pokemon, Marowak. Gender, male. Type, Ground. Ability, Rock Head. Level, 38, Elite. Potential, Champion. Skills, Boomerang, Swords Dance, Heavy Slam, Heavy Kick, Ice Beam. Shimo was the first to speak. Nidoqueen, use Poison Sting. Responding to the command, Nidoqueen opened her mouth and unleashed a barrage of poison stings towards Marowak. Marowak dodged quickly, then used Boomerang. Shurdai called out loudly. Marowak, quick on its feet, gracefully leaped to evade the incoming poison stings. Subsequently, it swung its bone and charged at Nidoqueen. Nidoqueen, evade, then use Earth Power. Shimo promptly ordered. Nidoqueen swiftly sidestepped and unleashed Earth Power, sending forth a powerful wave of energy towards Marowak. Caught off guard, Marowak was struck directly by the tremendous force, causing it to stagger, yet it quickly regained its balance. In the audience, Ash was so anxious that his palms were sweating, and he clenched his fists, shouting, "Come on, Shimo." Back in the arena, Shurdai continued, Marowak, use Swords Dance. Upon receiving the command, Marowak began to twirl its bone, accelerating its speed and intensifying its momentum. Observing this, Shimo immediately shouted, Nidoqueen, Ice Punch. Nidoqueen's fist was instantaneously enveloped in a layer of icy energy as she struck towards Marowak. Marowak, use Heavy Slam. Shurdai countered without hesitation. The two Pokemon's fists collided, resulting in a stalemate for a moment. However, Marowak's Swords Dance had bolstered its attack. Before long, Marowak managed to push Nidoqueen back several steps. Nidoqueen, do not falter. Use Heavy Slam. Shimo commanded loudly. Nidoqueen steadied herself and threw a punch towards Marowak. Marowak, dodge and then use Heavy Kick. Shurdai retorted. Marowak leapt high into the air, avoiding Nidoqueen's punch, and delivered a powerful kick towards her. Nidoqueen was struck and sent flying uncontrollably before crashing to the ground. Nevertheless, she quickly stood back up. Nidoqueen, disrupt it with Poison Sting, then follow up with Earth Power. Shimo instructed once more. Nidoqueen unleashed Poison Sting, and as Marowak attempted to evade, she executed Earth Power. With no avenue for escape, Marowak was struck head-on by the Earth Power. After wavering a few times, Marowak ultimately collapsed heavily onto the ground, completely unable to continue the battle. Upon witnessing this, the referee unhesitatingly raised his flag and proclaimed, Marowak is unable to battle. Nidoqueen is the victor. Seeing this, Xerneas retrieved Marowak's Pokeball, and with a flash of red light, Marowak was returned to its sphere. Without delay, Xerneas threw out his next Pokeball, declaring, Go, Garchomp. As the Pokeball opened, a Garchomp appeared on the battlefield, immediately surrounded by purple bubbles. In the audience seats, the Rotom phone reported, Pokemon, Garchomp. Gender, male. Type, Dragon Ground. Ability, Sandveil. Level, 48, Gym. Potential, Champion. Skills, Dragon Rage, Draco Meteor, Dragon Pulse, Dragon Claw, Brick Break. In the arena, Shimo observed Garchomp with unwavering determination and proclaimed loudly, Nidoqueen, give it your all this time. Ice Beam. Nidoqueen unleashed a formidable Ice Beam towards Garchomp. Xerneas, remaining calm, commanded, Garchomp, Dragon Rage. Garchomp gathered a sphere of blue light in its mouth and launched it forward, colliding with the Ice Beam and creating an explosion of intense energy. Seizing the opportunity amidst the clash of energy, Garchomp rushed towards Nidoqueen, preparing for close combat. Seeing this, Shimo shouted, Nidoqueen, use Hammer Arm. Nidoqueen summoned her strength and charged towards Garchomp. Garchomp, Dragon Claw. Garchomp extended its claws, engaging in a direct confrontation with Nidoqueen's Hammer Arm. Although Nidoqueen resisted valiantly, Garchomp gradually gained the upper hand, inflicting a deep gash upon her, causing Nidoqueen to wince in pain and momentarily falter. Xerneas pressed the advantage. Garchomp unleashed Draco Meteor. Garchomp instantly exuded an intimidating aura, transforming into a massive dragon that surged towards Nidoqueen. In a state of desperation, Shimo shouted, Nidoqueen, Ice Punch. Nidoqueen strained to execute Ice Punch, yet this strike could hardly impede Garchomp's relentless momentum. Garchomp crashed into Nidoqueen with tremendous force, sending her flying before she landed heavily, her eyes glazing over in defeat. The referee promptly raised his flag, declaring, Nidoqueen is unable to battle. Garchomp is the victor. Shimo recalled Nidoqueen, his gaze resolute, as he produced his next Pokeball and called out, Now it's your turn, Blastoise. As Blastoise materialized on the battlefield, it was immediately struck by Stealth Rock. Chapter 102, The Battle Between Xerneas and Shimo 5. Blastoise, having just appeared in the arena, was struck by Stealth Rock. Upon being hit, a radiant blue light enveloped Blastoise, indicating the activation of its Torrent ability. Observing the blue glow surrounding Blastoise, Xerneas immediately commanded, Garchomp, Draco Meteor. With Xerneas' directive, Garchomp transformed into a formidable dragon, charging towards Blastoise with unparalleled ferocity. Ash, witnessing this scene, felt a jolt of alarm and swiftly shouted, Blastoise, Hydro Pump. Without hesitation, Blastoise unleashed a powerful Hydro Pump from its cannon, colliding head-on with Draco Meteor. In an instant, the massive force erupted, shaking the entire arena as dust swirled around. However, Xerneas was relentless, not granting Blastoise a moment to breathe, and swiftly shouted, Garchomp, Dragon Claw. Garchomp dashed towards Blastoise, preparing to strike with its claws. Observing this, Shimo quickly commanded, Blastoise, Ice Beam. The Blastoise immediately unleashed a beam of azure light, aimed directly at the Garchomp. Caught off guard, a portion of Garchomp's body was struck by the Ice Beam, instantly freezing it in place. However, Garchomp did not relent, encased in ice shards. It surged towards Blastoise with astonishing speed, delivering a fierce claw strike. Blastoise was jolted back, and noticing the situation, Green's heart raced as he shouted urgently, Blastoise, Hydro Pump. Responding to the command, Blastoise swiftly aimed its cannon at Garchomp and unleashed a tremendous torrent of water. Undeterred by the onslaught, Garchomp skillfully sidestepped, evading the brunt of the Hydro Pump's force. Seeing Garchomp successfully dodge the attack, Xerneas' eyes sparkled with excitement as she proclaimed, Garchomp, now's your chance. Use Dragon Pulse. Following her instruction, Garchomp opened its massive jaws, gathering a formidable energy before it unleashed a colossal dragon that surged towards Blastoise. The Dragon Pulse collided with Blastoise at an astonishing velocity, creating a thunderous impact. Blastoise was sent flying, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. The referee approached to assess the situation and promptly raised his flag, declaring loudly, Blastoise is unable to continue. Garchomp is victorious. With a serious expression, Green recalled Blastoise and retrieved his final Pokeball from his waist, stating, I entrust you with this, Gyarados. In the audience, The Rotom phone announced, Pokemon, Gyarados gender, male type, water flying ability, intimidate level, 43, gym, potential, champion moves, Ice Fang, Water Tail, Dragon Dance, Dragon Tail, Dragon Pulse. As soon as Gyarados entered the battlefield, it let out a fierce roar, but before it could finish, it was struck by Stealth Rock. Observing this, Xerneas shouted, Garchomp. Dragon Pulse. Garchomp opened its mouth wide, unleashing an energy-formed dragon that charged at Gyarados with unparalleled ferocity. Green quickly reacted, commanding, Gyarados, counter with Hydro Pump. Then use Dragon Dance. Complying with the directive, Gyarados expelled a powerful water column to neutralize the Dragon Pulse, followed by a radiant aura enveloping its body as it began to dance. Not to be outdone, Xerneas immediately ordered, Garchomp, Dragon Claw. As soon as she finished her command, Garchomp lunged at Gyarados, extending its claws for a fierce strike. Green, keen to take action, shouted, Gyarados, meet it with Water Tail. Gyarados swiftly complied, its robust tail coalescing with a torrent of water as it swept towards Garchomp. In an instant, Garchomp's Dragon Claw clashed with Gyarados' Water Tail, causing both to stagger back. Xerneas, seizing the moment, exclaimed, Garchomp, Brick Break. Garchomp's claws glimmered with white energy as it charged forward. Green countered with, Gyarados, Ice Fang. Gyarados opened its jaws wide, its fangs glistening with frost as it lunged at Garchomp. The two Pokemon engaged in an intense clash, neither willing to concede. Suddenly, Green seized the opportunity and shouted, Gyarados. Use Dragon Tail on Garchomp's legs. Gyarados' tail became enveloped in a rich green energy as it swept towards Garchomp's limbs. Stop it, Garchomp. Xerneas urged frantically. Hearing her, Garchomp attempted to block, but with a resounding crash, its legs suffered a severe blow, causing its body to sway unsteadily. Xerneas gasped in shock, Garchomp, hold your ground. Her voice was filled with urgency and concern. However, Green wasted no time in pursuing the advantage. Gyarados unleashed Dragon Pulse. Gyarados expelled a massive dragon, charging towards Garchomp with overwhelming momentum. Although Garchomp tried to evade, its injured leg slowed its reflexes. The Dragon Pulse struck home, producing an earth-shattering explosion. Garchomp was sent hurtling back, collapsing to the ground, unable to continue battle. The referee raised his flag, announcing, Garchomp is unable to continue. Gyarados is victorious. Xerneas recalled Garchomp. Tossing out her final Pokeball, I entrust you with this, Nidoqueen. In the audience, the Rotom phone reported, Pokemon, Nidoqueen gender, female type, poison ground ability, rivalry level, 38, elite, potential, champion moves, poison sting, earth power, thunder punch, volt tackle, brick break. Green looked at Nidoqueen and called out, Gyarados, use Dragon Dance. Gyarados began to dance, surrounded by shimmering light. Xerneas was not one to back down, immediately commanding, Nidoqueen, use volt tackle. Electric currents surged around Nidoqueen as a robust bolt shot towards Gyarados. Unfazed by the sudden attack, Green calmly instructed, Gyarados, counter with Dragon Pulse. Gyarados swiftly reacted, expelling a dragon that collided with the volt tackle. Seizing the opportunity, Green yelled, Gyarados, Water Tail. Gyarados' tail quickly coalesced with a powerful stream of water, striking Nidoqueen decisively. Nidoqueen, use Thunder Punch. Xerneas urged urgently. But before she could finish, Gyarados' Water Tail sent Nidoqueen crashing against the edge of the arena. The referee approached to assess and promptly raised his flag, declaring, Nidoqueen is unable to continue. Therefore, the victor is Green from Pallet Town. Xerneas stared in disbelief at her fallen Nidoqueen, struggling to comprehend the outcome. Just then, Green approached with a smile, extending his hand. You were truly formidable. This battle taught me much. I hope for another chance to compete against you. Xerneas snapped back to reality, gazing at Green's outstretched hand. After a moment's hesitation, she grasped it firmly. Her voice trembled slightly. This time, I have lost, but next time, I shall not be defeated. As soon as she finished speaking, Xerneas swiftly recalled Nidoqueen and turned to leave the player tunnel. In the audience, Zhang Yu silently observed her retreating figure, a swell of indescribable emotion rising within him. He bid farewell to Ash and the others, making his way to a secluded corner before teleporting directly to the player tunnel where Xerneas stood. Upon appearing before her, he noticed her slightly reddened eyes, clearly having fought back tears. Yet, when Xerneas beheld Zhang Yu, all her resolve crumbled in an instant, and tears streamed down her face like a torrent. Seeing this, Zhang Yu opened his arms, gently saying, Let it all out. Do not suppress your emotions. Hearing his words, Xerneas rushed into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Zhang Yu softly patted her back, comforting her. It's all right. You have already done remarkably well. As Shindai sobbed intermittently, she uttered, I have truly exerted myself, yet ultimately, I lost the match. Her voice was imbued with a sense of resentment and grievance, evoking sympathy from those who heard her. Xiao Mao is an exceedingly formidable opponent. This defeat does not signify your inadequacy, Zhang Yu gently reassured her. We can glean insights from this failure and emerge victorious in our next encounter. Listening to Zhang Yu's words, Shindai's emotions gradually began to stabilize. She slowly lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes gazing at Zhang Yu, and after a moment, she finally asked, Really? Zhang Yu smiled and nodded affirmatively, responding, Absolutely. You must have faith in yourself and your Pokemon. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's words, Shindai felt a slight uplift in her spirits. She sniffled, striving to halt her tears, then, with a smile breaking through her sorrow, declared, Yes, I will certainly become stronger next time. Observing Shindai's resurgence of spirit, Zhang Yu smiled and affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, I believe you can achieve it. Time passed swiftly, and before long, afternoon descended upon them. The main arena was a bustling spectacle, alive with anticipation as the audience eagerly awaited the final match of the top 8. Welcome, everyone, to the concluding battle of the top 8. The host's voice resonated throughout the venue. In the red corner, representing the Kalos region, we have Zhang Yu, and in the green corner, from Huangjin City, we welcome Anna. As the host's words faded, Zhang Yu and Anna emerged from the competitor's passage. Upon their arrival in the arena, the referee raised a flag high, announcing loudly, Each side may use 6 Pokemon. Victory is attained when one side's Pokemon are all incapacitated. If one side loses 3 Pokemon, a halftime break will ensue. Now, let the match commence. Anna took a deep breath, her gaze resolutely fixed upon Zhang Yu, then withdrew a Pokeball from her waist, gripping it tightly. Her heart raced with excitement for the impending duel. Xiao Yu, I have longed for this moment. Anna's voice trembled slightly, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure. I know I am not your match, but I am eager to discover the extent of our disparity. Before her words could fully dissipate, Anna hurled the Pokeball into the air, and in a flash of red light, a Jigglypuff appeared on the battlefield. Zhang Yu smiled faintly, similarly retrieving a Premier Ball from his waist, saying, In that case, I shall not hold back. With that, he released his Pokemon, Go Piku. At that moment, Zhang Yu's Rotom phone emerged from his pocket, broadcasting, Species, Jigglypuff. Gender, female. Type, normal fairy. Ability, cute charm. Level, 35, elite. Aptitude, near champion. Skills, sing, mimic lullaby. Body slam, hyper voice. Zhang Yu took the initiative, commanding, Piku, use Comet Punch. As Piku heard the command, its fists shimmered with dazzling light, charging directly toward Jigglypuff. However, Anna was not one to remain passive. She swiftly reacted, issuing the command, Jigglypuff, evade and use Sing. Jigglypuff adeptly sidestepped the attack, then opened its mouth to unleash a melodious tune. The enchanting yet potent sound surged toward Piku, causing its movements to slow. Seizing the opportunity, Anna called out, Jigglypuff, use Body Slam. With determination, Jigglypuff propelled itself forward, channeling all its strength, akin to a cannonball, hurtling towards Piku. In the face of Jigglypuff's fierce onslaught, Zhang Yu remained composed, calmly directing Piku, use Magical Shine. Upon receiving the command, Piku conjured a brilliant light that shot toward Jigglypuff. The two forces collided, erupting into a burst of radiant energy. As the brilliance faded, both Jigglypuff and Piku stumbled slightly. Zhang Yu, witnessing this, promptly issued another command, Piku, use Psychic. Piku immediately focused its energy, a powerful psychic force emanating from it, enveloping Jigglypuff tightly. Jigglypuff felt the weight of the psychic force, struggling desperately to break free from its grasp. Anna gritted her teeth and commanded, Jigglypuff, use Hyper Voice. As her words echoed, Jigglypuff inhaled deeply, then unleashed a thunderous sound that resonated like thunder, creating a formidable sound wave that surged toward Piku. Faced with such overwhelming noise, Piku's psychic concentration was severely disrupted. Its focus shattered, rendering it incapable of effectively executing its skills. Observing this, Zhang Yu swiftly provided a new directive, Piku, use Moonblast. Upon receiving the command, Piku adjusted its stance, beginning to harness the power of Moonblast. A soft silver glow enveloped its body, the energy gradually coalescing into a dazzling sphere of light. Without hesitation, Piku launched the sphere toward Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff, caught off guard, was struck directly by the powerful force, swaying precariously and nearly losing its balance. Anna, witnessing this, felt a surge of anxiety and urgently shouted, Jigglypuff, hang in there, use Mimic. Jigglypuff, responding to Anna's call, persevered through its discomfort, gathering its strength to replicate Piku's moonblast. Sending it back toward Piku. Zhang Yu was completely unprepared for such a counterattack. Piku was struck by the mirrored moonblast, staggering backward. Piku, charge in with Comet Punch. Zhang Yu commanded. Piku, responding swiftly, adjusted its stance, its fists glowing with white light as it dashed towards Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff, quickly evade. Anna's voice was tinged with urgency. Yet, before Jigglypuff could react, Piku's fist crashed into it with a resounding thud. With a dull thump, Jigglypuff was sent flying, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. Lying there, Jigglypuff's eyes spiraled, indicating it had lost the ability to battle. The referee, observing this, promptly raised the flag, declaring, Jigglypuff is unable to battle. Piku is victorious. Anna, resigned, recalled Jigglypuff without hesitation, then swiftly tossed out her next Pokeball, exclaiming, Go, Venusaur. Seeing this, Zhang Yu quickly recalled Piku and released another Premier Ball, declaring, Go, Arcanine. Anna immediately commanded her Venusaur, Venusaur, use Sunny Day. As her words fell, Venusaur radiated a brilliant light, intensifying the sunlight in the arena. Concurrently, Zhang Yu commanded, Arcanine, unleash Flamethrower. Upon hearing the order, Arcanine opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of flames that surged toward Venusaur. Having just invoked Sunny Day, Venusaur had yet to react when Arcanine's Flamethrower struck. Realizing the situation, Anna recalled Venusaur, swiftly retrieving another Pokeball from her waist, declaring, Go, Ninetales. The Rotom phone beside them announced, Pokemon, Ninetales gender, female type, fire ability, flash fire level, 38, elite, qualification, champion skills, Flamethrower, Shadow Ball, Solar Beam, Overheat, Fire Spin. As Ninetales made her entrance, Zhang Yu promptly commanded his Rapidash, Rapidash, use Quick Attack. Upon hearing the command, Rapidash erupted with astonishing speed, reaching Ninetales in the blink of an eye. With a heavy thud, Rapidash collided forcefully with Ninetales, sending her staggering backward several paces. However, faced with this sudden onslaught, Anna remained entirely composed. She calmly directed Ninetales, exclaiming, Ninetales, use Shadow Ball. Ninetales swiftly responded, opening her mouth to conjure a Shadow Ball that hurtled towards Rapidash. Observing this, Zhang Yu urgently shouted, Rapidash, dig. Rapidash, upon receiving the order, burrowed swiftly underground, vanishing without a trace. The Shadow Ball soared past the spot where Rapidash had just been, crashing into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Simultaneously, Rapidash emerged from behind Ninetales. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yu bellowed, Rapidash, tackle. Like a cannonball, Rapidash charged toward Ninetales. She had no time to react and was launched away by the impact. Once Ninetales regained her footing, Anna immediately commanded, Ninetales, use Solar Beam. Under the bright sun, Ninetales gathered energy, and a brilliant beam shot forth, striking Rapidash directly. The force of the solar beam sent Rapidash flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. It shook violently, nearly toppling over. As Rapidash steadied itself, Zhang Yu shouted, Rapidash, use Solar Beam. Under the same sunny conditions, Rapidash rapidly amassed energy, releasing a dazzling beam that struck Ninetales. Ninetales was hit and sent sprawling, collapsing heavily to the ground, incapacitated. Just then, the effects of the sunny weather concluded. The referee raised his flag, proclaiming loudly, Ninetales is unable to battle. Rapidash is victorious. Anna gazed at her fallen Ninetales and sighed in resignation before silently recalling her. Without delay, Anna tossed out her next Pokeball, declaring, Go, Rapidash. The Rotom phone announced, Pokemon, Rapidash gender, male type, fire ability, flame body level, 35, elite, qualification, near champion skills, Flamethrower, Flare Blitz, agility, final impact, fire spin. Zhang Yu, sensing the urgency, immediately commanded Rapidash to attack. Rapidash, use fire spin. Rapidash, upon receiving the order, opened its mouth to expel a torrent of scorching flames, forming a massive vortex that swept towards Rapidash. Anna, recognizing the threat, decisively commanded her Rapidash, Rapidash, use agility to dodge, then follow up with double kick. Rapidash accelerated instantly, deftly sidestepping the fire spin with an elegant maneuver, then kicked out with its hind legs toward Rapidash. The sudden blow struck Rapidash, causing it to sway precariously. In that moment, Zhang Yu shouted, Rapidash, use Overheat. Rapidash inhaled deeply and unleashed a massive flame in the shape of a letter Z, roaring toward Rapidash with fierce intensity. Rapidash jumped to avoid. Anna cried out urgently. Rapidash reacted with remarkable speed, leaping high above the raging flames, performing a graceful turn in midair before executing double kick once more. Rapidash was sent reeling from the blow, struggling to maintain its balance. Yet, it remained undeterred, quickly regaining its stance, determination gleaming in its eyes. Seeing this, Zhang Yu issued a new command, Rapidash, use solar beam. Rapidash began to gather sunlight, realizing the imminent danger. Anna shouted, Rapidash, stop it with final impact. Rapidash, upon hearing the command, was enveloped in a golden aura, charging at Rapidash with astonishing speed. Just as final impact was about to strike, Rapidash completed its solar beam charge. It opened its mouth, a radiant beam shooting forth, racing toward Rapidash. In an instant, the two formidable forces clashed, resulting in a thick cloud of smoke erupting around them. As the smoke began to clear, both Rapidash and Rapidash were seen collapsed on the ground, their eyes swirling, clearly unable to continue the battle. The referee promptly raised his flag, announcing, both sides have lost their battling capability. With Anna having already lost 3 Pokémon, the match would now progress to a break. The audience erupted into a fervent applause, celebrating the duel. Time passed swiftly, and the intermission came to an end. Anna and Zhang Yu returned to the battlefield. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu threw his Ultra Ball, declaring, Arise, Aerodactyl. Anna quickly followed suit, tossing her Pokeball, stating, Go, Blastoise. Zhang Yu was the first to command, Aerodactyl, use Rock Slide. Aerodactyl flapped its wings vigorously, summoning several massive boulders that plummeted towards Blastoise with tremendous force. In response, Anna calmly instructed, Blastoise, use Hydro Pump. Following her command, Blastoise unleashed a powerful jet of water from its cannon, propelling it towards the descending boulders. The Hydro Pump collided with the rocks midair, exploding with a thunderous sound, sending shards flying in all directions. Yet, Anna did not pause in her command. She swiftly called out, Blastoise, use Ice Beam. A chilling beam shot forth from Blastoise's cannon, aimed directly at Aerodactyl. Observing this, Zhang Yu shouted, Aerodactyl, dodge and use Wing Attack. Aerodactyl reacted with remarkable agility, evading the ice beam's assault and swiftly diving toward Blastoise. Blastoise, clearly unprepared for Aerodactyl's aerial maneuver, was unable to dodge in time and was struck with considerable force. The impact caused Blastoise to sway, but it quickly regained its stance. Sensing an opportunity, Anna shouted, Blastoise, use Water Pulse. Blastoise readied itself and unleashed another water sphere aimed at Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl, dodge and use Thunder Fang. Zhang Yu's voice rang out again. Aerodactyl executed a sharp turn in the air, easily evading the water pulse. It then bared its sharp teeth, crackling with electricity, and charged at Blastoise with astonishing speed, its Thunder Fang arcing with a brilliant flash of light. The Blastoise had no time to evade and was firmly clamped by the Aerodactyl's Thunder Fang. Upon witnessing this, Anna urgently exclaimed, Blastoise, quickly use Rapid Spin to break free. Responding to the command, Blastoise promptly retracted its body into its sturdy shell and began to rotate at an astonishing speed. This formidable force rendered the Aerodactyl incapable of maintaining its grip, ultimately flinging it away. In that moment, Zhang Yu keenly seized the opportunity and decisively commanded, Now, Aerodactyl, unleash Hyper Beam. The Aerodactyl complied, opening its mouth wide as a brilliant golden beam erupted forth, hurtling directly toward the rapidly spinning Blastoise. The Hyper Beam collided fiercely with Blastoise, sending it soaring through the air. After tracing an arc in the sky, Blastoise crashed heavily to the ground, the impact of its shell against the earth producing a resounding thud. After a considerable pause, Blastoise's head slowly emerged from its shell. However, its eyes had transformed into swirls, clearly indicating it had lost its ability to continue battling. The referee, upon observing this, immediately raised the flag and announced loudly, Blastoise is unable to battle. Aerodactyl is victorious. Anna sighed in resignation, silently recalling Blastoise before unhesitatingly throwing out her next Pokeball, declaring, Come forth, Vileplume. Aerodactyl, unleash Flamethrower. Zhang Yu shouted. Upon receiving the command, Aerodactyl opened its mouth, and a raging inferno erupted from its throat, charging straight toward Vileplume. Vileplume, quickly use Energy Ball. Anna urged. Vileplume swiftly reacted, its mouth opening wide as a vibrant green energy ball rapidly formed, hurtling toward the oncoming flames. However, at the moment of collision, the energy ball was consumed by the fiery torrent, vanishing without a trace. The flames, unaffected, continued their relentless advance toward Vileplume. In the blink of an eye, the inferno enveloped Vileplume, engulfing it in a sea of fire. After a brief period of chaos, the flames subsided, revealing Vileplume sprawled on the ground, severely scorched. Its eyes swirling, indicating it had lost its fighting capability. The referee, witnessing this, promptly raised the flag and announced, Vileplume is unable to battle. Aerodactyl is victorious. Anna sighed in resignation once more, recalling Vileplume before throwing her final Pokeball, saying, I entrust this to you, Dugong. The Rotom phone beside her reported, Pokemon, Dugong. Gender, female. Type, water ice. Ability, thick fat. Level, 41 gym. Potential, champion. Moves, Blizzard, Water Tail, Ice Beam, Water Gun, Ice Shard. Zhang Yu, observing Dugong, swiftly commanded Aerodactyl. Use Iron Head. Aerodactyl quickly adjusted its stance, a metallic sheen glimmering on its head before it charged fiercely toward Dugong. Seeing this, Anna shouted, Dugong, Blizzard. As the command was issued, Dugong opened its mouth wide, unleashing an intensely cold blizzard that howled toward Aerodactyl. The sudden onslaught of the blizzard enveloped Aerodactyl, significantly hampering its speed, transforming its previously swift flight into a struggle. Yet, despite the harsh blizzard, Aerodactyl displayed unwavering determination, gritting its teeth and pressing on against the powerful gusts, continuing its charge toward Dugong. Just as Aerodactyl was about to collide violently with Dugong, Anna, in a moment of urgency, yelled, Dugong, evade. Hearing her call, Dugong swiftly sidestepped, deftly avoiding Aerodactyl's iron head. However, due to inertia, Aerodactyl could not halt its momentum, crashing directly to the ground with a thunderous impact, kicking up a cloud of dust. Without hesitation, Anna shouted, Dugong, now's your chance. Deliver the final blow with Water Tail. Dugong sprang into action, its tail enveloped in a torrent of rushing water, striking forcefully toward the downed Aerodactyl. The Water Tail struck true, sending Aerodactyl hurtling away, tracing an arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, incapacitated. The referee, upon observing this, decisively raised the flag and proclaimed, Aerodactyl is unable to battle. Dugong is victorious. Zhang Yu recalled Aerodactyl and promptly tossed out his next Pokeball, declaring, Go, Pidgeot. Anna, not daring to lose a moment, immediately commanded, Dugong. Quickly use Ice Beam. Dugong, responding to the order, opened its mouth and unleashed an intensely cold beam of light that shot directly toward Pidgeot. However, Pidgeot's reflexes were lightning fast. It flapped its wings vigorously, ascending rapidly and effortlessly evading Dugong's Ice Beam. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yu commanded, Pidgeot, use Air Slash. Pidgeot complied, flapping its wings rapidly and sending forth a barrage of razor-sharp wind blades directed at Dugong. Dugong, defend with Water Gun. Anna shouted as the wind blades approached. Dugong opened its mouth and unleashed a powerful water gun, colliding fiercely with Pidgeot's Air Slash. In an instant, water splashed everywhere, and taking advantage of the brief distraction, Anna unhesitatingly commanded, Dugong, use Ice Shard. Dugong complied, forming an Ice Shard and hurling it toward Pidgeot. Struck by the Ice Shard mid-flight, Pidgeot was momentarily thrown off balance. Zhang Yu, witnessing this, shouted, Pidgeot, use Brave Bird. Pidgeot immediately folded its wings, enveloped in a crimson energy, and dove toward Dugong with astonishing speed. Dugong was unable to evade in time, colliding with Pidgeot's Brave Bird attack, shaking its body but ultimately managing to withstand the impact. Observing Dugong stabilize, Anna shouted, Dugong, unleash Blizzard. Dugong inhaled deeply, then opened its mouth wide, releasing a flurry of snowflakes that surged toward Pidgeot. Enveloped by the blizzard, Pidgeot found flight increasingly arduous, its wings pelted by the snowflakes as frost began to accumulate upon its body. Zhang Yu, seeing this, urgently commanded, Pidgeot, break through the blizzard with Steel Wing. Pidgeot, upon receiving the command, coated its wings in a metallic sheen and valiantly flapped its wings, straining against the blizzard's pressure as it charged toward Dugong. Just as Pidgeot was about to close in on Dugong, Anna shouted once more, Dugong, counter with Water Tail. A powerful water current surged around Dugong's tail as it swung forcefully, striking at Pidgeot. The clash between Pidgeot's Steel Wing and Dugong's Water Tail produced a resounding crash, sending Pidgeot flying backward, flapping its wings desperately to regain control midair. Meanwhile, Dugong trembled slightly from the impact of the blow. Observing the situation, Zhang Yu once again shouted, Pidgeot, unleash another Brave Bird attack. Upon hearing the command, Pidgeot once again gathered a surge of crimson energy and charged towards the White Sea Lion with increased velocity. Anina, observing the approaching Pidgeot, calmly directed, White Sea Lion, Water Cannon. In an instant, the White Sea Lion unleashed a robust water cannon from its mouth, colliding head-on with Pidgeot's Brave Bird attack. The immense force of the impact sent dust swirling and smoke billowing into the air. As the haze gradually dissipated, both Pidgeot and the white sea lion appeared unsteady on their feet. Ultimately, Pidgeot succumbed first, crashing heavily to the ground, incapacitated for battle. The referee, witnessing this, promptly raised his flag and announced loudly, "Pidgeot has lost its ability to battle. The white sea lion is the victor." However, at the very moment the referee finished his declaration, the white sea lion seemed to lose all its strength, its body slumping down as it too fell to the ground, unable to continue fighting. Chapter 107, Cynthia. Immediately, the referee, without hesitation, raised his flag again, proclaiming, "The white sea lion has lost its ability to battle. Hence, the winner of this match is Zhang Yu from the Kalos region." Thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the audience. At that moment, the host's voice resonated in everyone's ears. "Let us congratulate Zhang Yu on successfully advancing to the semifinals. Tomorrow, we shall witness even more intense matches to determine the two finalists, who will emerge victorious in tomorrow's competition. Let us eagerly anticipate the thrilling showdown." The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Zhang Yu's face as he slowly opened his eyes and stretched. This morning was reserved for Ash and Reiji's match, but Zhang Yu had no intention of attending. He was acutely aware that, given Ash's current prowess, overcoming Reiji was nearly an impossible feat. Thus, he decided to take Rotom and Eevee, Dream, for a leisurely stroll around the shops near the court's conference, savoring the tranquility of the morning. As they meandered through the streets, admiring the surrounding scenery and the various shops, Zhang Yu's attention was soon captivated by Team Rocket's store. Curiously cradling Eevee Dream, he approached and cheerfully greeted, "Hello, Team Rocket. What are you selling here?" Musashi, spotting Zhang Yu, wore an expression of surprise and inquired, "Oh, the impressive little brat? Why aren't you watching the match?" Zhang Yu chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, responding casually, "Don't call me the impressive little brat. Just call me Zhang Yu or Xiao Yu. As for why I'm not watching the match, it's because I already know the outcome. So I thought I'd explore the area this morning. By the way, why do you only have my merchandise?" As he spoke, Zhang Yu curiously picked up a chibi version of himself, examining it closely. Kojiro scratched his head, a bit embarrassed as he explained, "Well, we originally intended to sell merchandise for all the competitors, but we discovered that only yours was selling well, so we decided to stock only your items." Zhang Yu was taken aback, looking at the chibi figure of himself, a faint smile gracing his lips. Just then, Eevee, Dream, suddenly leaped from his arms and dove into the pile of merchandise, seemingly intrigued by the items. Observing Eevee, Dream, nuzzling against the chibi dolls, Zhang Yu resolved to purchase one of each as a memento of the court's conference. After completing his purchase, he contentedly carried a large bag of merchandise while Eevee, Dream, nestled inside. As he continued his stroll, Zhang Yu's gaze was drawn to an ice cream truck. In front of the truck stood a striking blonde woman with a graceful figure. Zhang Yu recognized her instantly. It was none other than Cynthia. Approaching her, he overheard her murmuring, "Which one should I choose?" Zhang Yu smiled and addressed the vendor. "Excuse me, could I have 2 chocolate mint strawberry cookie cream ice creams, please?" "Thank you." The vendor acknowledged and began expertly preparing the ice creams Zhang Yu had ordered. Meanwhile, upon hearing Zhang Yu's voice, Cynthia turned her head, their eyes meeting. When Cynthia recognized Zhang Yu, a radiant smile blossomed on her face as she exclaimed, "Xiao Yu, what brings you here? Aren't you watching the match?" Zhang Yu returned her smile and replied, "During my time at the Tokiwa gym, I frequently battled Reiji, so I am well aware of his capabilities. Given Ash's current level, defeating Reiji is nearly impossible." Cynthia nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, Reiji is exceptionally strong. Ash will need more experience and growth to achieve victory." At that moment, the vendor cheerfully handed Zhang Yu 2 ice creams, saying, "Here you go, young man, your 2 ice creams." Zhang Yu expressed his gratitude, swiftly taking the ice cream and offering one to Cynthia, saying, "Here you go, Cynthia." A sweet smile graced Cynthia's lips as she accepted the ice cream, slowly bringing it to her mouth and taking a gentle lick. In that instant, her eyes narrowed slightly, her face radiating pure enjoyment. Zhang Yu found himself entranced, mesmerized by her adorable demeanor, momentarily forgetting to divert his gaze. Noticing his stare, Cynthia's cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, reminiscent of a ripe apple. Feeling slightly bashful, she cleared her throat and said, "Xiao Yu, staring at someone like that is rather impolite." Zhang Yu snapped back to reality, realizing his faux pas, and awkwardly scratched his head, explaining, "It's just that your ice cream eating expression is so cute that I couldn't help but be captivated." Upon hearing his words, Cynthia's blush deepened, and she playfully glared at him, though her eyes betrayed a hint of delight. "You certainly know how to charm," Cynthia murmured softly, then elegantly took another lick of her ice cream. The middle-aged vendor nearby observed the scene with a wistful smile, thinking to himself, "Ah, youth is truly wonderful." Meanwhile, Zhang Yu and Cynthia continued to enjoy their ice creams as they strolled toward another shop. However, after a short while, the previously clear sky suddenly began to drizzle. Cynthia looked up in a fluster, taken aback by the unexpected rain, momentarily unsure of what to do. In a swift reaction, Zhang Yu retrieved an umbrella from the bag of merchandise he had just purchased. With practiced ease, he opened the umbrella, revealing one adorned with an image of himself holding EV as they entered the venue. The raindrops pattered against the umbrella, producing a crisp sound akin to a symphony orchestrated by nature. Standing beneath the umbrella, the proximity between Zhang Yu and Cynthia grew closer. Cynthia slightly tilted her head, her gaze irresistibly drawn to Zhang Yu's profile. His chiseled features, highlighted by a prominent nose and subtly upturned lips, radiated a gentle smile. Chapter 108, Shigeru vs. Zhang Yu, Part 1. Zhang Yu's profile, defined and striking, with a high nose and lips that curled upward, conveyed an aura of serene charm. Cynthia felt her heart inexplicably quicken. She could even hear the rhythm of her heartbeat, which resonated distinctly against the backdrop of the tranquil rain. Zhang Yu sensed the gaze of Xerneas and slowly turned his head, their eyes meeting in a silent exchange. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still, and the world around them faded into oblivion, leaving only the two of them in existence. However, this brief reverie was abruptly shattered by the piercing ring of a mobile phone. Xerneas, flustered, answered the call, and upon hearing the voice on the other end, her expression subtly shifted. "Xiao Yu, something has come up with Karuna. I need to attend to it," she said apologetically to Zhang Yu. He nodded, smiling as he replied, "It's all right, Bai Kaijia. You go ahead and take care of it. Please be safe." As he spoke, he handed her the umbrella he was holding. Xerneas accepted the umbrella, offering him a warm smile. "I'll return this to you tonight." With that, she opened the umbrella and hurried towards the venue. Zhang Yu watched her retreating figure, a sense of melancholy settling in his heart. At that moment, Mew poked its head out from the bag, nuzzling against Zhang Yu. He lifted the bag and gently patted Evie's head, saying, "Come on, let's head back and prepare for the afternoon match." With that, Zhang Yu instructed Mew to teleport him back to the villa on the second floor. Yet, Xerneas' charming and flustered visage lingered in his mind, refusing to fade. In the afternoon, at the Quartz Conference's battleground, the announcer's voice resonated through the air. "Welcome, everyone, to the second match of the semifinals." Following that, he introduced the competitors. "We have the challenger from Pallet Town, Xiao Mao, facing off against the contestant from the Kalos region, Zhang Yu. The victor will advance to the finals to duel against the Sinnoh representative, Risai." As the announcer's words concluded, thunderous cheers erupted from the audience. Zhang Yu and Xiao Mao stepped onto the battlefield from their respective entrances. The referee raised his flag and declared, "Both contestants may use 6 Pokemon. The battle concludes when one side's Pokemon are all incapacitated. Should one side lose 3 Pokemon, a halftime break will ensue. Now, let the match begin." Zhang Yu was the first to throw out his Pokeball, exclaiming, "Come forth, Snorlax." Immediately following, Xiao Mao released his Pokemon, calling out, "Go, Nidoking." As both Pokemon materialized on the field, Zhang Yu commanded, "Snorlax, use Ice Beam." Responding to the order, Snorlax opened its mouth, unleashing a powerful ice beam that surged toward Nidoking. Observing this, Xiao Mao swiftly directed, "Nidoking, use Flamethrower." Nidoking expelled a torrent of searing flames to counter the ice beam. The two attacks collided fiercely in midair, resulting in a spectacular explosion that dissipated into nothingness. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu continued, "Snorlax, charge in with Ice Punch." Snorlax, resembling a moving mountain, barreled toward Nidoking, its right fist enveloped in a thick layer of frost, emanating an icy chill. Xiao Mao, realizing the impending danger, shouted, "Nidoking, counter with Fire Punch." Nidoking's right fist ignited in fierce flames, meeting Snorlax's Ice Punch in a violent clash. The resounding impact forced both Pokemon to stagger backward. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yu called out, "Snorlax, unleash another Ice Beam." With no time to evade, Nidoking was struck by the ice beam, causing it to stumble back. Zhang Yu pressed on, "Snorlax, keep going, use Ice Punch." Snorlax charged at Nidoking again, its icy fist aimed directly at the opponent. Nidoking quickly blocked with Fire Punch. Xiao Mao shouted urgently. However, he was a moment too late. Nidoking had yet to execute the Fire Punch when Snorlax's Ice Punch connected. With a dull thud, Nidoking was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground, incapacitated. The referee promptly raised his flag and announced, Nidoking is unable to battle. Snorlax is the victor. Xiao Mao, distressed, recalled his fallen Pokemon and swiftly tossed out his next Pokeball, declaring, You're up, Nidorina. As soon as Nidorina appeared on the field, Zhang Yu commanded, Snorlax, use Ice Beam. Once again, Snorlax unleashed a blue beam of frost towards Nidorina. Xiao Mao was quick to react, shouting, Nidorina, start with Flamethrower, then rush in with Brick Break. Nidorina obeyed without hesitation, spewing a torrent of flames that collided with Snorlax's Ice Beam. At the moment of impact, smoke billowed into the air, and Nidorina dashed toward Snorlax. With its palms glowing brightly, Nidorina struck at Snorlax with formidable force. Snorlax, caught off guard, wobbled precariously, seemingly on the verge of losing its balance. Observing this, Zhang Yu shouted, Snorlax, use Heavy Slam. Snorlax, despite the pain, steadied itself and leaped into the air, descending like a colossal hill toward Nidorina. Unable to evade in time, Nidorina was crushed beneath Snorlax's weight with a resounding crash. Panicking, Xiao Mao cried, Nidorina, use Hyper Beam. Though pinned down, Nidorina refused to succumb. It gathered immense energy in its mouth, releasing a brilliant golden beam that struck Snorlax directly. Snorlax was sent reeling as if struck by a cannonball, crashing to the ground, rendered unable to battle. The referee raised his flag once more, declaring, Snorlax is unable to battle. Nidorina is the victor. Zhang Yu recalled Snorlax and tossed out his next Pokeball, stating, Go, Milotic. As Zhang Yu summoned his Pokemon, Xiao Mao regarded Milotic with a wary glint in his eyes before decisively commanding, Nidorina, use Poison Sting. Nidorina launched a barrage of poisonous needles toward Milotic. Remaining composed, Zhang Yu commanded, Milotic, use Hurricane. Milotic swirled its tail, conjuring a fierce whirlwind that engulfed the poison needles, dissipating them into the air. Seize the moment, use Hydro Pump. Zhang Yu seized the opportunity to issue another command. Milotic released a powerful jet of water toward Nidorina. Xiao Mao, unflustered, coolly directed, Nidorina, use Earth Power. Nidorina slammed its palms onto the ground, causing the earth to rupture and unleashing a wave of brown energy that collided with the hydro pump, resulting in a thunderous explosion that filled the arena with thick smoke. In the haze, Zhang Yu, utilizing his psychic abilities, discerned the unfolding scene and shouted, Milotic, watch out. They're preparing for a close-range attack. Sure enough, taking advantage of the cover, Nidorina dashed toward Milotic, its palms shimmering with light, ready to execute Brick Break. Milotic, use Protect. Zhang Yu commanded decisively. Milotic was enveloped in a shimmering silver glow, forming an impenetrable barrier. Nidoking's attack struck the barrier with a resounding thud, the force of the assault being firmly deflected. Seizing the brief moment of hesitation following Nidoking's strike, Zhang Yu promptly commanded, Minus, unleash Ice Beam. Minus opened its mouth, a chilling beam of light shooting forth towards Nidoking. Attempting to evade, Nidoking found the distance too constricted for escape and was struck by the Ice Beam. Its body instantly cloaked in a thin layer of frost. Observing this, Zhang Yu swiftly shouted, Minus, deliver the final blow with Hyper Beam. Minus concentrated a formidable energy, unleashing a brilliant ray that struck Nidoking, sending it hurtling to the ground, incapacitated. The referee, witnessing this, raised the flag and announced loudly, Nidoking is unable to battle. Minus is victorious. With a grave expression, Xiao Mao recalled Nidoking and threw out another Pokeball, proclaiming, Go, Venusaur. As the Pokeball opened, a red light flashed, revealing Venusaur upon the battlefield. Minus Dragon Pulse. Zhang Yu commanded without hesitation. Upon hearing the order, Minus immediately opened its mouth, gathering a powerful energy that swiftly coalesced into a massive dragon of energy, roaring towards Venusaur. In response to Minus's fierce attack, Xiao Mao remained unperturbed, quickly countering with Venusaur. Leaf Storm. Countless leaves erupted from Venusaur's head, spiraling and creating a tempest as they rushed to meet the energy dragon. In an instant, the two forces collided, resulting in a brilliant explosion of light. Within this radiance, the energy dragon was shattered into countless tiny fragments, scattering in all directions, while the leaves were torn apart, falling like confetti. Minus Water Pulse. Zhang Yu commanded, having noted that Venusaur successfully deflected the dragon pulse. Minus swiftly formed a water sphere, sending it directly toward Venusaur. Not willing to concede, Xiao Mao quickly directed, Venusaur, Mud Bomb. Venusaur, responding to the command, opened its mouth to unleash a torrent of black sludge, colliding with Minus's water pulse in midair. At that moment, taking advantage of the chaos, Venusaur released sleep powder, the yellow particles drifting toward Minus. Observing this, Zhang Yu shouted, "Minus, use whirlwind." Minus waved its tail, generating a whirlwind that dispersed the sleep powder. "Now, Minus, use Iron Tail." Zhang Yu continued. Minus's tail hardened like steel, striking violently toward Venusaur. Caught off guard, Venusaur was hit and sent flying. Minus, deliver the final blow with Ice Beam. Zhang Yu seized the opportunity. Venusaur was struck by the Ice Beam midair, crashing to the ground, rendered unable to battle. The referee again raised the flag, declaring, Venusaur is unable to battle. Minus is victorious. With Xiao Mao having lost 3 Pokemon, the match entered a halftime break. Before long, the halftime concluded, and after a brief moment of adjustment, Xiao Mao and Zhang Yu returned to the battlefield. Once positioned, Zhang Yu retrieved a Master Ball from his waist, throwing it first. "The second half is yours. Go, Zapdos." As the Master Ball arced gracefully through the air, a dazzling light erupted from within. Suddenly, a Pokemon, shimmering with electrical energy, appeared before the audience. The moment Zapdos manifested, the previously cacophonous crowd fell into an awed silence, every gaze fixated on the legendary Pokemon. After several seconds, the host, seemingly waking from a dream, looked at Zapdos with astonishment, his voice trembling with excitement. "This is Zapdos, one of the legendary 3 birds. I can scarcely believe my eyes. Zhang Yu possesses a legendary Pokemon. This is simply astonishing." As the host's words faded, the audience erupted like a powder keg. A thunderous cheer and gasps of awe filling the arena. Spectators rose to their feet, clapping fervently to support Zhang Yu and his Zapdos. On the opposing side, Xiao Mao stared at Zapdos, his eyes momentarily reflecting shock. However, he quickly regained his composure, swiftly retrieving another Pokeball from his pocket and hurling it into the arena, exclaiming, "Go, Houndoom!" With the opening of the Pokeball, a Houndoom landed firmly in the arena, letting out a low, authoritative growl directed at Zapdos, clearly showcasing its intimidate ability. Chapter 110, Xiao Mao vs. Zhang Yu, Part 2. Upon Houndoom's entrance, it emitted a deep and regal growl towards Zapdos, which appeared as a provocation to the latter. Zhang Yu noted this, as a symbol resembling a tic-tac-toe appeared on Zapdos's forehead. A smile crept onto Zhang Yu's face, and without hesitation, he issued an attack command. "Zapdos, use Thunderbolt." Upon receiving the command, Zapdos spread its wings, the electric sparks on its feathers intensifying brilliantly. It then flapped its wings vigorously, unleashing a torrent of electricity that surged towards Houndoom with astonishing speed. Xiao Mao reacted instantly, commanding, "Houndoom, use Flamethrower." Houndoom complied, expelling a fierce blaze that charged directly at the Thunderbolt. However, despite the ferocity of the Flamethrower, it was evident that Zapdos's prowess far surpassed that of Houndoom. After a brief standoff in midair, Thunderbolt overwhelmed Flamethrower, racing back toward Houndoom at an incredible velocity. Xiao Mao, in a panic, shouted, "Houndoom, dodge with quick attack." Houndoom, a well-trained Pokemon, showcased its exceptional reflexes. Just as Thunderbolt was about to strike, it transformed into a blur, narrowly evading the attack. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Zhang Yu decisively commanded, "Zapdos, now's your chance. Use Brave Bird." With that command, a brilliant red aura enveloped Zapdos, encasing it in radiant energy. Like a blazing meteor, it lunged toward Houndoom. Houndoom, having just narrowly avoided the Thunderbolt, found itself unprepared as Zapdos's Brave Bird struck with immense force. With a thunderous crash, Houndoom was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. The referee approached to assess the situation, noting that Houndoom's eyes had spiraled, indicating its incapacity to continue battling. The referee promptly raised the flag and announced, "Houndoom is unable to battle. Zapdos is victorious." Xiao Mao recalled Houndoom and retrieved another Pokeball, declaring, "Go, Scyther." As the Pokeball opened, a red light flashed, revealing a Scyther on the battlefield. Without hesitation, Xiao Mao issued his first command, "Scyther, use Swords Dance," followed by Night Slash. The Scyther immediately responded to Xiao Mao's command, swiftly brandishing its razor-sharp scythes. Each swing exuded immense power, carving arcs through the air and producing a resonant buzzing sound. Upon completing its Sword Dance, Scyther lunged decisively towards the Zapdos. "Excellent," Zhang Yu observed, a slight smile gracing his lips as he shouted to Zapdos, "Use Thunderbolt." Upon receiving the command, Zapdos erupted in dazzling electric sparks. With a piercing cry, it charged directly at Scyther. The two collided midair, and Scyther was sent crashing to the ground with a heavy thud, its body bouncing several times before finally lying motionless. The referee hurriedly approached to assess Scyther's condition. Upon noticing its eyes had assumed a spiral pattern, he reached a conclusion. The referee swiftly raised his flag, announcing loudly, Scyther is unable to continue. Zapdos is victorious. Xiaomao recalled Scyther and tossed out his final Pokeball, saying, I entrust you with this, Blastoise. Simultaneously, Zhang Yu retrieved Zapdos and promptly released his next high-tier Pokeball, declaring, You have the final task. Go forth, Greninja. Oh, it appears we are in for yet another thrilling showdown. The commentator exclaimed. The Water-type starter Blastoise from the Kanto region will face off against the Water-type starter Greninja from the Kalos region. Which side will ultimately triumph? Let us await the outcome together. As the commentator's words faded, Zhang Yu issued his command without hesitation. Go, Greninja. Use Water Shuriken. Greninja dashed towards Blastoise at an astonishing speed. However, Xiaomao remained unfazed by Greninja's velocity, calmly directing, Blastoise, use Water Cannon. Blastoise promptly reacted, unleashing a powerful jet of water from its cannon, surging towards Greninja. Yet, Greninja displayed remarkable agility, effortlessly dodging the attack with a swift sidestep. In the blink of an eye, Greninja closed the distance to Blastoise, its feet glowing with a brilliant white light before delivering a fierce kick. Blastoise staggered back several steps, prompting Zhang Yu to urge, continue, use Night Slash. Greninja's hands glimmered with dark energy as it advanced on Blastoise. Blastoise, quickly use Rapid Spin. Xiaomao shouted urgently. However, before Blastoise could initiate its move, Greninja's Night Slash struck, forcing it to retreat once more. Greninja, do not let it catch its breath. Use Night Slash again. Zhang Yu commanded. Seeing this, Xiaomao called out again, Blastoise, use Rapid Spin now. This time, Blastoise retracted its limbs and head into its shell and began to spin rapidly. Greninja's Night Slash collided with Blastoise's spinning form, producing a resounding clang, and Greninja was pushed back a few steps. Meanwhile, Blastoise was also forced back several meters, its shell scraping against the ground with sparks flying. Emerging from its shell, Blastoise stood tall, enveloped in a blue glow, signaling the activation of its torrent ability. Greninja, use Shadow Sneak. Zhang Yu shouted. Blastoise staggered back, struggling to maintain its footing. Observing this, Zhang Yu continued issuing commands without hesitation. Keep up the pressure. Use Night Slash. Upon receiving the order, Greninja glowed with dark energy and shot toward Blastoise like a bolt of lightning. Xiaomao felt a pang of anxiety and shouted, Blastoise, use Rapid Spin quickly. Yet, Blastoise was a moment too slow. Before it could execute the move, Greninja's Night Slash struck with precision, sending Blastoise reeling several steps back. Its stability further compromised. Zhang Yu seized the opportunity and shouted, Greninja, do not give it a moment's respite. Unleash Night Slash. Upon receiving the command, Greninja swiftly repositioned itself, the dark energy in its hands coalescing into a formidable blade aimed directly at Blastoise. Xiaomao sensed the impending danger. Urgency etched on his face as he yelled, Blastoise, use Rapid Spin now. This time, Blastoise reacted in time, retracting into its shell and spinning furiously like a whirlwind. Greninja's Night Slash struck Blastoise's spinning form with a loud crash, pushing Greninja back from the tremendous recoil. Simultaneously, Blastoise was propelled several meters away, its shell grinding against the ground. As Blastoise emerged from its shell, it was enveloped in a vibrant blue glow, a clear indication of its torrent ability activation. Greninja, use Shadow Sneak. Zhang Yu commanded. In an instant, Greninja vanished from view, reappearing behind Blastoise, delivering a powerful kick to its back. Blastoise, completely unaware of Greninja's approach, felt a tremendous force strike from behind, sending it sprawling forward like a marionette with severed strings. Blastoise, get up and use Water Cannon. Xiaomao shouted anxiously from the sidelines. Blastoise struggled before finally managing to rise. Shakily, it turned to face Greninja and unleashed a formidable jet of water from its cannon. Dodge and deliver the final blow. Night Slash. Zhang Yu calmly instructed. Greninja's reflexes were lightning fast. It gracefully sidestepped, evading Blastoise's water cannon with ease. In the next moment, Greninja surged towards Blastoise at astonishing speed. As it approached, Greninja's hands glimmered with dark energy, executing Night Slash. Blastoise had no time to react, and the attack landed forcefully, producing a muffled thud as Blastoise's massive frame was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground and losing its ability to fight. The referee swiftly raised his flag, announcing loudly, Blastoise is unable to continue. Greninja is the victor. Thus, the winner of this match is Zhang Yu from the Kalos region. What an exhilarating battle. Let us congratulate Zhang Yu on advancing to the finals. He will face off against Reiji tomorrow afternoon for the championship title of this quartz conference, the commentator exclaimed, eliciting thunderous applause and cheers from the audience. Zhang Yu approached the battlefield and patted Greninja on the shoulder, saying, "Well done, Greninja." With that, he recalled Greninja. Concurrently, Xiao Mao hurried onto the battlefield, kneeling to gently touch Blastoise's shell, saying, "You performed admirably, Blastoise." Afterward, he retrieved Blastoise's Pokeball and returned it. Rising slowly, Xiao Mao, though a hint of disappointment lingered on his face, his gaze remained resolute. He stepped forward to Zhang Yu, extending his right hand with a sincere smile, saying, "Xiao Yu, you truly are formidable. I concede this match with complete respect." As Zhang Yu observed the scene, he promptly extended his right hand and firmly grasped Xiao Mao's, responding, "You are formidable as well. Should the opportunity arise, let us engage in a friendly match next time." At that moment, the audience erupted in thunderous applause, which lingered in the air. Xiao Ji, brimming with excitement, clenched his fists and exclaimed, "Xiao Yu, that was truly incredible. I can hardly wait to battle him." Meanwhile, Lei Si, who sat beside Xiao Ji, regarded Zhang Yu with a serious expression, seemingly deep in thought. In the VIP box, both Shalina and Side-Eye were entirely captivated by Zhang Yu's performance on the field. Shalina gazed at him with admiration and could not help but exclaim, "That was amazing. As long as Brother Yu defeats Lei Si next, he will claim the championship." Indeed, indeed. However, given Brother Yu's prowess, we could already declare him the champion, Side-Eye concurred, sitting beside Shalina. On the other hand, Sharona smiled and remarked, "If Xiao Yu grows a few more years, perhaps he could take my place and become the Sinnoh champion." At that moment, Karuna interjected, clearly displeased, "You are mistaken. Xiao Yu is destined to be the champion of our Kalos region." However, Luzaman offered a different perspective, suggesting, "I believe Xiao Yu would also be quite suitable to serve as the champion of our Alola region." This proposal astonished everyone present, and Naz, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Alola region? Isn't there no Pokemon League there?" "Indeed, there is currently none, but we are actively preparing for it. We are simply awaiting approval for the relevant applications," Luzaman explained. Upon hearing this, Misty excitedly exclaimed, "If Xiao Yu were to go there, wouldn't he be the first champion of the Alola region?" This notion intrigued everyone, as becoming the inaugural champion of a region is indeed a remarkable achievement. However, Karuna and Sharona clearly disagreed with this sentiment. Karuna promptly countered, "No. Xiao Yu must be the next champion of our Kalos region." As soon as she finished speaking, Sharona chimed in, "No. I believe Xiao Yu is more suited to be the Sinnoh champion." Just as Sharona, Karuna, and Luzaman were embroiled in a heated debate regarding Zhang Yu's future, Xiao Xue suddenly spoke up, "Have you all considered Xiao Yu's opinion?" Her voice, though soft, resonated like thunder, silencing the previously noisy room. All eyes turned to Xiao Xue. Sharona, Karuna, and Luzaman exchanged glances, suddenly realizing that they had indeed overlooked Zhang Yu's own thoughts. The three felt a bit embarrassed and lowered their heads, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, the door to the VIP box swung open, and Zhang Yu entered, cradling Eevee, Mew, with a puzzled expression. He looked at the silent gathering and asked, "What is going on? Are you asking for my opinion?" The others turned to Zhang Yu, and Side-Eye explained, "Actually, it's nothing serious. It's just that my sister, your sister, and Sister Manai were debating your future." "My future?" Zhang Yu looked at Sharona, Karuna, and Luzaman with confusion, then suddenly realized, "You need not argue." Extending his hand into a fist, he declared, "I want them all." Hearing this, everyone rolled their eyes. And Side-Eye stood up, walked to Zhang Yu, and playfully stomped on his foot, admonishing, "Not that kind of future, you silly fish." Zhang Yu jumped in pain, rubbing his foot while feeling aggrieved. "Then what do you mean by future? And what is this silly fish business? Don't give me ridiculous nicknames." Side-Eye looked at Zhang Yu in disbelief and replied, "I think that is something the Dodrio should tell you." At that moment, Dodrio, who was on a mission in Chengdu, suddenly sneezed. Zhang Yu felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this, coughed to ease the atmosphere, and said, Let us not dwell on that. Let us discuss what this future truly means." Just then, Sharona stood up from her seat, approached Zhang Yu with a smile, and said, "Xiao Yu, we were just discussing your future. Everyone believes that with your strength and talent, you are more than capable of becoming a champion in some region. Personally, I think you would be an excellent Sinnoh champion." Upon hearing Sharona's words, Karuna grew anxious and quickly interjected, "Xiao Yu, Kalos is your home. Therefore, the champion of Kalos is the most suitable for you." Luzaman, with a gentle smile, added, "The Alola region is currently preparing for a league, and I believe your abilities and charm would make you the perfect inaugural champion." After listening to the three of them, Zhang Yu glanced at the expectant gazes of everyone, then shook his head helplessly and waved his hand, saying, "Oh, come on, I don't want to be a champion. Just look at that Dodrio. Flying around the world all day, how exhausting. So, being a champion is absolutely out of the question for me." Once again, Dodrio sneezed while pondering, "I'm not sick. Why would I sneeze? Could it be someone is missing me?" Zhang Yu noticed that Xerneas seemed to want to say something more, but she hesitated. Zhang Yu quickly waved his hand again and smiled. All right, let us stop discussing that. Besides, I want to travel around various regions. However, if the League has any tasks that require my assistance, as long as I'm nearby, I will definitely help." Upon hearing Zhang Yu's words, everyone fell silent for a moment. After a while, Karuna broke the silence, a smile gracing her lips as she said, "Well, since you have your own thoughts, we certainly want to force you." Seeing this, Sharona nodded in agreement, gently patting Zhang Yu's shoulder, and earnestly stated, "Regardless of the decision you ultimately make, we will always support you. But you must first win tomorrow's match." Zhang Yu, upon hearing this, smiled confidently, affectionately stroking the head of Mew in his arms, and assured everyone, "Rest assured, I will give my all to make this final match even more spectacular." With that, Zhang Yu waved goodbye to everyone, allowing Mew to take him back to the second-floor villa. Upon returning to the villa, Zhang Yu did not immediately rest. Instead, he began to contemplate the strategic arrangements for the final match. Time passed slowly, and as night deepened, the Quartz Plateau arena gradually fell silent. Zhang Yu lay in bed, envisioning the moment he would lift the championship trophy. After all, it would be his first ever championship title. Just as he immersed himself in this daydream, drowsiness washed over him like a tide, his eyelids grew heavy, and he ultimately succumbed to fatigue, gently closing his eyes and drifting into slumber. Meanwhile, on the other side of the competitor's village, Lacey was also preparing for the final match. Sitting in his room, he patted the head of his Muku eagle and said, "Xiao Yu's strength is indeed impressive, but we are not to be underestimated. Tomorrow's match will be one to relish." At last, the day of the finals arrived. Outside the Quartz Conference Arena, a sea of people gathered, bustling with excitement. Spectators from various regions eagerly anticipated the fierce showdown, yearning to witness the birth of the new Quartz Conference champion. Inside the arena, every seat was filled, and the audience's enthusiasm surged like a tidal wave. Now, let us extend the warmest applause to welcome the contestants of this year's Quartz Conference Finals. The host's impassioned voice resounded throughout the venue, instantly igniting the enthusiasm of the audience. First, let us invite contestant Zhang Yu from the Carlos region. As the host's words faded, Zhang Yu slowly emerged from the contestants' passage. His appearance elicited a thunderous cheer from the audience, who waved their flags in fervent support. Next, let us welcome contestant Lei Si from the Sinnoh region. Lei Si also stepped forth from the contestants' passage. His entrance propelled the atmosphere to a crescendo, with cheers and shouts from the audience rising in a deafening chorus. Standing on the arena, Lei Si and Zhang Yu locked eyes, both ablaze with fierce determination. The referee, observing their readiness, raised the flag and announced the competition rules in a commanding voice. Each side may utilize 6 Pokemon, and victory is declared when all of one side's Pokemon are rendered unable to battle. Should either side lose 3 Pokemon first, a mid-battle intermission will ensue. Zhang Yu took a deep breath and was the first to throw out a Pokeball. "I entrust this first match to you. Go forth, Xerneas." The ball arced gracefully through the air before bursting open with a resounding pop, revealing a Xerneas on the battlefield. "Xerneas, is it?" Lacey mused aloud. With that, he tossed out a Pokeball. "Then I shall leave this match to you, Doriyuzu." A flash of red light heralded the arrival of Doriyuzu on the stage. "Xerneas, use Aura Sphere." Zhang Yu commanded without hesitation. Xerneas, responding to the command, swiftly conjured a pale blue energy sphere in its hands and hurled it towards Doriyuzu. Lacey reacted promptly, calling out, "Doriyuzu, use Cross Poison." Doriyuzu sprang into action, its pincers crossing as a purple blade of poison shot forth to intercept the Aura Sphere. The two forces collided midair with a thunderous crash, their immense powers neutralizing each other and sending shockwaves throughout the arena, stirring up clouds of dust. Seeing the Aura Sphere dissipate, Zhang Yu wasted no time and commanded, "Xerneas, teleport and follow up with Fire Punch." Xerneas obeyed instantly, vanishing from its original position. In the next moment, it appeared behind Doriyuzu, its right fist ablaze with fierce flames, striking down with tremendous force. Doriyuzu, caught off guard by this sudden assault, was unable to react in time and was struck solidly by the Fire Punch. However, Lacey remained unfazed by the unexpected blow. He quickly shouted, "Doriyuzu, use Iron Tail." Though hit by the Fire Punch, Doryuzu's reflexes were lightning fast. Its tail hardened like steel, sweeping like a massive whip toward Xerneas. Zhang Yu and Xerneas were blindsided by Doryuzu's sudden counterattack, the iron tail striking like a bolt of lightning and sending Xerneas flying through the air, tracing an arc before crashing to the ground. Observing this, Lacey unhesitatingly commanded, "Doryuzu, use Poison Sting." Doryuzu sprang into action, unleashing a barrage of purple spikes from its mouth, scattering them across the battlefield. In light of this predicament, Zhang Yu immediately called out, "Xerneas, create a misty terrain." Xerneas responded, raising its hands as a mysterious force surged from within, enveloping the battlefield in a soft pink mist. Zhang Yu followed up with, "Xerneas, unleash Moonblast." Xerneas radiated a gentle glow, its form seemingly merging with the moonlight. A beam of pure moonlight shot forth from its hands, aimed directly at Doryuzu. Struck by the moonblast, Doryuzu staggered back, clearly affected. Lacey frowned and shouted, "Doryuzu, sharpen your claws, then use Night Slash." Doryuzu immediately began to rub its pincers together, producing a sharp sound. As the friction intensified, Doryuzu's momentum built. Then, with its pincers charged with dark energy, it lunged at Xerneas. Zhang Yu calmly directed, "Xerneas, teleport and follow up with Aura Sphere." Xerneas understood the command, vanishing just in time to evade Doryuzu's Night Slash. It reappeared behind Doryuzu, poised to unleash the Aura Sphere. However, just as Xerneas was about to strike, Lacey suddenly shouted, "Doryu, grab it with your tail." Doryuzu reacted swiftly, its robust tail whipping out like lightning, ensnaring Xerneas with precision. Caught off guard by this unforeseen turn of events, Xerneas was unable to execute the Aura Sphere and found itself firmly restrained. Seizing the opportunity, Lacey commanded, "Deliver the final blow, cross poison." Doryuzu, following the order, turned and crossed its pincers, unleashing a purple blade aimed at Xerneas. "Xerneas, use teleport." Zhang Yu urged frantically, but it was too late. Before Xerneas could teleport, the poisonous blade struck it fiercely. The immense force sent Xerneas crashing to the ground, rendering it unable to battle. The referee, witnessing this, swiftly raised the flag and declared loudly, "Xerneas has lost its ability to battle. Doryuzu is victorious." Zhang Yu sighed resignedly, silently recalling Xerneas. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively threw out his next Pokeball. "Go forth, Frostless." A flash of red light revealed Frostless in the arena. As the misty terrain lingered, the poison sting posed little threat to Frostless. Lacey, undeterred, commanded, "Doryuzu, continue with cross poison." Responding to the command, Doryuzu immediately crossed its pincers, launching another purple blade towards Frostless. Faced with this attack, Zhang Yu shouted, "Frostless, quickly use Dig." Frostless, quick to respond, vanished underground in an instant. Yet, Zhang Yu's instructions did not cease. He followed up with, "Frostless, use Flame Charge directly from below." Frostless, hearing the command, executed the move without hesitation. In that moment, the battlefield was engulfed in flames, transforming it into a sea of fire. As the flames surged, the temperature in the arena soared, causing even the poison sting to evaporate under the intense heat. Doryuzu, caught in the sudden wave of heat, stumbled back, clearly sustaining some damage. Zhang Yu observed the scene before him, thinking, "Apologies, Jigu, but I must borrow your technique for this moment." On the opposite side of the arena, Lacey stood in shock, incredulity etched on his face as he exclaimed, "What?" Even the Elite Four and champions watching the match were momentarily taken aback, expressions of astonishment flickering across their faces. As Frostless erupted from the ground, the mist that had once enveloped the arena began to dissipate. Seeing this, Zhang Yu unhesitatingly commanded his Wind Speed Dog, "Wind Speed Dog, unleash Flamethrower." The Wind Speed Dog responded promptly, opening its mouth to expel a torrent of searing flames that surged toward the Dragon King Scorpion. In the face of this sudden assault, Lacey urgently shouted, "Dragon King Scorpion, follow up with Cross Poison Blade, then use Iron Tail." Reacting swiftly, the Dragon King Scorpion crossed its pincers to execute the Cross Poison Blade, clashing directly with the flamethrower. In that instant, two formidable forces collided violently in the air, producing a thunderous explosion as the flames and poison blades neutralized each other, dissipating into nothingness. Immediately after, the Dragon King Scorpion's tail hardened like iron, slicing through the air with lethal intent toward the Wind Speed Dog. "Wind Speed Dog, dodge and bite it." Zhang Yu commanded with quick reflexes. The Wind Speed Dog nimbly evaded the Iron Tail attack, then opened its jaws to snap at the Dragon King Scorpion's tail. Caught off guard, the Dragon King Scorpion felt a sharp pain as the Wind Speed Dog clamped down, causing its body to tilt involuntarily. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yu shouted, Wind Speed Dog. Use Inferno. Upon hearing this, the Wind Speed Dog gathered flames with remarkable speed, and in the blink of an eye, the Dragon King Scorpion was engulfed by a raging inferno. As the flames gradually subsided, it became evident that the Dragon King Scorpion had lost its ability to fight. The referee, witnessing this, decisively raised his flag and proclaimed, the Dragon King Scorpion is unable to battle. The Wind Speed Dog triumphs. Although Lacey felt a pang of dissatisfaction, he swiftly recalled the Dragon King Scorpion into its Pokeball. Without hesitation, he threw out another Pokeball, declaring, Go, Torterra? As the Pokeball opened, a Torterra materialized on the battlefield. Zhang Yu scrutinized the Torterra, his mind racing to devise a strategy. After a brief contemplation, he decided to recall the Wind Speed Dog and released another high-tier Pokeball, exclaiming, Arise, Aerodactyl. With the opening of the high-tier Pokeball, an Aerodactyl soared into the air above the battlefield. Observing this, Lacey immediately commanded, Torterra, use Energy Ball. In response, Torterra rapidly concentrated a brilliant energy sphere in its mouth and launched it forward. The energy sphere shot forth like a cannonball, whistling through the air towards Aerodactyl. Quickly, Aerodactyl, use Flamethrower. Zhang Yu called out. Aerodactyl swiftly opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of searing flames. The flames collided with the energy sphere midair, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Seeing the precarious situation, Zhang Yu promptly ordered, Aerodactyl, create Sunny Day. Following his command, Aerodactyl tilted its head back and unleashed a deafening roar toward the sky. This cry intensified the already clear skies, making them even more oppressively hot. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu shouted, Aerodactyl, use Flamethrower. In response to his command, Aerodactyl let out a deep roar before unleashing a fierce blaze. With the amplification of the sunny day, the flames became even more intense, rolling forward in a wave of heat towards Torterra. Realizing the impending danger, Lacey shouted urgently, Torterra, use Energy Ball. Torterra, hearing the command, immediately concentrated a green energy sphere and hurled it at the incoming flames. However, this time, the flamethrower, bolstered by Sunny Day, completely engulfed the energy sphere, continuing onward to strike Torterra. Seizing the moment, Zhang Yu pressed the attack, commanding, Aerodactyl, wing attack. Aerodactyl's wings glimmered with white light as it charged towards Torterra. The wing attack collided with Torterra, producing a heavy thud. Torterra staggered back from the blow, its body swaying precariously as if it might topple at any moment. Lacey's heart raced at the sight, but he refused to concede. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, Torterra, use Giga Drain. Torterra, despite its pain, steadied itself. 3 green energy tendrils extended from its back, grasping Aerodactyl like tentacles, glowing with a vibrant green light as they siphoned off Aerodactyl's vitality. Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes, unhesitatingly commanding, Aerodactyl, unleash another flamethrower. Aerodactyl, fighting against the Giga Drain, opened its mouth and expelled a torrent of scorching flames straight at Torterra. Caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, Torterra was immediately enveloped by the fierce flames, letting out a pained roar that echoed throughout the arena. As the flames gradually extinguished, Torterra's massive form crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The referee hurried to Torterra's side, observing its eyes had turned into spirals, clearly indicating it had lost the will to fight. Without hesitation, the referee raised his flag and declared loudly, Torterra is unable to battle. Aerodactyl is victorious. Lacey's expression turned grave as he recalled Torterra, then without delay, tossed out another Pokeball, stating, Come forth, Mismagius. As the Pokeball opened, Mismagius appeared on the battlefield. Without missing a beat, Zhang Yu commanded, Aerodactyl, use Flamethrower. Upon receiving the order, Aerodactyl opened its mouth, unleashing a blazing flame that surged toward Mismagius. In the face of this fierce inferno, Lacey remained remarkably composed. He calmly instructed, Mismagius, use Shadow Ball. Mismagius swiftly gathered a sphere of dark energy in its mouth and charged toward the oncoming flames. However, upon collision, the flamethrower swiftly consumed the Shadow Ball, continuing its relentless advance toward Mismagius. Mismagius, evade quickly, then use Ice Beam. Lacey shouted urgently. Mismagius reacted swiftly, deftly dodging the flamethrower. It then unleashed a chilling Ice Beam toward Aerodactyl. Zhang Yu, quick on his feet, immediately commanded, Aerodactyl, use Agility to evade. Aerodactyl flapped its wings, darting through the air at an incredible speed, successfully dodging the Ice Beam. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu issued another command, Aerodactyl, use Earthquake. Aerodactyl dove downward, crashing into the ground, sending ripples across the surface toward Mismagius. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Zhang Yu decisively commanded, "Now, Aerodactyl, execute ultimate impact." A dazzling golden aura enveloped Aerodactyl as it barreled toward Mismagius. Caught off guard, Mismagius had no time to evade and was struck head-on by the tremendous force. Soaring backward like a kite severed from its string. Ultimately, it crashed heavily onto the ground, its eyes spiraling, clearly indicating it had lost its fighting ability. The referee, upon witnessing the situation, swiftly raised the flag in his hand and announced in a commanding voice, "Marshadao has lost its ability to battle. Fossil Pterodactyl emerges victorious." As Ray Eyes had already lost 3 Pokemon, the match would now proceed to a halftime break. After the intermission, Ray Eyes and Zhang Yu slowly re-emerged from the player tunnel. Once both sides were positioned, Zhang Yu promptly threw a premier ball, and with a flash of crimson light, a Jengar materialized on the field. "The second half is yours. Jengar, let us go," Zhang Yu called out to Jengar. However, as soon as Jengar appeared, it exhibited a rather displeased demeanor, complaining to Zhang Yu, "Why am I only being sent in now? After such a long wait to showcase my prowess before so many spectators, you choose this moment to call me out? Answer me. Look into my eyes." Zhang Yu, upon hearing this, felt a vein throb on his forehead, and he retorted with irritation, "You rascal. Do you believe I won't have my EV and the others team up to take you down tonight?" Jengar, incensed by this remark, defiantly pointed at Zhang Yu and exclaimed, "You've gone too far. You previously only threatened me with EV. Now, there's another one. S&T there? Do you believe I want to demolish the Bratano Research Institute and leave you penniless?" Far away in Kalos, Dr. Bratano, upon overhearing this through the live broadcast, turned beet red with fury, pointing at the screen and cursing, "No you." Meanwhile, Sophie, witnessing the commotion, thought to herself, "I must find a suitable opportunity to resign and return home. Otherwise, I might meet my demise here." At that moment, not only were the audience members captivated by the quarrel between the human and Pokemon, but even the viewers online were wholly engrossed in the spectacle unfolding on their screens. Just then, the referee hurriedly approached with a serious expression, reminding Zhang Yu, "Competitor Zhang Yu, please pay attention. The match is still ongoing." Before the referee's words could fully resonate, the host's voice echoed throughout the arena, "Wow, this is truly unbelievable. This Jengar can actually speak." Moreover, from the interaction between it and competitor Zhang Yu, it's evident that their relationship is remarkably close. However, upon hearing the host's commentary, both Jengar and Zhang Yu simultaneously turned towards the commentary booth and shouted in unison, "Who said we're close?" After their outburst, Zhang Yu and Jengar glared at each other like rival roosters, both shouting, "Don't imitate my speech." Finally, unable to endure any longer, Zhang Yu swiftly retrieved a Master Ball from his pocket. Upon seeing the Master Ball, Jengar immediately fell silent, muttering under its breath, "You really can't take a joke." Meanwhile, across the arena, Ray Eyes held a Pokeball, caught in indecision, watching the altercation between Jengar and Zhang Yu. Meanwhile, in the VIP box, Karen and I watched with curiosity and turned to ask Serena and the others, "Is it true that Xiao Yu and Jengar have such a good relationship?" After a moment of contemplation, Serena replied, "Well, it might not be that good. During our travels, Jengar mostly stayed at the Bratano Research Institute, only accompanying Brother Yu at the Tokiwa Gym. However, I heard from Diancie that they seemed to be bickering the entire time at the Tokiwa Gym." Luzamin smiled slightly and remarked, as the saying goes, "Fighting is a form of affection. I actually think the bond between Jengar and Xiao Yu is quite strong." Cynthia nodded in agreement, adding, "I share the same sentiment. Their dynamic reminds me of Xiao Yu's first encounter with Shinda. They were constantly bickering as well. However, on the day Xiao Yu left, Shinda cried her heart out. Before she could finish, Shinda's face turned crimson, and she hurriedly covered Cynthia's mouth, exclaiming, "Ah, sister, please stop." This scene elicited laughter from everyone present. Following the laughter, attention returned to the arena. At this moment, Zhang Yu and Jengar had ceased their quarrel, prompting the referee to remind Ray Eyes, "Ray Eyes, please send out your Pokemon." Taking a deep breath, Ray Eyes released his Pokeball, declaring, "Go, Talonflame." As Talonflame appeared, Zhang Yu wasted no time in issuing his command to Jengar, "Jengar, use Energy Ball." Jengar complied, swiftly conjuring an Energy Ball from its hands and hurling it at Talonflame soaring above. Unfazed by the sudden assault, Ray Eyes calmly commanded, "Talonflame, evade and retaliate with Wing Attack." Upon receiving the instruction, Talonflame's wings shone with a brilliant white light as it sped towards Jengar. Observing this, Zhang Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile, and he calmly instructed, "Jengar, counter with Thunder Punch." Jengar's right hand crackled with electricity, and as Talonflame lunged forward, it struck back with a powerful hit. Talonflame was sent hurtling back, crashing into the edge of the battlefield with a resounding thud. The referee rushed forward to check on Talonflame's condition. Upon inspection, he noted that Talonflame's eyes had turned into swirls, indicating its loss of fighting ability. Without hesitation, he raised his flag and declared, "Talonflame has lost its ability to battle. Gengar is the victor." Rayeye stood at the sidelines, his expression one of disbelief. He stared wide-eyed at the incapacitated Talonflame, seemingly unable to accept this reality. Gradually, his gaze shifted to Gengar on the battlefield, murmuring to himself, "How can this Gengar be so powerful?" However, Gengar overheard Rayeye's muttering and, with hands on its hips, laughed triumphantly. "Ha! Now you recognize my might." Zhang Yu observed this scene, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. He helplessly placed a hand on his forehead and quickly retrieved Gengar's Pokeball, calling out, "Enough! You rascal! Return to me." Surprisingly, Gengar, as if anticipating this, nimbly evaded the beam of light emitted from the Pokeball. Not only that, but it turned around and made a face at Zhang Yu, saying, "Hee, you can't catch me." This moment caused Zhang Yu's forehead to throb with frustration. While the live chat was flooded with comments exclaiming how hilarious the scene was, the audience was clearly entertained by Gengar's antics, filling the screen with laughter. Zhang Yu, taking a deep breath to compose himself, put on a terrifying smile and warned Gengar, "Gengar, don't force me to summon EV in front of so many people to teach you a lesson." Upon hearing Zhang Yu's words, Gengar, which had been so smug moments before, suddenly froze. It looked at Zhang Yu's menacing grin and felt a chill run down its spine. It understood that while Zhang Yu was generally lenient, his wrath could have serious consequences. Thus, Gengar quickly dropped its mischievous demeanor and turned to face the battle, ready to continue without any further antics. Meanwhile, the audience in the live chat was in an uproar, with various questions and discussions erupting. In fact, I was just about to ask why Gengar fears EV. This is utterly illogical. I wonder, could it be that this particular EV is more powerful than Gengar? After all, Gengar just effortlessly dispatched a Murkrow with a single punch. How can that be? How could EV possibly surpass Gengar? Surely, there must be some extraordinary reason behind it. Why is it impossible? I have even read in a novel where an EV managed to defeat Arceus in a single blow. Perhaps this EV is truly formidable. To the person above, that's merely a fictional narrative. This is reality. The events in novels cannot be compared to actual circumstances. However, Zhang Yu, who is currently in the arena, is completely oblivious to the audience's queries. Even if he could see the barrage of comments, he could not disclose that the EV mentioned earlier is, in fact, a Mew. Returning to the battlefield, Lacey has recalled his incapacitated Murkrow and thrown out his next Pokeball, exclaiming, "Go, Swallowtail." As the Pokeball opens, a Swallowtail materializes on the field. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Yu immediately commands Gengar, "Gengar, use Phantom Ambush." Obeying the order, Gengar vanishes in an instant as if it had never existed. In the blink of an eye, it reappears behind Swallowtail and delivers a swift and powerful strike. This blow sends Swallowtail flying, crashing heavily against the wall at the edge of the arena. The referee hastily approaches, his gaze fixed upon Swallowtail, whose eyes have now taken on a spiral pattern, clearly indicating that it has lost its ability to battle. Without hesitation, the referee raises his flag and announces loudly, "Swallowtail is unable to continue. Gengar is the victor." Lacey recalls Swallowtail, his eyes now resting on Gengar, a deep sense of helplessness welling up within him. Yet, he does not concede defeat, resolutely tossing out his final Pokeball, declaring, "Go, Sea Bunny." As the Pokeball opens, a flash of light reveals Sea Bunny on the field. Zhang Yu observes Sea Bunny, a slight smile gracing his lips as he instructs Gengar, "It's time to finish this, Gengar. Charge in and use Shadow Claw." Gengar responds swiftly, its hands enveloped in dark shadows, forming a pair of sharp claws, and it rushes toward Sea Bunny. Lacey, in a panic, shouts, "Sea Bunny, use Protect." However, Gengar's speed is overwhelming, and before Sea Bunny can execute Protect, Gengar is already upon it. With a swift motion, Gengar slashes Sea Bunny with its Shadow Claw. Sea Bunny, caught off guard by the sudden attack, lets out a cry and is sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing against the pit created by Swallowtail. The referee again approaches to inspect, noting that Sea Bunny's eyes have spiraled, prompting him to raise his flag once more, proclaiming, "Sea Bunny is unable to continue. Gengar is the victor." Thus, the champion of this match is Zhang Yu from the Kalos region. As the referee's words echo, the audience erupts in thunderous applause. The announcer's voice follows, proclaiming, "After a fierce competition lasting half a month, The Quartz Conference finally concludes today. Let us extend our warmest congratulations to contestant Zhang Yu for triumphing in this year's Quartz Conference. Now, please take a moment to rest. The awards ceremony and closing event will commence promptly at 7 o'clock this evening. At this moment, Lacey has recalled Sea Bunny into its Pokeball and approaches Zhang Yu with a smile, extending his right hand, saying, "Congratulations, Xiao Yu." Zhang Yu promptly shakes Lacey's hand, replying, "Thank you, Lacey. I hope we have the chance to compete again in the future." "Of course, I will certainly become stronger next time," Lacey responds with a smile, then releases Zhang Yu's hand, turning his gaze to Jengar beside him, exclaiming, "Honestly, I never anticipated that the Jengar who once served as a referee would possess such formidable power." Upon hearing Lacey's words, Jengar places its hands on its hips and proudly lifts its head, declaring, "Of course, I've been alive for a millennium." Zhang Yu, hearing this, slightly twitches the corner of his mouth, unable to suppress a retort. All right. Everyone knows you've lived for 1,000 years. Enough with the boasting, will you?" Yet Jengar, unperturbed, continues to sway, preparing to boast further. Chapter 117. After the finals, Zhang Yu, hearing this, slightly twitches the corner of his mouth, unable to suppress a retort. All right. Everyone knows you've lived for 1,000 years. Enough with the boasting, will you?" But Jengar remains unfazed, continuing to sway, ready to extol its virtues once more. Just then, a sudden flash of red light appears, and Mew emerges from Zhang Yu's Master Ball. Upon seeing this, Jengar deflates like a punctured balloon, its previous bravado vanishing without a trace. Like a startled rabbit, it scurries behind Zhang Yu, peeking out cautiously with its round eyes, observing Mew warily. As soon as Mew emerges, it joyfully burrows into Zhang Yu's embrace, chirping, "Bui bui. Xiao Yu, I saw your match had concluded, so I came out." Zhang Yu gently strokes Mew's head, smiling as he replies, "Yes, there will be an awards ceremony tonight. Let us go up together to lift that trophy." Upon hearing Zhang Yu's words, Mew excitedly nuzzles against Zhang Yu, gleefully calling out. At that moment, Jengar, still hiding behind Zhang Yu, tentatively pokes its head out, meekly asking, "Can I join you on stage too?" However, before Jengar can finish its sentence, it receives a fierce glare from Mew, causing it to tremble and quickly retreat, exposing only one eye as it carefully observes Mew. Zhang Yu, witnessing this, finds it rather amusing, gently patting Mew on the head, saying, "All right, don't frighten Jengar anymore." Mew huffs in response, casting a discontented glance at Jengar with its round, expressive eyes before ignoring it entirely. Zhang Yu turns to Jengar, assuring, "Don't worry, Jengar. You will definitely be lifting the cup later." Upon hearing Zhang Yu's words, Jengar finally breathes a sigh of relief, although it still harbors some fear towards Mew, merely nodding timidly without uttering a word. Meanwhile, Lacey, observing this entire scene, is filled with curiosity and cannot help but inquire, why does Jengar fear this Zhang Yu? Upon hearing Lacey's question, first glances around cautiously to ensure no one is listening before exhaling a sigh of relief. He then leans closer to Lacey's ear, lowering his voice to explain softly, "Actually, this is not an ordinary one. It has transformed from you. I consider you a brother, which is why I'm sharing this with you, so you must keep it a secret." Lacey, taken aback by Zhang Yu's revelation, widens his eyes in disbelief. He could never have imagined that the seemingly ordinary before him is, in fact, the legendary Mew in disguise. However, upon hearing Zhang Yu's subsequent words, he quickly regains his composure, nodding earnestly as he declares, "Xiao Yu, you can rest assured, I would never divulge this information." Zhang Yu smiles, patting Lacey on the shoulder. "I believe you. Now, I will go find my sister. See you tonight." Lacey nods with a smile in response. "Yes, see you tonight." With that, Zhang Yu recalls Jengar and turns to walk into the player's passage. As Zhang Yu entered the contestant passage, he affectionately patted Ev's head and said, "Ev, please lead me to the VIP box." Upon hearing Zhang Yu's request, a flash of white light enveloped them, and they instantly materialized in the box. Once inside, Zhang Yu was greeted by Professor Oak, Hannah, Ash, Gary, and Brock, all of whom were present. The moment they saw Zhang Yu, their faces lit up with smiles, offering him heartfelt congratulations. Professor Oak was the first to speak, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Xiao Yu. You have successfully claimed the championship of this year's Indigo Conference." His voice resonated with admiration and recognition for Zhang Yu's achievement. Hannah chimed in eagerly, "Indeed, Junior, you surpass our Ash by leaps and bounds." Her words bore a teasing tone, yet were infused with genuine praise for Zhang Yu. Ash, feeling a twinge of indignation at his mother's remark, interjected, "Mom, I at least made it to the top 4. A hint of grievance crossed his face. Meanwhile, Gary stood nearby, arms crossed, disdain evident as he remarked, "That was merely a stroke of luck." Ash, incensed by Gary's comment, retorted fiercely, "What did you say? I challenge you to a battle." Thus, Ash and Gary fell into their familiar bickering, their rivalry escalating to a point of near chaos. Zhang Yu's gaze suddenly shifted, landing on Brock, who was kneeling on one knee, earnestly addressing Callum. "Oh, beautiful champion, my name is Brock. Would you be so kind as to—" But before he could finish, a hand abruptly grasped his ear, pulling him away. Indeed, it was Zhang Yu, who unceremoniously tossed Brock out of the room. With a resounding thud, the door slammed shut behind him, causing the entire room to tremble slightly from the force. Zhang Yu dusted off his hands, turning back to Professor Oak with a smile, inquiring, "Professor, what brings you here?" Just as Professor Oak was about to respond, Ash eagerly interrupted, "We're heading back to Pallet Town tomorrow to host a celebration. And we're here to invite you. So, Xiao Yu, will you join us?" Pondering for a moment, Zhang Yu nodded thoughtfully and replied, "Ah, I see. That works perfectly, as I also wish to visit the hills behind Pallet Town." He then turned to the ladies, asking, "Will you be joining us?" Callum was the first to shake her head, saying, "I want to be going, as I have commitments to attend to. I must return to Kalos swiftly." Following suit, Serena added, "I want to be going either. I've been traveling for quite some time and should check in on my mother. But, brother Yu, I will certainly visit you when you travel to Chengdu." Zhang Yu smiled and nodded in response, then addressed Callum, "In that case, please take care of her on the way back." Callum nodded affirmatively, "No problem, leave it to me." Zhang Yu's attention then shifted to Cynthia, who also shook her head, saying resignedly, "I want to be going either, as I have a multitude of matters awaiting my attention in Sinnoh." Before Shindai could speak, Cynthia swiftly covered her mouth, explaining to Zhang Yu, "Shindai want to be coming. She must accompany me back to Sinnoh." Shindai's eyes widened in disbelief as she thought, "Wait, when did I agree to go back to Sinnoh with you?" Cynthia, noticing Shindai's expression, smiled gently, affectionately ruffling her hair, and softly reassured her, Now, don't be so surprised. Grandma has been longing to see you." Zhang Yu, witnessing this, nodded in agreement. "Yes, indeed, Shindai. It would be wise to heed Sister Bai Kai's words and visit Grandma Giselin. She would be overjoyed." Shindai turned to Zhang Yu, her incredulity evident. Zhang Yu felt a bit uneasy under her gaze, hastily averting his eyes and feigning nonchalance as he looked toward Luzimin. Luzimin then spoke, "I want to be going either. There are numerous affairs awaiting my attention in Alola." "Oh, I see." Zhang Yu nodded, suddenly recalling something, and looked around, questioning, "By the way, it's the finals. Why hasn't Kona appeared yet?" Kona's voice chimed in, "Thank you for remembering me. She has gone to Chengdu with Dato and Shiba on a mission," Callum explained, her tone revealing a hint of cheer. Zhang Yu frowned slightly, perplexed. "Chengdu? Aren't there's still Li Hua and the others over there? Why do Kona and the others need to go?" Callum clarified, "It seems the rocket team from Kanto has unexpectedly made their way to Chengdu, resulting in a severe manpower shortage, which is why they were dispatched for support." Zhang Yu nodded thoughtfully, murmuring, "I see. I hope they can resolve the rocket team issues smoothly and avoid too much trouble." As he spoke, Zhang Yu's gaze gradually shifted to the last 3 girls sitting nearby, his eyes conveying a silent inquiry. Xiaoxue seemed to understand Zhang Yu's thoughts, smiling brightly as she declared, "Of course, I will accompany you, Xiao Yu." Her words were decisive, without a hint of hesitation. Nazi and Xiaoxia nodded in agreement, echoing Xiaoxue's decision. Professor Oak observed this scene with satisfaction, nodding approvingly, "Very well, since that's the case, you 4 will accompany us back to Pallet Town tomorrow." The 4 responded in unison, "Understood, Professor." That night, the main venue of the Indigo Conference was ablaze with lights as the closing ceremony unfolded with fervor. Though the hour was late, the venue remained packed with a sea of spectators, all immersed in the grand event, relishing their final moments of joy. The esteemed Pokemon trainers, alongside their Pokemon, were poised for the culmination of the Indigo Conference, and the closing ceremony was about to commence. The host's voice resonated like thunder throughout the hall, and before he could finish, the contestants still present on the Indigo Plateau surged forth from the contestant passage like a tide. Next, we will witness a significant moment of this conference, as President Damaranch personally presents commemorative gifts to the contestants, acknowledging their remarkable performances and serving as a testament to their participation in this grand event. The hostess' words acted like a stimulant, igniting excitement among all present. As the announcement concluded, the contestants hurriedly ascended the stage to receive their commemorative gifts. When Zhang Yu approached President Damaranch, the latter smiled warmly, gently patting Zhang Yu's arm as he handed him an exquisite gift, saying, "Xiao Yu, your performance in this Indigo conference has been exceptional. I hope you continue to excel on your journey as a Pokemon trainer." Zhang Yu politely responded, "Thank you, President. I will strive to do my best." After receiving his gift, Zhang Yu returned to his place in the audience. Soon, the moment everyone had been eagerly anticipating arrived, the award ceremony. Now, let us welcome the champion of this Indigo conference, contestant Zhang Yu, to the stage. The host's passionate voice rang out once more. Zhang Yu confidently ascended the stage with Eevee and Jengar. As the glittering champion trophy was handed to him, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Zhang Yu raised the trophy high, his face radiating with a proud smile. Eevee, Mew, danced joyfully at Zhang Yu's feet, while Gung-Gue, no longer afraid, excitedly flailed its arms nearby. After the award ceremony concluded, Zhang Yu was invited by and to a quaint cafe. Upon arriving, he spotted an already seated in a corner. He approached and took a seat, inquiring, "And is there something specific that prompted you to summon me at this late hour?" And hesitated momentarily, then mustered her courage to explain, "Actually, I primarily wanted to ask you about your upcoming plans. For instance, which region's league do you intend to challenge next?" Zhang Yu smiled at her and replied, "Oh, my current intention is to challenge the Chengdu League in a few months. What about you? Do you have any thoughts?" And appeared somewhat conflicted. She bit her lip gently and responded, "I haven't completely made up my mind yet. Initially, I intended to join Kong and the others in challenging the Hoenn League, but after some careful consideration, I feel I should hear your opinion first." Zhang Yu nodded in understanding. After a moment of thought, he asked, "By the way, have Kong and Haixiang already departed for Hoenn?" And nodded affirmatively, saying, "Yes. They set off for Hoenn yesterday." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu fell silent for a brief moment, then thoughtfully remarked, "Indeed, the Hoenn League is a commendable choice. However, the ultimate decision rests with you, as this is your own adventure," and bowed her head in contemplation for a moment before suddenly lifting it. Her gaze resolutely fixed on Zhang Yu as she declared, "All right, I've made up my mind. I will challenge the Chengdu League." With that, she stood up, extended her right hand confidently, and proclaimed, "I will surely defeat you on the Chengdu League stage." Zhang Yu, witnessing this, quickly rose to his feet, grasped his hand, and responded, "I certainly won't concede easily." Chapter 119, The Oak Research Institute. Night fell, enveloping the world in silence, and the clock struck midnight, echoing through the still air. Beside Zhang Yu's room, a door creaked open slowly, and a cautious head peeked out, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Her eyes darted around quickly, and upon confirming that no one was nearby, she let out a sigh of relief and stealthily stepped out of the room. Each step was light and delicate, as if afraid to make even the slightest sound that might disturb the slumbering occupants. When she arrived at Zhang Yu's door, she hesitated for a moment, then slowly reached out her hand to open it. However, just as she was about to touch the doorknob, the door across from Zhang Yu's unexpectedly swung open. With a creak, the sound of the door's hinges echoed conspicuously in the quiet corridor. Karuna's body jolted, and she quickly withdrew her hand, her face a picture of astonishment as she gazed at the source of the noise. There stood Sharona at the doorway, a teasing smile playing on her lips, regarding Karuna with a look that was both playful and enigmatic. Karuna's heart raced, and she struggled to maintain her composure, forcing a strained smile as she feigned nonchalance, saying, "Oh, isn't that Sharona? What brings you here at this late hour?" Sharona's smile widened slightly as she replied, "Aren't you awake as well?" Her tone was calm and gentle, yet the hint of teasing was unmistakable. Karuna's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as she scratched her head awkwardly and chuckled. "Haha, I was just feeling a bit hungry and thought I might grab a bite." Sharona seemed unimpressed by this explanation. Her gaze lingered on Karuna before her smile grew more pronounced as she suggested, "Is that so? Perfect timing. I'm also hungry. Shall we go together?" Karuna inwardly lamented, realizing that she had not anticipated being caught by Sharona, let alone invited to join her for food. Her original plan was now completely derailed, yet she felt unable to outright refuse, fearing it would reveal her unease. Reluctantly, Karuna steeled herself and agreed, stepping out of the door alongside Sharona. Meanwhile, in Zhang Yu's room, he was comfortably cradling Eevee, Mew, lost in a deep slumber. Eevee, Mew, meanwhile, was intently observing the doorway, and upon seeing the two depart, it retracted the psychic aura it had been projecting towards the door and nestled closer to Zhang Yu like a small kitten. Although still asleep, Zhang Yu instinctively tightened his embrace around Eevee Mew. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, gently illuminating the room. Zhang Yu slowly opened his eyes, stretched lazily, and then noticed Eevee, Mew, peacefully resting beside him. With a smile, he gently patted Eevee's head before rising to pack his belongings. Today, he, along with Xiaoxue, Nashi, and Xiaoxia, would depart from the Quartz Plateau and head towards Jinshin Town. After bidding farewell to Sharona and Karuna, the four of them boarded Professor Oak's business vehicle and set off in the direction of Jinshin Town. Throughout the journey, the atmosphere in the car was vibrant. Xiaoxue excitedly chatted with Huazi, sharing amusing anecdotes from their lives. Nashi sat quietly by the window, admiring the scenery along the way. Xiaoxia occasionally chimed in with remarks, filling the vehicle with laughter and cheer. As Professor Oak drove, he engaged Zhang Yu in discussions about Pokemon knowledge. Zhang Yu listened intently, frequently posing questions, all of which Professor Oak answered with patience. Time slipped away unnoticed amidst their enjoyable conversation, and before long, the vehicle arrived at Jinshin Town. Upon disembarking, Zhang Yu immediately spotted the familiar Oak Research Institute. As they entered the institute, numerous Pokemon joyfully bounded towards them, seemingly welcoming their return. Zhang Yu was delighted to recognize many of these Pokemon, and as they caught the familiar scent of him, they eagerly gathered around, affectionately nudging against his legs. Haha, it seems these little ones still remember you, Xiaoyu, Professor Oak chuckled. Indeed, it brings me great joy to see them, Zhang Yu replied with a radiant smile. You can take some time to rest and acclimatize to the surroundings. By the way, Xiaoyu, I've kept the room you previously stayed in reserved for you, Professor Oak continued, addressing the four of them. After expressing their gratitude to Professor Oak, the group dispersed to their respective rooms to settle their belongings. The rooms, though modest, were adorned with warmth, creating a remarkably cozy atmosphere. As they emerged from their rooms, they encountered Shigeru, who had arrived at the Research Institute with Ash and Brock. Shortly thereafter, many townsfolk from Jinshin Town gathered at the Oak Research Institute to prepare for a celebratory event. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu, cradling Eevee, Mew, and holding some Pokemon food in his hand, quietly slipped away from the institute, albeit his departure caught the attention of Nashi, Xiaoxue, and Xiaoxia. Navigating through the bustling crowd, Zhang Yu made his way directly towards the back mountains of Jinshin Town. Upon reaching the rear mountains, Mew reverted to its original form, resting atop Zhang Yu's head. Finding a suitable spot, Zhang Yu paused and surveyed his surroundings. The environment appeared somewhat different from his memories. Many areas had undergone changes. He couldn't help but exclaim, "It's been so long since I last visited. There have been such significant transformations." Meow, meow. Mew nodded in agreement from atop Zhang Yu's head. With a slight smile, Zhang Yu resolved to utilize his psychic abilities for guidance. He concentrated and released his psychic powers, instantly enveloping the entire area around him. Under the influence of his extraordinary abilities, Zhang Yu possessed a keen awareness of everything in his surroundings, including Pokemon concealed within the grass and the caves beneath the earth. Before long, a joyful smile illuminated his face. He looked up at Mew and said, "I found it, Mew. Let us depart." Upon hearing Zhang Yu's words, Mew let out an excited cry twice, and then extended its tiny paws to grasp tightly onto two tufts of Zhang Yu's hair, as if riding atop him. Witnessing this, Zhang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. He gently patted Mew's head and then took a step forward, heading deeper into the mountains. Mew settled securely on Zhang Yu's head, rising and falling in rhythm with his steps. Soon enough, they arrived at a vast lake. Zhang Yu gazed upon the scene before him, and a wave of nostalgia washed over him. It remained unchanged, as if time had stood still. At that moment, a subtle rustling emerged from the grass surrounding them. Chapter 120, Mega Evolution Stone. Just then, a gentle disturbance arose from the nearby underbrush. Zhang Yu focused his gaze and discovered numerous Pokemon had caught wind of his familiar scent, peeking out from the foliage. A delighted smile spread across Zhang Yu's face as he waved to the Pokemon, saying, "Hello, everyone. It's been a long time. How have you all been?" Upon seeing Zhang Yu, especially Mew perched atop his head, the Pokemon rushed towards him in a frenzy. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yu found himself overwhelmed by the enthusiastic Pokemon, while Mew soared into the air. "Haha, you all are exceedingly exuberant." Zhang Yu laughed, struggling to extricate himself from the pile of Pokemon. He stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and began to distribute the Pokemon food he had brought to the adorable little creatures. The Pokemon joyfully accepted the food, savoring it as they gathered around Zhang Yu and Mew, displaying a remarkable affection. Amidst this cheerful atmosphere, a sudden, massive ripple emerged at the center of the lake. In the next moment, a colossal figure slowly surfaced from the water. Zhang Yu leaned closer to the lake and saw that it was Gyarados swimming up from the depths. Zhang Yu quickly waved at Gyarados and called out, "Hey Gyarados, it's been ages. How have you been?" Gyarados, upon hearing Zhang Yu's voice, nodded slightly before emitting a deep roar. I have been well. It has been quite some time since any humans visited this place. Observing Gyarados, Zhang Yu smiled and said, "It seems you are quite content here. Would you care to join me on a journey?" However, Gyarados slowly shook its head and replied, "No, I am quite old now, and I fear I only have a few years left." Hearing this, a wave of sorrow surged within Zhang Yu. He gazed at Gyarados' somewhat aged form, realizing that it had indeed traversed many long years. After speaking, Gyarados prepared to dive back into the water, and at that moment, Zhang Yu swiftly retrieved his Rotom phone, pressed the scanning button, and aimed the device at Gyarados. Before long, the Rotom phone announced, "Pokemon, Gyarados. Gender, male. Type, water flying. Ability, intimidate. Level, 90, champion. Potential, champion. Moves, Hydro Pump, Dragon Dance, Waterfall, Hyper Beam, and Rampage." Upon hearing this, a hint of regret crossed Zhang Yu's face as he shook his head helplessly. Moments later, Gyarados resurfaced, spitting out a stone from its mouth and offering it to Zhang Yu, saying, "Human, I wish to ask for your assistance. This stone shall serve as your reward. While I am uncertain of its purpose, I can sense the energy contained within it." Zhang Yu stared intently at the stone, excitement bubbling within him as he replied, "Certainly. Please tell me what you need help with." Zhang Yu's heart raced as he recognized the true identity of the stone, a Mega Evolution Stone. Although he was unaware of which Pokemon it belonged to, the mere discovery thrilled him immensely. After all, research on Mega Evolution was still in its infancy, and these stones were exceedingly rare. Only a mere handful had been discovered globally. As Zhang Yu reveled in his excitement, Gyarados' voice broke through, "I hope you can protect the Pokemon here. Most of them have been abandoned and harmed by humans, leaving them filled with fear and distrust. Thus, restoring their faith in humanity is a formidable challenge. However, you are the chosen trainer of Mew, and I believe you possess the capability to safeguard them. Therefore, I have decided to entrust them to you." Upon hearing this, a profound sense of responsibility surged within Zhang Yu. He looked at the pitiful Pokemon before him, many of whom had shed tears, clearly having endured painful pasts. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly nodded and assured Gyarados, "Rest assured, Gyarados, I will protect them. My sister is the champion of the Kalos region, and our family owns numerous estates there. I intend to bring these Pokemon to that place, where they will be cared for by professionals. Do you think this arrangement is acceptable?" Gyarados nodded in agreement, stating, "I trust you, human." With that, Gyarados submerged back into the depths of the lake. Zhang Yu watched the direction in which Gyarados had departed, deep in thought. He turned around and spoke to his Rotom phone, saying, "Rotom, please initiate a video call to Nabe." The Rotom phone promptly responded, "Understood, Rotom." Shortly thereafter, the screen displayed the call connecting. Before long, the call was answered, revealing a striking woman with long, straight black hair. Nabe was the caretaker responsible for Zhang Yu, and her beauty and elegance were truly captivating. During Zhang Yu's childhood, when Karuna embarked on her journeys, Nabe had taken on the responsibility of caring for him. After a certain birthday when Karuna gifted him an estate, Nabe had been assigned to manage it. Although Zhang Yu and Nabe maintained contact through phone calls, they had not seen each other in several years. "Nabe, it has been quite a while." Zhang Yu greeted her with a wave and a warm smile. Nabe, upon seeing Zhang Yu, returned the smile and inquired, "Young master, is there something you need?" Her voice was gentle and sweet, bringing a sense of comfort. "Nabe, I have an important task for you." Zhang Yu's tone turned serious as his gaze fixed on her. Nabe stood attentively, listening to his words. "I would like you to prepare a special place in the estate for the Pokemon to reside," Zhang Yu continued. "I plan to bring a group of Pokemon, many of whom have suffered from abandonment and harm by humans. Therefore, I hope you can care for them properly." A glimmer of sympathy and compassion flickered in Nabe's eyes as she nodded resolutely. "Young master, please rest assured. I will make the necessary arrangements. There is ample space in the estate to accommodate these Pokemon, and I will ensure that dedicated personnel are in place to look after them." At that moment, the surrounding Pokemon began to gather curiously around Zhang Yu, peering at the Rotom phone in his hand. Chapter 121, Moving House. As this unfolded, the Pokemon encircled Zhang Yu. Intrigued by the device in his grasp, Zhang Yu smiled warmly at the Pokemon gathered around him and reassured them, "Do not worry, my dear friends. You shall soon have a cozy new home." With that, he retrieved a Master Ball from his pocket and gently pressed the button, causing the ball's lid to spring open and a brilliant light to burst forth. As the illumination gradually faded, Mewtwo materialized before the assembled Pokemon, stirring a wave of excitement among them, yet it remained remarkably composed, standing quietly beside Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu introduced Mewtwo to Nabi, saying, This is Mewtwo, who will accompany Mew in escorting these Pokemon to the estate. He then raised Mew in front of the Rotom phone, ensuring Nabi could see it clearly. Nabi, this is Mew. It will also be joining us on the journey to the estate, he conveyed through the device. Upon hearing this, Nabi nodded slightly and replied softly, I understand, young master. Please take care of yourself while you are outside. A smile graced Zhang Yu's lips as he waved goodbye, assuring her, rest assured, Nabi. I will look after myself. I shall end the call now. Very well, young master. I look forward to your next call. Nabi's voice was gentle and warm. And as her words faded, the Rotom phone promptly disconnected. After hanging up, Zhang Yu surveyed the surrounding Pokemon and inquired with a smile, everyone, would you like to move to a brand new home? To his surprise, many Pokemon shook their heads, seemingly reluctant to leave this familiar place. Zhang Yu's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to ask, why is that? Why do you not wish to go to the new home? At that moment, a Nidoking stepped forward from the crowd of Pokemon, exclaiming, Nido, we do not wish to leave our home for an unfamiliar place. We have too many memories here. We cannot bear to part with it. After pondering Nidoking's words in silence for a moment, Zhang Yu turned to Mewtwo and Mew and posed the question, is there a way to relocate this entire area to Kalos? Mewtwo scanned the surroundings before responding, if we are confined to this specific area, it should not pose a significant challenge. However, Mew, exuding a sense of certainty, nodded without even glancing at her surroundings. Observing this, Zhang Yu contemplated briefly before addressing the Pokemon. In that case, I intend to relocate your home. What do you think? As soon as he finished speaking, the Pokemon began to murmur among themselves in hushed tones. After a brief discussion, they raised their heads, exchanged glances, and collectively nodded in agreement, signaling their consent. Feeling reassured, Zhang Yu prepared to use his psychic abilities to communicate with Gyarados regarding this decision. However, when he projected his abilities across the lake, he was astonished to find he could not sense Gyarados' presence at all. Confusion washed over him as he meticulously searched every corner of the lake bed. Finally, on one side of the lake, he stumbled upon a dark, foreboding opening. Its depths appeared mysterious, leaving him uncertain of where it led. He gazed intently at the opening, almost envisioning Gyarados' departing silhouette. Lost in thought, he mused, perhaps Gyarados has entrusted these Pokemon to me, which is why it slipped away through this aperture. After all, Gyarados must have been guarding these Pokemon for quite some time. It may wish to explore the world beyond. A quiet sigh escaped him, a tinge of melancholy rising in his heart as he wondered if he would ever see it again. Yet, he did not allow this sentiment to linger for long. Quickly regaining his composure, he took a deep breath and instructed the Rotom phone, Rotom, initiate the map navigation. Understood, Rotom, the device responded promptly, its screen illuminating with a navigational interface that floated before Zhang Yu. Skillfully, he set the destination on the map and handed the Rotom phone to Mewtwo, saying, Mewtwo, please follow this navigation and ensure there's safe passage to Nabi. I will await your return at Professor Oak's laboratory. Mewtwo accepted the Rotom phone, nodding slowly in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Mew gazed longingly at Zhang Yu. Noticing Mew's gaze, Zhang Yu reached out and gently patted its small head, saying, be good, hurry back. I will be waiting for your return at Professor Oak's lab. Observing this tender moment, Mewtwo felt a surge of jealousy, fixating its gaze on Mew without uttering a word, merely expressing its discontent through its eyes. Mew, sensing Mewtwo's envy, playfully made a face at it when Zhang Yu was not looking, then swiftly turned away, feigning indifference. Mewtwo's anger flared at this, causing its psychic energy to become somewhat uncontrollable. However, Zhang Yu remained oblivious, assuming Mewtwo was preparing to use its powers to transport the area. The Pokemon, startled by Mewtwo's sudden surge of energy, scurried behind Zhang Yu in fright. Observing their distress, he quickly turned to them, speaking softly to calm their fears. Once the Pokemon settled down, he turned to Mewtwo and Mew, stating, all right, you may set off now. Upon receiving the command, Mewtwo and Mew wasted no time in unleashing their formidable psychic powers, enveloping the area tightly. As their abilities took effect, the entire region began to slowly lift off the ground, ascending into the sky. This breathtaking spectacle left Zhang Yu awestruck. Witnessing such a colossal area gradually rise before him was a visual impact that was nothing short of astonishing. Meanwhile, in the backyard of Professor Oak's laboratory, the onlookers sensed the unusual commotion. They stared in disbelief at the immense region soaring through the sky, each one rendered speechless. Ash widened his eyes, pointing at the flying area and eagerly exclaiming to Professor Oak, Doctor, what is that? Could it be a new species of Pokemon? Beside him, Misty rolled her eyes at Ash's remark, exasperatedly retorting, that clearly isn't a Pokemon. Her tone bore a hint of resignation. However, Misty quickly shifted her focus back to Zhang Yu, her expression filled with concern as she turned to Professor Oak and asked anxiously, "Doctor, you just went to the back mountain. Could he be in danger?" Just then, May rushed in, panting heavily, her face pale from exertion. Breathlessly, she informed Professor Oak, "Doctor, it's bad." Natsumi used her psychic powers and went straight to the back mountain. Professor Oak's brow furrowed tightly as he grasped the gravity of the situation. Yet, he remained composed, reassuring everyone, stay calm. Natsumi possesses psychic abilities and should be safe. Let's hurry and check the situation. With that, Professor Oak dashed into the laboratory to retrieve 3 Pokeballs. He unhesitatingly hurled the Pokeball into the air, exclaiming, "Come forth, Dragonite, Charizard, and Gyarados." With a flash of light, 3 formidable Pokemon materialized before the onlookers. Professor Oak deftly leapt onto Dragonite's back and called out to the others, "Everyone, quickly join me." Ash, Gary, and Brock mounted Gyarados, while May and Misty climbed aboard Charizard. The group, riding on Professor Oak's Pokemon, swiftly raced towards the back mountain. At that moment, Zhang Yu gazed at the ascending area, preparing to turn away, when he suddenly sensed a powerful psychic force approaching him. Alarmed, he swiftly turned his head and beheld a figure appearing before him like a specter. Upon recognizing it was Nashi, Zhang Yu let out a sigh of relief. Having initially feared it was an intimidating Pokemon, Nashi, with a concerned expression, looked at Zhang Yu and asked, "Xiao Yu, what on earth is happening? Are you alright? Are you hurt?" Before Zhang Yu could respond, Ash and the others arrived on their Pokemon. Ash, astonished, exclaimed, "Xiao Yu, how did you end up here?" Misty and May breathed a sigh of relief, their faces reflecting a sense of reassurance as they said, "Thank goodness you're okay." Meanwhile, Professor Oak, Gary, and Brock were taken aback by the sight before them. The area that had previously vanished was now filled with water seeping from the lakebed, creating a vast puddle. With wide eyes, Professor Oak pointed at the lake and incredulously inquired, "Xiao Yu, what has transpired here?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Zhang Yu scratched his head and began to recount the entire sequence of events. As the others listened, expressions of realization dawned upon their faces. Professor Oak smiled at Zhang Yu and said, "Xiao Yu, you could have simply informed me. I could have taken care of this matter." Zhang Yu promptly shook his head, resolutely replying, "No, Professor, this is something I promised Gyarados. I cannot trouble you with it." Professor Oak nodded in understanding, then chuckled as he patted Zhang Yu on the shoulder, saying, "In that case, let us hasten back to the celebration. Everyone is waiting for us." Thus, the group hurriedly made their way back to the rear courtyard of the Research Institute. Upon their return, Professor Oak reassured the residents of Masera Town that there was no longer any trouble in the back mountain, and the celebration officially commenced. At that moment, May suddenly suggested, "Xiao Yu, I think we should let our Pokemon join this celebration as well. What do you think?" After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Yu nodded in agreement. "I believe that is an excellent idea. After all, they are our companions on this journey." With that, he called out, "Come forth, Vulpix and Meowth." May was the first to release her 2 Pokeballs. As she did so, Vulpix and Meowth appeared on the scene. Nashi also threw her 2 Pokeballs, and with a graceful arc through the air, they opened with a pop, revealing Munna and Gardevoir. Simultaneously, Misty released her 4 Pokeballs. With a burst of light, Blastoise, Togepi, Staryu, and Psyduck materialized onto the grass. As for the Magikarp and Gyarados, Misty refrained from releasing them, as there was no suitable water pool nearby. Observing this, Zhang Yu retrieved 8 Pokeballs from his waist and tossed them into the air one by one. In an instant, 8 beams of light flashed, revealing his 8 Pokemon: Gengar, Dragonite, Gardevoir, Charizard, Greninja, Mega Rayquaza, Arcanine, and Pikachu. However, considering the presence of many residents from Masera Town, Zhang Yu chose not to release Diancie and Zapdos, as their prominence might incite unnecessary commotion. Wandering through the celebration with Gardevoir, Zhang Yu indulged in the delicacies, while Gardevoir held several small cakes, occasionally feeding him a piece. Unbeknownst to them, they soon approached a noodle stall. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Yu's eyes widened in surprise, for he discovered that the individuals manning the stall were none other than Team Rocket's trio. A smirk played on Zhang Yu's lips as he regarded the trio with a bemused expression, saying, "Team Rocket, are you planning to cause mischief here again?" The members of Team Rocket, clearly taken aback by Zhang Yu's presence, exchanged awkward glances, their expressions stiffening. Musashi forced a smile and hastily explained, "Of course not. We are merely here to sell some snacks." Alongside, Kojiro and Meowth quickly chimed in, "Yes, indeed. We are legitimate business people. Is that so? Then I would like 2 servings of fried noodles and 2 servings of takoyaki." Zhang Yu replied with a smile, turning to Gardevoir to ask, Gardevoir, would you like it spicy? Gardevoir appeared puzzled by the question, tilting its head and blinking its large eyes as if contemplating. After a moment of hesitation, Gardevoir ultimately nodded, indicating its willingness to try. Zhang Yu was taken aback by Gardevoir's response. He recalled that Gardevoir did not seem particularly fond of spicy food, but since it was willing to give it a go, he decided to respect its choice. Therefore, he addressed Team Rocket, one mild and one extra spicy, please. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's request, Team Rocket sprang into action, skillfully preparing the ingredients and cooking the delicious fried noodles and takoyaki. Before long, 2 steaming servings of fried noodles and 2 fragrant servings of takoyaki were ready. Zhang Yu gazed at the delectable food before him, unable to suppress a gulp. Thinking to himself, as expected of Team Rocket, aside from their failure to capture Pikachu, their other skills are impeccable. However, when he reached for his wallet to pay, he suddenly encountered an awkward predicament. He had forgotten to bring any money. Zhang Yu rummaged through his pockets, but could not locate his wallet. His face flushed slightly as he cleared his throat, then turned to Team Rocket and said, well, since we are so familiar with each other, would you mind if I put it on credit? Team Rocket's members were taken aback by Zhang Yu's proposition, staring at each other in confusion, unsure of how to respond. However, recognizing that they could not afford to anger Zhang Yu, they ultimately nodded quickly, saying, of course, we don't mind. A satisfied smile spread across Zhang Yu's face as he turned and left with Gardevoir without hesitation. Just as they were about to step out of Team Rocket's line of sight, Zhang Yu suddenly halted, turned back, and fixed a piercing gaze on them, warning, you better not pull any tricks, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Team Rocket nodded eagerly, assuring him they would not cause any trouble. Zhang Yu and Gardevoir, holding their food, searched through the celebration and finally found an empty seat. Zhang Yu placed the extra spicy dish in front of Gardevoir and sat down opposite. Gardevoir, filled with delight, eagerly opened the lid. It gently speared a takoyaki ball with a fork and cautiously brought it to its mouth. However, after merely chewing twice, Gardevoir's face instantly flushed crimson, and it spat out the takoyaki in a rush. Its lips quivered from the spiciness, and its tongue, seemingly out of control, flicked out as it trembled, desperately trying to alleviate the fiery sensation. Tears shimmered in her eyes, as if she were on the verge of crying at any moment, her body trembling incessantly from the fiery stimulation. Zhang Yu observed Xerneas in such a state, and an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged within him. He furrowed his brow, deep in thought, and finally recalled that he had indeed encountered a similar Xerneas in his previous life's narratives. Xerneas, little you, it's so spicy, I want water. Xerneas gazed at Zhang Yu with a pitiful expression, her delicate voice tinged with a hint of pain. Seeing this, Zhang Yu hurriedly rose to his feet and dashed to fetch 2 bottles of water. He swiftly returned to his seat, handing 1 bottle to Xerneas with concern. Quickly, drink some water to alleviate the spiciness. Xerneas accepted the water and gulped it down like a parched traveler in a desert. In the blink of an eye, the first bottle was emptied, yet Xerneas seemed still unsatisfied with the relief, unhesitatingly reaching for the second bottle. After consuming both bottles, Xerneas finally regained her composure. Her complexion gradually returned to normal, no longer as flushed as before. However, when her gaze fell upon the plate of takoyaki once more, a flicker of apprehension crossed her face. Cautiously, Xerneas pushed the plate of spicy takoyaki toward Zhang Yu. As though it were a dreadful poison she dared not touch again. Zhang Yu, confronted with the fiery dish, felt a wave of hesitation wash over him, for he too was not particularly adept at handling spicy food. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to return the takoyaki to Team Rocket. With great care, he lifted the insulated box and, alongside Xerneas, made his way back to Team Rocket's fried noodle stall. Hello, Team Rocket, we meet again. Zhang Yu greeted with a smile. Wow, you're back again, Musashi exclaimed. Clearly taken aback by Zhang Yu's unexpected return, her words stumbling over each other. Zhang Yu waved his hand, chuckling. Didn't I mention before? Just call me Zhang Yu or Little Yu. No need for any grand titles. The trio of Team Rocket nodded in understanding. Seeing this, Kojiru hastily inquired, so Little Yu, are you back for a specific reason? Zhang Yu did not respond directly. Instead, he presented the spicy takoyaki and fried noodles to Team Rocket, saying, I don't want this anymore. Please take it back. Kojiru, somewhat bewildered, accepted the takoyaki and noodles, eyeing Zhang Yu with suspicion. Is there something wrong with this? Scratching his head, Zhang Yu explained a bit sheepishly. Oh, it's nothing serious. It's just that my Xerneas can't handle spicy food. The trio of Team Rocket couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths, silently pondering. If she can't handle spicy, why order something so spicy? Zhang Yu seemed to realize his blunder, offering an awkward smile before hastily leaving with Xerneas. Subsequently, they approached the banquet table and indulged in delightful desserts. As the celebration concluded and the crowd began to disperse, Ash suddenly appeared before Zhang Yu, his face brimming with excitement. "Little Yu, where are you planning to travel next?" Without hesitation, Zhang Yu replied, "I intend to head to the Orange Archipelago to challenge the Victor S Cup there. Is there a problem?" Ash's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Great. I've decided. I'll also challenge the Victor S Cup in the Orange Archipelago." With that, he spun around like a gust of wind, racing off to find Brock, seemingly eager to embark on a new adventure. Zhang Yu watched Ash's spirited retreat with a helpless shake of his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. That night, the lights of Professor Oak's lab shone brightly against the darkness. In Zhang Yu's room, he sat at his desk, facing the computer screen, engaging in a video call with Dr. Bratano. "Dr. Bratano, I found a Mega Evolution Stone, but I'm unsure to which Pokemon it belongs. Could you help me identify it?" Zhang Yu said, brimming with excitement. "Oh, a Mega Evolution Stone?" Dr. Bratano responded, clearly astonished by the news. "I didn't expect you to have such luck, little Yu. Let me have a look." Zhang Yu retrieved the Mega Evolution Stone given to him by Gyarados from his pocket, positioning it before the camera for a clearer view. Dr. Bratano leaned closer to the screen, scrutinizing the stone's every detail. After a moment, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "I've never seen such patterns on a Mega Evolution Stone. Our research on Mega Evolution has only just begun, so I cannot ascertain which Pokemon this belongs to." Feeling a twinge of disappointment at the professor's words, Zhang Yu persevered, asking, "Is there any other information you can glean from the stone? Perhaps what type of Pokemon it might belong to?" Dr. Bratano pondered for a moment before responding, "Based on the energy fluctuations, it should belong to a water-type Pokemon." "Little Yu, have you recently captured any special Pokemon? Or were there any Pokemon in the vicinity when you found this stone? There may be clues to uncover." Suddenly, Zhang Yu's eyes lit up with excitement. "This Mega Evolution Stone was given to me by a Gyarados. Could it possibly belong to Gyarados?" Dr. Bratano's eyes brightened at this revelation, sharing in Zhang Yu's excitement. "Indeed, there is a possibility. However, we have yet to discover Gyarados' Mega Evolution form. So to confirm if this stone truly belongs to Gyarados, further research is required. Little Yu, please send the Mega Evolution Stone to me, and once we have confirmed it, I will return it to you promptly." Zhang Yu nodded, readily agreeing, "Understood, Doctor. I will send the Mega Evolution Stone to you tomorrow. Oh, and by the way, I have a small request. I wonder if you could grant it?" Dr. Bratano smiled. "Haha, Little Yu, feel free to share your request. As long as it is within my capabilities, I certainly want to refuse." Feeling slightly bashful, Zhang Yu scratched his head before summoning the courage to say, "Doctor, could you perhaps provide me with a keystone? This way, I can allow my Pokemon to Mega Evolve." Dr. Bratano chuckled heartily in response. "Haha, I see. That is certainly not an issue, Little Yu. Once we have thoroughly researched the Mega Evolution Stone, I will send you the keystone as well." "Wonderful. Thank you, Doctor." Zhang Yu exclaimed joyfully. "It's settled then. Goodbye, Doctor." After concluding the call with Dr. Bratano, Zhang Yu lay contentedly on his bed, musing to himself. If this stone truly belonged to Gyarados, then the red Gyarados in the Chengdu region would undoubtedly be worth capturing, as it would certainly serve as a key Pokemon for Dodo Bird, with exceptional potential. However, this consideration seemed a bit unfair to Dodo Bird. The following morning, Zhang Yu rose early, quickly completing his morning routine before mounting his Dragonite and heading toward the city of Shallow Pine. Upon arrival, he carefully packaged the Mega Evolution Stone and sent it to Dr. Bratano. In the days that followed, Zhang Yu and the three ladies resided at Professor Oak's laboratory, patiently awaiting the return of Mewtwo and Mew. Recently, Shigeru had embarked on his own journey of training, leaving only the five of them at the research facility. One bright and sunny day, as usual, Zhang Yu and the others were in the backyard of Professor Oak, assisting in the preparation of food for the Pokemon. They busily engaged in their tasks while enjoying pleasant conversations, relishing the tranquil yet fulfilling moments. Suddenly, a pink figure darted into Zhang Yu's embrace like a bolt of lightning. To his astonishment, he discovered that it was Mew returning. Mew affectionately nuzzled its fluffy little head against Zhang Yu, mewling, "Mew, Mew, Little Yu, I missed you so much." At that moment, Mewtwo also appeared before Zhang Yu, stating, "Little Yu, we have safely entrusted those Pokemon to a woman named Nabe." Zhang Yu smiled as he patted Mew's head, replying, "Thank you for your hard work. I missed you too, Mew." His gaze then shifted to Mewtwo. "Of course, Mewtwo, I missed you as well." Upon hearing this, Mewtwo's cheeks flushed slightly, and turning its head away, it replied, "I didn't miss you at all. Observing Mutwo's tsundere demeanor, Zhang Yu couldn't help but chuckle and continued. The Pokemon should all be settled in, right? Mutwo nodded affirmatively, responding, yes. And the environment there is very suitable for Pokemon to thrive. They should be quite happy. Zhang Yu nodded in reassurance and then inquired, by the way, where's Rotom? Mutwo scanned the area, perplexed, and said, could it be that it didn't catch up with us? At this, Zhang Yu's eyelids twitched, silently musing. You expect a Rotom to keep pace with 2 level 1 legendary Pokemon? He helplessly raised his hand to rub his forehead and sighed, alas. We have no choice but to trust in Rotom. It will surely return. Let's wait for it a little longer. Meanwhile, Rotom, unbeknownst to them, was slowly making its way towards Professor Oak's laboratory from some distant corner. Honestly, to see little you sooner, they left me behind all alone. How unfair. Rotom grumbled inwardly. After recalling Mutwo into its Pokeball, Zhang Yu held Mew and, accompanied by the 3 ladies, turned to walk back into the laboratory. As they entered, Professor Oak happened to approach them. His eyes immediately lit up upon noticing Mew nestled in Zhang Yu's arms, exclaiming with excitement, Little you, Mew has returned. This is splendid. Do you think you could let Mew assist me with some research? Zhang Yu, seeing the professor's eager gaze, sighed resignedly and replied, Professor, I think you should reconsider. Mew will absolutely not cooperate with you for research. Before he could finish his sentence, Mew playfully tugged down its left eyelid while sticking out its tongue, making a silly face at Professor Oak, as if to say, you think I'd help you with your research? Not a chance. Observing Mew's reaction, Professor Oak felt a tinge of disappointment but remained undeterred, saying, Little you, perhaps Mew will change its mind in the future. Zhang Yu merely smiled, choosing not to respond further. Meanwhile, Mew used hypnosis to put Professor Oak to sleep. Gradually, the professor's eyes grew hazy, his body began to sway, and with a thud, he fell to the ground, slipping into slumber. Zhang Yu, witnessing this, shook his head in resignation and, utilizing his psychic abilities, gently lifted Professor Oak's body and placed him on the couch. As night fell and the lights illuminated, after a day of travel, Rotom finally arrived at Professor Oak's laboratory. From a distance, it peered through the window and spotted Zhang Yu in the room, playing with Xerneas, Diancie, and Mew in a harmonious atmosphere. Excitedly, Rotom flew towards the room, calling out, Little you, I'm back. Rotom, however, just as it was about to enter, a loud crash echoed as Rotom collided with the glass of the window. Following the impact, Rotom slowly descended from the air and landed with a thud on the lawn. At that moment, Rotom's eyes were spiraled, clearly dazed from the collision, temporarily unable to battle. Hearing the noise, Zhang Yu felt a twinge of confusion. He walked to the window and peered outside. However, due to the darkness, he saw nothing amiss, only a tranquil lawn and distant trees. Scratching his head, he pondered, could it be that I misheard? He began to doubt his hearing. Just as he was about to use his psychic abilities to investigate, he was suddenly yanked back by a powerful force. Turning around, he found Xerneas eagerly pulling him, realizing it was time for him to roll the dice. Zhang Yu chuckled helplessly, thinking perhaps he really had misheard, and followed Xerneas back to the game table to continue their game of Ludo. Poor Rotom spent the night alone on the lawn in solitude. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, casting golden patches on the grass. Rotom, feeling the warmth of the sun in its dreams, slowly opened its eyes. Shaking its slightly dizzy head, it recalled the events of the previous night, and its anger flared within. It fumed as it flew to the window, ready to complain to Zhang Yu. The window being unlocked, Rotom easily pushed it open and zipped into the room. Little you, I'm back. Rotom, it shouted, its voice echoing within the chamber. However, Zhang Yu, still in a deep slumber, instinctively grabbed a pillow and hurled it towards the source of the sound. With a thud, poor Rotom was sent flying out once more. Meanwhile, Mew, lying beside Zhang Yu, merely lifted an eyelid to glance at the flying Rotom before returning to its slumber. On the other side of Zhang Yu, Diancie got out of bed and quickly approached the window, peering down. She spotted Rotom lying on the lawn below, its screen facing the ground, its eyes spiraled once again. Evidently rendered unable to battle, Diancie hurried to the bedside to awaken Xerneas, who had somehow rolled off the bed and was curled up in a corner, sleeping soundly. Gently nudging it, Diancie urged, Xerneas, wake up. Xerneas stirred awake, blinking in confusion, and rubbed its eyes, mumbling, Shanai, Shanai, what is happening? Diancie anxiously told Xerneas, quickly use your psychic abilities to bring Rotom back. It was accidentally knocked down by Little you. Upon hearing Diancie's words, Xerneas stood up, wobbling as it made its way to the window, yawning as if still not fully awake. Nevertheless, Xerneas quickly focused its energy and activated its psychic abilities. Its eyes emitted a blue glow, enveloping Rotom's form below. Following that, the Rotom phone's body began to ascend slowly. As it hovered beside the window, Diantha extended her hands to catch it. At that moment, the Rotom phone, somewhat dazed, opened its eyes and stammered, what just happened? I was just attacked. Holding the Rotom phone with both hands, Diantha expressed her sincere apologies, saying, "Oh, Rotom, I truly apologize. Your voice was a bit too loud, and it disturbed Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu might not have fully woken up yet and accidentally knocked you down with a pillow." Upon hearing this, Rotom felt quite wronged. Its screen flickered a few times as it whimpered, "I just hurried back from outside, only to be hit twice upon my return, sob sob." Diantha quickly reassured it, All right, Rotom. Although Xiao Yu did hit you with a pillow, it was indeed his fault, but it was also because you disturbed his sleep first. Besides, he only hit you once. You can't exaggerate like that, you know." Rotom pondered Diantha's words, realizing that it was indeed the case, as it had accidentally bumped into the window the previous night, which had nothing to do with Xiao Yu. At that moment, Zhang Yu awakened from his slumber. The instant he opened his eyes, he spotted Rotom's pitiful appearance. He hastily leapt from his bed, dashing to Diantha's side in just a few swift steps, and took Rotom from her hands, shaking it as he exclaimed, "Rotom, how did you end up like this? Tell me, who did this to you? I will avenge you." As they arrived at Orange Islands, Zhang Yu pondered, should he write about a summer camp hosted by Kona? Chapter 1. Departure to Orange Islands. Zhang Yu hurriedly leaped from his bed, ran to Diantha, took Rotom from her, and shook it, asking, "Rotom, how did you end up like this? Tell me, who did this to you? I will certainly seek revenge." Rotom pointed its antenna at Zhang Yu, stammering, "Don't shake me. It was you who did this." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu halted his actions, looking astonished at Rotom, then awkwardly turned to Diantha and asked hesitantly, "Is that really me?" Diantha nodded and recounted the entire sequence of events to Zhang Yu in detail. After listening, Zhang Yu scratched his head, displaying a guilty expression as he promptly apologized to Rotom, saying, "Oh dear, I'm really sorry. Rotom, it was not my intention." Rotom huffed indignantly, still seemingly upset over the earlier incident, but upon seeing Zhang Yu's sincere apology, its anger gradually dissipated. Just then, a soft knock on the door interrupted them. Zhang Yu, noticing, quickly set down Rotom and hastened to the door, opening it to reveal Xiaoxua standing there with a smile. She said, "Xiao Yu, hurry and wash up, breakfast is ready." Zhang Yu nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "All right, I understand, I'll be right down." After closing the door, he returned to his room to change clothes. Once dressed, Zhang Yu recalled Diantha and Xerneas into their Pokeballs, then picked up Mew and briskly made his way to the bathroom to freshen up. Rotom trailed closely behind him like a devoted follower. When Zhang Yu descended the stairs, he immediately spotted everyone already gathered around the dining table, awaiting his arrival. Xiaoxua emerged from the kitchen, carrying a fragrant plate of breakfast, which she placed before Zhang Yu's seat, gently saying, "Xiao Yu, come and eat." "Thanks, Xiaoxua." Zhang Yu replied with a smile, then took his seat and placed Mew beside him. Professor Oak remarked, observing the Rotom phone floating beside Zhang Yu, "Ah, Rotom, you're back. So, Xiao Yu, are you planning to head to the Orange Islands?" Zhang Yu, chewing on some bread, nodded vigorously at Professor Oak's inquiry, mumbling, "Yes, Professor. We plan to depart this afternoon." Professor Oak hesitated for a moment before speaking. "In that case, I have a favor to ask of you." Zhang Yu, intrigued, swallowed his food and asked, "What is it, Professor?" After a brief contemplation, Professor Oak continued, "I hope you can make a stop at Digon Island on your way." "Digon Island? Professor, what is the purpose of going there?" Xiaoxia interjected. "I previously sent Ash and the others to the Nemu Research Institute there to retrieve a mysterious Pokeball, but I haven't heard from them yet. And I'm quite worried," Professor Oak expressed with concern. Zhang Yu, familiar with the anime, knew that Ash and his companions had been entangled with Team Rocket, while Professor Oak was unaware. Thus, Zhang Yu comforted, "Professor Oak, please don't worry just yet. Perhaps Ash and the others encountered some minor issues on the road that delayed them. How about we finish breakfast and then set off?" Professor Oak agreed to Zhang Yu's suggestion, and the three girls nodded in approval. After breakfast, Zhang Yu called up Professor Bretano to exchange Pokemon. Currently, Zhang Yu's Pokemon included Xerneas, Mewtwo, Mew, Diantha, Milotic, Tentacruel, Dragonite, Greninja, Zapdos, Pikachu, and Jengar. Once everyone organized their luggage, they prepared to depart for Shurjian City to board a flying ship to Digon Island. Throughout the journey, everyone brimmed with anticipation for the upcoming adventure. However, just as they were nearing Shurjian City, Professor Oak suddenly called. Upon answering, Professor Oak's voice came through, "Xiao Yu, Ash, and the others have contacted me. They are all fine. They just encountered some delays on their journey, so you need not go to Digon Island. Upon receiving this news, Zhang Yu and his companions decided to alter their itinerary and head directly to Xiaoguan Island. After several days of traveling by airship, they finally arrived at Xiaoguan Island. This island was enveloped in lush tropical foliage, with the sea breeze gently caressing the beach, bringing with it the scent of the ocean. While aboard the airship, Mew sensed the presence of an old friend and, feeling quite bored, bid farewell to Zhang Yu, deciding to seek out that old friend for some fun. As Zhang Yu stepped off the airship, he stretched, basking in the warm sunlight. He turned to the floating Rotom phone beside him and said, "Rotom, lead us to the Xiaoguan Gym." "Of course, Rotom," Rotom replied enthusiastically, then swiftly flew ahead to guide the way. The group followed Rotom, traversing through dense woods along the winding paths. Along the way, they admired the unique scenery of Xiaoguan Island, their spirits lifted. However, just as they were about to catch sight of the Xiaoguan Gym, a peculiar sight appeared before them. In the center of the path lay a basket of fruit, resembling a simple and juvenile trap. Zhang Yu gazed at the basket, puzzled. Why is there such a childish trap here? No sooner had he spoken than Naz appeared to unleash her psychic abilities. Her eyes shimmered with a blue glow as an immense force hurled a child from behind a coconut tree. The child struggled briefly in midair before instantly transforming into a doll. Zhang Yu stepped forward, bent down, and picked up the doll lying on the ground before tucking it into his pocket. The moment he laid eyes on the child, he instantly recognized the little imp. Indeed, it was the very same rascal from the anime who had set a trap and drenched Ash with a bucket of water. However, Zhang Yu had forgotten the child's name. All he remembered was that the imp's sister was seemingly the gym trainer at the Summer Citrus Gym. Although Zhang Yu had identified the little troublemaker, he did not instruct Naz to nullify her psychic powers. Consider it a minor lesson for the mischievous child. Chapter 2, Summer Citrus Island. Despite recognizing the little imp, Zhang Yu refrained from asking Naz to lift her psychic influence. This would serve as a small reprimand for the child. After all, coming to challenge the gym only to set a trap and drench the challenger was utterly unacceptable. Such a mischievous child required proper guidance. Zhang Yu was well acquainted with Naz's psychic abilities from the anime. However, it was the first time for Xiaoxue and Xiaoxia, whose faces were adorned with expressions of astonishment. Xiaoxia's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Naz, inquiring, "Naz, how did you accomplish that?" Naz smiled slightly, replying nonchalantly, "It is merely an application of psychic ability." Her tone was calm, as if such feats were commonplace for her. Upon hearing Naz's response, Xiaoxue and Xiaoxia simultaneously turned their gazes towards Zhang Yu. Curiously, Xiaoxue asked, "Xiao Yu, can you do that too?" Zhang Yu shook his head, responding, "I have not learned that particular application of psychic power. My training has always focused on enhancing my own abilities." No sooner had he spoken than he concentrated his psychic energy into his right hand, and a formidable force coalesced within his fist. Without hesitation, he swung his right fist with great force against a nearby coconut tree. The sound of a sharp crack echoed as the tree toppled instantly. The coconut tree. "For my peanuts." Xiaoxia and Xiaoxue stood by, their faces awash with astonishment as they gazed at the fallen tree, exclaiming in unison, "Incredible." Zhang Yu, hearing their praise, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Turning to Xiaoxia and Xiaoxue, he said, "All right, don't just stand there in a daze. Let us move on to the Summer Citrus Gym." However, Xiaoxia seemed somewhat hesitant, pointing to the doll in Zhang Yu's pocket and asking, "What about that child?" Zhang Yu waved his hand dismissively, replying, "No need to worry. Naz merely used her psychic powers to temporarily transform him into a doll. He is not in any danger. Consider it a small lesson to deter him from tormenting others in the future." As he spoke, Zhang Yu once again employed his psychic abilities to effortlessly retrieve a bucket of water hanging from a tree. Looking at the bucket in his hands, he chuckled. Although the trap was rather obvious, one could easily imagine some naive or foolish individuals getting drenched by this bucket. Subsequently, Zhang Yu bent down to pick up a fruit basket from the ground, selecting an apple from within. He took a bite, and the juice burst forth, filling his mouth with a delightful sweetness. Nodding in satisfaction, he extended the fruit basket towards the three women, saying, "Would you care to try? This apple is quite sweet." The three women exchanged glances before reaching into the basket to each take an apple. They gently bit into the fruit, their faces immediately lighting up with satisfied smiles. Thus, the four of them leisurely strolled towards the Summer Citrus Gym while munching on apples. Upon arriving at the gym's entrance, Zhang Yu took a deep breath and called out loudly into the gym, "Hello, is anyone there? I am Zhang Yu from the Kalos region, here to challenge the gym." His voice echoed throughout the spacious gym, seemingly penetrating the walls and reaching every corner. Just after Zhang Yu finished his call, a crisp and resonant voice rang out from behind them. "Ah, I see. Your challenge has been accepted by the Western Star of the Southern Cross, Dunmei. Everyone turned in unison to see a tall, elegant woman standing there with an air of confidence, her arms crossed, and her gaze sharp and resolute. Zhang Yu looked at Dunmei and took out the doll turned imp, Ada, from his pocket, handing it to her. This little rascal must be your brother, correct? Dunmei was momentarily taken aback, but quickly stepped forward to take the doll, examining it intently. However, upon seeing the doll's appearance, her expression darkened, and she demanded indignantly, "Hey, what have you done to my brother?" Zhang Yu retorted, "How can you ask that? Are you unaware of your brother's mischief? Since you neglect him, we thought it best to teach him a lesson." There was a hint of anger and dissatisfaction in Zhang Yu's voice. Dunmei's expression shifted to one of disbelief as she exclaimed, "But you can't just turn him into a doll." Zhang Yu turned to Naz, softly saying, "All right, Naz. Please revert him back." Naz smiled gently, raised her hand, and snapped her fingers. In that instant, Ada, who had previously resembled a doll, instantly returned to his original form. Now back in human form, Ada trembled in fear upon seeing Naz, his face as pale as a sheet, his eyes filled with terror. Like a frightened rabbit, he hurriedly hid behind Dunmei, clutching the hem of her clothes as if that would provide him with some semblance of safety. "We mean no harm. I merely wish to convey that if you continue to indulge your brother, he will inevitably find himself in trouble one day," Zhang Yu said sternly to Dunmei. Dunmei listened to Zhang Yu's words, remaining silent for a moment before gradually responding, "You are right. I have been negligent in my discipline of him. I truly appreciate you bringing this issue to my attention." Her voice was somewhat subdued, indicating her introspection. Then, taking a deep breath to compose herself, she smiled and said, "Since you are here to challenge the gym, let us proceed." After finishing her sentence, she patted Ada on the head, speaking earnestly, "All right. You need to behave better from now on and refrain from such antics. Understood? Go prepare the battle arena." Ada nodded obediently and quickly ran off to set up the battleground. The two sides stood in opposition, with Ada positioned on one side of the arena. Holding a remote control, he pressed a button, and with a series of clicks, the previously flat ground split apart, revealing a massive rectangular pool of water. Simultaneously, a wall on the side of the arena slowly opened, revealing a row of cans. Dunmei was the first to throw out her Pokeball, proclaiming, "Go, Sea King." A flash of white light appeared, and a Sea King, adorned with numerous spikes and a curled tail, emerged in the pool. Following this, Dunmei explained the rules of the competition to Zhang Yu, stating, "All right, we will first engage in a water gun battle. The rules are simple. Each side commands their Pokemon to use the water gun move to strike the cans over there. Whoever hits the most cans wins." Chapter 3, Summer Citrus Gym, Part 1. Subsequently, Dunmei reiterated the competition rules to Zhang Yu, saying, "All right, we will first engage in a water gun battle. The rules are simple. Each side commands their Pokemon to use the water gun move to strike the cans over there. Whoever hits the most cans wins." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu nodded, indicating his understanding. He then threw out a premier ball, declaring, "In that case, I shall send out this one. Come forth, Tentacruel." With a resounding crash, a massive Tentacruel appeared in the pool. Its massive form nearly occupied 2/3 of the pool, causing the water to overflow continuously as it emerged. Opposite from it, Dunmei and Ada were startled by this sudden behemoth, both instinctively opening their mouths in astonishment as they gazed at the jellyfish before them. Dunmei stammered, "Why, you can't possibly be the champion of this quartz conference, can you?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile, raising an eyebrow as he retorted, "Oh? You know me?" Dunmei nodded, explaining, "I happened to come across a video of this gigantic jellyfish on Bowing." Zhang Yu understood immediately. After all, the quartz conference was broadcasted worldwide, and it was entirely normal for someone to compile and share videos of it. He nodded in acknowledgement. "Ah, I see. Then let us hasten to commence the gym battle." As the contest began, Dunmei's Seadra initiated a water gun attack, sending powerful jets of water toward the soda cans, resulting in a series of loud thuds as several cans toppled. Observing this, Zhang Yu commanded his jellyfish to unleash its own water gun, which erupted from its mouth in a column, striking down at least 3 soda cans with formidable force. Ada, standing nearby, swiftly encouraged Seadra. However, his actions elicited displeasure from Naz, who shot him a fierce glare, causing Ada to fall silent in fear. Recognizing the unfavorable turn of events, Dunmei quickly directed Seadra, "Increase your speed." Responding to her command, Seadra's water gun attacks accelerated, raining down upon the cans like a tempest. More cans succumbed to the onslaught. Zhang Yu, unwilling to remain idle, likewise commanded his jellyfish, "Jellyfish, intensify the frequency of your water gun." The jellyfish complied immediately, its water gun firing in a rapid succession like a barrage of bullets, creating a tumultuous splash in the pool, akin to a torrential downpour. The cans fell one after another beneath the relentless assault, intensifying the scene. As time elapsed, the competition drew ever closer to its conclusion, with the jellyfish evidently toppling far more cans than Seadra. Although Dunmay felt a twinge of disappointment at the sight, she remained undaunted and calmly stated, "It seems I've lost this first round, but that's all right. The second round involves hitting moving targets with water gun, and I won't concede easily." With that, she exchanged a knowing glance with Ada. Understanding her intent, Ada promptly pressed another button on the remote. At the instant he did so, a wall on the opposite side of the gym slowly parted, revealing a picturesque beach scene just beyond. Dunmay's face lit up with confidence as she turned to Seadra, asking, "Seadra, are you ready?" Seadra nodded affirmatively, signaling its readiness. "Ada," Dunmay called out. Responding swiftly, Ada pressed another button on the remote. With a whoosh, a red frisbee was launched from a machine in the corner, spinning gracefully through the air. The moment the frisbee appeared, Seadra leaped, shooting a slender stream of water toward it. With a sharp crack, the frisbee shattered mid-air, scattering into countless fragments. "Next, continue the assault," Dunmay instructed. Almost instantly, 3 more red frisbees shot forth. Seadra sprang into action once more, unleashing 3 water guns that accurately struck the frisbees. Each burst resulted in crisp explosions as the frisbees disintegrated into pieces. "Well done, Seadra," Dunmay exclaimed in admiration. She then turned to Zhang Yu, smiling as she said, "Now it's your turn, Zhang Yu." Zhang Yu nodded, calling out to his jellyfish, "All right, now it's your time to shine, jellyfish." The jellyfish acknowledged with a slight nod. The first frisbee soared out at great speed. Reacting swiftly, the jellyfish unleashed a water gun that struck the frisbee, shattering it into flying debris almost instantaneously. Before anyone could register the moment, 3 additional frisbees followed in quick succession. Due to their proximity, the jellyfish expertly aimed and unleashed a robust water gun, colliding with all 3 frisbees. With a resounding crack, they shattered, scattering remnants across the ground. "Wow, that's impressive," exclaimed Xiaoxia and Xiaoxue from the sidelines. Dunmay, witnessing this, displayed a glimmer of appreciation before calling out to Zhang Yu, "Next, let us aim for the same frisbee and see who hits it first." Without hesitation, Zhang Yu agreed. "Sounds good." With both sides prepared, Ada pressed the remote once more. A red frisbee shot forth with a whoosh. At that very moment, Seadra and the jellyfish released their water guns almost simultaneously. The 2 streams surged toward the frisbee with astonishing speed. With a thunderous crack, the frisbee disintegrated into countless shards under the combined assault. Xiaoxia turned to Naz, asking, "Naz, did you see that? Who won?" Xiaoxue also directed her gaze toward Naz, clearly curious about the outcome. Naz slowly retracted her psychic ability that had been enveloping her eyes, shaking her head gently as she replied, "Their attack struck the frisbee almost simultaneously, so I believe this round should be considered a tie." Upon hearing Naz's words, Xiaoxia and Xiaoxue displayed fleeting expressions of disappointment. However, they quickly composed themselves. After all, the competition was far from over. At that moment, Dunmay called out to Zhang Yu, "Shall we consider this round a tie, Zhang Yu? What do you think?" Zhang Yu smiled and nodded in agreement. "No problem." Dunmay continued, "Then let us settle the score in the 3rd round of the wave-riding duel." The group made their way to the seaside, where the ocean breeze gently caressed their faces, bringing a refreshing sensation. Dunmay pointed to a flag in the distance on the water's surface, explaining to Zhang Yu, "The 3rd round is a wave-riding duel. Trainers must navigate with their Pokemon around that flag and return here. The first to return will be the victor of this round." With that, Dunmay tossed out a Pokeball, which arced gracefully through the air before bursting open with a thud, revealing a Blastoise before the group. In response, Zhang Yu retrieved a Master Ball from his waist and hurled it with determination. "Go, Milotic," he called. The Master Ball spun rapidly in the air, eventually opening near Blastoise, releasing a brilliant beam of light. As the light dissipated, a stunning and elegant Milotic emerged upon the water's surface. As soon as the Milotic appeared, it swiftly swam towards Zhang Yu, wrapping its supple body tightly around him. With affectionate nudges of its head against Zhang Yu's cheek, it chirped softly, "Mew mew, little you. You smell delightful. I've missed you dearly." Feeling the warmth of Milotic's affection, a smile blossomed on Zhang Yu's face as he gently stroked the creature's head, murmuring, all right, I've missed you too, Milotic. We'll be relying on you for the upcoming wave riding contest." Upon hearing Zhang Yu's words, Milotic released its embrace, nodded enthusiastically, and emitted a cheerful call, "Mew mew, little you, leave it to me." As both competitors prepared at the starting line, Dunmay, perched upon the back of a Blastoise, called out to Zhang Yu, who was seated atop Milotic. Zhang Yu, what you're doing is against the rules. In the wave riding contest, you must stand on your Pokemon. Zhang Yu pondered for a moment and recalled that Ash had also stood on Lapras's back during a similar contest in the anime. Thus, he gradually stood up on Milotic. Due to Milotic's sleek body, maintaining balance was somewhat challenging. Zhang Yu utilized a touch of psychic energy to enhance the stability of his legs, ensuring he could stand firmly without slipping. At that moment, Ada approached, brandishing a toy gun, aimed it skyward, and shouted loudly, "Are you ready?" In unison, Zhang Yu and Dumei replied, "Ready." Hardly had the words left their mouths when a loud bang echoed as Ada pulled the trigger. At the sound of the gunshot, both Milotic and Blastoise surged forward almost simultaneously. Milotic glided gracefully across the waves, sending up sprays of white foam, while Blastoise, undeterred, paddled vigorously with its sturdy legs, creating ripples that radiated outward. Dumei's voice rang out against the sea breeze as she commanded Blastoise to accelerate, while Zhang Yu remained composed atop Milotic. His eyes slightly squinted as he savored the gentle caress of the sea breeze on his face, whispering encouraging words to Milotic. As time ticked by, the distance between Milotic and Blastoise diminished, both creatures fervently racing towards the distant flag. Just as they neared the flag, Milotic displayed its astonishing agility, executing a graceful turn with no loss of speed, zipping forward like a flash of lightning. In contrast, Blastoise appeared somewhat clumsy during the turn, moving with a slight delay that caused it to lag behind. Yet, on the return leg, Blastoise suddenly unleashed a surge of power, hot on Milotic's heels. As it seemed Blastoise was about to catch up, Milotic leaped from the water, tracing a beautiful arc through the air before crashing back into the sea. Utilizing the force of this powerful impact, Milotic surged ahead, widening the gap between itself and Blastoise once more. At long last, Milotic crossed the finish line first, reaching the shore where it once again entwined its body around Zhang Yu, affectionately nudging him. Zhang Yu, beaming, praised, "Milotic, you were absolutely amazing." Dumei followed closely, crossing the finish line and approaching Zhang Yu with a look of admiration. Smiling at him and Milotic, she said, "Congratulations, Zhang Yu, you've won this gym battle." She then produced a pearl-embedded cherry blossom shell from her pocket and handed it to Zhang Yu, adding, "The badges from the Orange League are all shells, which is a unique style of our region." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu promptly extricated himself from Milotic's embrace, stepped forward to accept the badge, and smiled at Dumei, saying, "Thank you, Dumei, this match was exhilarating." Dumei waved her hand with a grin, replying, "You and your Pokemon are truly formidable. You are indeed worthy of being the champion of the Quartz Conference." At that moment, Misty, May, and Dawn approached. Misty excitedly patted Zhang Yu's back, exclaiming, "Little Yu, you were incredible." She then turned to Milotic, adding, "Of course, Milotic was fantastic too." May nodded in agreement. Indeed, that arc Milotic made in the air was simply stunning. Dawn smiled, saying, "Little Yu, congratulations on earning the badge." Just then, Ada slowly approached Zhang Yu and the others, his head bowed, cheeks flushed with embarrassment. After a moment of gathering courage, he softly spoke, "I'm sorry, I was wrong before. I won't set traps to hinder trainers who come to challenge anymore." Chapter 5, Lost. At that moment, Ada slowly approached Zhang Yu and the others, his head bowed, cheeks flushed with embarrassment. After a moment of gathering courage, he softly spoke, "I'm sorry, I was wrong before. I won't set traps to hinder trainers who come to challenge anymore." Zhang Yu, seeing Ada's sincerity, smiled gently and ruffled his hair, saying, "It's all right. Recognizing one's mistakes is a sign of a good person. Just be sure to train your Pokemon well and refrain from such actions in the future. It could lead to trouble." Ada nodded vigorously, indicating his understanding. After bidding farewell to Dumei and Ada, Zhang Yu and his companions resumed their journey, comfortably seated atop a massive tentacruel. They felt the caress of the sea breeze as they advanced towards the next island. The sun cast its radiant beams upon the shimmering surface of the ocean, creating a dazzling spectacle that lifted their spirits. Milotic frolicked joyfully in the crystalline waters, occasionally leaping from the surface and splashing glistening droplets. Zhang Yu, donning sunglasses and clad in a short-sleeved shirt and baggy shorts, reclined leisurely on the soft body of Tentacruel, relishing the warm sunlight. A mere turn of his head allowed him to glimpse May, Dawn, and Misty, all clad in alluring swimwear, lounging on the opposite side of Tentacruel. It must be said that the three ladies possessed rather impressive figures, particularly May, whose curves were striking. Dawn's physique was also commendable, often concealed beneath clothing. Her swimsuit accentuated her flawless form. In contrast, Misty appeared somewhat less endowed, possessing a modest A-cup. Just as Zhang Yu was lost in this delightful scene, Tentacruel suddenly came to a halt. Observing this, Zhang Yu felt a twinge of confusion. He sat up and gently patted Tentacruel's body, inquiring, "Tentacruel, is something wrong?" "Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. It's my first time here, so I'm lost." Upon hearing this, a peculiar expression crossed Zhang Yu's face. The reason was simple. Before their departure, he had specifically asked Tentacruel if it required Rotom's guidance for the journey. At that time, Tentacruel had confidently thumped its chest, insisting it needed no assistance whatsoever. Yet now, faced with such a predicament, Zhang Yu couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. The three ladies, having noticed Tentacruel's sudden stop, stood up and approached Zhang Yu, concerned. Seeing the change in Zhang Yu's expression, Snowy asked with genuine worry, "Little Yu, is something wrong?" Zhang Yu sighed helplessly and recounted Tentacruel's predicament in detail. Upon hearing this, Misty glanced around, noting the endless expanse of ocean surrounding them. Her heart racing with anxiety as she asked, "What should we do next?" Zhang Yu, noticing her distress, waved his hands reassuringly, saying, "Don't worry, with Rotom around, there's nothing to fear." Having spoken, he swiftly retrieved his Rotom phone from the pocket of his shorts. Zhang Yu gently pressed the power button, and the Rotom phone floated to life, inquiring, "What can I assist you with, Xiao Yu?" Zhang Yu addressed the Rotom phone, saying, "Rotom, could you please search for our current location?" Upon hearing Zhang Yu's request, Rotom promptly activated the navigation software, beginning its search. Before long, it successfully identified the group's whereabouts and displayed the results to Zhang Yu, stating, "Xiao Yu, there is an island nearby known as Kumquat Island." Zhang Yu nodded slightly in acknowledgement and then requested, "Please guide the Tentacruel there." Having said that, he reclined back nonchalantly, resuming his enjoyment of the gentle sea breeze and warm sunlight. The sea breeze caressed softly, while the sun shone brilliantly, as if the entire world were enveloped in tranquility and beauty. Minutes passed, and the Tentacruel glided forward, eventually revealing a small island on the horizon. As they drew nearer, the outline of Kumquat Island became increasingly distinct. However, within a factory on the island, two individuals clad in Team Rocket uniforms, a man and a woman, stood before a massive screen displaying Zhang Yu and his companions as they approached the island. The man fixated on the screen, and upon spotting Zhang Yu, his expression suddenly shifted. He turned to the woman beside him and exclaimed, "Yamato, isn't this the person Boss Banmu ordered us not to touch?" Yamato smirked disdainfully, waving her hand dismissively. "What's there to fear? Boss Banmu only said we must not harm him. He never mentioned we couldn't seize his Pokemon." Upon hearing this, the man, Xia Samlang, still appeared troubled. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, "But he possesses a Mew." Yamato's demeanor stiffened at this revelation, and after a brief silence, she decisively stated, "Then let us quickly shut down the machine. Once he departs, we can continue capturing Pokemon." Xia Samlang, upon hearing her words, hurriedly rushed to the machine, flustered as he began to shut it down. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu and his companions had successfully arrived at Kumquat Island. Zhang Yu first returned his Milotic to its Ultra Ball, and then smiled at the Tentacruel, saying, "Next time, don't be so reckless." With that, he too returned the Tentacruel. As the group set foot on Kumquat Island, Zhang Yu and Naji simultaneously furrowed their brows. They exchanged glances and instinctively halted their steps. Xiaoxue and Xiaoxia, noticing the sudden stop, felt puzzled. They turned around, looking at the two, with Xiaoxia asking, "What's wrong? Why have you stopped?" Zhang Yu's expression grew serious as he replied, "Something feels off about this island." Naji nodded in agreement, adding, "I can sense an overwhelming hypnotic force enveloping this island." Just then, a violent explosion erupted from the right. Upon hearing the sound, Zhang Yu's alertness heightened, and he instructed the three women, "You three stay here while I investigate the situation." Before he could finish, his figure flickered and vanished in an instant. Xiaoxia, filled with anxiety, urgently called out to Naji, "Naji, quickly take us there. We can't let Xiao Yu face danger alone." Chapter 6, Kumquat Island. Naji nodded in response, utilizing her psychic abilities to envelop Xiaoxia and Xiaoxue. In an instant, a dazzling light flashed, and the three vanished from their location. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu had reached the vicinity of the explosion. However, just as he was about to approach the source of the explosion, Naji and the others suddenly appeared before him. Seeing this, Zhang Yu sighed, expressing his frustration. "Didn't I ask you to wait there? Why did you come over?" Xiaoxia pouted, retorting, "How could we possibly stand by and watch you go into danger alone?" Zhang Yu, though somewhat exasperated, understood that Naji, Xiaoxia, and Xiaoxue were only acting out of concern for him. Thus, they proceeded together toward the origin of the explosion. As they neared the site of the blast, they spotted Ash kneeling on the ground, anxiously cradling his Pikachu. Beside Ash stood a man in green attire, along with a Miss Junsha and a Ghastly. Zhang Yu approached quickly, leading with a question. Ash, what exactly happened here? Upon hearing Zhang Yu's voice, Ash looked up, relief washing over his face as he recognized them. Oh, it's you guys. Just now, Pikachu suddenly started attacking me for some reason, but then it abruptly stopped. I'm quite worried. While Ash recounted the events, the green-clad man interjected. Excuse me, are you the champion of this year's Indigo Conference? Zhang Yu, recognizing the man's identity, still inquired. Yes, that's me. May I ask who you are? The man beamed with excitement, introducing himself. Hello, I'm Xiaojian, a Pokemon researcher. I watched this year's Indigo Conference. May I observe your Zapdos? His tone was filled with enthusiasm and anticipation. Zhang Yu smiled slightly and replied, Hello, Xiaojian, I'm Zhang Yu. You can call me Xiao Yu. Observing Zapdos is certainly possible, but it seems this is not the right time for such discussions. At that moment, Naji stepped forward, gently poking Zhang Yu's shoulder with her finger as she whispered, Xiao Yu, that hypnotic force has dissipated. Miss Junsha, alert to Naji's words, quickly approached Zhang Yu and Naji, saluting them with a serious expression. Greetings, I am Miss Junsha of this island. I heard you mention hypnosis. Could you elaborate on the situation? Zhang Yu began to explain. Miss Junsha, upon our arrival on this island, we sensed it was enveloped by a powerful hypnotic force. But now that force has vanished. Therefore, I would like to inquire what has transpired on this island. With a grave expression, Miss Junsha replied, Recently, the Pokemon on this island have inexplicably ceased to obey their trainers, frequently attacking humans. We are currently investigating this matter. Just as Miss Junsha was speaking, Ghastly stealthily crept closer. Noticing Ghastly's antics, Miss Junsha pushed it away, saying, Enough, Ghastly, I'm in the midst of an important conversation. Witnessing this interaction, Zhang Yu suddenly recalled events from the anime. He quickly retrieved a Master Ball from his pocket, unhesitatingly pressing the button to open it. With a resounding pop, a dazzling light illuminated the area, revealing Mutwo before them. Xiaojian and Miss Junsha gazed at Mutwo in astonishment, with Xiaojian curiously asking, What Pokemon is this? This is Mutwo. Zhang Yu introduced. Before turning to Mutwo, Mutwo, could you please use your psychic abilities to locate areas on this island where numerous Pokemon are gathered? Mutwo nodded slightly, indicating its understanding, and then closed its eyes, emanating a powerful psychic energy. This energy rapidly spread, enveloping the entire island. Meanwhile, Xiao Jin swiftly retrieved a piece of paper and a pen from his backpack, fully engrossed in sketching the likeness of Mutwo. His strokes were delicate and vibrant, as if he aimed to capture every nuance of Mutwo's form. Before long, Mutwo suddenly opened its eyes and addressed Zhang Yu, saying, Xiao Yu, I have discovered a factory teeming with a multitude of Pokemon. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu promptly responded, Then, Mutwo, would you kindly transport us there? Mutwo nodded in assent and effortlessly utilized its teleportation ability, whisking everyone away to the factory in an instant. Upon entering the factory, they were met with a disheartening sight. A multitude of Pokemon were confined within cages, their expressions a mixture of terror and sorrow as they gazed at the newcomers. Nearby, Xiao Sanlang and Yamato sat leisurely, sipping tea and engaging in idle conversation. However, when the two men suddenly noticed the additional company, they were taken aback, particularly when their eyes fell upon Mutwo, causing them to collapse in fright, trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Sanlang, his face a mask of terror, stuttered as he pointed at Mutwo and then Mutwo. Yamato, equally shocked, pointed at Zhang Yu and inquired, Why is Mutwo with you? Zhang Yu chose to remain silent in response. After all, aside from Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth, he felt no affinity for the other members of Team Rocket. Zhang Yu turned to Mutwo and commanded, Mutwo, apprehend them and deliver them to Miss Junsha. Mutwo nodded and unleashed a formidable psychic force that ensnared Xiao Sanlang and Yamato tightly. The two men barely had time to react before they found themselves completely immobilized. Mutwo effortlessly lifted them into the air and, with a casual flick, discarded them at Miss Junsha's feet. Observing this, Miss Junsha promptly retrieved a pair of silver handcuffs from her waist and skillfully secured the wrists of both men. Simultaneously, Zhang Yu was not idle. He employed his psychic abilities to effortlessly unlock the cage containing the Pokemon. As the door swung open, the liberated Pokemon surged forth, exuberantly surrounding Zhang Yu and calling out in delight. Xiao Jian stood nearby, eagerly documenting the scene. Watching this unfold, Zhang Yu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He addressed Miss Junsha, saying, Miss Junsha, I kindly ask that you take them away for processing. Additionally, please assist in reuniting these Pokemon with their respective trainers. Miss Junsha smiled and nodded, returning a formal salute as she replied, "Certainly. I have already requested assistance, and they should be arriving at the entrance shortly." Sure enough. As soon as Miss Junsha finished speaking, a swarm of police officers burst in. At that moment, Zhang Yu quickly recalled Mutuo. The atmosphere was abuzz with activity as Miss Junsha stood at the center, efficiently directing the officers to escort Xiao Sanlang and Yamato away. She then methodically organized other officers to compile information on the rescued Pokémon to expedite their return to their trainers. As they observed the officers bustling about, Zhang Yu and his companions felt a wave of relief wash over them. Knowing the Pokémon would be well taken care of, they began to engage in light conversation. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao recalled something and turned to Xiao Ji, asking, "Xiao Ji, I was just wondering, where is Xiao Gang?" Xiao Ji scratched his head and pondered for a moment before replying. Xiao Gang mentioned he would stay at the Naimu Research Institute to observe many new Pokémon, so he decided to remain there. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu could not help but roll his eyes, teasing, "That's just an excuse. I suspect Xiao Gang is quite taken with Dr. Naimu." As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiao Xia, Xiao Shui, and Nazi nodded in agreement. Xiao Ji, scratching the back of his head in confusion, asked, "Is that really the case?" Just then, Miss Junsha approached, interrupting their banter. With a smile, she addressed Zhang Yu and Xiao Ji. "Zhang Yu, Xiao Ji, I am immensely grateful for your assistance. Please accompany me to the police station to receive your certificates of commendation. It is a recognition of your efforts." After exchanging glances, Zhang Yu slowly replied, "Then let Xiao Ji accompany you, as I have promised Xiao Jian that he could observe Zapdos." Miss Junsha considered Zhang Yu's words for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well, Xiao Ji, you shall accompany me." Xiao Ji readily agreed. "Of course, Miss Junsha." Thus, the group departed the factory. Before Xiao Ji left, Xiao Jian called out, "Xiao Ji, after I finish observing Zapdos, I will come to the police station to find you." Xiao Ji turned at the sound of Xiao Jian's voice and replied, "Sure thing, I will be waiting for you at the police station." Once Xiao Ji and Miss Junsha had distanced themselves, Zhang Yu led Xiao Jian to a secluded area. Xiao Jian, brimming with joy and anticipation, eagerly asked, "Xiao Yu, may I now observe Zapdos?" Zhang Yu, noticing Xiao Jian's excitement, smiled gently, nodding in affirmation as he retrieved an Ultra Ball from his waist. With a graceful toss, the Ultra Ball arced through the air before bursting open with a resounding click, revealing a majestic Zapdos before them. As Zapdos materialized, it emitted a sharp and resonant cry, as if heralding its arrival. Its form crackled with brilliant electric energy, the currents dancing through its feathers, enhancing its formidable presence. Xiao Jian circled around Zapdos in excitement, his eyes wide with wonder, determined to absorb every detail of the legendary Pokémon. His hands flew across the paper, documenting his observations while he muttered descriptions of Zapdos's features and behaviors. Nazi, Xiao Xia, and Xiao Shui stood nearby, intrigued by Xiao Jian's fervent actions. They had come to understand his passion for observation and documentation, having seen some of his artwork, which predominantly featured beautiful women, leading them to jest that he might be a disguised Xiao Gang. At that moment, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, a shadow swiftly approaching. The group looked up to witness a fiery bird soaring towards them, engulfed in flames. Without hesitation, the firebird unleashed a torrent of blazing fire toward Zapdos. Zapdos, quick on its feet, soared into the sky, deftly evading the fiery assault. The two birds then engaged in an intense aerial battle. Seeing this, Zhang Yu felt a surge of urgency and shouted, "Zapdos, maintain your composure. Use thunder." Responding to Zhang Yu's command, Zapdos let out a clear cry, summoning a powerful bolt of lightning that struck downward towards the firebird. The firebird, however, deftly sidestepped the electric onslaught, determined to retaliate with a blast of fiery breath, the flames surging towards Zapdos like a relentless wave. The lightning bird soared swiftly into the sky, evading the fiery onslaught of the flame bird with remarkable agility. In the blink of an eye, it executed a graceful maneuver, gathering electrical energy throughout its body, causing its feathers to stand on end in response to the electric currents. With a resounding call, the lightning bird unleashed a dazzling discharge of electricity, a brilliant 100,000 volts, aimed directly at the flame bird. Although the flame bird attempted to dodge the oncoming volt, it was ultimately a fraction too slow, and the powerful surge struck home. Upon impact, the flame bird shuddered violently, evidently wounded, yet it swiftly regained its composure. With an ear-splitting cry of fury that seemed to rend the very sky, the flame bird's flames flared up even more intensely, engulfing it like a volcanic eruption. Immediately thereafter, it unleashed an overheat attack, opening its beak to unleash an incredibly intense flame that surged towards the lightning bird at an astonishing speed. Faced with such ferocity, the lightning bird dared not underestimate its opponent. It deftly maneuvered through the air, skillfully avoiding the direct assault of the flames. However, despite its remarkable speed, the edges of the fire grazed its wing, producing a sizzle as some feathers were singed, releasing a burnt odor. In pain, the lightning bird emitted a mournful cry. But rather than retreating, it was further fueled by its fighting spirit. Meanwhile, the onlooker, Xiaojian, excitedly documented the battle, exclaiming, "This is incredible. Truly a battle worthy of legendary Pokémon." Nashi furrowed her brow, fixating on the aerial skirmish, her voice measured as she remarked, "The flame bird appears to have malicious intent, seemingly targeting the lightning bird." Xiaoxia and Xiaoxua clenched their fists in anticipation, their gazes locked onto the two battling Pokémon high above. "Lightning bird, utilize electric terrain," Zhang Yu commanded, his voice resonating through the air. Upon receiving the directive, the lightning bird chirped in acknowledgement, and a brilliant aura of electric energy enveloped its form, rippling outward like golden waves. In an instant, the entire battlefield was engulfed in electric terrain. Witnessing this, Zhang Yu promptly declared, "Lightning bird, follow up with Volt Tackle." Upon receiving the command, the lightning bird became enveloped in a powerful electric current, charging towards the flame bird with unrelenting speed. The flame bird, sensing the formidable threat, widened its eyes in alarm and let out a furious roar. It hastily opened its beak, unleashing a torrent of blazing flames that surged towards the lightning bird's Volt Tackle in a magnificent display of power. The two titanic forces collided in midair, producing a deafening explosion. Light and waves of energy radiated outward like ripples, creating a powerful gust of wind. However, the might of the Volt Tackle proved superior, surging forth like an unstoppable tide, overwhelming the fiery assault and continuing its relentless charge towards the flame bird. Struck directly by the Volt Tackle, the flame bird was sent plummeting towards the ground as if struck by a heavy hammer. Just before it crashed violently onto the earth, it frantically flapped its wings, managing to stabilize its descent. Though it regained its composure, the flame bird bore visible injuries. Its feathers were singed and its body marred by burns from the electric assault, presenting a disheveled appearance. It glared at the lightning bird with seething anger, its eyes ablaze with fury. Yet, the lightning bird showed no mercy, gathering electric currents once more, unleashing another bolt of lightning that surged towards the flame bird. The 100,000 volts struck with breathtaking speed, and the flame bird, already grievously injured, could do little but watch as the attack struck true. With a heart-wrenching cry, the flame bird fell, defeated, to the ground. Zhang Yu and his companions rushed forward to where the flame bird lay, its eyes fixed on the soaring lightning bird, revealing a deep sense of reluctance. Zhang Yu approached the flame bird, kneeling to meet its gaze. His eyes radiated warmth and sincerity as he softly asked, "Do you wish to grow stronger?" The flame bird trembled at the sound of his voice, its previously defiant and wary expression now intensely focused on Zhang Yu, as if seeking to peer into his very soul. Undeterred by the flame bird's hostility, Zhang Yu continued with calm resolve, "I understand your frustration. Losing to the lightning bird is undoubtedly disheartening. But have you considered that failure can also be a stepping stone toward strength?" The flame bird tilted its head slightly, a glimmer of curiosity flickering in its eyes, as if pondering the meaning behind Zhang Yu's words. Xiaojian eagerly leaned closer, his pen scrawling notes on the page as he murmured, "This is extraordinary. It's my first time witnessing a legendary Pokémon communicate with a human." Xiaoxia, Xiaoxua, and Nashi gathered around, intrigued by Zhang Yu's next move. Zhang Yu continued, speaking gently to the flame bird, "I can help you become stronger, but only if you are willing to travel with me and accept my training. I have many powerful Pokémon partners with whom you can spar and grow, and along the journey, you'll encounter myriad challenges and opportunities." The flame bird's initial wariness gradually shifted to a flicker of anticipation as it slowly lowered its head, seemingly contemplating Zhang Yu's proposition. Just then, the lightning bird descended gracefully to Zhang Yu's side, affectionately nuzzling him before casting a friendly glance at the flame bird. Its once fierce demeanor softened, replaced by a newfound camaraderie, as it emitted a harmonious call, extending an invitation to the flame bird. The flame bird looked between the lightning bird and Zhang Yu, and with a decisive nod, it appeared to resolve its internal conflict. Zhang Yu beamed with joy, producing a luxury ball and extending it towards the flame bird, saying, "Welcome aboard. From this moment on, we shall be partners." The flame bird offered no resistance, allowing the luxury ball to make contact, and with a flash of red light, it was drawn inside. The ball wobbled for a moment before settling, signifying Zhang Yu's successful capture of the flame bird. Xiaojian leaped with excitement, exclaiming, "This is amazing! It's the flame bird. I must meticulously document today's events." Xiaoxia, beaming with pride, patted Zhang Yu on the shoulder, saying, "Congratulations, Xiao Yu. You've captured a powerful flame bird." Nashi and Xiaoxua also smiled, offering their heartfelt congratulations to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu smiled back at his friends, then released the flame bird from its pokeball. He retrieved a potion from his bag and turned to Xiaoxua, saying, "Xiaoxua, could you please tend to the lightning bird's wounds?" Xiaoxua nodded enthusiastically, replying, "Don't worry. Xiao Yu, leave it to me." Xiaoxua nodded with enthusiasm and declared, "Rest assured, Xiao Yu, leave it to me." With that, she carefully retrieved a petite spray bottle from her backpack and gently applied the medicinal liquid onto the scorched wings of the Zapdos. The electric bird chirped joyfully, sensing the soothing relief on its injury. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu was meticulously tending to the wounds of the molters. The fiery bird remained remarkably docile, standing still, occasionally nudging its fluffy head against Zhang Yu's hand, as if expressing its affection and trust. Once Zhang Yu had finished applying the ointment, he took out his Rotom phone from his pocket, aimed the camera at molters, and pressed the scan button. The Rotom phone emitted a soft hum, followed by a clear announcement, "Pokemon, molters. Gender, none. Type, fire flying. Ability, flame body. Level, 55, near champion. Aptitude, level 2 divine. Skills, flamethrower, overheat, flame vortex, flare blitz. Feather dance." After Xiaoxua completed her treatment on Zapdos, Zhang Yu returned both the molters and Zapdos to their Ultra Balls and inquired, "Xiaojian, how is your observation going?" Xiaojian excitedly waved his notebook, his face beaming with joy. "I've recorded so much precious data." Zhang Yu, after a moment of contemplation, continued, "In that case, we should hurry back to find Xiaoji. He must be waiting for us at the police station." Upon hearing Zhang Yu's words, everyone nodded in agreement and turned to head towards the police station. Before long, they arrived at the station. As predicted, Xiaoji was quietly seated outside, seemingly having waited for a while. Xiaojian spotted Xiaoji from a distance and immediately waved his arms, exclaiming, "Xiaoji, we're back." Hearing the voice, Xiaoji looked up abruptly, and upon seeing Zhang Yu and the others, a delighted smile spread across his face. He quickly stood and approached them, standing before the group. Xiaoji handed Zhang Yu a certificate he had been tightly clutching, smiling as he said, "Xiao Yu, this is for you." Zhang Yu, slightly puzzled, accepted the certificate and scrutinized it closely. However, he found nothing particularly special about it. It was merely a standard certificate for bravery. Thus, he casually placed it into his backpack, where he already had a stack of similar awards given by Miss Junsha from Mier City. After presenting the certificate to Zhang Yu, Xiaoji turned his attention to Xiaojian and asked, "Xiaojian, why did you take so long? Did something happen?" Xiaojian, instinctively glancing at Zhang Yu, seemed to silently inquire if he could share the events that had just transpired. Zhang Yu, noticing his look, nodded slightly in agreement. With Zhang Yu's permission, Xiaojian recounted everything they had experienced. Upon hearing the tale, Xiaoji's eyes sparkled with excitement, and a beaming smile appeared on his face as he shouted to Zhang Yu, "Xiao Yu, let's battle." Zhang Yu, observing Xiaoji's eager expression, felt a twinge of reluctance. He gently shook his head and replied apologetically, "I'm sorry, Xiaoji. I need to take Zapdos and Molters to the Pokemon Center, so I might not be able to battle you now. Let's save it for another time." Upon hearing Zhang Yu's response, Xiaoji's previously elated mood seemed to plummet, his face displaying clear disappointment and dejection. He lowered his head and murmured, "Oh, all right then." Zhang Yu, seeing this, quickly offered some comfort. "Don't be disheartened, Xiaoji. We will surely have many more opportunities to battle." Xiaoji lifted his head, mustering a faint smile as he replied, "Yeah, okay, I understand. You go to the Pokemon Center, Xiaojian, and I should continue our journey." Zhang Yu nodded. "All right, then we will head to the Pokemon Center first. See you next time." With that, Zhang Yu and his companions waved goodbye to Xiaoji and Xiaojian, turning to walk towards the Pokemon Center. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the Pokemon Center. Zhang Yu handed the Ultra Balls of Zapdos and Molters to Nurse Joy, providing her with a detailed account of their conditions. Nurse Joy smiled as she accepted the Ultra Balls, assuring them that she would promptly attend to their treatment and care. While waiting, Zhang Yu and his companions ventured to the Pokemon Center's dining area. They gathered around a table, indulging in a delightful dinner and relishing the momentary tranquility. After finishing their meal, Zhang Yu returned to retrieve the Ultra Balls of Zapdos and Molters. Nurse Joy informed him that Zapdos was almost fully recovered, but it would be best for Molters to rest for another day or two. Zhang Yu expressed his gratitude to Nurse Joy and requested 4 rooms for himself and the 3 girls at the Pokemon Center, intending to rest well for the night. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the room. Zhang Yu and his companions rose early, enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast in the Pokemon Center's dining area, and packed their belongings, ready to embark on their journey once more. They boarded a colossal tentacruel and set sail towards the next island. After drifting across the vast ocean for quite some time, they finally reached an island. Zhang Yu recalled Tentacruel into its Ultra Ball, then turned to his Rotom phone, inquiring, "Rotom, where exactly are we?" The Rotom phone responded cheerfully, "This is Pomelo Island, Rotom." Zhang Yu softly repeated the name, as if reminiscing about something. Xiaoxua, noticing his reaction, asked, "Xiaoyu, is there something wrong?" Zhang Yu shook his head, smiling as he explained, "Not at all. I just heard that there might be a crystal onyx on this island, and I find it quite intriguing." "A crystal onyx? What kind of Pokemon is that?" Xiaoxia inquired with curiosity. Just as Zhang Yu was about to elaborate, the Rotom phone interjected, "It's a giant onyx composed entirely of crystal, Rotom." "Is there really such a Pokemon?" Xiaoxua gasped in astonishment. "I'm not entirely sure. The data indicates that it has only been seen by a few," the Rotom phone replied. Shaking its screen, Xiaoxia excitedly proposed, "Then let's search for the crystal onyx. We might just encounter it." Zhang Yu nodded slightly in agreement, stating, "Certainly. Let us find a secluded spot and have Mutwo search for it." The 3 girls nodded in unison, expressing no objections. Zhang Yu then led the group to a remote area, released Mutwo from its master ball, and instructed, "Mutwo, could you assist us in locating where the crystal onyx might be on this island?" Mutwo nodded slightly and unleashed a powerful psychic ability, sweeping across the entire island like an invisible current, meticulously searching for any traces of the crystal onyx. As time ticked away, Mutwo's psychic power extended, leaving no corner unexplored. Finally, after a short while, Mutwo made a discovery. After locking onto a target, it turned to Zhang Yu and said, "Xiaoyu, I have not found the crystal onyx on this island, but I have detected a crystal cave on a nearby small island." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of delight as he promptly remarked, "Then, Mutwo, we shall trouble you to lead us there." Mutwo nodded once more, unhesitatingly employing its teleportation ability, and in the blink of an eye, transported the entire group to the crystalline cavern on the small island. As they stepped into the cave, the breathtaking spectacle before them left them utterly awestruck. The cavern was adorned with shimmering, translucent crystals, some embedded in the cavern walls while others lay scattered upon the ground, resembling a fantastical realm of crystals. At the forefront of the cave, a crystal-clear lake sparkled, its waters appearing particularly azure under the reflection of the crystals. Xiaoxia gazed at the myriad crystals and exclaimed, "Wow, the crystals here are simply exquisite. But, will the crystal onyx truly be found beneath this lake?" Zhang Yu nodded affirmatively, stating, "It should be located just beneath this lake. Mutwo, please retrieve that creature for me." Mutwo acknowledged with a nod and unleashed a powerful psychic ability. An invisible wave of energy swiftly radiated outward like ripples, accurately enveloping the crystal onyx below. With Mutwo's psychic pull, the crystal onyx was gradually drawn from the water's surface, as if lifted by an unseen hand. As it emerged completely from the lake, the group finally beheld its full form. The crystal onyx was entirely crystalline, appearing as though sculpted from countless shimmering crystals. Sunlight cascaded upon it, refracting into a dazzling array of colors that was truly mesmerizing. However, the sudden capture by Mutwo left the crystal onyx somewhat disoriented. It initially gazed around in confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend its predicament. Yet, it soon realized it was ensnared and began to thrash wildly in an attempt to escape Mutwo's psychic grasp. The crystal onyx twisted and turned vigorously, striving to free itself from the psychic confinement, but Mutwo's abilities were not so easily shaken off. Regardless of how fervently the crystal onyx struggled, it remained firmly under Mutwo's control. After a futile bout of resistance, the crystal onyx gradually ceased its efforts, opting instead for a more compliant demeanor, quietly remaining within Mutwo's psychic hold. "Wow, is this the crystal onyx? It is simply stunning," Xiaoxia exclaimed, her eyes wide with amazement. Xiaoxua nodded vigorously in agreement, echoing, "Yes, it's truly beautiful. I've never seen such a Pokemon before." Even the typically composed Naz appeared astonished, her mouth agape, her gaze fixated on the crystal onyx as if entranced by its beauty. Zhang Yu then addressed his Rotom phone, saying, "Rotom, please scan this crystal onyx." Upon receiving the command, Rotom directed its lens at the crystal onyx and proceeded with the scan, subsequently announcing, "Pokemon, Onyx. Gender, male. Type, Ice Steel. Ability, Water Absorb. Level, 22. Elite. Qualification, Gym. Skills. Bind, Rock Slide, Rock Polish, Rock Wrecker, Harden. Zhang Yu's expression shifted to one of surprise upon hearing this. He had never anticipated that this crystal onyx would possess the ice type. To his further astonishment, its strength was quite lacking, with a qualification merely at the gym level. Instantly, Zhang Yu lost interest in the crystal onyx. He had harbored some expectations for it, but it seemed that beyond its crystalline appearance, it held no remarkable qualities. Thus, without hesitation, Zhang Yu instructed his Rotom phone, "Rotom, please initiate a video call to Shengdai." "Understood, Rotom," came the swift response as it promptly dialed Shengdai's number. The call was quickly connected, and Shengdai's voice resonated from the other end. "Yuji, what can I assist you with?" Zhang Yu replied nonchalantly, "Nothing particularly special. Just that we have discovered a crystal onyx here, and I was wondering if you might be interested in it." As he spoke, Zhang Yu adjusted the camera to focus on the crystal onyx. Upon seeing it on the screen, Shengdai leaned closer, her eyes widening with disbelief as she exclaimed, "Is that a crystal onyx?" "Indeed, Shengdai, and it is of the ice type," Xiaoxia chimed in. Shengdai's eyes sparkled with incredulity as she exclaimed, "An ice-type onyx. This is simply too rare." Zhang Yu smiled and nodded affirmatively, confirming, "That is correct, an ice-type onyx. The reason I called you is to inquire if you might have an interest in it. If you wish, I can capture it and send it to you via the teleportation device." Upon hearing this, Shengdai's eyes gleamed with excitement, akin to two radiant stars. And she eagerly responded, "Yes, yes, yes. Please do capture it and send it to me." However, just as Shengdai was filled with joy, Zhang Yu reminded her, "But, Shengdai, I must inform you that this crystal onyx's qualifications are not particularly impressive." Undeterred, Shengdai waved her hand dismissively, exuding confidence as she replied, "Oh, that is perfectly fine. Many Pokemon surpass their qualifications. I'm certain I can help this crystal onyx achieve its potential." Zhang Yu couldn't help but feel a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, but maintained an encouraging smile as he said, "I believe in you. Once captured, we will teleport it to you at the Pokemon Center." However, deep within, he mused, "Surely, Shengdai doesn't he think that enhancing a Pokemon's qualifications is an easy feat? Those who transcend their limitations have all undergone rigorous training. Even those who have experienced intense training may not necessarily succeed in breaking through. Moreover, some Pokemon may not overcome their limitations even when faced with life and death situations. Yet, with Bite-Size around, the Crystal Onyx's qualification should pose no issue." With these thoughts, Zhang Yu's gaze fell upon the Crystal Onyx, which now seemed to have resigned itself, quietly floating in midair like a splendid work of art. Observing this, Zhang Yu requested an empty Pokeball from Xiaoxia, then threw it with force, watching as it arced through the air and struck the Crystal Onyx with precision. Instantly, the Pokeball opened, emitting a beam of red light that enveloped the Crystal Onyx, drawing it into the sphere. To their astonishment, the Pokeball did not waver during the capture. A single ding sound indicated the successful capture of the Crystal Onyx. Mewtwo, witnessing this, quickly used its psychic ability to catch the Pokeball and presented it to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu accepted the Pokeball and smiled at Mewtwo, saying, "Thank you, Mewtwo. Now, please teleport us back." Mewtwo nodded and, employing its teleportation ability, swiftly returned the group to their previous location. Upon their return, Zhang Yu recalled Mewtwo into its Master Ball and then turned to the three women, stating, "All right, let us proceed to the Pokemon Center." Upon their arrival, they decided to first transport the Crystal Onyx to Sidai, and afterwards, they would leisurely explore the island together. The three young women nodded in agreement at the suggestion. Just as they were preparing to head towards the Pokemon Center, Rotom suddenly interjected, blocking their path. "Xiaoyu, I just checked the information and discovered that Pomelo Island does not have a Pokemon Center." The voice of Rotom echoed in the air, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. "What?" Zhang Yu exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief as he turned to the other three women, who mirrored his astonishment. Xiaoxia blinked, her eyes wide with confusion as she asked, "Why is there no Pokemon Center? That is rather peculiar." Hearing her inquiry, Rotom explained to the group, "It is because Pomelo Island is renowned for its abundant crystal resources, and most of the island's inhabitants are skilled glass artisans. The majority of visitors come here to purchase exquisite glass artworks. Therefore, the League has not established a Pokemon Center on this island. Since there is no Pokemon Center, we can only transport it to Sidai when we arrive at the next island," Zhang Yu suggested with a hint of resignation. Yet his voice brimmed with anticipation for the glass artworks. The three women exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Thus, they strolled along the island streets, their spirits light and joyful. The streets were lined with a dazzling array of glass artworks that captivated the eye. These exquisite creations sparkled under the sun, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that transformed the entire island into a dreamlike realm. As they admired the glass artworks, they meandered leisurely until they found themselves in front of a shop. At that moment, they noticed Ash and Brock, accompanied by a stranger and a charming little girl. Emerging from the shop, Misty, spotting them, waved enthusiastically and called out, "Ash, Brock." Upon hearing her voice, Ash and Brock turned around, their faces lighting up with surprise upon seeing Zhang Yu and the others. "Zhang Yu, you've come to Pomelo Island too," Ash exclaimed with a smile as he jogged over, warmly greeting them. Zhang Yu returned the smile, replying, "Indeed. I never expected to run into you here. By the way, Zhang Yu, could you help us look for the crystal onyx?" Brock asked eagerly, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Misty, intrigued, chimed in, "Crystal onyx? Do you wish to capture it as well?" To which Brock inquired, "You all? Are you also searching for the crystal onyx?" Xiaoxua smiled subtly and replied, "Actually, we've already captured the crystal onyx." Upon hearing this, the stranger accompanying Ash suddenly stepped forward, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Hello, I am Agong, a glass artisan from this island. May I see your crystal onyx?" Zhang Yu instantly recognized the brother and sister duo and nodded without hesitation. "Of course, but I have one request." Agong immediately grew anxious, asking, "What is your request?" "I will do my utmost to fulfill it." Waving his hand dismissively, Zhang Yu chuckled. "No need to be so tense. My request is quite simple. I would like you to teach me how to create glass artworks, as I wish to craft a few pieces for my friends." Agong's face lit up with joy as he eagerly nodded. "That's absolutely fine. As long as I can see the crystal onyx, it's no trouble at all." Zhang Yu smiled gently, suggesting, "Let us find a quiet place, as it wouldn't be appropriate to release it in the middle of the street." "All right, no problem. Let us go to our backyard," Agong replied promptly. Zhang Yu nodded in agreement, and the group followed Agong into the shop, making their way to the backyard. Upon entering the backyard, Zhang Yu retrieved the pokeball containing the crystal onyx from his waist. Chapter 12, Glass Artistry. The group entered the shop and proceeded to the backyard. As soon as they stepped inside, Zhang Yu pressed the button on the pokeball, and with a soft click, it opened, releasing a flash of white light as the crystal onyx appeared before them. Agong's eyes widened in awe as he fixated on the crystal onyx, repeatedly muttering, Why am I still devoid of inspiration? I have seen the crystal onyx, yet why do I still lack any spark of creativity?" His sister, Xerneas, noticing her brother's distress, approached him and gently patted his shoulder, comforting him. "Brother, don't be anxious. Perhaps if you wait a little longer, inspiration will strike you suddenly." Zhang Yu, observing the scene, felt a twinge of confusion. Wasn't Agong supposed to gain inspiration simply by seeing the crystal onyx? He recalled relevant scenes from the anime, and soon remembered that Agong only found inspiration when he saw the crystal onyx engulfed in flames. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yu turned to Xiaoxua, saying, "Xiaoxua, could you have Ninetales use flame vortex on the crystal onyx?" Although surprised by Zhang Yu's request, Xiaoxua promptly released Ninetales' pokeball, saying, "Ninetales, please use flame vortex." Ninetales leaped out and unleashed a torrent of intense flames, enveloping the crystal onyx in a fiery whirlpool. The flames wrapped around the crystal onyx, causing its crystalline structure to refract even more dazzling colors, as if it had been infused with new life. Agong's gaze remained fixated on this mesmerizing spectacle, his expression initially clouded with confusion, as if he were entranced by the wondrous sight. However, in the next moment, his eyes seemed to ignite with inspiration. "I've got it. Finally, I have inspiration," Agong exclaimed, his face radiating joy. Xerneas, witnessing her brother's exuberance, couldn't help but smile, sharing in his happiness. Zhang Yu felt a sense of relief, knowing that Agong would soon teach him how to create glass artworks. Agong grasped Zhang Yu's hand tightly, overwhelmed with gratitude. "Thank you so much, Zhang Yu. Without you, I might never have found my inspiration. I'm going to create a glass artwork right now." With that, Agong hurried into the workshop. Zhang Yu and the others patiently waited outside, while Xerneas prepared tea for everyone. As the seconds ticked by, anticipation grew among them to see what Agong's creation would look like. Before long, the workshop door swung open, and Agong emerged cautiously, cradling a beautiful glass artwork in his hands. As they focused their attention on it, they realized the piece was shaped like a crystal onyx, glimmering under the sunlight, so vivid and lifelike that it seemed ready to spring to life at any moment. "This is my gift to you as a token of gratitude, Zhang Yu. I hope you like it," Agong said sincerely, extending the artwork towards Zhang Yu. With a smile, Zhang Yu accepted the masterpiece, and the others gathered around, marveling at its exquisite craftsmanship. Zhang Yu carefully placed the artwork aside, beaming at Agong. "Thank you, Agong. This is the most beautiful glass artwork I have ever seen, and I truly adore it. Agong, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head with a smile. Oh, it's nothing. It's all thanks to you. By the way, we agreed earlier that I would teach you how to create glass artworks. Now that I have the time, I can teach you. Zhang Yu nodded and said, I appreciate your help, Agong. Not a bother at all. Follow me, replied Agong, leading the group into the studio. As soon as they entered, a wave of warmth enveloped them, likely due to the recent crafting of glass artworks, filling the studio with a fervent atmosphere. In one corner, a Charmeleon lounged leisurely, seemingly relishing the comforting heat. Surrounding them were an array of glass-making tools and semi-finished products, dazzling and overwhelming in their variety. Turning to Zhang Yu, Agong inquired, do you possess any fire-type Pokemon? Their assistance is essential in crafting glass artworks. Zhang Yu shook his head, responding, I did not bring a fire-type Pokemon on this journey. However, I do have a Pokemon capable of utilizing fire-type moves. Would that suffice? Agong nodded with a smile. Of course, as long as it can unleash fire-type moves. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu retrieved his Dragonite from its Pokeball, gently pressing the button to release it. The moment Dragonite appeared, it curiously surveyed its surroundings, then affectionately nuzzled Zhang Yu with its cheek. Observing this interaction, Agong chuckled and remarked, it appears you share a strong bond. Now, let us commence the process of creating glass artworks. Agong meticulously explained the procedure, demonstrating how to precisely use Dragonite's flames to heat the glass material, softening it for shaping. Zhang Yu listened intently, and Dragonite complied splendidly, emitting just the right amount of flame as instructed. Under Agong's guidance, Zhang Yu gradually grasped the art of glass crafting. He carefully picked up the tools, slowly heating and molding the glass material as Agong taught him. Hours passed, and beads of sweat began to form on Zhang Yu's forehead. Yet, he felt no fatigue. Rather, he became increasingly engrossed in the task. Finally, after much effort, he successfully crafted several exquisite glass pieces. They shimmered under the light, casting enchanting reflections that elicited admiration from those nearby. Ash and the others, upon witnessing Zhang Yu's creations, were filled with excitement and eagerly gathered to admire his work. Their curiosity about glass crafting sparked a desire to learn the art themselves. Time slipped away unnoticed, and nightfall soon descended quietly. After indulging in a sumptuous dinner, the group engaged in light-hearted conversation before returning to their respective rooms to rest. However, Zhang Yu did not retire. Instead, he remained in the studio with Dragonite, diligently continuing his glass crafting. As the minutes turned into hours, the night deepened into the witching hour. Eventually, fatigue overcame him, and he unsteadily stood, recalling Dragonite to its Pokeball before stumbling toward his room. Once inside, Zhang Yu collapsed onto his bed without even changing out of his clothes, quickly drifting into slumber. Suddenly, the tranquility of the morning was shattered by a piercing scream, jolting Zhang Yu awake. Blinking sleepily, he felt something soft in his right hand and instinctively squeezed it, marveling at the delightful sensation. Xiaoyu, please remove your hand, came a nearly inaudible voice, sending a shock through Zhang Yu. Startled, he opened his eyes wide, and as his vision cleared, he was aghast to find his hand resting on Xiao Shue's chest. Reacting as though shocked, he withdrew his hand as if burned, quickly stepping off the bed and stammering, what are you doing in my room, Xiao Shue? Xiao Shue's face flushed crimson, and she covered her face with a pillow, shyly murmuring, this is clearly my room. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Yu's heart sank. A swift glance around confirmed he was indeed in Xiao Shue's room. An embarrassment flooded his cheeks, wishing he could vanish into the floor. He stuttered an apology. I am so sorry, Xiao Shue. I was utterly exhausted when I returned last night, and must have mistakenly wandered into the wrong room. Xiao Shue's face was as red as a ripe apple. Her gaze averted as she clutched her pillow tightly, her voice barely above a whisper, it's fine. You didn't mean to. In the midst of this awkwardness, a voice called from outside the room. Xiao Shue, is everything all right? I thought I heard you scream. Hearing Xiaoxia's voice, Xiao Shue stiffened like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Her heart raced, and a thin sheen of sweat formed on her forehead. She quickly shouted towards the door, and no, Xiaoxia, I just slipped and fell. It's nothing serious. Xiaoxia hesitated, seemingly unconvinced by Xiao Shue's explanation, and replied, are you sure? I should come in to check. It wouldn't be good if you were hurt. She reached for the doorknob, prompting Xiao Shue's panic to escalate. Frantically, she sought Zhang Yu's help with her eyes. Zhang Yu, equally flustered, felt his mind go blank, unsure of how to proceed. Just as Xiaoxia was about to open the door, he suddenly remembered his teleportation ability. Without a moment to spare, he activated it, and with a whoosh, he vanished from Xiao Shue's room, reappearing in his own. Xiaoxia cautiously pushed open the door, peering inside. After scanning the room, she wore a puzzled expression. Huh, weren't you in bed? She questioned, a hint of confusion in her tone. Xiao Shui, obviously flustered, hurried to explain, oh, I just lost my balance and happened to fall onto the bed. Xiaoxia regarded her with skepticism, not entirely convinced but choosing not to press further. She simply nodded and left the room. As Xiao Shui watched Xiaoxia's retreating figure, she breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, recalling the earlier incident, her cheeks flushed once more. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu's heart raced, as if it might leap from his chest. The recent close call left him shaken, but fortunately, his timely use of teleportation had spared him the embarrassment of being caught by Xiaoxia. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to steady his racing heart, extending his hand. He could still faintly recall the softness he had touched moments before, murmuring to himself, what a delightful sensation. After freshening up, Zhang Yu made his way to the living room to enjoy breakfast. Upon entering, he unexpectedly encountered Xiao Shui. Their gazes locked, and an awkward silence enveloped them, leaving both feeling uncertain. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Yu scratched his head and, lowering his voice, said, I truly apologize for what happened earlier. Though I didn't mean any harm, I feel I should take responsibility. Xiao Shui's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Her gaze cast downward as she tightly clutched the hem of her garment, her voice barely a whisper, akin to the faint buzz of a mosquito. At that moment, Xiaoxia and Naji entered the living room together. Xiaoxia's curious eyes fell upon Xiao Shui's face, and she inquired with a hint of concern, Xiao Shui, why is your face so red? Has something happened? Instantly, Xiao Shui's face turned an even deeper shade of scarlet, and in a flustered manner, she waved her hands, exclaiming, no, it's nothing. Zhang Yu, perceiving the potential for further inquiries from Xiaoxia, quickly interjected, oh, it's just that you all can explore the Pomelo Island today. I still have a few glass crafts to finish here. Xiaoxia regarded Zhang Yu and Xiao Shui with a skeptical expression, yet she refrained from pursuing the matter further, simply nodding and saying, all right then, we shall go explore, and you can join us once you're done with your crafts. With that, Xiaoxia took hold of Naji and Xiao Shui, leading them out. Zhang Yu let out a sigh of relief, then hurried to his studio, ready to complete the unfinished glass artworks. As he immersed himself in his work, the awkwardness of the morning gradually faded from his mind. Meanwhile, after being ushered out by Xiaoxia, Xiao Shui's thoughts remained preoccupied with Zhang Yu's words of responsibility. Her mind involuntarily drifted back to the morning's events, and a faint blush would occasionally grace her cheeks. Concurrently, in the morning hours, Xiaoji and his companions stirred from their slumber. After a brief tidy-up, they bid farewell to Zhang Yu and set forth on their journey to the next island. Chapter 14, Interrogation. As the afternoon sun began to dip toward the horizon, casting its golden rays upon Zhang Yu's workspace, the light illuminated the final glass creation he had just completed. After a prolonged period of effort, Zhang Yu had successfully finished all the glass artworks. He gazed at the exquisite pieces with a sense of accomplishment swelling within him. After a brief respite, he resolved to visit the island's courier station to dispatch the glass crafts. Upon arriving at the station, Zhang Yu meticulously packaged the glass items, ensuring their safety during transit. He also took the opportunity to send off the Pokeball containing the crystal onyx, hoping the recipient would cherish this unique gift. Having completed his shipping task, Zhang Yu embarked on a quest to locate Xiao Shui and the others. Utilizing his psychic abilities, he swiftly searched for their whereabouts across the island. Before long, he discovered them in a private dining room of a distinctive restaurant. As he pushed open the door and stepped inside with a beaming smile, he waved to the group. Xiao Yu, you finally made it. Upon spotting Zhang Yu, Xiaoxia sprang to her feet, exuberantly welcoming him. Come join us for a meal. Zhang Yu smiled in response and settled down beside them. Gently placing the glass crafts on the table, he announced, these are for you. Each of you gets one. He then proceeded to hand the glass artworks to Xiaoxia, Naji, and Xiao Shui in turn. Xiaoxia received the glass Psyduck, her eyes sparkling with delight as she exclaimed, wow, what an adorable Psyduck. Xiao Yu, your craftsmanship is superb. Unlike me, who couldn't master it after such a long time yesterday. Her affection for the glass Psyduck was evident. However, as soon as Xiaoxia's words left her lips, her Pokeball spontaneously opened. With a flash of white light, Psyduck emerged from within. Instantly captivated by the glass Psyduck on the table, it tilted its head, locking eyes with the glass creation. Xiaoxia, observing this, smiled as she handed the glass Psyduck to Psyduck, saying, look, Psyduck, this is you. Psyduck took the glass Psyduck in its tiny hands, inspecting it from left to right, before hugging it tightly, radiating sheer joy. Its endearing demeanor elicited smiles from all present. Naji gently caressed the glass Kadabra, her eyes filled with joy. Turning to Zhang Yu, She expressed, "Thank you, Xiaoyu. This Kadabra is remarkably lifelike. I will treasure it dearly." Xiaoxua, feeling somewhat bashful, accepted the glass nine tails. Her cheeks flushed like a ripe apple as she softly murmured, Thank you." Witnessing Xiaoxua's shy demeanor, Zhang Yu felt a twinge of helplessness. Ever since the morning, Xiaoxua would involuntarily blush whenever she encountered him. This development had evidently caught the attention of Naji and Xiaoxia, whose gazes flitted between Zhang Yu and Xiaoxua, seemingly probing for answers. The atmosphere at the dining table grew subtly charged. Xiaoxia's suspicious gaze darted back and forth between Zhang Yu and Xiaoxua, until suddenly, she slammed her hand on the table and exclaimed, "Wait a minute. You two are definitely hiding something from us." Naji also set down her glass Kadabra, resting her chin on her hand, watching Zhang Yu and Xiaoxua with keen interest, seemingly awaiting their explanation. Upon hearing this, both Zhang Yu and Xiaoxua froze, their chopsticks nearly slipping from their grasp into the soup bowl. "I am full." Xiaoxua's voice quivered as she sprang from her seat, resembling a startled rabbit. In her hasty movement, her chair scraped loudly against the floor, the sound jarring in the otherwise tranquil restaurant. Before anyone could react, Xiaoxua added, "I'll just go to the restroom." And without looking back, she dashed out of the private room, her figure quickly vanishing through the door, leaving the remaining diners in an awkward silence, exchanging bewildered glances. Observing this, Xiaoxia abruptly stood up, intent on pursuing Xiaoxua. However, Zhang Yu swiftly blocked her path. "Xiaoxia, wait," he called out urgently. Xiaoxia halted in her tracks, turning around with a huff, her arms crossed defiantly, resembling an irate Gyarados. "What on earth is going on with you two?" Her voice brimmed with inquiry. Xiaoxua had been acting strangely all day, inexplicably blushing, and moments ago, she appeared as red as a ripe apple. She certainly wasn't oblivious to it. Naji, although silent, kept her piercing gaze fixed on Zhang Yu, awaiting an explanation from him. Zhang Yu took a deep breath, realizing that further concealment would be futile, and decided to lay bare the truth. "Actually, after I finished the glass crafts last night, I might have been too fatigued and, in a haze, accidentally entered the wrong room." Zhang Yu's voice dwindled, nearly inaudible. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxia momentarily paused, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha, so that's what happened. No wonder Xiaoxua has been blushing all day." Her laughter echoed in the air, as if the entire world were swept up in her mirth. Naji, too, was unable to resist the infectious laughter, her lips curving into a gentle smile. Although her laughter was not as boisterous as Xiaoxia's, it conveyed a unique warmth and playfulness. Zhang Yu observed the scene with confusion. Rubbing his head, he inquired, "Don't you have anything to say about this?" Xiaoxia finally stifled her laughter, taking a deep breath before placing a reassuring hand on Zhang Yu's shoulder, speaking earnestly, "Xiaoyu, I never imagined you to be so oblivious when it comes to matters of the heart. You keep saying you want everything, but throughout this journey with so many people, I've yet to see you take any real action." At this moment, Naji also set down her chopsticks, elegantly dabbed her mouth with a handkerchief, and smiled as she added, "Indeed, Xiaoyu, it is quite clear amongst us that we all harbor feelings for you. You are the only one who remains blissfully unaware." Zhang Yu, upon hearing their words, widened his eyes in astonishment, his face a canvas of disbelief. Chapter 15, Mother and Daughter. Zhang Yu, still reeling from their revelation, looked incredulously at Xiaoxia and Naji, stammering, "I was merely speaking casually. I had no idea that you all liked me. Let me confirm, do you truly all have feelings for me?" In his previous life, Zhang Yu had several close female friends. Yet, whenever he mustered the courage to confess his feelings, he was invariably met with the same response. "You are a good person, but I only see you as a good friend, younger brother." This pattern left Zhang Yu deeply disheartened, causing him to refrain from expressing his affections in this new world. Despite his feelings for the female leads, resorting instead to mere verbal musings. Xiaoxia, unimpressed by Zhang Yu's words, rolled her eyes and retorted, "What do you mean? If it weren't for our feelings for you, who would willingly travel with a notorious flirt like you for so long?" Zhang Yu was taken aback, surprised by Xiaoxia's forthright expression of her sentiments. After a moment's hesitation, he couldn't help but ask, "But one to you all mind?" Xiaoxia rolled her eyes again, seemingly at a loss for words in response to Zhang Yu's inquiry. She explained, "Mind what? We are not petty or narrow-minded individuals. Besides, we have traveled together for such an extended period. We have long grown accustomed to each other's presence. As long as you are sincere with each of us, everything else can be discussed." Naji, observing the exchange, nodded with a smile, indicating her agreement with Xiaoxia's sentiments. She added, "Moreover, we trust in your ability to balance our relationships. After all, you are no ordinary person." Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Yu mused about the extent of his charm. having thought that only Lilia and his elder sister held affections for him. He whispered to himself, though Xiaoxia, sitting beside him, caught his words. Without hesitation, Xiaoxia seized Zhang Yu's ear, demanding, "Who is this Lilia?" Faced with Xiaoxia's inquiry, Zhang Yu hesitated momentarily. He pondered whether to divulge the matter of Lilia to Xiaoxia. Just as he was indecisive, Xiaoxia tightened her grip, twisting his ear sharply and pressing for an answer. "Will you tell me or not?" Startled by the unexpected pain, Zhang Yu exclaimed, all right. Lilia is Mina's daughter." However, upon hearing this revelation, Xiaoxia did not relent. Instead, she gripped his ear even tighter, her voice laced with indignation. "What? Zhang Yu, you really are quite the player, aren't you? So, you like both mother and daughter, is that it?" Zhang Yu winced in pain, struggling to free himself from Xiaoxia's grasp, while urgently clarifying, "Ouch, it hurts. Xiaoxia, you misunderstand. It's not what you think. I do have a bit of a crush on Mina, but how could she possibly like someone so much younger than her?" Just then, Xiaoxia returned from the restroom. Upon seeing Zhang Yu grimacing in pain from Xiaoxia's grip, she momentarily froze, but quickly set aside her shyness and rushed forward. "Xiaoxia, let go? Don't hurt Xiao Yu." Xiaoxia's voice was filled with concern. Reluctantly, Xiaoxia released her hold but crossed her arms defiantly, puffing up her cheeks as she declared, "Humph. If it weren't for Xiaoxia pleading for you, I would have dealt with you properly for daring to provoke both mother and daughter. Tell me, are there any other secrets we should know?" Rubbing his now reddened ear, Zhang Yu looked at Xiaoxia with a pitiful expression that clearly conveyed a plea for rescue. Xiaoxia found his demeanor amusing but turned to Xiaoxia. "All right, Xiaoxia, let us not be angry anymore. I can tell you what happened between Xiao Yu and me, if that is acceptable." Upon hearing this, Xiaoxia burst into laughter, her mirth echoing throughout the room, even causing Naji to chuckle. Xiaoxia, however, remained bewildered. Glancing between the laughing Xiaoxia and Naji, and the helpless Zhang Yu, her eyes filled with confusion, unable to grasp what was so humorous. Xiaoxia finally managed to quell her laughter, taking a deep breath as she wiped the tears from her eyes. She explained to Xiaoxia, "You see, just now, Xiao Yu confessed everything. He told us about mistakenly entering the wrong room last night, and we were just discussing his feelings for both mother and daughter." "What?" Xiaoxia's face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple. Her gaze darted toward Zhang Yu, who was now pitifully clutching his ear, seemingly anxious that she might come rushing to confront him. However, Xiaoxia was devoid of any sympathy. Her ire was thoroughly ignited. She seized Zhang Yu's other ear, twisting it with force, eliciting a yelp of pain from him. "Oh, Zhang Yu, how could you be so untrustworthy? Now, tell me, what is the deal with this mother-daughter situation?" Zhang Yu, tears welling in his eyes from the pain, struggled to maintain his composure, fearing he might cry out. As he endured the discomfort, he hastily explained, "Xiaoxia, be gentle. I assure you, there is nothing going on with Mina. She could never harbor feelings for someone so much younger than her. Please, don't jump to conclusions." Yet, Xiaoxia showed no signs of relenting. Her grip remained firm on Zhang Yu's ear. Meanwhile, Xiaoxia and Naji were doubled over in laughter, unable to contain their amusement at the spectacle. All right, Xiaoxia, let go." Xiaoxia chuckled, urging her friend, "If you keep pulling, you might just rip Xiao Yu's ear off." At last, hearing Xiaoxia's words, Xiaoxia reluctantly released her grip and plopped back into her seat, sulking as she muttered, "Humph, who told him to be so dishonest?" Zhang Yu exhaled a sigh of relief, quickly rubbing his sore ear, his expression a portrait of suffering. Once the pain had subsided somewhat, he spoke earnestly, "I swear, Mina could never like me. She sees me merely as a little brother, so please stop weaving these romantic tales." Naji, observing the exchange, allowed a subtle smile to grace her lips. Elegantly lifting her teacup, she took a delicate sip before placing it down slowly. Her gaze swept across the group as she calmly remarked, "All right, enough of the antics. If we continue, our meal will grow cold. Now that we have broached this topic, I believe we are all on the same page. As for what lies ahead, let us allow it to unfold naturally, taking our time." Xiaoxia sensed that the commotion had reached its peak. Picking up her chopsticks, she took a bite of the dish, and while chewing, she remarked, All right. Considering your attitude is somewhat sincere, we shall temporarily place our trust in you. However, Xiao Yu, you must articulate your intentions clearly. What exactly are your plans? We cannot remain in this state of ambiguity indefinitely." Hearing Xiaoxia's words, Zhang Yu rubbed his still aching ear, internally lamenting his plight. Yet, he recognized that this was not the moment for complaints. He had to respond to Xiaoxia's inquiry earnestly. After a brief contemplation, he spoke with a serious demeanor. "I acknowledge that I was somewhat oblivious before, failing to perceive the sentiments of everyone around me. However, I have come to understand now. and I assure you that I shall treat these feelings with the gravity they deserve. Zhang Yu took a deep breath to calm his racing heart. Then his gaze swept over Xiaoxia, Naji, and Xiaoxua. His eyes filled with determination as he declared, I hope to be with all of you forever, to travel together, to witness more of the world's beauty, and to embark on greater adventures. Throughout this journey, I will demonstrate my sincerity through my actions, while also wishing to delve deeper into the essence of each of you. Naji, upon hearing this, raised an eyebrow. A faint smile gracing her lips as she teased, that sounds quite commendable. But if any unforeseen romantic entanglements arise in the future, how do you intend to handle them? I promise, I will never again be muddled. Zhang Yu replied earnestly, thumping his chest as if to pledge a solemn vow. However, as images of the women he had once been involved with flickered in his mind, he felt a pang of insecurity, his confidence wavering slightly. He scratched his head, as if to mask his unease, and added, if I ever encounter such a situation again, I will be forthright with you from the very beginning. I would never conceal anything. Naji regarded Zhang Yu, nodding slightly, a trace of undetectable tenderness flickering in her eyes. She spoke softly, I hope you can uphold your promise. Our willingness to lay everything bare is rooted in our belief that you have the capability to balance our relationships. However, the unpredictability of travel can lead to conflicts. Before Naji could finish, Zhang Yu interjected earnestly, if conflicts arise, we shall communicate promptly. His tone was resolute and decisive, as if to affirm his commitment. I understand that matters of the heart cannot be taken lightly. Henceforth, regardless of the issues we face, we will tackle them together. Meanwhile, Xiaoxua had been staring down, her fingers nervously tugging at the hem of her shirt, appearing somewhat restless. Eventually, as if steeling herself, she slowly lifted her head and, in a voice as delicate as a whisper, stated, I believe in Xiao Yu. As long as we can all stay together, that is enough. Observing Xiaoxua's demeanor, Xiaoxia couldn't help but smile, wrapping her arm around Xiaoxua's shoulder, saying, all right, since we have all expressed our thoughts, let us not dwell on it any longer. Let us eat quickly. The dishes have already gone cold. With that, Xiaoxia picked up a generous piece of fragrant meat and placed it in Zhang Yu's bowl, teasingly adding, given your somewhat sincere attitude, consider this a special reward. Zhang Yu looked at the meat in his bowl, smiling gratefully at Xiaoxia before digging in with gusto. Seeing this, everyone resumed their meal, and the atmosphere at the table grew lively once more. After dinner, the group strolled along the sandy beach of Prangan Island. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the afterglow painted the sea of brilliant gold, while the gentle waves lapped at the shore, creating a soothing melody. Zhang Yu quietly savored the picturesque scenery before him, feeling an immense sense of tranquility wash over him. He turned to gaze at the girls walking alongside him, their faces illuminated by the sunset, appearing even more radiant. In that moment, Zhang Yu was overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. It felt as though he was enveloped in a dreamlike realm, where everything was exquisite and utterly enchanting. As night descended, after bidding farewell to the Ugon's siblings, Zhang Yu and the three girls did not rush to leave Prangan Island. Instead, they rented a two-story villa on the island. Zhang Yu had envisioned that this villa would provide an opportunity for the three girls to share a room with him, allowing them to deepen their emotional bonds. However, his intentions were met with staunch refusal from the three. At 10 p.m., silence enveloped the two-story villa, shrouded in the night's embrace. It was amidst this stillness that Xiaoxia's door creaked open. Cautiously, she peered out, nervously scanning her surroundings. Once assured that no one was around, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Then, she tiptoed towards Zhang Yu's room, careful not to disturb Naji and Xiaoxua within. As she reached Zhang Yu's door, her heart raced uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath, she gently pushed the door open and softly inquired, Xiao Yu, are you asleep? Chapter 17, The Night Visit. As Xiaoxia stood at Zhang Yu's door, her pulse quickened. She inhaled deeply and gently opened the door, asking softly, Xiao Yu, are you asleep? The room was engulfed in darkness, with only the moonlight streaming through the window, casting silvery shadows upon the bed. In this dim light, Xiaoxia discerned a curled figure lying motionless on the bed. Her heart raced even faster as she stealthily approached the bedside, each step taken with utmost caution. When she finally reached the edge of the bed, she extended her hand, yearning to touch the figure. Yet, just as her fingers were about to make contact, a sleepy murmur broke the silence. Xiao Yu, stop it. That familiar voice struck Xiaoxia like a thunderclap, rendering her body rigid. She stumbled back a step, and in the moonlight, she finally recognized the figure on the bed. It was Xiaoxua. Xiaoxua's hair lay tousled on the pillow, her cheeks flushed with a soft hue, clearly deep in slumber. Her breathing was steady and calm, completely unaware of Xiaoxia's presence. Oh no! Xiaoxia's face burned with embarrassment, turning a vivid crimson. Her mind went blank, leaving her at a loss for how to navigate this unexpected predicament. In her panic, she accidentally bumped into a chair behind her, producing a creaking sound that pierced the stillness. Xiaoxia stirred awake, her consciousness still hazy as she slowly opened her eyes, her vision gradually sharpening. Upon realizing that Xiaoxia stood at her bedside, she jolted in surprise, her entire demeanor frozen in shock. After a moment, Xiaoxia regained her composure, quickly pulling the covers up to shield herself completely. Xiaoxia, what are you doing in my room? Xiaoxia's voice emerged from beneath the blankets, trembling with evident fear and confusion. Xiaoxia stood there, somewhat flustered, stammering an explanation. I made a mistake. Truly, I meant to go to Xiaoyu's room, but somehow, as her voice dwindled to a whisper, it became nearly inaudible, leaving her words hanging in the air. From beneath the covers, Xiaoxia did not seem reassured by Xiaoxia's explanation. She remained tightly cocooned, too fearful to reveal even a hint of herself. After a few moments, a faint rustle emerged from the blankets, and cautiously, Xiaoxia peeked out, half her head emerging, her eyes filled with confusion and shyness. So, you wanted to find Xiaoyu? Xiaoxia's voice was soft, almost as if she were musing to herself. Yet it bore the weight of inquiry towards Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia bit her lip, as if resolving to be forthright. She sat down at the edge of the bed and took a deep breath, declaring, yes. Since we've all laid our cards on the table today, I thought I'd have a private conversation with him. Who knew I'd end up in your room instead? As the conversation drew to a close, Xiaoxia's voice suddenly lowered, as if she feared being overheard. She glanced at Xiaoxia, offering a somewhat awkward smile before continuing. But tell me, Xiaoxia, you wouldn't hold it against me, would you? How could I possibly blame you? Just, please be careful not to enter the wrong room again. Xiaoxia murmured softly. As she spoke, her gaze flickered shyly, seemingly embarrassed, before she furtively stole a glance at Xiaoxia, akin to a thief. Noticing Xiaoxia's little antics, a smile involuntarily crept onto Xiaoxia's lips. She teased Xiaoxia, oh, are you perhaps hoping to speak with Xiaoyu tonight? Instantly, Xiaoxia's face flushed a deep crimson, and she stammered, I am not. Is that so? I just heard your sleep talk, you know. If you don't speak the truth, I might just tell Xiaoyu. Xiaoxia playfully pretended to head for the door. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxia's face turned an even deeper shade of red. She hurriedly sat up and grasped Xiaoxia's arm, exclaiming, No, no, no. I'll tell you everything. Actually, I did want to go, but I accidentally fell asleep, she added, observing Xiaoxia's bashful demeanor. Xiaoxia found her utterly adorable, and couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Xiaoxia joined in, and their laughter rang out, bright and clear against the stillness of the night. After their giggles subsided, Xiaoxia wrapped her arm around Xiaoxia's shoulders and said, All right, enough with the shyness. Let us treat tonight as our sisterly night. After all, Xiaoyu will surely come looking for us eventually. Upon hearing Xiaoxia's words, Xiaoxia nodded, burying her face in the quilt, indicating her agreement. Xiaoxia then kicked off her shoes and nestled into Xiaoxia's bed. The moonlight poured in like liquid silver, enveloping the two girls in a soft, ethereal glow. In that tranquil night, they leaned against each other, whispering softly, sharing their innermost thoughts and secrets, as if the entire world existed solely for the two of them. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. Images of Sharona and the other girls flooded his mind, and he pondered whether they held any feelings for him. After contemplating for some time, he ultimately decided to cast aside these troubling thoughts. After all, he already had a girlfriend. Even if his pursuits were to fail, it would not be a loss, and if successful, he might gain another. With this thought, Zhang Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Just as he was lost in these idle musings, a sudden flash of white light flickered in the room, followed by the appearance of a figure at his bedside. Zhang Yu was startled by the sudden arrival of Naz, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. He opened his mouth to speak, but Naz swiftly pressed her lips against his, silencing him in an instant. In that brief yet fervent kiss, Zhang Yu's mind went blank, completely devoid of coherent thought. All he could perceive were Naz's soft lips and the faint scent that enveloped her. It was an unfamiliar yet intoxicating sensation. This section is omitted. Please imagine accordingly. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the curtains, spilling into the room. Zhang Yu slowly awoke, finding himself alone, with only a lingering hint of fragrance in the air. Rubbing his still dazed head, he recalled the warmth he shared with Naz the previous night, and a smile involuntarily graced his lips. After freshening up, Zhang Yu stepped out of his room, ready for breakfast. However, the moment he opened the door, he unexpectedly encountered Xiaoxia and Xiaoxia, arm in arm, emerging from another room. Both bore mischievous smiles, occasionally stealing glances at him, which sent a jolt of apprehension through Zhang Yu. An ominous premonition stirred within him. "Hey, Xiao Yu, how well did you sleep last night?" Xiaoxia asked, her big, lively eyes sparkling as she deliberately elongated her tone, grinning mischievously. Zhang Yu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Scratching his head awkwardly, he stammered, quite well. Actually, Xiaoxia, stifling a giggle beside him, seemed thoroughly entertained by his reaction, and promptly added, "That's good. We were worried you might not sleep well." Zhang Yu's face grew increasingly uncomfortable. He couldn't fathom what the two were scheming, but he sensed that their smiles concealed some secret. The trio made their way to the dining area, where Naz was already seated at the table, elegantly savoring a cup of rich coffee. As Zhang Yu entered, a faint smile graced her lips, yet in that fleeting moment, he noticed a glimmer of unnoticeable warmth in her gaze. After taking a seat beside Naz, Zhang Yu spoke up, "I think we've lingered on Ponkang Island long enough. How about we head to Napulu Island today?" The three girls nodded in agreement, voicing no objections. That morning, the four of them packed their belongings and headed towards the beach, with Naz effortlessly levitating in the air using her powers. Xiaoxia and Xiaoxia did not question this. After all, Naz had often utilized her abilities for travel. Upon reaching the beach, they boarded a jellyfish, setting off towards Napulu Island. The jellyfish glided gracefully across the sea, while the salty ocean breeze enveloped them. Zhang Yu closed his eyes, relishing this distinctive maritime atmosphere. Suddenly, Xiaoxia crept up beside him, nudging him with her shoulder, playfully asking, "Hey, what are you thinking about? Are you missing those girls you haven't won over yet?" Zhang Yu, startled by Xiaoxia's words, looked at her with a mix of amusement and exasperation, replying, "Not at all. I was thinking about Dream, wondering when it will return. Since it's been gone for so long, I really miss it." "Consider yourself lucky," Xiaoxia huffed playfully, before her tone turned serious. "However, let me make this clear. If any inexplicable girl pops up again, you better come clean about it," she said, narrowing her eyes in a mock display of threat. "Or next time, I might not just tug on your ear." Zhang Yu quickly raised his hands in surrender. I promise. Sitting nearby, Naz couldn't help but chuckle softly. As she polished Zhang Yu's high-end ball, she interjected with a smile, "Instead of worrying about those mysterious girls, perhaps you should be more concerned about certain nocturnal visits." Xiaoxia's face instantly turned crimson, and she awkwardly defended herself. "That was an accident. Besides, Xiaoxia wanted to find Xiao Yu too." Upon hearing Xiaoxia's words, Xiaoxia, who had been fiddling with her skirt, suddenly looked up, her earlobes flushed like ripe cherries. Clearly embarrassed by Xiaoxia's comment, she quickly shook her head, denying, "I did not." However, the moment the words left her lips, it seemed she realized something. Turning her gaze towards Naz with a puzzled expression, "Wait, Naz, how did you know about that?" In response to Xiaoxia's inquiry, Naz maintained her calm demeanor, stating without a hint of emotion, "I happened to see it while practicing my powers yesterday." Yet, in her mind, she mused, "I want to reveal that I used my powers to observe you both out of concern that you might sneak off to find Xiao Yu. But speaking of which, I owe Xiaoxia my gratitude. Had it not been for her, I might have been troubled by last night's experience." As recollections of the previous night washed over her, Ness felt a faint blush creep onto her cheeks, secretly reflecting on how unexpectedly skilled Xiao Yu was in that regard. Even now, there was a lingering ache. Xiaoxia scrutinized Naz with a suspicious gaze, convinced that beneath her composed facade lay some hidden secret. Yet, despite her doubts about Naz, she found herself unable to unearth any evidence to substantiate her suspicions. In a moment of resignation, Xiaoxia could only mutter, "Having superpowers is quite impressive." She then resumed fiddling with the hem of her skirt. The jellyfish glided steadily across the surface of the sea, with gentle waves lapping against its body, sending up fine sprays of water. Zhang Yu had been listening intently and thought to himself, "Hold on, you all want to launch a night raid on me. Yet when I suggested we sleep together, you rejected the idea." Just then, the previously clear sky darkened ominously. Thick clouds gathered swiftly, obscuring the sun's glow. The wind across the sea began to pick up, and the jellyfish swayed violently with the rising waves. Xiaoxia clutched Zhang Yu's arm tightly, her voice tinged with anxiety. "Xiao Yu, why has the weather changed so suddenly?" Zhang Yu furrowed his brow and looked up at the sky, drawing on his past experiences. He realized that a sudden storm was imminent. He shouted, "Everyone, be cautious. A storm is approaching. Rotom phone, check if there's a nearby shelter from the rain." The Rotom phone floated out of Zhang Yu's pocket, opened the map, and hovered before him, saying, "Head northeast. There's a small island about 2 kilometers away where you can take refuge." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu promptly directed the jellyfish to change course and swiftly moved towards the location indicated by the rotom phone. The howling wind intensified, and the waves grew ever higher, with massive crests repeatedly crashing against the jellyfish, nearly tossing everyone into the sea. Xiaoxia and Xiaoxua turned pale, clinging tightly to Zhang Yu, who reassured them while urging the jellyfish to accelerate. After what felt like an eternity, they finally reached the island. Just as they set foot on the shore, large raindrops began to pelt down with a resounding crash. The island was shrouded in dense trees, and they searched within the foliage for a place to shield themselves from the storm, ultimately discovering an abandoned wooden cabin. Although dilapidated, it provided a temporary refuge from the wind and rain. The four hurried inside, shaking off the water from their bodies. A damp, musty smell filled the cabin, and thick spiderwebs clung to the corners. Zhang Yu scanned the interior for potential dangers and, upon confirming it was safe, let out a sigh of relief. I wonder how long this storm will last. We might have to stay here for a while. Xiaoxia sighed resignedly as she settled onto a rickety wooden chair. It's all right. As long as everyone is safe, Zhang Yu replied, beginning to search the area around the cabin for materials to start a fire. Chapter 19. EV. It's all right. As long as everyone is safe, Zhang Yu said, initiating his search for firewood around the cabin. Fortunately, he found some dry twigs and leaves in a corner of the cabin. With his efforts, a warm campfire soon flickered to life within the cabin. The dancing flames illuminated their tired faces and dispelled some of the chill and dampness. Naji retrieved some provisions from her backpack and shared them among the group. As they were eating, a strange sound came from outside, reminiscent of snapping branches. The four immediately became alert, and Zhang Yu tightened his grip on his pokeball, murmuring, "Everyone be careful. I'll go take a look." "I'll go with you," Naji said, rising with a determined glint in her eyes. The two cautiously stepped outside the cabin, enveloping themselves with their psychic abilities as they traced the source of the sound. Behind a large tree, they discovered an injured EV. Its hind leg caught in a cruel trap, blood seeping from the wound, and its eyes filled with fear and pain. "Don't be afraid. We're here to help," Zhang Yu gently reassured, slowly approaching the EV. The creature tried to struggle, but its injuries rendered it too weak. Nazi carefully used her powers to remove the trap, while Zhang Yu quickly retrieved healing supplies to tend to EV's wounds. Under their attentive care, EV gradually relaxed and ceased its struggles. "We should take it back to the cabin. It's too dangerous for it here," Zhang Yu suggested to Naji. She nodded and, using her abilities, gently lifted the EV, and they returned to the cabin together. Upon seeing the injured EV, Xiaoxia and Xiaoxua rushed over, their eyes brimming with compassion. Xiaoxia knelt beside the EV, gently stroking its soft fur and murmuring, "Poor little thing, you must be in so much pain." Xiaoxua quickly rummaged through her backpack for a clean towel, carefully wiping away the dirt and blood from EV's body. Zhang Yu sat by the campfire, observing the three as they cared for EV, and said, "Once the storm passes, we need to clear all the traps nearby. We can't allow other Pokemon to get hurt." Naji nodded gently, her gaze filled with concern for EV. Just then, EV suddenly attempted to rise but fell back, letting out a mournful whimper due to the pain in its leg. Naji quickly cradled it in her arms, placing it on her lap, and softly comforted, "Stay still and rest." Hearing Naji's words, EV gradually quieted, nestling against her, nuzzling her hand with its head. "We can't just leave it here. The traps nearby indicate this place is unsafe. I propose that Naji capture this EV. What do you all think?" Zhang Yu addressed the group. Xiaoxia and Xiaoxua exchanged glances, and Xiaoxia spoke first. "That sounds good. After all, it was you and Naji who rescued it." Xiaoxua nodded in agreement, expressing her approval. Naji blinked in surprise, clearly not expecting Zhang Yu to make such a suggestion. She looked down at the fluffy little EV resting on her lap, which gazed up at her with its big, wet eyes, sticking out its pink tongue to gently lick her fingertips. Feeling the warmth in her palm, Naji's lips unconsciously curved into a gentle smile. She turned to Zhang Yu, her voice tinged with hesitation. "But EV was saved by you too, Xiao Yu." Zhang Yu waved his hand dismissively, speaking in a relaxed tone. "It's all right. Back in the Kanto region, I captured far too many Pokemon, and I currently need to invest a lot of time and energy in training them. Besides, you all know how much Mew loves to transform into EV, so let us have you capture this one." Upon hearing Zhang Yu's words, Naji's lips curled into a smile of delight. She swiftly retrieved an empty Pokeball from her waist, holding it out to EV and softly asking, "So EV, would you like to join us on our journey?" Hearing Naji's words, EV tilted its little head, blinking its round, sparkling eyes as it pondered for a moment. Suddenly, it seemed to make a decision, letting out an excited cry before pressing its forehead against the Pokeball. A brilliant light enveloped Eevee, and in the blink of an eye, it was captured within the Pokeball. The Pokeball began to shake gently, once, twice, 3 times, before making a crisp sound and coming to a halt. Najee's eyes sparkled with joy as she opened the Pokeball, releasing Eevee. As soon as Eevee emerged, it leaped directly into Najee's embrace, wrapping its soft little paws around her neck and affectionately nuzzling her cheek, its tail wagging joyfully. Seeing this, Xiaoxia hurried over, playfully poking Eevee's fluffy tail with her finger, teasing, "Now our team has another little cutie. Najee, you must take good care of it." Just then, the storm outside the wooden cabin intensified, with howling winds slamming against the windows, creating a thunderous racket. The once peaceful campfire was disturbed, scattering sparks within the cabin. Xiaoxia gazed out the window and remarked, "The rain has intensified beyond what it was earlier. I truly wonder when it shall cease." No sooner had she spoken than a flurry of commotion erupted outside, not merely the sound of snapping branches, but also the unsettling noise of heavy objects being dragged. Zhang Yu immediately rose to his feet, placing a hand upon the high-grade Pokeball at his waist. "Everyone, remain vigilant. I shall investigate. Take care of Eevee and safeguard the cabin." With that, he swung open the wooden door and stepped back into the downpour, his psychic abilities enveloping him, shielding him from the torrential rain. As Zhang Yu advanced through the curtain of rain, his psychic perception rippled outward. Before long, he detected the presence of 3 individuals in the distance. 2 of them were hefting a massive net, within which several Pokemon struggled desperately, their cries piercing through the rain like a mournful lament. The third figure lurked in the shadows, seemingly observing the surroundings. Are they poachers? A sense of urgency gripped Zhang Yu, and he resolved to take action. In an instant, he activated his teleportation ability, materializing before the 2 men with the net. They were completely unprepared for his sudden appearance, nearly dropping the net in their shock. One of them, trembling with fear, pointed at Zhang Yu and stammered, "Who are you? Where did you come from?" Zhang Yu's gaze was as cold as frost, sweeping over the struggling Pokemon entangled in the net. In a low, commanding tone, he replied, "Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that you must release the Pokemon at once." Who do you think you are? Mind your own business." The other man, clutching the net, quickly regained his composure, a menacing expression spreading across his face as he snarled at Zhang Yu. Unfazed by the hostility, Zhang Yu maintained his calm demeanor, his eyes unwavering. The second poacher soon quelled his own trepidation, inhaling deeply before retrieving a Pokeball from his belt and hurling it without hesitation. A flash of red light heralded the emergence of an Ariados before Zhang Yu. "Ariados, ensnare him with your webs," commanded the poacher. The Ariados sprang into action, rapidly ejecting a torrent of sticky threads from its mouth, which launched toward Zhang Yu like a rain of fine strands. Yet, facing this unexpected assault, Zhang Yu remained remarkably composed. A slight smile played at the corners of his mouth as he raised one hand, his psychic energy coalescing into an invisible barrier. As the threads made contact with the barrier, they seemed to lose all their potency, cascading down harmlessly to the ground, unable to pose any threat to him. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu retrieved a high-grade Pokeball from his waist and tossed it forth. A brilliant flash illuminated the rain-soaked air as a Dragonite materialized amidst the downpour. The Dragonite reared back and unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the atmosphere like a clap of thunder. It exhaled scorching flames that instantaneously vaporized the surrounding rain into a thick mist. "Use Dragon Claw," Zhang Yu commanded decisively, his voice cutting clearly through the rain. Upon hearing the command, Dragonite flapped its wings vigorously and surged forth with astonishing speed towards Ariados. Alarmed, Ariados attempted to evade, but it was far too late. In the blink of an eye, Dragonite was upon it, its claws enveloped in a surge of verdant energy, slashing down with a sharp whoosh. Ariados, with no avenue of escape, could only watch in horror as the razor-sharp talons descended. There was a sickening crunch as Dragonite's claws struck true, and Ariados let out a pitiful wail, its body careening backward like a kite severed from its string. It crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust, its eyes swirling, clearly incapacitated. At that moment, a sharp whistling sound sliced through the air from behind Zhang Yu, akin to an arrow loosed from its bow, hurtling toward him. However, Zhang Yu remained unfazed, for he had been vigilantly monitoring the hidden poacher with his psychic abilities. As the dart was launched, he vanished from sight like a specter, leaving no time for reaction. The poisoned dart, propelled with lethal force, zipped past where he had stood, embedding itself deep within a tree trunk, leaving only a small dark mark. Simultaneously, Zhang Yu reappeared like a phantom behind the hidden poacher. Channeling his psychic energy into his legs, he delivered a powerful kick to the poacher's groin with the force of thunder. A sharp crack echoed as the poacher emitted a harrowing scream, clutching his groin, his strength seemingly drained, collapsing to his knees. This dramatic spectacle was witnessed by the two other poachers nearby, their faces instantly contorting with terror as they instinctively covered their own groins, as if they could feel the pain wafting through the air toward them. Zhang Yu's gaze swept over the pair, a sinister smile curling at his lips, exuding a chilling malevolence that sent shivers down their spines. One of them finally snapped back to reality, shouting in panic, "Run!" Without a moment's hesitation, they bolted into the depths of the forest like startled rabbits, as if pursued by a dreadful demon. Yet, their speed was no match for Zhang Yu. With a mere thought, he activated his teleportation ability once more, reappearing before them and blocking their path. Before they could comprehend the situation, he launched another two swift kicks toward their groins. The strikes were as fast as lightning, and the angles so precise that evasion was impossible. Two more sickening cracks resounded, and the poachers, much like their fallen comrade, doubled over in agony, their faces contorted in pain as they emitted cries that were more grating than a slaughtered pig. Zhang Yu, observing the scene, let out a cold snort before swiftly crouching down to untie the net's opening. As he did so, the captive Pokémon began to emerge from within. They appeared battered, many bearing wounds, and some even bleeding. Their eyes reflected both fear and gratitude toward Zhang Yu. Sensing their distress, he felt a pang of compassion and gently reassured them, "Fear not, little ones. You are safe now." He then knelt down, carefully examining their injuries. After a thorough inspection, Zhang Yu determined that while the wounds were not severe, they required prompt attention. He retrieved some bandages from his bag and began to tend to their injuries with meticulous care. Under his gentle ministrations, the Pokémon gradually calmed, sensing his goodwill and no longer exhibiting the panic they had shown moments before. After Zhang Yu helped all the Pokémon tend to their wounds, he stood up, retrieved a Master Ball from his pocket, and gently tossed it, releasing Mutuo. "Mutuo, there are likely many traps remaining on this island. Please take care to cleanse the area and ensure the safety of these Pokémon," he instructed. Chapter 21. Hunter K. Mutuo nodded in response, its form flickering before vanishing from sight. Watching Mutuo depart, Zhang Yu felt a slight relief wash over him. He then utilized teleportation to return to the wooden cabin, accompanied by the three poachers and the rescued Pokémon. Upon their sudden appearance in the cabin, the three women inside were evidently startled. Misty's eyes widened as she observed the poachers curled up on the floor in pain and the trembling Pokémon nearby. Turning to Zhang Yu, she urgently inquired, "Xiao Yu, what on earth happened? Are you all right? Are you injured?" Zhang Yu first smiled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I'm fine." He then recounted the encounter with the poachers in brief. Diancie clutched Evie tightly, her eyes brimming with anger and disdain for the poachers. "These people are utterly despicable, inflicting harm on so many innocent Pokémon," she exclaimed through gritted teeth. Xiaoxue silently took out some medicine and bandages, carefully attending to the injured Pokémon. Due to the rain outside, the initial treatment had merely been a hasty bandaging, but now, within the shelter of the cabin, she could apply proper ointments. At that moment, Misty's attention was drawn to the three poachers, who were holding their groins, their faces ashen. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something, her cheeks flushing slightly as she quickly covered her mouth, struggling to suppress a laugh. "Xiao Yu, you wouldn't TB." Before she could finish, Diancie approached with Evie in her arms. Her gaze fell upon the poachers, and she instantly grasped Misty's implication, her ears turning crimson as she stammered. "Did they get hit in a sensitive area?" Zhang Yu cleared his throat awkwardly before responding, "They truly deserve it. I never intended to take their lives, merely wishing to teach them a lesson. Who would have thought they would resort to such cruelty, attempting to endanger me? My actions were purely in self-defense." Upon hearing this, Misty could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter, the sound echoing through the air. As she laughed, she addressed Zhang Yu. "Xiao Yu, your defensive tactics are rather unique. I have never seen anything quite like them." With that, she shot him a meaningful glance that turned his face a deep shade of red. In contrast to Misty's demeanor, Xiaoxue spoke with a gentle tone. Fixing her gaze on Zhang Yu, she softly said, "As long as you are safe, that is all that matters. Those poachers are indeed heinous. They have harmed so many innocent Pokémon, and they deserve punishment." While speaking, her hands never paused, tenderly applying ointment to each injured Pokémon, each action infused with compassion. Diancie quietly stroked Evie's fur, her expression resolute as she declared, "Once the rain subsides, we must hand these poachers over to Miss Junsha. We cannot allow them to continue inflicting harm on other Pokémon." Upon hearing Diancie's words, Evie emitted a gentle sound from her embrace, seemingly in agreement and support. Outside, the rain continued to pour violently, with the wind driving the raindrops against the windows, creating a cacophony. The crackling campfire within the cabin burned brightly, occasionally spitting out sparks. Suddenly, one of the subdued poachers, struggling to lift his head, snarled, "Don't get too cocky. If our boss finds out we're here, you're all finished." Zhang Yu's expression turned icy as he approached, squatting down to meet the poacher's gaze. "Your boss? I am quite curious to know who your boss is. Care to enlighten me?" The poacher merely scoffed and turned his head away defiantly, resolutely sealing his lips, clearly unwilling to answer. However, Zhang Yu remained unperturbed. A slight smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he relaxed his posture, his demeanor deceptively casual. He extended a finger and began to rhythmically tap on his knee, a seemingly innocuous action that, in reality, concealed the activation of his psychic abilities. Like a silken thread, his powers silently coiled around the edges of the poacher's consciousness. As the psychic force infiltrated subtly, the poacher's eyes began to glaze over, his body trembling involuntarily as if losing control. He struggled against the strange power, but he soon realized, with despair, that his will was as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind before Zhang Yu's formidable mental prowess. Seeing this, Zhang Yu's smile widened. He continued to amplify his psychic output, his voice low and unyielding as he demanded, "Tell me, who is your boss? And what ulterior motives do you have for coming to this island?" The poacher's forehead was lined with veins, his jaw clenched tightly. Yet as Zhang Yu's psychic influence deepened, his defenses crumbled inch by inch. Finally, the poacher's eyes rolled back, and his mouth opened uncontrollably. "Our boss is Pokemon Hunter K. We came here to catch a Pokemon for a profit." After uttering these words, he seemed to have exhausted all his strength, collapsing weakly to the ground. Upon hearing the name Pokemon Hunter K, Zhang Yu's brow furrowed deeply. He rifled through his memories of the Pokemon anime, but he found no mention of a character named Hunter K. However, he recalled Hunter J from the Sinnoh region. Could there be some connection between the two? Zhang Yu murmured to himself. As he pondered, he took out his Rotom phone from his pocket. "Rotom, search for Hunter K," he commanded. "Understood, Rotom." The electronic voice of the Rotom phone responded, and the screen began to flicker with searchlights. As time passed, the Rotom phone finally spoke again. "Pokemon Hunter K, one of the founders of the Pokemon Hunter organization, is a mysterious figure operating in the Chengdu region, specializing in the poaching of Pokemon." Zhang Yu's expression grew even more serious. He knew next to nothing about this Pokemon Hunter organization. What kind of entity was this? What was their purpose for coming to the Orange Archipelago? Chapter 22, The Hunter Organization. Zhang Yu's expression remained grave, his ignorance regarding this Pokemon Hunter organization weighing heavily on his mind. What was this organization truly about? What was their purpose for arriving at the Orange Archipelago? At that moment, Misty seemed to sense Zhang Yu's unease and curiously leaned closer to examine the information displayed on his phone screen. The Pokemon Hunter organization? I've never heard of it before. Hunter K sounds so mysterious. Could they be plotting something? Her barrage of questions heightened Zhang Yu's awareness of the situation's gravity. Nazi, cradling Evie, approached another poacher, directly using her psychic abilities to interrogate him. "Tell me, what is Hunter K's purpose for coming to the Orange Archipelago?" The poacher's eyes glazed over, and he mechanically replied, "We received an order to come to the Orange Archipelago to capture a Pokemon. The rest, I don't know." Xiaoxue also halted her actions of administering medicine to the Pokemon, turning to Zhang Yu and inquiring, "Xiao Yu, what shall we do next?" Zhang Yu furrowed his brow, lost in thought. What Pokemon are we to capture, and why specifically on the Orange Archipelago? Could it be that one? Yet, it doesn't align with the storyline. Never mind, just to be safe, Zhang Yu contemplated, addressing his Rotom phone. "Rotom, initiate a video call to Dado." "Understood, Rotom," came the response, and soon a video call was established with Dado. Within moments, Dado's visage appeared on the screen. "Xiao Yu, what prompted this sudden contact?" Dado asked with a smile. Zhang Yu relayed the encounter with the poachers, the revelation regarding Hunter K, and the poachers' intent to capture a Pokemon on the Orange Archipelago. Upon hearing this, Dado's expression turned grave. "I have indeed heard of this Pokemon Hunter organization. They operate with utmost secrecy and ruthless methods. The League previously attempted to apprehend them, but they managed to evade capture. Their presence on the Orange Archipelago undoubtedly indicates that there is a legendary Pokemon or an exceedingly rare one to be found there. I will contact Kona immediately to dispatch a team to the Orange Archipelago to enhance patrolling. You must also exercise caution and prioritize your safety." Zhang Yu nodded in agreement. "I will, Dado. I will reach out to Sister Kona if there are any developments. After ending the call, Zhang Yu addressed the group. Once the rain subsides, we shall hand over these poachers to Miss Junsha, and then continue our journey. After all, we have no knowledge of where Hunter K and his associates might be. So let us leave this matter to Sister Kona and her team. The three girls nodded in agreement, recognizing that entrusting this unfamiliar and perilous organization to professionals was the wisest course of action. Outside, the rain continued to pour with unrelenting ferocity, showing no signs of abating. Inside the wooden cabin, the group gathered around the campfire, roasting their hands while engaging in light chatter, waiting for the rain to cease. The injured Pokémon, under Xiaoshua's meticulous care, gradually settled down. Meanwhile, the captured poachers were tightly bound with ropes, rendered immobile, slumped in a corner, appearing quite disheveled. As they conversed, suddenly, Mutuo materialized within the cabin, surrounded by an array of traps, evidently just returned from the island. Mutuo nodded slightly at Zhang Yu, indicating that all the traps on the island had been cleared. Zhang Yu, observing the scattered traps, requested, "Mutuo, could you please dispose of these traps?" Mutuo nodded, raising its hand as a surge of formidable psychic energy surged forth like a tumultuous tide. The traps, previously strewn across the floor, seemed to be drawn together by an invisible force, swiftly converging. Mutuo's psychic prowess acted as a colossal compressor, compacting the traps into a small metallic sphere. With a swift motion of its arm, the sphere shot out of the cabin like a meteor, vanishing into the night. Watching Mutuo execute this series of actions, Zhang Yu couldn't help but think how wonderful it would be to possess such immense psychic abilities. After recalling Mutuo, he glanced at the three girls, who had been busy for quite some time, and remarked, "Everyone must be quite exhausted. Let us retire early. We will address subsequent matters once the rain has ceased tomorrow." Xiaoxia, Naz, and Xiaoxua nodded in agreement, feeling the weight of exhaustion. The trio carefully settled the injured Pokémon in a warm and cozy corner, laying down soft bedding to ensure they could rest comfortably. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu approached the bound poachers, meticulously inspecting the ropes once more to confirm their security. He had no intention of allowing these despicable poachers any chance of escape. As night deepened, the rain gradually diminished, though droplets continued to tap against the windows, producing a crisp sound. The campfire crackled within the cabin, adding warmth to the tranquil night. The group, weary, slowly closed their eyes, drifting into slumber. The cabin was enveloped in silence, with only the sounds of raindrops and the crackling fire intertwining, resembling a gentle lullaby. On the following morning, the rain had ceased, and sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a golden veil upon the cabin and illuminating every face within. Zhang Yu was the first to awaken, slowly opening his eyes, stretching, and then moving to the window. Upon opening it, he saw that the tempest had calmed, replaced by a serene tranquility. Zhang Yu retrieved his Rotom phone, utilizing its location feature to ascertain which island they were on, then dialed the police. After explaining the situation, the authorities assured him they would dispatch personnel promptly. After ending the call, Zhang Yu roused the still sleeping companions. Xiaoxia, Naz, and Xiaoxua gradually opened their eyes, their awareness returning. The first thing they did upon waking was to check on the injured Pokémon. Upon seeing that they had all made significant recoveries, smiles of relief spread across their faces. Once the four had washed up and finished breakfast, they proceeded with the three captured poachers to the beach to await the police. Before long, the sound of a motorboat approached, growing nearer. The quartet turned towards the source of the noise to see a speedboat racing towards them, with Miss Junsha standing at the bow. Moments later, the speedboat swiftly reached the shore, and Miss Junsha led a team of police officers off the vessel. Zhang Yu approached, recounting the events in detail to Miss Junsha. As she listened, her brow furrowed, her demeanor increasingly serious. Once Zhang Yu finished his account, she spoke solemnly. "Thank you for your assistance. We will interrogate these poachers thoroughly and ensure their organization does not continue to operate freely." With that, Miss Junsha directed the officers to escort the three poachers onto the speedboat, departing with them. As they watched the speedboat recede into the distance until it vanished on the horizon, a significant weight lifted from Zhang Yu and the three girls' hearts. Zhang Yu turned to Xiaoxia, Naz, and Xiaoxua, a smile gracing his lips as he proclaimed, "Well, the matter has been resolved. It is time for us to continue our journey." The group returned to the cabin to pack their belongings, bidding farewell to the various Pokémon before boarding the Tentacruel, setting their course for Napulu Island. After drifting at sea for several days, they finally arrived at Napulu Island. Upon setting foot on the island, an EV awaited them quietly. Zhang Yu instantly recognized this EV, and a radiant smile blossomed upon his face. The EV, upon seeing Zhang Yu, excitedly bounded towards him, its round eyes sparkling with joy. Seeing this, Zhang Yu hurriedly approached, lifting the EV into his arms and affectionately rubbing his cheek against it, exclaiming, "Mew, you have finally returned. I've missed you dearly." The EV Mew nuzzled against Zhang Yu, emitting a cheerful sound. "EV, I've missed you too, Xiaoyu." Hearing the EV's response, Zhang Yu felt an overwhelming warmth in his heart. He held the EV Mew before him, gazing into its eyes, and chided gently, "If you missed me too, then why did it take you so long to come back?" Upon hearing Zhang Yu's words, Mew hurriedly rubbed its fluffy head against him, seemingly expressing both its apologies and affection. Zhang Yu gazed at the endearing Mew, and the flicker of helplessness in his heart was instantaneously melted away by its adorable demeanor. He gently sighed, then extended his hand to stroke the little nose of EV Mew, smiling as he said, "All right, it's good that you're back." At that moment, a melodious voice suddenly rang out from the left. "Hi, are you here to challenge the Niapula gym?" The group turned to see a sun-kissed, handsome young man waving at them with a broad smile as he approached briskly. Upon reaching them, the young man enthusiastically introduced himself. "Hello everyone, my name is Xiao Dan, and I'm delighted to meet you here. Please take care of me." Zhang Yu responded with a smile. "Hello, I am Zhang Yu." Beside him, Xiao Xue politely added, "I am Xiao Xue." Xiao Xia followed suit, saying, "My name is Xiao Xia." Lastly, Na Zi, with a stoic expression, stated simply, "Na Zi." Upon hearing their introductions, Xiao Dan joyfully exclaimed, "Oh, Xiao Xue, Xiao Xia, Na Zi. From now on, I shall call you Xue Xue, Xia Xia, and Na." However, before he could finish his sentence, Na Zi raised her hand and gently waved at Xiao Dan, instantly transforming him into a doll. Zhang Yu, witnessing this, shook his head helplessly, then approached to pick up the doll from the ground. He addressed it, saying, "Why tease anyone else when you chose to toy with Na Zi? Aren't you courting disaster?" Subsequently, Zhang Yu turned to Na Zi and sighed. "Na Zi, please turn him back. After all, he is the gym leader of Niapula." Hearing this, Na Zi slightly raised an eyebrow, a flicker of subtle discontent passing through her eyes. Yet, she said nothing further and simply waved her right hand. In an instant, the doll that was once Xiao Dan returned to his original form. Terror filled Xiao Dan's face, his legs trembling as he collapsed onto the ground, as if he had lost all strength. His complexion turned as pale as a sheet, cold sweat beading on his forehead, and his lips quivered as he stammered. Who are you? How could you possess such terrifying abilities?" Observing Xiao Dan's frightened expression, Zhang Yu shook his head in exasperation. He stepped forward, extended his hand to help Xiao Dan up, and reassured him, "It's all right, don't be afraid. She merely gave you a small lesson. We indeed came to challenge the Niapula gym, but should you dare to tease my girlfriends again, I assure you, I won't be so courteous next time. I wouldn't mind turning you into a doll forever." Upon hearing Zhang Yu's words, Xiao Dan shuddered visibly, hastily swallowing hard, his gaze darting between Zhang Yu and Na Zi, revealing a smile more grotesque than tears as he stammered, "I'll remember that. I absolutely won't dare again." He hurriedly brushed off the dust from his clothes, forcing a composed demeanor as he added, "Since you are here as challengers, please follow me." Along the way, Xiao Dan occasionally stole glances at Na Zi, his body trembling slightly, the lines he had prepared completely forgotten. Mew, nestled in Zhang Yu's arms, chuckled mischievously, seemingly mocking Xiao Dan's predicament, which prompted soft giggles from Xiao Xia and Xiao Xue. Before long, the group arrived at the entrance of the Niapula gym. Zhang Yu raised his right hand, and an invisible psychic force surged forth from his palm like a crystalline stream, accurately striking the tightly shut iron gate. With a creak, the iron doors slowly swung open, as if pushed by an unseen hand. Beyond the doors lay the entrance to a mountain path and a cable car station. Xiao Xia's gaze fell upon Xiao Dan with skepticism as she asked, "You aren't suggesting we climb up, are you?" Xiao Dan, seeing her expression, quickly waved his hands, a look of trepidation crossing his face as he explained, "And no, the cable car can take everyone up directly. However, according to the rules, challengers still have to climb the mountain themselves." Zhang Yu nodded slightly in understanding. He then concentrated, and a powerful psychic energy enveloped everyone except Xiao Dan. In the next moment, they felt a blur, and when they regained clarity, they were astonished to find themselves at the mountaintop. Chapter 24, Niapula Gym, Part 1. In an instant, the group found themselves at the summit, while down below, Xiao Dan stared in disbelief as Zhang Yu and the others vanished in an instant, his jaw nearly dropping in shock. He mumbled, This psychic ability is way too unfair." As the four of them appeared at the mountaintop, an icy chill swept over them. Looking up, they beheld thick snowflakes cascading from the sky, fluttering like dancing butterflies, draping the entire summit in a pristine white cloak. The ground was dotted with various holes, from which steaming hot springs erupted, creating billows of white mist that resembled a heavenly realm. "So cold," Xiaoxia exclaimed, rubbing her arms as she stomped her feet in an attempt to warm up, her breath forming small clouds of vapor in the frigid air. Xiao Shui, noticing her discomfort, quickly rummaged through her backpack and pulled out a blanket, offering it to Xiaoxia. "Here, wrap this around you. Don't catch a cold." Gratefully, Xiaoxia accepted the blanket and wrapped it tightly around herself, casting a thankful glance at Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui then retrieved another blanket from her bag, wrapping it around herself while muttering, "I didn't expect the temperature at the summit to be so low. I should have worn more layers." In stark contrast to the shivering of Xiaoxia and Xiao Shui, Nazi and Zhang Yu appeared unfazed, even somewhat relaxed. A closer inspection revealed that they were enveloped in a layer of psychic energy. This invisible barrier perfectly insulated them from the cold, allowing them to maintain warmth amidst the icy landscape. Meanwhile, Eve was entirely unbothered by the chill, bounding out of Zhang Yu's arms to frolic joyfully in the snow. Its brown fur dusted with delicate snowflakes, resembling a moving snowball, utterly adorable. The group did not wait long atop the mountain. Shortly, Xiao Dan arrived via the cable car. Stepping off, he approached the group with a smile, saying, "All right, let me reintroduce myself. I am Xiao Dan, the gym leader of Naipilu, and I hail from the Orange Alliance's Southern Cross Star." After a brief pause, he continued, "The challenges at the Naipilu gym are conducted in 3 rounds. If you can win 2 out of the 3, the white wave badge shall be yours." As he spoke, he produced a white, shell-shaped badge. Zhang Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Responding, "Understood." Xiao Dan then elaborated, "The rules for the first round are to freeze the hot water of that geyser over there." He pointed towards a nearby geyser that was continuously erupting with steaming water. Zhang Yu nodded. Unfastening a pokeball from his waist, he called out, "I entrust this to you, Milotic." Simultaneously, Xiao Dan swiftly threw his own pokeball, exclaiming, "Go, Nidoking! Ice Beam!" Zhang Yu and Xiao Dan issued their commands almost in unison. At the command, Milotic immediately opened its mouth, unleashing a chilling ice beam that surged towards the geyser. While Nidoking responded in kind, releasing its own ice beam. 2 frosty beams of light, propelled at astonishing speed, collided with the geyser, instantly conjuring a dense mist of ice. Under the formidable power of the freezing rays, the temperature of the geyser plummeted dramatically, causing the surface's scalding water to swiftly crystallize into ice. The layer of ice thickened gradually, as if enveloping the geyser in a resplendent, translucent shroud of silver. However, just as the ice had covered half of the geyser, Nidoqueen suddenly amplified the output of her freezing beam. This maneuver accelerated the spread of ice, and in the blink of an eye, it surpassed that of Milotic. Observing this, Zhang Yu called out to Milotic, "Milotic, intensify your output." Understanding his command, Milotic immediately concentrated her energy and unleashed a more powerful freezing beam. This beam swiftly overtook Nidoqueen's, encasing the geyser entirely in ice and forming a colossal ice pillar. Xiao Dan's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed incredulously at the scene before him, muttering, "How is this possible?" Zhang Yu smiled gently, caressing Milotic, and remarked, "It appears that I have triumphed in the first round." Taking a deep breath, Xiao Dan endeavored to recover from his shock. He regained his composure and, retrieving a sign adorned with a 3-view illustration of an ice boat from seemingly nowhere, declared, "The second round will involve crafting a boat from the ice blocks we've just created, using 3 Pokémon to carve out this shape. Victory will be ours." Zhang Yu nodded in agreement, recalling Milotic, and then retrieved 3 premium Pokeballs from his waist, saying, "Now, I shall rely on you." As brilliant white lights flashed, Pikachu, Greninja, and Gardevoir materialized before the onlookers. Xiao Dan, in response, swiftly produced 2 more Pokeballs from his belt, exclaiming, "Come forth, Machoke and Scyther." At the onset of the competition, Pikachu harnessed the power of its electric shock to precisely shatter excess ice, while Greninja brandished its blades to swiftly slice through, and Gardevoir utilized its psychic abilities to shape the finer details. Meanwhile, Xiao Dan's Machoke hammered away at the ice with brute force, and Scyther deftly slashed with its scythe-like arms, while Nidoqueen cooperatively carved with its horn. In a flurry of ice shards, Xiao Dan's Pokémon began to outpace Zhang Yu's progress. As Machoke delivered a final, powerful blow, shattering the remaining ice from their boat, Scyther and Nidoqueen swiftly completed the finishing touches. Before them stood a lifelike ice boat, perfectly aligned with the illustration on the sign. In contrast, Zhang Yu's Pokémon had yet to refine a detail on the boat's edge. A faint smile graced Xiao Dan's lips as he declared, "It seems that I have emerged victorious in this round." though Zhang Yu felt a twinge of reluctance. He nodded in acknowledgement and pointed at the ice boat, stating, "Then the third round will entail riding this ice boat down the mountain." Xiao Dan, taken aback by Zhang Yu's assertion, asked with a hint of surprise, "How did you know?" Zhang Yu thought to himself, "I surely cannot divulge that I have watched the anime." However, he feigned calmness and replied, "Your first round was intended to prepare for the second round's ice boat. So naturally, once the boat is completed, the third round necessitates a descent." Xiao Dan, contemplating this, nodded in agreement, seemingly convinced by Zhang Yu's reasoning. He continued, "Indeed. The final round will involve racing down the cliff in the ice boat we crafted, with the first to reach the shoreline declared the victor. Instantaneous teleportation is not permitted." Zhang Yu scoffed, muttering, "If you can't handle it, then don't play." Xiao Dan's lips twitched involuntarily, cursing internally, "It's clearly your instantaneous teleportation that is unfair." However, upon catching the knowing glance of Natsum, a retort that had been on the tip of his tongue was swallowed. He chuckled awkwardly, quickly diverting the topic. "Ahem. I've clarified the rules of the competition, so let us prepare to commence. Oh, and one more thing to remind you for the third round. You must bring 3 Pokemon along to sit in the ice boat." After pondering this, Zhang Yu nodded thoughtfully, recalling Greninja, and seating himself with Eevee, Dream, and Pikachu in the ice boat. Simultaneously, Gardevoir gracefully leaped onto Zhang Yu's back, elegantly settling down. Her arms, akin to 2 soft silken ribbons, gently wrapped around Zhang Yu's waist, her form naturally aligning with his broad back. Gardevoir closed her eyes slightly, savoring the warmth and presence of Zhang Yu. Noticing Gardevoir's actions, Zhang Yu communicated telepathically, "Gardevoir, do be mindful." Awakened by his voice, Gardevoir opened her eyes, her cheeks flushing with a delicate hue. Shyly, she released her embrace and distanced herself slightly from Zhang Yu's back. The 3 observing women paid no heed, accustomed as they were to the unique allure Zhang Yu exuded that captivated Pokemon. Meanwhile, Xiao Dan was preoccupied with switching his Pokemon, oblivious to the moment that had just transpired. He returned Nidoqueen and Machoke to their Pokeballs and summoned 2 more, releasing Geodude and Electrode. With them, he boarded another ice boat. Once both Xiao Dan and Zhang Yu were ready, Xiao Dan shouted, "Set sail." With his command, the 2 ice boats shot forth like arrows from a bow, racing down the steep cliff. Observing from behind, Misty turned to Natsum and Xiaoxua, suggesting, "Shall we hurry and take the cable car down?" However, Natsum shook her head, employing her psychic abilities to envelop Misty and Xiaoxua, transporting them instantaneously to the finish line. Upon arriving, Xiaoxua marveled, "Having psychic powers is truly convenient." Misty nodded vigorously in agreement. At that moment, on the mountain, the ice boats sped down the snowy slope like arrows, their velocity akin to lightning, creating waves of snow that cascaded behind them like a magnificent painting. In Xiao Dan's boat, Geodude and Electrode worked in perfect harmony, stabilizing the vessel with their bodies to ensure a smooth ride at high speed. Scyther adeptly wielded its twin blades, deftly guiding the direction of the boat. Meanwhile, on Zhang Yu's side, Pikachu and Eevee, Dream, were exuberantly vocalizing their delight, while Gardevoir remained focused, channeling her psychic powers to steer the boat with wild abandon, rapidly distancing them from Xiao Dan and his team. Yet, just as the ice boat was racing forward with exhilarating speed, a massive ice pit loomed ahead. Guided by Gardevoir's telekinetic prowess, Zhang Yu's ice boat soared over the chasm, continuing its fervent rush towards the shoreline finish line. As they neared the end, Zhang Yu gazed into the distance, where the sunlit sea shimmered splendidly, a breathtaking sight. Ultimately, his ice boat surged across the finish line first, splashing a great spray of water. Zhang Yu jubilantly raised his arms in triumph, exulting in victory, while Pikachu and Eevee, Dream, jubilantly hopped alongside him, and Gardevoir smiled, watching the joyous scene unfold. Moments later, Xiao Dan and his companions arrived, albeit belatedly. Despite the evident frustration etched upon his face, he approached Zhang Yu and said, "Congratulations, Zhang Yu. You have emerged victorious in this match." With that, Xiao Dan handed Zhang Yu a white wave badge. Zhang Yu accepted the badge, scrutinizing it carefully before tucking it away. He then smiled at Xiao Dan and remarked, "Thank you. This match was truly enjoyable." Upon hearing this, Xiao Dan's lips twitched, yet he refrained from uttering any further words. After bidding farewell to Xiao Dan, Zhang Yu and his companions made their way to the Pokemon Center on Napru Island, entrusting their Pokemon to Nurse Joy. During the waiting period, they indulged in a sumptuous dinner. Following the meal, weariness began to set in, prompting them to request 4 rooms from Nurse Joy, preparing for a well-deserved rest. As the clock struck midnight, an eerie silence enveloped the Pokemon Center, cloaked in darkness. At that moment, the doors to Xiaoxue and Xiaoxia's rooms creaked open simultaneously, as if choreographed. The instant the doors parted, their gazes met in the air, both appearing somewhat surprised and awkward. Time seemed to freeze in that moment as they locked eyes, neither daring to speak. However, just seconds later, as if realizing something simultaneously, they promptly closed their doors, as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, in Zhang Yu's room, he was tirelessly soothing the agitated Mew. After a considerable effort, Mew gradually calmed down, allowing Zhang Yu to exhale in relief. Gently stroking Mew's head, he reassured, "Be good, I will return soon." With that, Zhang Yu utilized teleportation to appear in Nazi's room. In the blink of an eye, the clock read 4 a.m. Zhang Yu finally returned to his own room, only to find Mew sulking on the bed, its round eyes glaring at him, clearly displeased. Chapter 26, Yuzu Island. Upon his return, Zhang Yu encountered Mew, puffed up and seated on the bed, glaring at him with an expression of discontent. Seeing this, Zhang Yu smiled wryly, approached the bedside, and reached out to pat Mew's head, only to have it haughtily swat his hand away. "Don't be angry. I'm back to keep you company," Zhang Yu softly said. Although Mew huffed and turned its head away, it instinctively moved closer to Zhang Yu, indicating that it was not genuinely upset. Observing this, a smile crept across Zhang Yu's face. He then embraced Mew and nestled under the warm covers. Initially, Mew seemed somewhat obstinate, wriggling in an attempt to escape Zhang Yu's embrace. However, as it felt the warmth emanating from his chest, its resistance gradually subsided. Outside the window, the night was ink-like, deep and tranquil, as if the entire world was immersed in serene silence. Moonlight filtered through the delicate curtains, casting a soft, ethereal glow throughout the room, enveloping everything in a layer of misty silver. Within this tranquil ambience, the room was eerily quiet, with only the sounds of Zhang Yu and Mew's breathing intertwining, creating a unique harmony. Time slipped away unnoticed, and the night gradually yielded to the gentle embrace of morning sunlight. The sun streamed through the window, tenderly illuminating every corner of the room. Zhang Yu, awakening to the warmth of the sun, blinked his eyes to adjust to the light, then looked down at Mew, who remained in slumber, its little paws occasionally twitching as if lost in a sweet dream. Cautiously, Zhang Yu shifted his body, careful not to disturb Mew, and gently placed it at the edge of the bed before quietly slipping out. After a brief wash, he returned to the bedside and roused Mew. Once Mew transformed back into Eevee, he scooped up Mew, and went to gather everyone. He first approached Nazi's room, lightly knocking on the door. Shortly after, the door opened to reveal Nazi, her expression seemingly as usual, yet Zhang Yu could detect a hint of tenderness in her gaze that only he could decipher. A subtle smile graced Zhang Yu's lips as he softly said, "We are ready to depart." Nazi nodded slightly, acknowledging him, then glided back into her room to prepare her belongings. Next, Zhang Yu arrived at the door of Xiaoxia and Xiaoxue's room. He raised his hand and gently knocked on their door, producing a crisp sound. Inside, a faint stir was heard, and moments later, the doors swung open simultaneously. Xiaoxue stood at the threshold, and upon seeing Xiaoxia, a blush crept across her cheeks, clearly still recovering from the awkwardness of the previous night. Her gaze flitted away, seemingly unable to meet Xiaoxia's eyes. In stark contrast to Xiaoxue's shyness, Xiaoxia appeared poised and confident. With a smile, she greeted Zhang Yu warmly. "Good morning, Xiaoyu." Zhang Yu reciprocated Xiaoxia's greeting, cradling Mew, as they made their way to the lobby of the Pokemon Center. The four gathered in the lobby, where Nurse Joy promptly appeared, returning their healed Pokemon. After expressing his gratitude for the high-grade ball he received, Zhang Yu, along with the three girls, proceeded to breakfast. Upon finishing their meal, they stepped out of the Pokemon Center, greeted by the refreshing sea breeze. The morning sun on Napru Island was radiant, the sky a clear azure, and the white clouds floated above like cotton candy. The waves lapped rhythmically against the shore, as if performing a beautiful symphony. As they approached the beach, Zhang Yu released his Tentacruel. With a thought, he used teleportation to transport everyone onto the back of Tentacruel. Once everyone was settled, Zhang Yu patted Tentacruel, signaling it to set off. Tentacruel, responding to the command, swiftly made its way toward Yuzu Island. During their maritime journey, time flew by swiftly. After several days of sailing, they finally caught sight of Yuzu Island in the distance. The island gleamed under the sun, adorned with lush greenery and pristine, snow-white sands. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu sat comfortably atop Tentacruel, though his thoughts had drifted far beyond the horizon. He vaguely recalled that the gym leader of Yuzu Gym seemed to have a fondness for Xiaoxia. As he pondered this, he stealthily glanced at Xiaoxia, who was playing with Togepi. As Tentacruel approached Yuzu Island like a moving hill, its imposing figure was striking against the sunlight. On the beach, a carefree little girl was joyfully frolicking with a seal. Suddenly, her gaze was drawn to the encroaching Tentacruel. Her eyes widened in terror, as if she had witnessed the apocalypse. Fear surged within her, and without hesitation, she turned and sprinted toward the shore like a startled rabbit. The seal, evidently startled by the sudden sight, barked anxiously, scrambling after the girl as though Tentacruel were a fearsome monster. Observing this, Zhang Yu realized the urgency of the situation and shouted, "Do not be afraid. We mean you no harm." The little girl, upon hearing the call, abruptly halted her previously frantic steps. Hesitation flickered across her face, as if she found it hard to believe Zhang Yu's words. Ultimately, however, she cautiously turned around and stole a glance. Observing her reaction, Zhang Yu quickly utilized his extraordinary abilities to transport everyone to the beach in an instant, subsequently returning the venomous jellyfish to its ultra ball. He strolled towards the little girl, a gentle smile adorning his face, and softly declared, "We have come to challenge the Yuzu Gym, harboring no ill intentions." As the little girl gazed upon Zhang Yu's kind demeanor, her fear gradually dissipated. At that moment, Xiaoxia approached, crouching down with a warm smile radiating from her face, and tenderly asked the little girl, "Hello there. You are utterly adorable. What is your name?" The little girl timidly replied, "I am Mary." Though her voice was barely above a whisper, it was distinctly audible. Chapter 27. The Ultimate Move Test. The little girl timidly replied, "I am Mary," her voice soft yet clear. Xiaoxia, noticing this, smiled and pointed at the small sea lion, curiously inquiring, "Is this your Pokémon? How delightful." Mary nodded slightly, her earlier trepidation having evaporated, replaced by a flicker of joy. After an amiable exchange with Mary, they discovered that she was indeed the sister of Ai, the trainer of the Yuzu Gym. This unexpected revelation filled them with astonishment, even Zhang Yu, who was momentarily taken aback, as time had elapsed significantly and some storylines had faded from his memory. Subsequently, Mary offered to guide Zhang Yu and his companions to the Yuzu Gym. They readily accepted her invitation and followed her towards their destination. Along the way, Zhang Yu pondered what the encounter with Ai, the gym trainer enamored with Xiaoxia, would entail. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden shout interrupted his reverie. "Mary, where have you run off to?" The voice was tinged with urgency and reproach. Zhang Yu looked up to see a group of men, all clad in identical attire, racing towards them. Upon closer inspection, he instantly recognized the leader among them. Without a doubt, it was Ai, the trainer of the Yuzu Gym. Zhang Yu stepped forward, a smile gracing his features as he addressed Ai. "Hello. I am Zhang Yu from the Kalos region, here to challenge the Yuzu Gym." Ai, upon hearing the voice, slowly directed his gaze towards Zhang Yu's direction. However, just as his sight was about to land on Zhang Yu, he was unexpectedly captivated by Xiaoxia, as if she were the sole being in existence. A glimmer of light flickered in Ai's eyes as he approached Xiaoxia with swift steps, his face adorned with a broad smile, and asked, "Might I inquire the name of this beautiful lady?" Xiaoxia, taken aback by Ai's direct approach, momentarily froze. Nevertheless, she quickly regained her composure, offering a polite smile as she softly responded, "Hello, my name is Xiaoxia." Upon saying this, she instinctively took a half-step back, leaning slightly closer to Zhang Yu. Observing this, Zhang Yu subtly moved forward, skillfully positioning himself in front of Xiaoxia to obscure part of Ai's view. A faint smile lingered on his lips as he addressed Ai. "Greetings, I am Zhang Yu, Xiaoxia's boyfriend." Upon hearing Zhang Yu's words, Ai's smile, which had been so vibrant, seemed to freeze in an instant, becoming unnaturally rigid. A fleeting glimmer of disappointment flashed across his eyes, yet it was swiftly suppressed, replaced by a mask of apparent calmness. Ai gradually shifted his gaze to Zhang Yu, his tone tinged with a hint of reluctance as he remarked, "Oh, so you are Xiaoxia's boyfriend. However, since you are here to challenge the gym, I shall not shy away. Yet, whether you truly possess the merit to be my opponent remains to be seen through the ultimate move test. I hope you do not disappoint me." Zhang Yu found Ai's reaction somewhat predictable. He merely nodded in agreement and replied, "Very well, I have no objections." Yet, deep within, he felt a twinge of surprise. After all, in typical narrative arcs, such situations often lead to declarations of dueling, threats of being unworthy of someone like her, and so forth. Yet reality diverged from such cliches, prompting Zhang Yu to muse that indeed, novels can be deceiving. Seeing Zhang Yu readily agree to the test, Ai turned to one of his subordinates standing nearby and instructed, "Prepare the speedboat." He then turned back to Zhang Yu and the three ladies behind him, saying, "All right, follow me." The group closely trailed behind Ai, traversing dense woods and rugged paths until they finally arrived at the banks of a crystal-clear river. On the riverbank rested a brand-new speedboat, and with agility, Ai leapt aboard, waving at the others to follow. Cautiously, they boarded the vessel, and once everyone was seated, one of the subordinates raised a flag and declared, "Ultimate move test. Prepare, begin." As the flag descended, Ai revved the engine. With a roar, the speedboat shot forward like an arrow, sending a long white wake across the water's surface. As the vessel sped along, Ai called out to Zhang Yu, who stood at the bow. "Next is the ultimate move test. You must use your Pokemon's ultimate moves to strike down all the targets that suddenly appear." Zhang Yu nodded confidently, retrieving an Ultra Ball from his waist. He gently pressed the button, and the ball opened with a flash of white light, revealing Pikachu at the helm of the boat. Though Pikachu's power was not the strongest among Zhang Yu's Pokemon, it was well suited for this target practice. As the speedboat surged forward, targets emerged from the sides, and Zhang Yu decisively commanded Pikachu to attack. With precision, Pikachu unleashed streams of yellow electricity, accurately striking down each target one by one. After the test concluded, the sun had begun its descent, casting a splendid glow across the sky. The group returned to shore and began their journey back. Upon arriving at the Pokemon Center, night had fully enveloped the land. As they entered the Pokemon Center, Zhang Yu handed Pikachu's Ultra Ball to Nurse Joy, requesting her assistance in restoring Pikachu's energy. Just then, Ai approached Zhang Yu, stating, "For tomorrow's match, I will use Pokemon of the same type as yours. The rules will be a one-on-one battle over 3 rounds. What do you think?" Zhang Yu smiled and nodded in agreement, responding, "All right, that sounds good. Let us use electric, fire, and flying-type Pokemon." Upon hearing Zhang Yu's reply, a confident smile crept onto Ai's face as he declared without hesitation, "Excellent, it is settled. We shall meet at the Yuzu Gym tomorrow." With that, he turned and strode away with his subordinates, departing from the Pokemon Center. As Zhang Yu and the 3 ladies watched Ai's group fade into the distance, they turned and made their way to the dining area of the Pokemon Center, eager to enjoy their dinner. Chapter 28, Nightfall. After dinner, Zhang Yu approached the phone at the Pokemon Center and dialed Professor Bertano's number. On the other end of the line, the warm voice of Dr. Bratano soon resonated. As Zhang Yu succinctly outlined his request for the transportation of Charizard and Pidgeot, time flowed silently, and as the night gradually descended, the clock struck 9. This time, Eevee was particularly well-behaved, patiently awaiting Zhang Yu's return in the room. Utilizing his teleportation ability, Zhang Yu appeared in an instant at Naz's chamber. Upon entering, he was momentarily mesmerized by the sight before him. Naza lay bare upon the bed, resembling a magnificent piece of art, exuding an enchanting allure. The details here are omitted for your imagination. As the night deepened into silence, the clock quietly passed midnight. Naza nestled against Zhang Yu like a gentle kitten, savoring his warmth and breath. Zhang Yu lowered his gaze and softly kissed Naza's forehead, murmuring, "All right, Naza, let's leave it at this for today. I must go seek Xiaoxia." Naza's lips slightly pouted, displaying a hint of reluctance as she clung tightly to Zhang Yu, as if unwilling to let him depart, mumbling, "What? Have you grown tired of me, brother? Are you off to find another sister to play with?" Zhang Yu smiled gently, playfully brushing his finger against Naza's adorable little nose, and tenderly explained, "Of course not, silly girl. After all, our connections have been established, and we can't always leave it to them to take the initiative." With that, he slowly rose, dressed, and gave Naza's rounded backside a playful pat. Subsequently, he vanished from the spot using his teleportation, reappearing outside Xiaoxia's room. Standing before Xiaoxia's door, he hesitated for a moment before gently knocking, producing a soft sound. Inside, Xiaoxia's voice, laced with sleepiness, emerged. "Who is it?" "It's me, Xiaoxia," Zhang Yu replied softly, his tone imbued with gentleness. The door gradually opened, revealing a drowsy Xiaoxia, clad in an adorable Psyduck pajamas, her tousled hair only enhancing her playful charm. Upon recognizing Zhang Yu standing at her doorstep, her fatigue was instantly replaced by surprise, her eyes sparkling as she smiled brightly. "Xiaoyu, what brings you here so late? Is there something wrong?" Zhang Yu gazed at the charming Xiaoxia and chuckled, "Aren't you going to invite me in for a moment?" Hearing this, Xiaoxia's cheeks flushed slightly, and she stepped aside to allow Zhang Yu to enter the room. He walked in, gently closing the door behind him with a soft click, then turned to fix his gaze upon Xiaoxia, softly stating, "Actually, I came with no particular purpose. I simply missed you and wanted to see you." His voice was deep and tender, like a gentle spring breeze caressing Xiaoxia's ears. Xiaoxia's cheeks reddened further, resembling a ripe apple. She lowered her head, unable to meet Zhang Yu's gaze. Her heart raced uncontrollably, an inexplicable feeling blossoming within her. Observing this, Zhang Yu smiled softly, wrapping his arms around Xiaoxia, allowing her head to rest against his chest. Xiaoxia's body stiffened momentarily. She hesitated, wanting to break free from his embrace, but ultimately chose not to. "What are you doing? Let go of me," she murmured softly, her tone tinged with playful reproach. Zhang Yu, however, paid no heed to her words, instead holding her even tighter, allowing her to feel his warmth and heartbeat more distinctly. "What's this? Haven't you always wanted to surprise me at night? Today, I'm the one who has come to you," he whispered teasingly into her ear, his voice laced with playful provocation. Xiaoxia's heartbeat quickened further, as if it might leap from her throat. She lifted her gaze, meeting Zhang Yu's eyes, and in that instant, she beheld the tenderness and affection therein. A surge of impulse welled up within Xiaoxia. She stood on her toes, her lips lightly brushing against Zhang Yu's in a fleeting touch akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. This unexpected gesture startled Zhang Yu momentarily, but he quickly responded, deepening the kiss, his hands tightening around her waist. Their lips melded together, breaths intertwining, and the temperature of the room seemed to rise significantly in that singular moment. This kiss was akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought, igniting an instant blaze of passion between them as they tumbled onto the bed. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a romantic hue upon this warm and fervent scene. In the tranquility of the night, Zhang Yu and Xiaoxia immersed themselves in each other's affections, forgetting all worries and troubles. The details here are omitted for your imagination. Uncertain how much time had passed, the two of them lay quietly entwined, savoring each other's warmth and breath. Xiaoxia, like a docile kitten, nestled her head against Zhang Yu's broad chest, as if it were her safest haven. "Xiao Yu," she whispered, her voice as soft as a feather falling. "I'm so afraid that one day you will leave me." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu's heart tightened, and he immediately wrapped his arms around Xiaoxia, assuring her, "Silly girl, how could I ever leave you? I will always be by your side, never to depart." His tone was deep and tender. Xiaoxia, reassured by Zhang Yu's words, felt her anxiety gradually dissipate, replaced by overwhelming happiness. A sweet smile graced her face as she slowly closed her eyes, drifting into a peaceful slumber. Zhang Yu, gazing at the sleeping Xiaoxia in his arms, was filled with tenderness. He cautiously rose from the bed, dressed, and tucked her in, fearful of disturbing her beautiful dreams. Then, he gently pressed a soft goodnight kiss on her forehead, as if this kiss could convey all his love and care. Having completed these tender gestures, Zhang Yu took a deep breath and, using his teleportation ability, returned to his own room. Inside, Eevee, or Mew, lay atop the bed. Lifting its head upon hearing Zhang Yu's return, its round, bright eyes seemingly expressing a hint of reproach, as if blaming him for returning so late. Chapter 29, Morning. In the room, Eevee, or Mew, rested on the bed. Having heard Zhang Yu's return, it raised its head, its round eyes reflecting a semblance of discontent, as if questioning why Zhang Yu had come back at such a late hour. Observing this, Zhang Yu hurried over, gently patting Eevee, or Mew, on the head, soothingly saying, "All right, don't be upset. We have a battle with AE tomorrow. You should get some sleep." With that, Zhang Yu lifted Eevee, or Mew, and lay down on the bed together. Eevee, or Mew, seemed to sense Zhang Yu's exhaustion, ceasing its frolic and curling up quietly in his embrace, soon drifting into slumber. However, in this serene night, one individual was destined to remain awake. At this moment, Xiao Shui sat quietly on her bed, her heart filled with confusion and perplexity. She murmured to herself, "Am I not charming enough? I'm clearly older than Xiaoxia. So why did Xiao Yu choose to visit her and not me? I was the one who shared a bed with him first. So how did Xiao Shui come to know all this?" It turned out that her room had suddenly run out of water, prompting her to venture to the Pokemon Center's dining area for a pot of hot water. On her way back, she fortuitously witnessed Zhang Yu entering Xiaoxia's room. This sight stirred a wave of bitterness and disappointment within her heart. Moreover, Xiao Shui inexplicably found herself eavesdropping at Xiaoxia's doorstep for a while. The puddle left at Xiaoxia's door stood as irrefutable evidence of her lingering presence. As time quietly slips away, the night gradually recedes, and the dawn's light begins to grace every corner of the Pokemon Center. On the following morning, sunlight filters through the windows, gently illuminating the floor of the Pokemon Center. Zhang Yu awakens early, feeling revitalized and refreshed after several hours of restful slumber. Accompanied by his Eevee, he makes his way to the dining area, eager to indulge in a sumptuous breakfast. Upon entering the dining room, Zhang Yu immediately spots Naji and Xiaoxua seated together, enjoying their meal. With a smile, he takes a seat opposite Xiaoxua. However, when he lifts his gaze to her, He is taken aback to find her bearing 2 conspicuous dark circles under her eyes, gazing at him with an expression of forlorn resentment. A flicker of concern arises in Zhang Yu's heart as he struggles to comprehend the sudden change in Xiaoxue's demeanor. After all, the soundproofing of the Pokemon Center's rooms is quite commendable. Unless someone were deliberately eavesdropping at the door, it would be nearly impossible to overhear anything from within. Therefore, Zhang Yu does not even consider the possibility of Xiaoxue having listened in. With genuine concern etched on his face, he gently inquires, "Xiaoxue, why do you have dark circles? Did you not sleep well last night?" In response, Xiaoxue lets out a cold huff, abruptly turning her head away, seemingly ungrateful for his concern, and mutters petulantly, "Humph, it's all because of certain individuals." Zhang Yu is left perplexed by her reaction, casting a bewildered glance at Naji, hoping for some insight. However, Naji merely shrugs her shoulders helplessly and whispers, "I'm not sure either." This only deepens Zhang Yu's confusion as he scratches his head, ruminating on what he could have possibly done the previous night to upset Xiaoxue. After a while, unable to deduce the reason, he earnestly addresses Xiaoxue, saying, "I truly do not understand what I did last night. Could you please enlighten me so that I can find a way to resolve this?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoxue huffs again, her voice tinged with anger as she retorts, "You know very well what you did last night." Zhang Yu's expression morphs into one of incredulity, his eyes wide as he stares at Xiaoxue, silently musing. How could she possibly know? Did she really eavesdrop as I suspected? Noticing Zhang Yu's gaze, Xiaoxue's cheeks instantly flush a delicate shade of crimson. Zhang Yu, seeing her reaction, becomes increasingly convinced of his theory. With a slight smile, he uses his psychic ability to convey, "You didn't actually eavesdrop outside of Xiaoxia's door, did you?" Xiaoxue's face turns an even deeper shade of red, resembling a ripe apple. Her eyes flit nervously, avoiding Zhang Yu's gaze as she lowers her head, mumbling softly, "Who was eavesdropping? I just happened to overhear a bit while passing by." Observing Xiaoxue's bashful yet stubborn demeanor, Zhang Yu feels a surge of affection for her. He finds her current state both endearing and heart-wrenching. Gently, he reaches out, taking her hand that rests on the table in his own. Xiaoxue, clearly startled, attempts to withdraw her hand, but Zhang Yu applies just enough pressure to keep her from escaping. Softly, he murmurs, "It is my fault for not considering your feelings first." His voice is tender and low, imbued with a hint of regret. At that moment, Naji seems to sense the subtle shift in the atmosphere, elegantly setting down her cutlery. She offers a faint smile and says, "Why hasn't Xiaoxue risen yet? I shall go check on her." With that, Naji picks up EV and in an instant teleports away, leaving only Zhang Yu and Xiaoxue behind, the air thick with a blend of awkwardness and intimacy. Xiaoxue's gaze remains evasive, yet the hand Zhang Yu holds gradually ceases its struggle, as if she has silently accepted his apology. Zhang Yu gently sighs, softly caressing the back of her hand with his thumb, as if savoring the warmth and delicacy of her skin. "What I did yesterday was impulsive. I should have come to you first," he continues, his voice low and gentle, laced with sincerity. Pausing for a moment, he leans closer to Xiaoxue, narrowing the distance between them. His warm breath brushes against her flushed ear, sending a tremor of exhilaration through her. However, eavesdropping is not a commendable habit, he adds, a hint of teasing lacing his smile. Xiaoxue's face instantly reddens, and she raises her head sharply, her large eyes glaring at Zhang Yu with indignation, akin to an irate little rabbit. Yet, her eyelids betray a hint of moisture, as if she feels deeply wronged. Who eavesdropped?" she stammers, her voice quaking with evident displeasure and anger. "It was you, and I was the first to." Her words falter mid-sentence, becoming fragmented, and her voice dwindles to a barely audible whisper, imbued with an overwhelming sense of grievance, as if she has 1,000 words to express but finds them stuck in her throat. Zhang Yu, witnessing her blend of fury and sorrow, feels his heart soften. He clasps her small hand firmly within his palm, gently pressing it against his cheek to absorb her warmth. "In my heart, you are all equally important," he tenderly confesses, his eyes shimmering with genuine emotion. "Yesterday, I was preoccupied with the thought of you two always plotting to ambush me. So I intended to seek out Xiaoxia first, and then come to you. However, after spending time with Xiaoxia, I realized it was getting late, which is why I didn't come to find you, planning instead to do so next time." His fingertips delicately trace the faint dark circles beneath Xiaoxue's eyes as he laments, "Look, you've exhausted my precious one to the point of resembling a little panda." Xiaoxue, seemingly pouting, turns her head away with a soft huff, as if dismissing Zhang Yu's words. Yet, the slight upward curve of her lips reveals her true feelings. Zhang Yu feels a surge of joy at this realization, understanding that Xiao Xue's stance has softened. Seizing the opportunity, he continues, "Next time, I promise to come to you first. All right? No matter how you wish to punish me, I am more than willing." This declaration ignites a fire within Xiao Xue's heart, and she can no longer maintain her composure. With a sudden motion, she slaps Zhang Yu's hand away, her cheeks ablaze with an intensity that is almost alarming. "Who said I want to punish you? You silver-tongued rogue." Though her words carry a hint of reproach, the joy in her eyes betrays her true sentiments. Zhang Yu, captivated by her flustered demeanor, softens his tone, saying, "All right, don't be upset. Let us eat breakfast quickly, otherwise it will grow cold. After breakfast, you should take a nap and rest well. I will return to call for you once I have completed my gym challenge." With that, Zhang Yu rises, walking over to Xiao Xue and gently tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. This subtle gesture sends her heart racing, and her face deepens in color. Xiao Xue shyly nods, the remnants of her earlier displeasure dissipating, replaced by a sweet and bashful smile. She gazes at Zhang Yu, softly stating, "You must come back quickly." Zhang Yu responds with a warm smile, returning to his seat to enjoy his breakfast, while Xiao Xue watches him quietly, a blissful smile gracing her lips. After Zhang Yu has finished his meal, Xiao Xue has already succumbed to slumber, her head resting on the table, her eyes gently closed, clearly lost in dreams. He cautiously cradled Xiao Xue in his arms, fearful of awakening her, and then, with utmost care, he returned her to her room, gently laying her upon the bed and tucking her in with the blanket. Just as Zhang Yu stepped out of the room and softly closed the door behind him, he was suddenly startled by the creaking sound of the door to Xiao Xue's room opening. He turned to see Nasi emerging, with an Eevee perched atop her head. Upon spotting Zhang Yu, Eevee let out an excited yelp and, without hesitation, leaped from Nasi's head directly into Zhang Yu's embrace. Zhang Yu swiftly caught Eevee, and with a warm smile directed at Nasi, he inquired, "Where is Xiao Xue? Why hasn't she come out?" Nasi rolled her eyes and replied with a hint of annoyance, "Isn't it because of you? She can't even get out of bed right now." Upon hearing Nasi's words, a slight blush crept across Zhang Yu's face, and he awkwardly cleared his throat twice, attempting to shift the topic. "Ahem, I'm heading to challenge the gym now. Could you please take care of Xiao Xue?" With that, he hurriedly turned away, clutching Eevee, as if fleeing from the scene. Nasi watched Zhang Yu's flustered retreat and shook her head in resignation. She then walked towards the dining area and soon returned to Xiao Xue's room with a steaming breakfast in hand. Inside, Xiao Xue was buried under the covers, her face flushed as if she sought to isolate herself from the entire world. Suddenly, she heard a faint sound, as though someone had entered the room. Her heart raced, and shyly, she poked her head out, her gaze landing on Nasi at the doorway. "Nasi, why were you gone for so long?" Xiao Xue's voice carried a timid, almost petulant tone, resembling that of a child seeking attention. Nasi approached the bed, a teasing smile playing on her lips, and sat down beside Xiao Xue. She gently prodded Xiao Xue's warm cheek and jested, "Isn't it because someone was too vigorous last night? You're too drained to get up now." Xiao Xue's face turned crimson, and she quickly pulled the covers over her head, leaving only a small gap through which muffled protests emerged. "Stop saying that." Realizing Xiao Xue was embarrassed, Nasi ceased her teasing and gently said, all right, I won't tease you anymore. Get up and eat something to replenish your strength." With that, she placed a bowl of prepared porridge in front of Xiao Xue. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu had arrived at the gym's entrance with Eevee in his arms. Upon reaching the gym, he spotted Ai waiting there, seemingly for quite some time. Ai's face lit up with a confident smile upon seeing Zhang Yu. "Zhang Yu, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you forever." "Huh, isn't Xiao Xue with you? I thought she would accompany you," Ai remarked, glancing past Zhang Yu as if expecting Xiao Xue's appearance. Zhang Yu rolled his eyes, slightly irritated by Ai's inquiry about Xiao Xue. "That doesn't seem to concern you, does it?" he retorted. Ai, unfazed, shrugged and cheerfully snapped his fingers. "If that's the case, let us hurry to the battle arena." With that, Ai walked over to the hot air balloon, beckoning Zhang Yu to join him. Zhang Yu nodded and climbed into the balloon alongside Ai. The hot air balloon ascended slowly, carrying them towards the designated battle arena of the Yuzu gym. After approximately 10 minutes, the balloon descended onto a vast battleground. Zhang Yu and Ai disembarked, discovering that they had arrived at the Yuzu gym's arena. This arena was perched atop towering stone pillars surrounding Yuzu Island, with an expansive sea stretching out as far as the eye could see, creating a breathtaking vista. To travel between the gym and the arena, one had to rely on the hot air balloon. Moments later, only Zhang Yu and Ai stood in the immense arena, while the rest of the gym personnel had already ascended into the air in the hot air balloon. Additionally, a referee perched atop a Pidgeot awaited to officiate the match. Now, Let the battle of electric-type Pokemon commence, Ai declared as he threw forth his Pokeball. As the ball opened, a dazzling white light flashed, revealing an Electabuzz adorned with black stripes standing in the arena. In response, Zhang Yu swiftly retrieved a great ball from his waist and tossed it into the air. Go, Pikachu! With the opening of the great ball, another brilliant flash of light erupted, and in an instant, a Pikachu with black stripes on its back materialized into the arena. At that moment, the referee, holding a microphone, announced, Zhang Yu from Kalos faces Ai, the gym trainer of Yuzu Gym. The match begins. Without hesitation, Ai commanded, Electabuzz, use Thunderbolt. Almost instantly, Electabuzz became enveloped in a surge of electricity, and a thick bolt of yellow lightning surged toward Pikachu. Remaining calm, Zhang Yu quickly instructed, Pikachu, use Quick Attack to evade. Pikachu transformed into a blur of yellow, deftly dodging Electabuzz's assault and swiftly maneuvering to its side. Now, use Volt Tackle, Zhang Yu shouted. In an instant, Pikachu was engulfed in radiant golden electricity, resembling a golden bullet as it charged toward Electabuzz. Caught off guard by this sudden onslaught, Electabuzz had no time to react and was struck forcefully by Pikachu, sliding backward several meters before finally coming to a halt. However, Electabuzz remained upright, quickly regaining its composure with a flicker of anger in its eyes. Observing this, Ai hastily commanded, Electabuzz, unleash Thunder Punch. Following Ai's order, Electabuzz's right fist crackled with powerful electricity and lunged toward Pikachu at breakneck speed. Yet, Zhang Yu displayed no signs of panic. He calmly directed, Pikachu, counter with Iron Tail. Pikachu responded to the command, swiftly turning and hardening its tail to become as solid as iron, gleaming with a cold metallic luster as it met the electrified fist head-on. A resounding crash echoed as their tremendous forces collided, producing an explosive sound that reverberated throughout the arena. The shockwave from the impact surged like a tempest, stirring up clouds of dust around them. Pikachu was jolted backward by the force, skidding a short distance before stabilizing itself. Electabuzz, too, felt the effects of the impact. Its fist tingled from the blow, and its once ferocious offensive momentum faltered slightly. Ai, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, was momentarily astonished to see Pikachu's Iron Tail withstand such a powerful attack from Electabuzz. However, his surprise was fleeting, and he quickly regained his composure, shouting, Electabuzz, use Charge Beam to cover the entire arena. Electabuzz, responding to the command, spread its arms wide as electricity surged through its body like ignited gunpowder, wildly pulsating. In the blink of an eye, numerous dazzling currents erupted from Electabuzz, racing outward in all directions like a herd of untamed wild horses, enveloping the entire battleground in a mesmerizing display of electric light. Confronted by the overwhelming torrent of electricity, Zhang Yu remained remarkably composed. Without a moment's hesitation, he bellowed, Pikachu, unleash your Volt Tackle and charge forward. Pikachu, understanding the command intuitively, was instantly enveloped in a shimmering golden current, resembling a streak of golden lightning as it darted through the dense electric field with astonishing speed, hurtling directly toward the Electabuzz. Witnessing this, Ai gaped in disbelief, his expression a portrait of incredulity as he exclaimed, What? How is this possible? A subtle smile of confidence graced Zhang Yu's lips as he explained, My Pikachu possesses the ability Lightning Rod. It renders Pikachu immune to electric-type attacks and allows it to convert such assaults into its own energy. Just as Ai was grappling with this revelation, Pikachu collided with the Electabuzz like a golden cannonball. A thunderous roar echoed as the Electabuzz was sent sprawling backward, crashing to the ground like a kite with a severed string, raising a cloud of dust. Clearly incapacitated by such a severe blow, the Electabuzz lay motionless on the ground. Its eyes spiraled in a daze. The referee, perched upon his Pidgeot, announced loudly, The victor of the first electric-type Pokemon battle is Zhang Yu. After a brief pause, the referee continued, Next, we shall commence the second round, featuring a contest of flying-type Pokemon. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Ai and Zhang Yu simultaneously hurled their Pokeballs, Ultra Balls, into the arena, exclaiming, Go, Pidgeot! As the Pokeballs opened, two brilliant beams of light flashed, revealing their respective Pidgeots on either side of the battlefield. Zhang Yu's gaze settled upon his Pidgeot, noting its significantly larger stature compared to Ai's. He mused to himself, Sister Sophie truly has a knack for it. My Pidgeot seems to have grown considerably since last time. In that moment, Ai decisively commanded, Pidgeot, use Hurricane. His Pidgeot swiftly flapped its wings, conjuring a powerful gale that surged like a tidal wave toward Zhang Yu's Pidgeot. Unfazed by the sudden onslaught, Zhang Yu promptly shouted, Pidgeot, let's counter with Hurricane as well. No sooner had he uttered the words than his Pidgeot also began to flap its wings vigorously, summoning a fierce storm of its own. In an instant, the two hurricanes clashed violently in midair, unleashing a tempest that sent debris swirling. Both Pidgeots exerted their utmost to maintain the strength of their respective gales, their wings flapping incessantly with boundless power. They endeavored to overpower one another's winds, seeking to diminish the force of their opponent's assault. However, as time elapsed, Zhang Yu's Pidgeot-size advantage gradually became evident. The sheer force generated by its massive wings proved superior, as its hurricane steadily gained the upper hand, pushing Ai's Pidgeot back inch by inch. Realizing the precariousness of his position, Ai urgently commanded, "Pidgeot, strike with your wings." Upon receiving the order, Ai's Pidgeot's wings shimmered with a brilliant white light, launching forward like a bolt of lightning aimed directly at Zhang Yu's Pidgeot. In the face of this winged assault, Zhang Yu remained remarkably calm. He unhesitatingly issued the command, "Pidgeot, meet it with steel wing." In an instant, a metallic sheen enveloped Zhang Yu's Pidgeot's wings, as though it had donned a suit of impenetrable armor. It barreled forward to meet Ai's Pidgeot's wing attack. A deafening crash reverberated as the two Pidgeots collided with tremendous force. Ai's Pidgeot was struck hard by Zhang Yu's steel wing, sending it spiraling out of control, veering to one side, teetering perilously in the air. Although Zhang Yu's Pidgeot also felt the impact, its larger size and powerful strength allowed it to maintain its balance. Observing this, Zhang Yu's heart swelled with elation. He recognized this as a golden opportunity. Without hesitation, he called out, "Pidgeot, follow up with air slash." Zhang Yu's Pidgeot swiftly regained its composure, flapping its wings vigorously, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp air blades that shot toward Ai's Pidgeot like arrows released from a bow. Caught off guard, Ai's Pidgeot was struck by the air slash, emitting a cry of distress as it plummeted to the ground like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily and stirring up a cloud of dust. The referee, witnessing this, promptly soared over on his Pidgeot to assess the situation. Finding Ai's Pidgeot lying on the ground, its eyes spiraled, he immediately raised the microphone and declared, "In the second round of the flying-type Pokemon battle, Zhang Yu emerges victorious." With Zhang Yu having secured 2 victories, he was declared the overall winner of the match. Upon hearing the referee's announcement, Zhang Yu felt a pang of confusion. He glanced at the fallen Pidgeot of Ai, then at his own Pidgeot, murmuring to himself, "Is this truly my Pidgeot? Has it grown stronger, or is Ai's Pidgeot simply weaker?" As he pondered this, he retrieved his Rotom phone from his pocket. Activating the scanning feature, he pointed the camera at his Pidgeot. With a beep, the Rotom phone swiftly completed the scan and began relaying information about Pidgeot, Pokemon, Pidgeot. Gender, male. Type, normal flying. Ability, Keen Eye. Level, 50 Gym. Aptitude, Champion Class. Skills, Steel Wing, Quick Attack, Brave Bird, Wing Attack, Final Surge. Zhang Yu's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at his Pidgeot, contemplating. It has ascended by 9 levels. What on earth has it experienced? Just then, Pidgeot gracefully descended before Zhang Yu, nuzzling its warm head against his cheek. Smiling, Zhang Yu extended his hand, gently stroking Pidgeot's soft feathers, inquiring, "Pidgeot, what have you been up to at the Bratano Research Institute?" Pidgeot tilted its head, blinking its lively eyes as if pondering how to respond. After a considerable pause, it emitted a series of crisp calls, "Pidgeot, Pidgeot, eating, sleeping, going out to play." "And where exactly did you go when you played?" Zhang Yu continued, curious. Pidgeot replied, "Pidgeot, Pidgeot, I went to the forest behind the institute to play with Pokemon I had never seen before, but they seemed rather weak." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, muttering to himself, could it be that Pidgeot has bested every Pokemon in that forest behind the institute? After all, there aren't any particularly strong Pokemon there. As Zhang Yu contemplated this, Ai had already recalled his Pidgeot into its Pokeball and approached, retrieving a badge from his pocket and handing it to Zhang Yu, saying, "Congratulations, Zhang Yu, this is the wheel badge, it now belongs to you." After expressing his gratitude, Zhang Yu accepted the wheel badge and placed it in his pocket. He then lifted Mew from the ground, leaping onto Pidgeot's back, preparing to return to the Pokemon Center. "Farewell." Zhang Yu waved to Ai, then issued the command to Pidgeot to take flight. Pidgeot flapped its wings and soared high into the sky, carrying Zhang Yu and Mew swiftly toward the Pokemon Center. Upon returning, Zhang Yu promptly recalled Pidgeot into its Ultra Ball. Continuing, he placed the advanced Pokeballs of Beedrill and Pikachu upon the counter before Miss Joy. With a gentle smile, Miss Joy accepted the 2 advanced Pokeballs and softly remarked, "Please wait a moment, I shall take care of them." As Zhang Yu conversed with Miss Joy, Naza, Xiaoxia, and Xiaoxua descended the staircase. Xiaoxia spotted Zhang Yu at once and hurried to his side, her face alight with excitement as she inquired, "So Xiao Yu? Did you win the gym challenge?" A confident smile graced Zhang Yu's lips as he slightly raised the corners, retrieving the ribbon badge from his pocket to flaunt before Xiaoxia, declaring proudly, "Of course. I emerged victorious with ease." He then turned his attention to Xiaoxia and the approaching Xiaoxua, asking with concern, "By the way, how have you both been resting?" Xiaoxua nodded with a smile, replying, "Yes. I've recuperated well." Suddenly, Xiaoxia's face flushed crimson, her head bowed shyly as she stammered, "I am almost back to normal too." Observing Xiaoxia's bashful demeanor, Zhang Yu felt a wave of affection wash over him. Unable to resist, he gently ruffled Xiaoxia's hair. At that moment, Miss Joy approached with a radiant smile, gliding gracefully toward them. In Chapter 33, The Birth of Lugia, Part 1, Miss Joy arrived, balancing a tray that held Zhang Yu's 2 advanced Pokeballs. "The Pokemon have fully recovered," she announced tenderly, her voice as soothing as a gentle spring breeze. After thanking her, Zhang Yu returned the Pokeballs to the belt at his waist. "Xiao Yu, where shall we head next?" Xiaoxua asked, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. Zhang Yu pondered for a moment before responding, "I believe we should rest another day at the Pokemon Center. After all, everyone needs to recuperate. We can set off for Grape Island tomorrow. What do you think?" The 3 girls exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. As night fell, the Pokemon Center was enveloped in tranquility. After soothing Mew, Zhang Yu utilized instant transmission to appear in Xiaoxua's room. The sight that greeted him was unexpectedly enchanting. Xiaoxua sat quietly at the edge of her bed, clad in a loose-fitting nightgown, resembling a beautiful painting. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, softly obscuring her fair skin. Upon seeing Zhang Yu, she appeared momentarily flustered, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple, evoking a tender sense of affection. An hour later, Zhang Yu gently kissed Xiaoxua's cherry-like lips and softly said, "All right, Xiaoxua, let us call it a night. Otherwise, you might end up like Xiaoxia, unable to rise from exhaustion tomorrow." Xiaoxua's cheeks flushed once more, and she shyly nodded, replying softly, "Oh." However, at that moment, she seemed to recall something significant, her brow furrowing slightly as she asked with concern, "By the way, Xiao Yu, won't we get pregnant without taking any precautions?" Zhang Yu immediately reassured her, "Rest assured. That won't happen. I've already handled it with my psychic powers. After all, I plan to travel the world, and now isn't the time for children. Once I have more free time, we can think about that. Besides, I'm not ready to be a father just yet." With that, Zhang Yu rose from the bed and began to dress. Xiaoxua propped herself up, her disheveled hair cascading over her shoulders as she gazed at Zhang Yu, the moonlight casting a soft glow upon his profile. Suddenly, she broke into a sweet smile and said, "I believe you will be a wonderful father someday, Xiao Yu." Zhang Yu, taken aback by her words, paused in his actions and turned to her, asking with curiosity, "Why do you say that?" Xiaoxua smiled gently, shaking her head slightly as she replied, "I'm not sure. Perhaps it's just a woman's intuition." Zhang Yu simply smiled in response, saying nothing more. He quickly finished dressing, then moved to Xiaoxua's side, leaning down to plant a tender kiss on her forehead, whispering, "All right, I'll take my leave now. Get some rest." As soon as the words left his lips, Zhang Yu vanished from sight. The next moment, he appeared in Naza's room. As for why he didn't visit Xiaoxia first, it was because Zhang Yu had used his psychic abilities to check on Xiaoxia's room and found her already sound asleep in bed. Thus, he decided it was best not to disturb her slumber. Upon entering Naza's room, the narrative continues, but will remain unspoken here. When Zhang Yu attempted to return to his own room, an unexpected situation arose. A powerful psychic force enveloped his room, belonging to none other than Mew. Zhang Yu realized that his late return had displeased Mew, preventing him from entering his own space. Although somewhat resigned, he accepted the reality of the situation. Unable to return to his own room, Zhang Yu reluctantly settled for the night in Naza's quarters. Just as he prepared to lie down, Mew suddenly appeared, rushing toward him without a word, seizing him and, like a chick, whisking him back to its own room. Amused by the scene, Zhang Yu chuckled, a smile dancing on his lips as he teased Mew. "What's this? Weren't you just refusing to let me in? Why bring me back now?" Mew, acting like a petulant child, turned its head away, ignoring Zhang Yu's reaction. It used its immense psychic abilities to bind Zhang Yu's hands, pulling him close. Satisfied, Mew then closed its eyes, drifting into a sweet slumber. Observing this, Zhang Yu couldn't help but smile helplessly, embracing Mew as they lay on the bed. However, even in sleep, Mew was restless, resembling a playful kitten as it turned over and nestled into Zhang Yu's embrace, seeking a more comfortable position. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the windows of the Pokemon Center, illuminating the dining table where Zhang Yu and his companions enjoyed a lavish breakfast. After their feast, they boarded the Tentacruel and embarked on their journey to Grape Island. Near Asia Island, a massive aerial fortress loomed serenely in the sky, resembling a colossal steel beast, majestically overlooking the ocean and islands below. Inside this aerial bastion, light filtered through enormous windows, casting bright patches of illumination on the floor. Among them, a scholar garbed in academic attire was deciphering an ancient inscription. If Zhang Yu were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this man as the collector, Gilruda. The god of fire, the god of thunder, and the god of ice must not be carelessly approached. Otherwise, the wrath of heaven and earth shall lead the world to ruin. The god of the sea only appears in times of salvation, yet cannot prevent the world's demise. Only the emergence of an exceptional controller can quell the god's fury. After completing his interpretation of the inscription, Gilruda paused momentarily before continuing in a deep, resolute voice. What I seek is not the god of fire, nor the god of thunder, nor the god of ice, but the god of the sea. His words resonated with a profound yearning and determination for the sea deity. Chapter 34. The Emergence of Lugia, Part 2. What I desire is neither the god of fire, nor the god of thunder, nor the god of ice, but rather the god of the sea. The words of Gilruda resonated with an unmistakable yearning and determination for the god of the sea. As he uttered this declaration, a slight smile crept upon his lips, exuding an air of malevolence, as though he could already envision the moment he would claim the god of the sea for himself. At the instant Gilruda's words faded, the artificial intelligence aboard the aerial fortress promptly responded, "Ding." After meticulous investigation, it has been concluded that the god of fire refers to the mythical Pokemon, Moltres, specifically the rarest among those residing around the island of Asia in the Orange Archipelago. Similarly, the god of thunder is represented by Zapdos, and the god of ice by Articuno. It is noteworthy that both Zapdos and Articuno, like Moltres, are unique species of Pokemon inhabiting the vicinity of Asia Island. Listening to the AI's report, Gilruda gradually settled into the seat of the control panel. His gaze fixed intently upon the display, which proclaimed, in essence, all references lead back to Asia Island. While each Pokemon is undeniably desirable, they do not align with my ultimate objective. His voice was low and resolute, imbued with an unwavering determination. What I seek is an existence that is far more distant and rare. The artificial intelligence continued, detecting 3 life signs indicative of the mythical Pokemon, Moltres, Articuno, and Zapdos. Its voice echoed throughout the command room, and holographic images representing the 3 legendary birds flickered on the map. Gilruda elevated his seat, a greedy smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Have they appeared? Which one is the closest? Upon issuing the command, the seat ascended to the command level of the aerial fortress. It is Moltres from Fire Island, the AI responded, igniting a spark of excitement in Gilruda's eyes. He fixated on the representation of Moltres on the screen, his elongated fingers tapping the control panel, inform Hunter K and his team to proceed against Articuno. No sooner had he spoken than the entire aerial fortress emitted a low hum, accelerating towards Fire Island. Meanwhile, in the frigid expanse of the sea, Hunter K's black spacecraft maneuvered through the clouds. Inside the vessel, the communicator suddenly blared a frantic alert. Hunter K, seated at the center, jolted awake, his subordinates turning their gazes towards the communicator. One of his aides swiftly stood, approached the device, and pressed the receive button. The screen displayed a succinct message, "Engage Articuno." After reading the message, the aide promptly turned and hurried to Hunter K, reporting, "Boss, we have received the order to act against Articuno." A sly grin spread across Hunter K's face as he nodded in satisfaction. Slamming his hand onto the armrest of his seat, he declared loudly, "Excellent. Immediately set course for Ice Island and capture Articuno." Understood. The crew members chorused in unison, swiftly springing into action, piloting the spacecraft and adjusting their course towards Ice Island. Meanwhile, in the warm waters of the Orange Archipelago, Zhang Yu and his companions were blissfully lounging atop the soft body of a Tentacruel, basking in the sunlight. The azure sky was dotted with a few fluffy clouds, and the gentle sea breeze caressed their cheeks, carrying with it the briny scent of the ocean. Mew nestled contentedly in Zhang Yu's embrace, occasionally emitting soft purring sounds of satisfaction. Suddenly, a rumble of thunder echoed from the sky, and the once clear atmosphere was swiftly engulfed by dark clouds, obliterating the sunlight. A fierce wind arose, howling as it swept through, transforming the previously tranquil sea into a tumultuous expanse, waves crashing mightily against the tentacruel. At that moment, Mew awakened, reverting to its original form. Soaring into the air with its head cocked, its gaze fixed towards the horizon, seemingly sensing an anomaly. Zhang Yu, noticing Mew's behavior, felt a surge of unease and quickly inquired, "Mew, what is happening? Is something wrong?" Upon hearing Zhang Yu's concern, Mew excitedly perched on his head, exclaiming, "Meow meow. Little Yu, the balance has been disrupted. Let us save the world, it will surely be exhilarating." Zhang Yu, upon hearing this, felt a twitch of annoyance and grasped Mew, raising it to his level, his expression turning serious. "Saving the world is not a trivial matter. You must clarify what is occurring." Mew, wagging its tail, its large eyes brimming with anticipation, pointed towards the overcast sky with its tiny paw, saying, "Meow meow. Someone has touched the legendary birds, so Little Yu, we must go save the world. You are undoubtedly the chosen controller." Hearing Mew's words, Zhang Yu's heart stirred, as a realization dawned upon him. He pondered, "Controller? Legendary birds? This aligns with the plot of Lygia's emergence, doesn't it? I had almost forgotten this movie's details, and with Hunter K and his crew likely seeking Lygia as well. What should I do?" As Zhang Yu contemplated, Mew gently poked him with its tail, urging, "Meow meow, Little Yu. Let us go save the world." Gazing into Mew's expectant eyes, Zhang Yu sighed. Though his memory of the plot had dimmed, he recognized the gravity of the impending crisis. However, he quickly reassured himself, "With Diancie, Mewtwo, and Mew by my side, what is there to fear? We can charge through." His confidence slightly restored. He turned to his companions, noticing that Xiaoxua and the others had also sensed the surrounding disturbances, their expressions tinged with worry. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yu instructed Mew, "Mew, use teleport to take us to Asia Island." Mew nodded gently, harnessing its extraordinary psychic powers to envelop everyone, and soon, their bodies felt as if lifted by an invisible force, gradually ascending into the air. Observing this, Zhang Yu quickly retrieved the Ultra Ball containing the tentacruel, recalling it. In a flash of white light, the surroundings transformed in an instant, like a fast-forward scene from a film. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves on Asia Island. Upon their arrival, Mew reverted back to its EV form, obediently curling back into Zhang Yu's embrace. Chapter 35, The Emergence of Lygia, Part 3. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves on Asia Island. Just as they arrived, Mew transformed back into its EV guise, snuggling into Zhang Yu's arms. However, before they could take in the beauty of the island, a group of individuals donning peculiar masks suddenly emerged from all directions, surrounding them entirely. Seeing this, Zhang Yu promptly shielded Xiaoxia, Nashi, and Xiaoxua behind him, adopting a defensive stance as he shouted at the masked figures, "Who are you? What do you want?" In an instant, the atmosphere grew tense, the air thickening as if it were about to solidify. At that critical moment, the roar of engines erupted from the sea. The group turned to see a white yacht racing toward the shore through the waves. As the yacht approached, a familiar figure leapt from the vessel, followed closely by another. Indeed, it was Ash and Gary. Ash immediately spotted Zhang Yu and his friends, waving his arms excitedly as he rushed towards them, exclaiming, "Little Yu, it's you. Long time no see." Xiao Jian followed closely behind, his face equally radiant with a smile as he greeted Zhang Yu and the others, saying, "Long time no see." Xiao Yu, Xiao Xia, Na Zi, and Xiao Shui. Upon seeing Xiao Ji and Xiao Jian, the tension in Zhang Yu and his companions' hearts eased slightly. They smiled in return, replying, "It's been a while." At that moment, Xiao Ji and Xiao Jian also noticed the peculiar group of individuals donning strange masks beside Zhang Yu. Xiao Jian appeared somewhat anxious, stammering as he inquired, "Who exactly are those people?" Xiao Ji, equally puzzled, cast a curious glance at Zhang Yu, clearly intrigued by the enigmatic masked figures. Zhang Yu shook his head helplessly, explaining, "We are also unaware of their identities. They surrounded us the moment we arrived here." Just as everyone was engulfed in confusion, the leader of the masked individuals suddenly removed their mask, revealing a youthful, delicate visage. With a smile, she gazed toward the yacht on the beach and exclaimed, "Isn't that Xiao Mei? It's truly been ages." A green-haired woman standing atop the yacht turned her gaze upon hearing the voice, her face lighting up with joy as she exclaimed, "So it's Xiao Yu. It really has been a long time." Xiao Yu's eyes shimmered with nostalgia as she remarked, "It must be 5 years since we parted ways at the branch academy on Xiao Juzi Island." Xiao Mei responded with a smile, "Indeed, time flies." Then, with a curious glint, she scrutinized Xiao Yu's attire and asked, "Why are you dressed like that?" Xiao Yu laughed, explaining, "That's because a celebration is being held here. It will last for several days starting today." Xiao Mei nodded in understanding, leaping down from the yacht to approach and say, "You still love celebrations just like before. Little priestess, are you in charge of playing the flute for this celebration?" "Oh dear, I've already retired. After all, I'm no longer a child." Xiao Yu replied with a light-hearted sigh. "Now my younger sister has taken over as the celebration priestess. Where is she, by the way?" As Xiao Yu spoke, she scanned her surroundings in search of her sister. Suddenly, a crisp voice emerged from behind the crowd. "What do you mean, younger sister? Who do you call the celebration priestess? Having an older sister like you is truly unfortunate." Everyone turned to see a stylishly dressed woman with sunglasses, hands on her hips, glaring at Xiao Yu with displeasure. "Why are you dressed like that? Where's your celebration attire?" Xiao Yu quickly inquired. The woman dismissively waved her hand, pouting, "I won't wear it. Such a dowdy outfit is not for me. Besides, the celebration doesn't officially start until evening." Xiao Yu shook her head in resignation, sighing, "That's just her personality. This is my sister, Fu Lula. It's hard to believe someone like her could become the celebration priestess and the main character of the event. Times have surely changed. By the way, these people are... this is the Pokemon trainer Xiao Ji, and I'm not sure about the other four over there." Xiao Mei introduced with a smile. However, her words struck the crowd like a thunderclap. Apart from Zhang Yu's group, everyone else gasped in unison, "A Pokemon trainer?" This was followed by a wave of enthusiastic cheers and applause. At that moment, a figure slowly emerged from the crowd. He wore a blue bird-shaped mask, exuding an air of mystery and solemnity. He approached Xiao Ji directly, coming to a halt before him, and gazed intently, speaking in a deep, reverberating voice in ancient legends. "When the world is on the brink of destruction, the sea god will appear, accompanied by an exceptional controller to quell the wrath of the gods. And that controller is none other than the trainer. You are that trainer." His words resonated like the tolling of a bell, leaving an indelible impression in the air. After speaking, he slowly lifted his mask, revealing a weathered face marked by the passage of time, yet with eyes that shone with keen insight, as if perceiving all truths. He leaned closer to Xiao Ji, scrutinizing him as if to confirm something. Startled by the old man's actions, Xiao Ji instinctively recoiled a step, a nervous expression crossing his face. Meanwhile, Mew felt a surge of indignation upon hearing the old man's words. It believed that Xiao Yu was far superior. Yet the elder mistakenly referred to Xiao Ji as the controller. Angrily, it contemplated confronting the old man. However, just as Mew was about to act, Zhang Yu deftly restrained it, whispering, "Be good, listen, and don't cause a scene." Although Mew was dissatisfied, it complied with Zhang Yu's words and momentarily suppressed its emotions. The elder seemed oblivious to Mew's reaction and continued to observe Xiao Ji. Noticing his apprehension, he offered a slight smile and reassured, "Don't be too nervous. It's merely an old custom. I don't believe that's me. Xiao Yu is far more capable and should be the one." Xiao Ji scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Hearing Xiao Ji's words, the elder turned his gaze to Zhang Yu, curiosity evident in his tone as he asked, "Oh, Xiao Yu?" The Mew in Zhang Yu's arms perked up at Xiao Ji's mention, looking proudly at the elder and nodding vigorously, as if to say, "Indeed. Our Xiao Yu is the exceptional controller." However, just as Mew was preparing to continue its display of pride, Zhang Yu once again placed a hand on it, saying, "Xiao Ji, you are far too modest. The controller must certainly be you." While Zhang Yu spoke thus, inwardly he lamented, fully aware that if he were indeed chosen as the controller, it could lead to some rather embarrassing situations. After all, in the anime, the controller is to be kissed by the celebration priestess, and standing beside him were Nazi and the others. If a stranger were to kiss him, the consequences would be unfathomable. Given Nazi's temperament, she might very well turn Fu Lula into a doll on the spot. Just as Zhang Yu was lost in his thoughts, Fu Lula approached, looking at Xiao Ji and Zhang Yu with impatience as she asked, "Hey, which of you is the controller?" Xiao Ji, seeing this, was about to once again deflect the question, but Zhang Yu was quick to interrupt him. "Xiao Ji, I believe you can certainly take on this role, and I will support you wholeheartedly," he stated while giving Xiao Ji a meaningful glance, signaling him not to shy away any longer. Xiao Ji's voice quivered slightly, his face filled with gratitude as he gazed at Zhang Yu, as if wanting to express a multitude of sentiments, yet ultimately settling on a simple, yet resolute declaration. Xiao Yu, I won't let you down." Observing this exchange, Fu Lula felt a twinge of regret. After all, Zhang Yu was more handsome than Xiao Ji, and if given the choice, she would have undoubtedly selected Zhang Yu. With a soft sigh, she shook her head in resignation, saying, "Well then, this is an old custom. You're welcome, kiss." Before her words had fully escaped her lips, Fu Lula rose onto her toes and gently pressed a kiss to Xiao Zhi's cheek. The kiss was as gentle and warm as a spring breeze. Instantly, a blush colored Xiao Zhi's face as he smiled shyly. At that moment, the elderly gentleman adorned with a blue mask suddenly raised his hands and proclaimed loudly, "The celebration has begun." His voice resonated like a powerful bell, echoing through the air and prompting an enthusiastic response from the crowd. Oh, as his words faded, the masked revelers ignited with fervor, instantly commencing the festivities. They danced joyously while rhythmically striking ancient percussion instruments, their exquisite melodies and vibrant movements seemingly enveloping the entire island of Asia in a sea of delight. The crowd followed this lively procession as they made their way toward the town. Along the route, the streets were lined with various vendors and shops, their dazzling array of wares overwhelming the senses. In the heart of the thoroughfare, a parade marched by, clad in resplendent costumes and brandishing an assortment of props, captivating passers-by who paused to watch. Soon, the throng arrived at the vicinity of the totem pole at the center of Asia Island. From a distance, one could see that the totem pole was intricately carved with mysterious patterns and symbols, imparting a sense of solemnity. As they drew nearer, a group of individuals dressed in traditional garb could be seen slowly circling the totem pole. Their movements were graceful and dignified, their lips murmuring incantations, seemingly engaged in some ancient ritual. During this time, Zhang Yu dialed Kina's number to inform her that Hunter K and his companions might be on Asia Island. Without hesitation, Kina promised to gather her team and rush over. Finally, the gathered crowd arrived at the banquet venue. Everyone found suitable seats and began to engage in cheerful conversation, their discussions ranging from mundane daily matters to amusing work anecdotes, covering an array of topics. Meanwhile, they occasionally sampled the delectable dishes laid out on the table, fully savoring the joyous occasion. Suddenly, a sweet and melodious tune from a flute wafted through the air, akin to a celestial melody. The crowd's attention was drawn to the stage, illuminated by vibrant lights. There, a beautiful woman clad in a priestess's attire stood gracefully, her flute producing a crisp, enchanting sound as she played. This enchanting performer was Falura, whose playing flowed as naturally as a gentle stream, captivating all who listened. In that moment, the entire banquet was enveloped by Falura's flute music, transporting everyone into a realm of exquisite harmony, causing them to forget the world around them. No one wished to disrupt the tranquility of this moment, fearing it would shatter the rare and beautiful atmosphere. When the performance concluded, the lingering notes resonated in the air, leaving a profound aftertaste. Falura gracefully descended from the stage and approached Xiaozhi, stating, "When the heavens rage and the world faces annihilation, the god of the sea shall appear, alongside the worthy controller, to quell the wrath of the deities." Before she could finish, she suddenly knelt, continuing, "Mr. Xiaozhi, if you are indeed that worthy controller, please present us with proof." Xiaozhi looked at Falura in confusion, completely perplexed by her words. "Ah, I am Falura," she whispered, noticing Xiaozhi's bewilderment, eager not to be overheard by others. "I understand, but..." Xiaozhi still felt lost, unsure of how to respond to the situation. "Please, do not misunderstand. This is a routine procedure, performed annually. Just go along with it," Falura quickly explained, hoping Xiaozhi would grasp her intent. However, at that moment, Xiaoyu overheard their conversation and softly called out, "Falura." Upon hearing Xiaoyu's voice, Falura waved her hand at her, signaling her to remain silent. She then turned back to Xiaozhi, saying, "The proof you need to present is not overly difficult. Simply journey to the 3 islands on the sea, retrieve 3 treasures to adorn the grand hall, and then I shall play the flute for the deities, concluding the celebration." Chapter 37, The Birth of Lugia, Part 5. The proof you need to present is not overly difficult. Simply journey to the 3 islands on the sea, retrieve 3 treasures to adorn the grand hall, and then I shall play the flute for the deities, concluding the celebration. "Where are the treasures?" Xiaozhi inquired with curiosity. Falura smiled and replied, "The treasures are hidden within the small temples on each island. Do not worry, there are boats available to sail directly to the islands, and there are also stairs leading straight to the temples." Upon hearing this, Xiaozhi's anticipation grew stronger, and he sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "All right, I will go and see right away." However, Falura quickly reached out to press him back into his seat, advising, "Do not rush. The celebration will continue until tomorrow. You can wait until morning to go. Take it easy." Yet Xiaozhi would not be deterred. He stood resolutely again, declaring, "What needs to be done today must be completed today. As the saying goes, good things come to those who wait. This is my motto." Xiaomei, overhearing Xiaozhi's determination, admired his resolve and quickly approached him, saying, "Good things come to those who wait? Excellent. I appreciate that. I will arrange a boat for you right away. Xiaoji expressed his gratitude to Xiaomei, then turned to Zhang Yu, asking, Xiao Yu, do you want to join me? Without hesitation, Zhang Yu nodded and responded, of course. I previously promised to assist you. Just as Zhang Yu finished speaking, Mew excitedly raised its front paws, as if cheering in delight. Then, without hesitation, it utilized its teleportation ability, whisking Zhang Yu away in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Mew had transported Zhang Yu to a snow-covered island. Meanwhile, within the banquet hall, Naji observed this scene, a sense of profound unease stirring within her. Without hesitation, Naji activated her own teleportation skill, pursuing them closely. However, despite Naji's formidable abilities, they paled in comparison to Mew's. Her teleportation distance was limited, and ultimately, she found herself standing at the water's edge. Gazing anxiously at the vast expanse of ocean, Naji silently prayed for Zhang Yu's safety. Her brow furrowed in worry as she muttered, Xiao Yu, please be safe. As Naji anxiously awaited by the shore, time passed slowly. Before long, Xiaoji, Xiaoxia, Xiaoxua, Falura, and Xiaomei hurriedly arrived. Upon seeing Naji, Xiaoxia and Xiaoxua rushed forward, urgently asking, Naji, where is Xiao Yu? Naji shook her head helplessly, sighing, I couldn't catch up. I don't know where they went. As everyone grew increasingly anxious, Falura stepped forward to reassure them, do not worry, there is no danger. Naji slightly shook her head, her beautiful eyes fixed on the group as she spoke slowly. I overheard a conversation between Xiao Yu and Kina. From their discussion, I learned that Hunter K is likely on Asia Island. This news has left me somewhat worried. Xiaoji, filled with curiosity, pressed on, who is Hunter K? Naji frowned, her concern evident as she explained, Hunter K is a member of a highly secretive and powerful hunting organization, known for capturing formidable Pokemon. We have previously clashed with them, and now that Xiao Yu has ventured alone onto Asia Island, he may encounter an attack from Hunter K. Upon hearing Naji's words, the group's expressions grew serious, a wave of unease washing over them. Xiaoji clenched his fists and stated resolutely, we cannot sit idly by. We must act immediately to help Xiao Yu. However, Xiao Jian raised a pertinent question, but there are 3 islands in Asia Island, and we have no idea which one Xiao Yu has gone to. Just as the group fell into silence, Falura suddenly had a brilliant idea and proposed, why don't we first head to the nearest fire island? This way, we can not only search for Xiao Yu, but also conveniently retrieve the treasures located there. The crowd nodded in agreement, and soon, they boarded the ship prepared by Xiaomei, setting sail towards the direction of Fire Island. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to Zhang Yu and Mew. Zhang Yu gazed intently at the island before him and murmured, is this the ice island? Mew then transformed back into its original form, gracefully flying to perch atop Zhang Yu's head, pointing with its tiny paw towards the mountain peak and mewing, Mew, Mew, Xiao Yu, it seems that Articuno is in trouble on the mountain. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu's expression instantly turned grave, and without hesitation, he declared, let us go take a look. No sooner had he spoken, Zhang Yu flickered and instantly teleported to the mountaintop. Standing atop the peak, Zhang Yu immediately spotted Articuno ensnared in a massive electric net, its body marred with numerous electric burns. Surrounding Articuno were several individuals clad in black masks, clearly the subordinates of Hunter K. These individuals were preparing to take Articuno away, armed with various tools, evidently well prepared. Enraged at the sight, Zhang Yu bellowed, let it go. The henchmen of Hunter K turned at the sound, their gazes falling upon Zhang Yu. Upon seeing him, their faces collectively contorted into expressions of disdain, as if Zhang Yu were merely a foolish minor character. Hey, kid, are you part of the Alliance? How dare you come here uninvited? Are you seeking death? One of them mocked, his voice dripping with contempt. However, Zhang Yu remained unfazed by their derision. He stood expressionless, releasing the Ultra Ball containing Dragonite, commanding, Dragonite, use Dragon Dive on them. As Zhang Yu's words fell, Dragonite emerged from the Ultra Ball and immediately sprang into action. It let out a deep roar, its body enveloped in a surge of blue energy, transforming in an instant into a colossal blue dragon. This majestic creature, exuding an overwhelming aura, charged at Hunter K's henchmen with astonishing speed. This unexpected spectacle left those who had been mocking Zhang Yu utterly dumbfounded. They widened their eyes. Disbelief etched on their faces as they beheld the oncoming Dragonite. In that fleeting moment, a singular thought crossed their minds. Wait, what is happening? We are the villains here. How can a trainer command their Pokemon to attack us? Isn't that something we, the antagonists, should be doing? Yet, Zhang Yu paid no heed to their thoughts. Had he known their inner musings, he would have simply retorted, since you all have decided to attack me, What is the issue with me striking first? Just as Dragonite was about to collide with Hunter K's members, one quick-witted individual suddenly produced a controller. Without hesitation, he pressed a button, causing the electric net that had ensnared Articuno to loosen and envelop Dragonite instead. Dragonite, moving at such high speed, had no time to evade and crashed directly into the electric net. In an instant, a powerful current, akin to a swarm of venomous serpents, ensnared Dragonite's body. The sudden electric shock caused Dragonite to tremble violently, emitting a pained cry. "Dragonite!" Zhang Yu exclaimed, panic flooding his voice as he called out the name of his Pokémon. His face etched with concern. Although the electric net had released Articuno, its injuries were far too severe. It was evidently incapable of flight. At that moment, more of Hunter K's henchmen emerged like phantoms from all directions, tightly encircling Zhang Yu and Dragonite. Seeing this, Mew unhesitatingly took flight from Zhang Yu's head, radiating a powerful aura of psychic energy. Mew then employed its psychic abilities to crush the encroaching henchmen of Hunter K into crimson bursts of blood mist, instantly saturating the air with the stench of blood. The henchmen, gripped by terror, hastily drew various weapons, mercilessly firing at Mew and Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, quick on his feet, swiftly conjured a protective energy shield, enveloping himself entirely. The bullets struck him like a torrential downpour, yet they bounced off as if they were hitting an impenetrable fortress, scattering to the ground. Meanwhile, Mew was even more direct, using its psychic powers to deflect the incoming bullets back at their shooters with lightning speed, causing the Hunter K henchmen to be struck by their own fire, their cries echoing through the chaos. Amidst the turmoil, a figure who appeared to be the leader of the operation, sensing the dire situation, immediately retrieved a walkie-talkie to send an urgent distress signal to Hunter K's headquarters. However, at this moment, Zhang Yu was consumed by fury, completely disregarding the Pokémon released by Hunter K, charging straight at the trainers and dispatching them with relentless force. The Pokémon, bereft of their trainers, chose not to avenge their fallen masters, but instead fled down the island in a frantic rush. Seeing that the enemies were now vastly diminished, Zhang Yu swiftly darted to Dragonite's side, attempting to free it from the vexing electric net. However, no matter how he strained his mind and devised various strategies, the net remained steadfastly bound to Dragonite, as if bewitched. Zhang Yu furrowed his brow, beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. He retrieved the Ultra Balls containing Charizard and Greninja from his waist, releasing them with determination. "Charizard, use your Dragon Claw to tear apart this net. Greninja, execute your Water Shuriken." At Zhang Yu's command, Charizard immediately unleashed its Dragon Claw, striking fiercely at the electric net. To his astonishment, the moment Dragon Claw made contact, it emitted a crackling sound, yet the net remained utterly unscathed, as if it were forged from indestructible material. Simultaneously, Greninja swiftly formed two sharp water shurikens in its hands and hurled them at the net. Yet, like Charizard's attack, the net remained intact, not even a mark left behind. Zhang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Just as he stood there in shock, a deep and icy voice resonated from above him. "Give it up. This is a specially designed electric net. Without a remote control, no one can hope to free it." Zhang Yu's heart sank at the words, and he quickly looked up. To his astonishment, a pitch-black spaceship hovered in the sky, resembling a gigantic black predator, emanating an unsettling aura. Beneath the ship stood a tall man on the back of a salamence, clad in a black trench coat and sunglasses obscuring much of his face. Zhang Yu stared at the man and said, "If I'm not mistaken, you must be Hunter K." Hunter K stood atop the back of the ferocious salamence, gazing down upon Zhang Yu with an air of superiority. A barely perceptible smirk graced his lips as he nodded slightly, his voice low and chilling. "Indeed. I am the Pokemon Hunter K. Have you contemplated the manner of your demise?" Unfazed by Hunter K's provocation, Zhang Yu met his gaze with unwavering resolve. His eyes sharpened, and a confident smile adorned his face as he retorted, "The first to perish shall be you." Before his words had fully dissipated into the air, Zhang Yu vanished in a flash, appearing before Hunter K with the swiftness of lightning. His speed was akin to a tempest, leaving observers in stunned silence. With a swift motion of his arm, he unleashed a punch that surged towards Hunter K with the ferocity of a thunderclap, the air around him roaring with the force of his attack. Yet, Hunter K remained unervingly composed in the face of Zhang Yu's fierce onslaught. In an instant, his right arm was ensnared by a mechanical appendage, as if he had anticipated Zhang Yu's strike all along. The mechanical arm collided violently with Zhang Yu's fist, producing a dull thud that echoed through the air. Remarkably, Hunter K's stance remained unyielding, his expression betraying no sign of strain. Zhang Yu, taken aback, felt a surge of astonishment within. He had not anticipated Hunter K's ability to effortlessly absorb his full-force assault. Nevertheless, he did not succumb to panic. Swiftly, he employed his teleportation skill, creating distance between himself and Hunter K. However, at the very moment Zhang Yu vanished, a subtle smile crept onto Hunter K's lips, hinting at a hidden satisfaction. Salamence, unleash Hyper Beam. Hunter K commanded, his voice resonating with authority, akin to thunderclaps reverberating in Zhang Yu's ears. Upon receiving the command, Salamence opened its jaws wide, shooting forth a blinding beam of golden light that surged towards Zhang Yu like a bolt of lightning. The beam traveled at an astonishing speed, reminiscent of a meteor streaking across the night sky, warping the very air it traversed. As Zhang Yu reappeared in the distance, he barely had time to catch his breath before the destructive beam lunged at him with the ferocity of a ravenous beast. His pupils dilated in alarm, and he recognized the perilous might of the beam. To be struck head-on would yield catastrophic consequences. In that critical moment, the Master Ball at Zhang Yu's waist sprang open, releasing a radiant burst of light. As the brilliance subsided, Mutuo materialized before him. Without hesitation, Mutuo conjured a psychic barrier, effortlessly deflecting the lethal beam of destruction. Its gaze was fierce, fixating on the distant figure of Hunter K, a blazing fury igniting within its eyes. Clearly, Mutuo harbored a deep animosity towards the assailant who had just targeted Zhang Yu. It wasted no time in preparing to retaliate against Hunter K. Yet, as it was poised to strike, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. The hatch of the spaceship behind Hunter K swung open abruptly, unleashing several peculiar beams of light that pierced through the air, enveloping Mutuo in a shimmering embrace. These beams possessed an enigmatic power that momentarily immobilized Mutuo, disrupting its formidable psychic abilities into disarray. Mutuo trembled slightly, its once commanding presence now diminished. The peculiar beams had evidently inflicted considerable strain upon it. Ha! How do you like that? This is Team Rocket's latest invention, a psychic interference device specifically designed to counter Mutuo and Mew. Hunter K exclaimed, his laughter brimming with arrogance and disdain for Mutuo's predicament. Team Rocket, is your objective not to capture Lugia? Zhang Yu's brow furrowed deeply, an unsettling feeling churning within him. The unfolding events seemed to spiral out of his control, leaving him feeling unprepared. Hunter K's lips curled into a smirk as he observed Zhang Yu, slowly shaking his head, as if mocking his ignorance. Our purpose on the Orange Islands has always been Mew and Mutuo. Lugia is merely a side task we undertook. But what a delightful surprise it is to find you here. This way, we can complete both missions together. His voice was calm yet cold, revealing his contempt for Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu's expression grew grave. He had not anticipated the extent of Hunter K's affiliations with Team Rocket. Their true targets had always been Mutuo and Mew, with Lugia merely an afterthought. At that moment, Mew had swiftly dealt with all the Pokemon hunters on the island, then floated to Zhang Yu's side like a gentle breeze. Mew surveyed the surroundings with its lively eyes before fixing its gaze upon Mutuo. Upon seeing Mutuo's listless state, Mew erupted into laughter, as though it had stumbled upon something exceedingly amusing. Hearing Mew's laughter, Mutuo, already fatigued, felt as if the last vestige of its strength had been sapped away. Its eyes twitched involuntarily, and it snapped at Mew, "Stop laughing and go destroy that device." Though Mew found Mutuo's plight amusing, it stifled its laughter and vanished in an instant, as if it had never been there at all. Moments later, a thunderous explosion resonated through the air, startling both Zhang Yu and Hunter K, who instinctively turned towards the source of the sound. They beheld the once mighty black spaceship, now engulfed in thick smoke, beginning its perilous descent from the sky. As the ship plummeted, the peculiar beams that had ensnared Mutuo dissipated as if severed from their power source. Mutuo felt an immediate sense of relief wash over it, regaining control over its psychic abilities. Hunter K, witnessing this turn of events, felt a surge of dread. He hastily sought to command his Salamence to flee the scene. However, before he could issue a command, Mutuo's psychic power enveloped him like an invisible net. Hunter K's complexion paled instantaneously as he struggled against Mutuo's grasp. But no matter how fiercely he fought, he could not shake off the formidable psychic control. At that moment, Mew returned, gracefully landing atop Zhang Yu's head. Meanwhile, Hunter K's spaceship slowly sank into the tumultuous sea, vanishing beneath the waves. "Mew, please go rescue Dragonite," Zhang Yu implored, his gaze fixed on Mew as it approached. Mew nodded in acknowledgement and glided towards the Dragonite ensnared in the electric net. Zhang Yu exhaled a sigh of relief as he watched Mew's swift movement, then promptly retrieved his Rotom phone from his pocket and dialed Professor Oak's number. The phone was swiftly connected, and Zhang Yu spoke into it, addressing Kona, Sister Kona. I have captured Hunter K. When can you arrive? We have already reached Asia Island. Where are you now? Zhang Yu. Kona's voice came through the line, tinged with urgency. I am currently at the Ice Island. Understood, we will be there shortly. Wait for me and stay safe, Kona instructed before hanging up, hastening towards the direction of Ice Island with her subordinates. After the call ended, Dream appeared, accompanied by the rescued Dragonite. Chapter 40. The Emergence of Lugia, Part 8. Understood. We will be there shortly. Wait for me and stay safe, Kona said before disconnecting, making her way towards Ice Island. After the call, Dream returned, bringing along the liberated Dragonite. The Dragonite bore remnants of electric shock marks, its head lowered in a display of guilt, emitting two low, mournful cries. Observing this, Zhang Yu promptly approached, gently patting the Dragonite's back, reassuringly stating, "It's all right, Dragonite, do not blame yourself. This is not your fault. Those Pokemon hunters were simply too cunning. You have done remarkably well." Once Zhang Yu had comforted the Dragonite, he turned to face Articuno, which was staring intently at him with wide, vigilant eyes. Slowly, Zhang Yu crouched down, extending his hand to cautiously stroke Articuno's feathers, softly murmuring, "Do not fear, everything is all right now." His movements were tender and soothing, conveying a sense of reassuring strength. He then turned to Dream, who was hovering nearby, saying, "Dream, could you transform into Happiny and use Heal Pulse on Articuno?" Dream nodded and swiftly executed its transformation, instantly becoming an adorable Happiny. A gentle glow emanated from Happiny, and soon a wave of healing energy slowly radiated from its hands, enveloping Articuno like a delicate veil. Under the influence of the healing energy, Articuno's previously listless body gradually regained vitality. Its feathers became more vibrant, and its wings slightly unfurled, as if relishing the restorative power. Simultaneously, Articuno's expression softened, gratitude replacing its former wariness as its gaze towards Zhang Yu filled with kindness. It gently nudged Zhang Yu with its head, seemingly expressing its thanks. Then, Articuno spread its magnificent wings and flapped vigorously, darting off into the distance like a streak of blue lightning. Its silhouette gradually faded into the sky, ultimately vanishing from Zhang Yu's sight. Just as Articuno took flight, the sound of helicopter rotors thundered from another direction. Zhang Yu turned to see two helicopters approaching him, descending slowly onto a nearby clearing. The doors opened, and Kona emerged from inside. Kona swiftly approached Zhang Yu, her gaze landing on the restrained Hunter K and the violent Salamence, a flicker of approval crossing her features. With a smile, she clapped Zhang Yu on the shoulder, saying, "Xiao Yu, you did exceptionally well, but please refrain from such dangerous actions in the future." Zhang Yu chuckled bashfully, scratching his head as he replied, "Understood, Sister Kona, but I must credit Dream for this." Upon hearing Zhang Yu's words, Dream quickly reverted to its original form, floating over to Kona, standing tall and proud, then gently tapping its chest with its tiny hands, as if to convey to Kona, "Indeed, it was I who resolved this crisis." Kona couldn't help but laugh at the sight of Dream. She reached out, intending to stroke its soft fur. However, just as her hand was about to touch Dream, it swiftly dodged away. Surprised, Kona watched as Dream leaped into Zhang Yu's embrace like a nimble little kitten. Zhang Yu promptly enveloped Dream in his arms, and Dream turned around in his hold, playfully glancing at Kona, covering its mouth with its hands and emitting a series of giggles, as if mocking Kona for not being able to touch it. Kona observed this scene, shaking her head in resignation, chuckling, "This little one is particularly fond of you. It seems I have never seen it let anyone else touch it." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu's lips curled into a faint smile, and he gently extended his hand to stroke Dream's head. Dream thoroughly enjoyed this affectionate contact, narrowing its eyes in bliss as it savored Zhang Yu's gentle caress. However, amidst this warm moment, Hunter K, who had been controlled by Mutuo, suddenly let out a chilling laugh. The sound echoed starkly in the stillness, sending shivers down their spines. "You foolish lot, do you truly believe I am Hunter K?" "Ha ha." Hunter K's laughter dripped with mockery and disdain. "Let me tell you, our boss will undoubtedly not let you off the hook. He will seek vengeance for me." Before he could finish, a hidden device on Hunter K emitted a shrill, piercing alarm. The sound resembled a death knell, heralding an imminent catastrophe. In an instant, smoke began to billow from Hunter K's body, thick clouds erupting as if a bomb ready to explode lay within him. "Not good. Everyone get back." Zhang Yu's face paled, urgently shouting for everyone to take cover. Mutuo reacted swiftly, enveloping them all in a transparent shield with its psychic power. Boom. A deafening explosion resonated as Hunter K's body disintegrated in an instant, countless fragments scattering in every direction. The force of the blast surged forth like a violent tempest. Fortunately, Mutewo's shield was sufficiently robust to withstand this terrifying force. As the shockwave subsided, Mutewo gradually retracted the shield. The group, shaken, stared at the scene before them. Hunter K had been reduced to a pile of lifeless debris strewn across the ground. Each face wore an expression of grave concern. As they realized that this had merely been a ruse, the true Hunter K likely lurked in the shadows, waiting to strike. Kona furrowed her brow, her face etched with worry. It appears we have underestimated Hunter K's cunning. This individual is evidently just a decoy, while the real Hunter K is probably still hidden away. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu's expression grew serious as he nodded in agreement with Kona's assessment, simultaneously becoming acutely aware of the lurking danger. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his racing emotions. He recognized that, at this moment, he had likely made an enemy of Hunter K, and one misstep could lead him into an irreversible predicament. Chapter 41. The Emergence of Lugia, Part 9. Zhang Yu took a deep breath, striving to quell his tumultuous emotions. He understood that he had likely incurred Hunter K's wrath, and a single miscalculation could plunge him into a dire situation. Turning to Kona, he inquired, "Sister Kona, what shall we do next?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Kona replied, "I must return to headquarters first to inform others of the events that transpired here, and then we will devise a counter-strategy together." However, just as Kona's words faded into the air, an unexpected blizzard descended from the heavens without warning. The furious winds howled like raging tides, while the heavy snowflakes drifted down like willow fluff. Observing this, Zhang Yu hastily recalled all Pokemon except for Mew into their Pokeballs to shield them from the onslaught of the storm. Kona, smiling gently, patted Zhang Yu on the shoulder and said, "Do not worry about this matter. Leave it to us. By the way, let us board our helicopter. I shall escort you back to Asia Island." Zhang Yu nodded in response, but suddenly, as if recalling something of utmost importance, he quickly addressed Kona, "Sister Kona, please hold on a moment. There is something I must retrieve." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Yu unhesitatingly activated his teleportation ability, vanishing from his spot in the blink of an eye. The next moment, he reappeared within the temple on Ice Island. Upon entering the temple, Zhang Yu's gaze was immediately drawn to the statue of Articuno at the altar's center, particularly the icy gem nestled within its beak, emanating a soft, cold luminescence. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yu employed his psychic abilities to extract the icy gem from Articuno's mouth, subsequently placing it into his pocket. Having accomplished this, Zhang Yu once again teleported back to stand before Kona. Noticing Zhang Yu's empty hands, Kona curiously inquired, "Little Yu, did you manage to retrieve what you sought?" Zhang Yu smiled and nodded, gently patting his pocket as he replied, "Yes, I have obtained it. Sister Kona, we may depart now." Before he could finish, Zhang Yu glanced around, a look of confusion crossing his face as he asked, "Hey, where's Mew? Where has it gone?" Kona, hearing this, explained, "After you teleported away, Mew transformed into Lugia and flew off into the distance. I am uncertain of its whereabouts." Upon hearing Kona's words, Zhang Yu's mind recalled certain plot lines from anime, and he pondered anxiously, could it be that those three foolish birds have started fighting? If that is indeed the case, I should have refrained from healing Articuno earlier. The more he thought about it, the more he sensed the urgency of the situation. Without hesitation, he swiftly retrieved Dragonite's Ultra Ball from his waist and released Dragonite once more. In a flash of white light, Dragonite reappeared before everyone. Zhang Yu leapt onto Dragonite's back and shouted to Kona, "Sister Kona, I fear the legendary birds may have engaged in battle with Mew. I must intervene to stop them." With that, he tapped Dragonite's neck, urging it to race towards the direction of the conflict between the legendary birds. Witnessing Zhang Yu's urgency, Kona understood the gravity of the situation and did not dare to delay. She quickly boarded the helicopter and commanded her subordinates, "Hurry, chase after them." Her subordinates nodded in acknowledgement and promptly activated the helicopter's engines, closely following Zhang Yu and Dragonite. Zhang Yu rode Dragonite through the skies, the wind roaring past his ears. He gazed down at the ocean below, where the once turbulent waters had frozen into a vast expanse of ice. In the distance, the legendary birds were locked in fierce combat with Lugia. Even more astonishingly, another Lugia appeared to be acting as a mediator, intermittently blocking Lugia's attacks and intercepting the legendary bird's offensives, appearing somewhat flustered. The scene shifted back to Ash and his companions. After a considerable maritime journey, they had finally reached Fire Island. Except for May, who remained on the ship awaiting their return, the rest hastened towards the temple atop the mountain. Upon reaching the mountaintop temple, they effortlessly acquired the fire gem. However, just as they prepared to depart, a familiar voice echoed down from above. It's the self-caught Pikachu meow. The group looked up in confusion, only to find Team Rocket standing at the exit above, blocking their path. What? Ash exclaimed in surprise. Since you have sincerely sought our guidance, we shall graciously enlighten you. The trio of Team Rocket began their usual monologue. However, before they could finish, Ash impatiently interrupted. You need not respond. Team Rocket, we are currently quite busy, and the weather is rather peculiar. Ash's remark caught Team Rocket off guard, yet they remained undeterred. Jessie's finger pointed accusingly at Pikachu. You are correct. Thus, while the weather remains stable, swiftly hand over that Pikachu over there. Just as Ash was about to respond, a brilliant flash of lightning split the sky, and with a deafening roar, a Zapdos, crackling with electricity, streaked in like a meteor. Upon its arrival at Fire Island, Zapdos began unleashing powerful electrical discharges indiscriminately. Where it passed, electric sparks flew and fireworks erupted, as if the entire island were enveloped by its electrifying presence. The sudden upheaval sent everyone into a panic, scattering in search of safe refuge. Seeing this, Pikachu bravely stepped forward, attempting to communicate with Zapdos. However, before Pikachu could complete its words, Zapdos's electricity was mysteriously drawn away, swiftly absorbed by an aerial fortress above the clouds. Following this, numerous square-shaped capturing devices surged forth from the aerial fortress, launching a thrilling pursuit of Zapdos. Despite Zapdos's vigorous resistance, employing its formidable electrical power, the capturing devices seemed to possess a peculiar defense, rendering its attacks utterly ineffective. Chapter 42, The Emergence of Lugia, Part 10. Despite Zapdos's relentless efforts to resist using its powerful electricity, the capturing devices remained unaffected. Realizing that its most potent weapon, electricity, bore no effect on the capturing devices, Zapdos was left with no choice but to fly evasively, darting left and right in an attempt to evade their relentless pursuit. Yet, no matter how it maneuvered, the capturing devices pursued with uncanny accuracy, ultimately ensnaring Zapdos and rendering it immobile. Thus, the captured Zapdos was taken back to the aerial fortress, while Ash and his companions, unable to escape in time, were swept along with it into the fortress. Just as Ash was about to respond, a Zapdos, crackling with electricity, flew overhead. Having arrived on Fire Island and commenced its electrical onslaught, the group quickly sought shelter, and Pikachu attempted to communicate with Zapdos, but before it could finish, Zapdos's electrical power was absorbed by the aerial fortress above, which subsequently released numerous square-shaped capturing devices to initiate a capture operation against Zapdos. Despite Zapdos's frantic efforts to resist, its attacks were futile against the capturing devices. Faced with the realization that its electricity held no sway, Zapdos resorted to evasive maneuvers in the air, but ultimately succumbed to the capture devices, becoming ensnared and immobile. The captured Zapdos was subsequently taken back to the aerial fortress, with Ash and his companions becoming collateral damage. Similarly drawn into the fortress, after being brought to the aerial fortress, the group discovered that they had been imprisoned within a cage. As they surveyed their surroundings, they were astonished to behold the captured Zapdos and Moltres. At that moment, Giratina descended gracefully from above, manipulating his chair to hover before them. You are the first group to arrive here without an invitation, Giratina exclaimed with pride. What do you think? The Fire God Moltres and the Thunder God Zapdos are now part of my esteemed collection. Unable to contain herself, Misty interjected. Wait a moment, sir. If you intend to capture Pokémon, why not place them in Pokeballs? Why display them like this? Giratina shrugged nonchalantly, responding with indifference. I am not a Pokémon trainer. I am a collector. To me, only Pokémon that can be observed in person deserve the title of collectibles. Wouldn't you agree? So, please enjoy my collection. But do refrain from touching. With that, the floor of the cage opened automatically, spilling the group onto the ground. Suddenly, an artificial intelligence voice echoed through the chamber. Articuno is on the move. Hearing this news, Giratina frowned in displeasure, muttering, what are those hunters K and their crew doing? Such unreliable individuals. He prepared to return to his chair to continue his pursuit of the moving Articuno. However, just as his rear was about to meet the seat, a sharp snap resonated through the air as Nessa casually snapped her fingers. In an astonishing turn of events, Giratina's body instantaneously transformed into a doll and fell to the ground. This unexpected occurrence left Ash, Brock, and Flora utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Ash widened his eyes in disbelief, gazing at Nessa and stammering, What? What just happened? That was incredible. Misty, seizing the moment, briefly explained Nessa's psychic abilities to the trio. Subsequently, she approached the doll that Giratina had become, picked it up, and placed it in her pocket, murmuring softly, "I'll return it to Miss Juniper later." Once Giratina's predicament was addressed, the group's focus shifted back to Moltres and Zapdos. After a tense and arduous effort, they successfully liberated the trapped Moltres and Zapdos. However, upon their release, the two Pokémon shattered the walls and soared into the sky, wreaking havoc upon the aerial fortress. Fortunately, Nessa utilized teleportation to whisk the group away to an altar. Otherwise, they might have plummeted alongside the fortress. At the altar, they encountered a talking Hippowdon. Meanwhile, after demolishing the aerial castle, Moltres and Zapdos engaged in an intense battle with the arriving Articuno. The three Pokémon clashed in the sky, exchanging blows, creating a dazzling display of lightning and flames. However, this fierce confrontation did not last long, as Mew transformed into Lugia and joined the fray. This unexpected development left everyone speechless, and the situation grew increasingly convoluted. At that moment, the real Lugia appeared, first locating Ash and the others. It informed them that to fully resolve this crisis, they needed to find 2 additional orbs. After a discussion, they decided to split into 2 teams. Nessa and Ash would embark on a journey to Ice Island, while Misty, May, and Brock formed another team heading to Thunder Island. Concurrently, Lugia began its mediation efforts. It turned out that Mew was thoroughly engrossed in the thrill of battle, perceiving it not as a fight, but as playtime with its companions. From the current state of the conflict, it was evident that Mew had the upper hand, dominating the legendary birds. Observing this, Lugia silently endured Mew's attacks to protect the trio from further harm. However, Mew misinterpreted Lugia's intentions, believing it was merely joining in the fun. Yet, this scene was entirely different in the eyes of Zhang Yu. Witnessing his Mew being bullied ignited a furious response within him. He failed to recognize that Mew was merely playing and mistakenly believed that the other 3 Pokémon were conspiring against it. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu unleashed Mewtwo, Gengar, Zapdos, and Moltres. Had it not been for terrain constraints, he might have even summoned Diancie as well. As these 4 Pokémon entered the battle, the tides shifted dramatically. Mewtwo, upon entering the fray, showcased overwhelming dominance that quickly placed the legendary birds in dire straits. Strangely, Mew seized this opportunity to launch an attack against Mewtwo. Initially, Mewtwo thought it was an accidental hit, but as Mew's assaults became more frequent, it could no longer tolerate the provocation and retaliated. Meanwhile, Lugia found itself in a precarious situation. Even as Mew and Mewtwo clashed off to the side, it could not escape the onslaught of their attacks. The scene resembled a coalition of 8 Pokémon relentlessly targeting Lugia. Just then, Zhang Yu, riding on Dragonite, swiftly approached, keenly sensing the abnormality of the situation. Concurrently, Gengar, engaged in the fierce battle, also became aware that something was amiss. Shouldn't these 4 Pokémon be working together against Mew? Why were the 3 Pokémon still attacking Lugia? Zhang Yu, realizing the situation, urgently called for Mewtwo and the others to cease their assault. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's command, Mewtwo quickly extricated itself from Mew's grasp and returned to Zhang Yu's side. The other 3 Pokémon also complied, halting their attacks. Except for Gengar. The other 3 Pokémon displayed expressions of confusion, struggling to comprehend the sudden cessation of hostilities. Particularly, Moltres and Zapdos felt a sense of regret. This was a rare opportunity to overpower an elder Pokémon. How could they let it slip away so easily? They were reluctant to relent. Meanwhile, Mewtwo glared intently at Mew, who had returned to frolicking with the legendary birds, still seething over the earlier ambush. Zhang Yu refrained from lengthy explanations, simply stroking Mewtwo's head in a gesture of comfort. Mewtwo, feeling the touch, turned its head away, blushing slightly. Seeing this, Zhang Yu smiled, then directed his gaze towards Mew. At that moment, Mew appeared to be reveling in its playful antics with the legendary birds, showing no signs of being bullied. On the other side, Lugia was exhausted and panting heavily, struggling to land on the ice surface, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Just then, Ash and Nessa arrived on the scene, hastily using a transportation device created by Team Rocket. Nessa spotted Zhang Yu on Dragonite and called out to him, "Xiao Yu, are you alright? Everyone has been worried about you." Hearing Nessa's voice, Zhang Yu smiled and gently waved his hand in response. "I'm fine, don't worry." In that moment, Ash found himself utterly astonished by the scene before him. His eyes widened and his mouth gaped open in disbelief. Even Kona, who had hurriedly arrived by helicopter, was left speechless by the spectacle, especially considering they had just witnessed an epic battle among the 8 legendary Pokémon. Observing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Zhang Yu felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head, then explained, "I sincerely apologize. I saw those 4 surrounding Mew and thought it was being bullied, so I acted impulsively. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's explanation, the crowd couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. Who could have imagined that such a cataclysmic clash of legendary beings was sparked by such a misunderstanding? At that moment, Lugia, having regained its strength, gracefully descended before Zhang Yu, gazing at him with gentle yet slightly reproachful eyes. Zhang Yu felt a twinge of guilt under Lugia's scrutiny, and he promptly instructed Mew to revert to its original form and cease its assault on the three legendary birds. Reluctantly, Mew complied, transforming back into its adorable self, and, like a playful kitten, leaped into Zhang Yu's arms, nuzzling against him affectionately. Zhang Yu shook his head in resignation, gently stroking Mew's head while smiling. "You, my dear, leave me at a loss for words." In response to his words, Mew purred even more vigorously, continuously chirping, "Meow meow. Little you is the best. I love little you the most." Lugia watched this heartwarming scene in surprise, having never seen Mew behave in such a manner. Given their long-standing friendship, this only deepened its curiosity about Zhang Yu. At that moment, Ash approached quickly, a broad smile illuminating his face as he exclaimed, "Little you, we've secured the fire orb. Xiaojian, Xiaoxia, and Xiaoxue have already gone to retrieve the thunder orb, and now we only need the ice orb." Zhang Yu smiled slightly, patting his pocket with confidence as he replied, "Rest assured, I have already obtained the ice orb." Ash erupted in jubilant cheers. "That's fantastic. With all three orbs collected, we can restore the chaotic weather to normal." Suddenly recalling Xiaoxia and the others, Zhang Yu asked, "By the way, how did Xiaoxia and the others get to Thunder Island? Do they need me to pick them up?" He pondered internally, realizing that Xiaoxia and her companions seemed to lack a suitable Pokemon for travel. Naz shook her head, explaining, "No need. I've lent them my Rayquaza. At its speed, they should have already returned to the altar by now." Reassured, Zhang Yu nodded and, mounting his Dragonite, soared toward the location of the legendary birds. Riding Dragonite at full speed, Zhang Yu finally arrived at the site of the three legendary birds. Without hesitation, he leaped off his Dragonite and strode directly toward Articuno. Sensing his arrival, Articuno slowly lifted its head, and upon their eyes meeting, it recognized Zhang Yu. Perhaps due to his past act of saving it, Articuno did not regard him with the usual wariness reserved for strangers, but rather gazed at him as he approached. Holding Mew in his arms, Zhang Yu reached Articuno's side, extending a hand to gently stroke its feathers, feeling the coolness emanating from them. He then turned his gaze toward the other two legendary birds, displaying a hint of contrition as he spoke. "I sincerely apologize, esteemed ones. You can be rather playful. It did not intend to disturb your peace." As he spoke, he gently patted Mew's small head, as if urging it to promptly apologize to the three legendary birds. Mew blinked its large, expressive eyes, seemingly grasping Zhang Yu's intent. It let out a soft and endearing meow, though its voice was faint. It was filled with sincerity. The three legendary birds, observing the adorable little creature before them, felt their initial irritation dissipate upon hearing Mew's innocent apology. They exchanged glances and then let out gentle chirps, as if to convey to Zhang Yu and Mew that they had forgiven the little one's transgression. Seeing this, Zhang Yu affectionately patted Mew's head once more, saying softly, "All right. Now go ahead and heal them." Mew nodded slightly in understanding and then turned its gaze toward the three legendary birds, quietly gathering a shimmering droplet of life energy in its hands. This droplet seemed to contain boundless vitality, emitting a soft glow. With a gentle push, Mew sent the droplet soaring through the air like a shooting star, landing perfectly upon the three legendary birds. The once fatigued bodies of the three legendary birds were instantly revitalized upon contact with the life droplet, as if infused with a powerful force. Their previously dull feathers regained their luster, and their drooping wings spread wide, soaring high into the sky. The three legendary birds chirped joyfully, their melodious voices expressing gratitude to Mew. They danced and spiraled in the air, showcasing their renewed vitality. Observing the recovery of the three legendary birds, Zhang Yu returned on Dragonite to where Lugia awaited, inquiring, "Now that we have successfully gathered all three orbs, we should be able to restore the weather to normal, correct?" Lugia nodded slightly before turning to lead everyone back to the altar, where Xiaoxia, Xiaoxue, and Xiaojian had been waiting with the Thunder Orb. Upon reaching the altar, the group placed the three orbs in their designated positions. In an instant, the orbs activated, radiating brilliant light. The beams of light intertwined and coalesced, forming a luminous pillar that enveloped the entire altar. Wherever the light touched, the snow melted away as if by magic, revealing the altar's true form. The magnificent and mysterious altar emerged before the spectators, evoking a sense of reverence. Subsequently, A stream of emerald water began to flow from the center of the altar, as if the earth's life-giving spring had awakened. This verdant water flowed gracefully along the edges of the altar, resembling a vibrant green ribbon, surging forth and spreading outward. In the blink of an eye, this life-giving water cascaded upon the surrounding 7 stone pillars. As the water touched the pillars, a miracle unfolded. They were enveloped by green energy, their once rough surfaces transforming into smooth, mirror-like textures, glistening like crystal and emanating an enchanting glow. Seeing this, Fura stepped to the center of the altar, inhaled deeply, and raised her flute, bringing her lips close to the mouthpiece as she began to play a melodious tune. The flute's notes resonated with ethereal beauty, echoing across the vast ocean. As the music filled the air, the surrounding stone pillars seemed to come alive, responding in harmony. They trembled slightly, producing clear resonating sounds that intertwined with the flute's melody, creating a splendid symphony. At that moment, the dark clouds in the sky seemed to be touched by the enchanting music, gradually dispersing. Warm sunlight, like golden arrows, pierced through the clouds, showering the entire sea. The once turbulent waters began to calm, and the fierce winds and storms vanished without a trace under the sun's embrace. As the flute's melody carried further away, the vibrant green water pouring forth from the altar was drawn by some unseen force, continuously overflowing, cascading down like a verdant waterfall into the vast ocean before them. The verdant spring seemed to possess an enchanting healing power. As it cascaded over the injured legendary birds and Lugia, their wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace. Although Mew had previously administered its life water for healing, it had only achieved a modest restoration. Now, however, the legendary birds and Lugia had fully recovered, spreading their wings and soaring gracefully through the skies, their former conflicts replaced by harmony and camaraderie. After circling gracefully in the air, Lugia gently descended before Zhang Yu, gazing at him with tender eyes, as if inviting him to mount its back. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu embraced Mew and nimbly leapt onto Lugia's broad back. Instantly, Lugia unfurled its majestic wings, soaring into the sky with Zhang Yu and Mew. The wind howled past his ears, and Zhang Yu reveled in the essence of freedom, his heart brimming with joy. At that moment, the legendary birds and several of Zhang Yu's Pokémon joined them, encircling them in a lively little group. Seated securely on Lugia's back, Zhang Yu gently patted its neck, smiling as he inquired, "Lugia, I've always had a question. Was it you that I caught while fishing the other day?" Upon hearing this, Lugia suddenly appeared somewhat flustered, hesitating before it explained. "Boo boo boo. Well, I happened to be active in that area that day, and it was Mew who urged me to take the bait." However, Mew was not pleased with this statement. It immediately floated angrily before Lugia, exclaiming, "Meow meow. You're lying. You were simply playing around, wanting to swim with Zhang Yu in the sea. Don't blame me." Faced with Mew's accusation, Lugia seemed awkward, its wings quivering slightly as it mumbled, "Boo boo boo. I just thought it would be fun, that's all." Zhang Yu couldn't help but chuckle at their playful banter, thinking to himself, it seems Mew's friend is equally playful. At the altar below, Kona observed Zhang Yu and addressed the crowd. "Well, since the matter has been resolved, I must return to headquarters to report on this situation." As her voice faded, Misty suddenly seemed to recall something. She hastily retrieved the doll of Jirachi from her pocket and approached Kona, presenting the doll while explaining, "Sister Kona, this is the culprit behind the capture of the legendary birds, though it was transformed into a doll by Natsume's psychic powers." Chapter 45, The Emergence of Lugia, End. Kona took the doll, scrutinizing it with a look of mild astonishment, saying, "In that case, I shall take him back to headquarters for further handling." With that, she turned her gaze to Natsume and softly requested, "Natsume, please revert him back." Natsume nodded slightly, indicating her understanding, then elegantly raised her right hand and snapped her fingers crisply. As the sound resonated, the form of Jirachi began to change, gradually reverting from the doll back to its original state. When Jirachi fully transformed back, his face was a mix of terror and disbelief. He gaped at Natsume with wide eyes, trembling uncontrollably as he stammered, "Monster, you're a monster." Natsume, hearing Jirachi's words, furrowed her brow slightly, but did not display much emotional fluctuation. She merely regarded Jirachi calmly before snapping her fingers once more. With that sound, Jirachi's form altered again, and in the blink of an eye, he returned to the doll's appearance. Natsume, her expression unchanged, addressed Kona, "Sister Kona, you may take him back as he is. In a day, he will naturally revert to his original form." Kona nodded in acknowledgement, signaling her subordinates to take the doll-like Jirachi away. She then turned to the others, smiling as she bid them farewell. "I shall return to the Alliance headquarters now to report. We shall meet again next time. With that, she strode towards the distant helicopter. Seeing Kona board the helicopter, Zhang Yu hurriedly urged Lugia to fly over. Upon hearing, Lugia swiftly soared to the side of the helicopter. Zhang Yu, seated upon Lugia's back, waved at Kona through the helicopter window, calling out, "Sister Kona, goodbye. I look forward to our next meeting." Kona, upon hearing Zhang Yu's voice, leaned out of the helicopter window, smiling and waving back, "Goodbye. See you next time." Subsequently, the helicopter's engine roared to life, slowly ascending and flying into the distance, gradually disappearing from view. Zhang Yu watched the departing aircraft, gently patting Lugia's neck as he said, "All right, Lugia, let us head back." Lugia emitted a low call, seemingly responding to Zhang Yu's words. It ascended high into the sky, carrying Zhang Yu back to the altar. Upon returning to the altar, Zhang Yu leapt down from Lugia's back and turned to face it with a smile, asking, "So, Lugia, would you like to travel with us?" Lugia tilted its head, seemingly pondering the question. After a moment, it glanced at Mew beside it and nodded, saying, "Sure, but if anything fun happens, make sure to call me out." Upon hearing Lugia's voice, Zhang Yu wore an expression of surprise. This was his first time hearing Lugia speak, and the voice was distinctly different from that of the Lugia in the anime. In the anime, Lugia's voice was decidedly masculine, while the Lugia before him had a noticeably feminine tone. However, Zhang Yu's astonishment was short-lived. After all, there were multiple Lugia. He quickly regained his composure, smiling and nodding at Lugia, assuring, "Don't worry. If something exciting happens, I will definitely call you out." As he spoke, Zhang Yu reached for the empty Ultra Ball at his waist, intending to seek out Karuna for a Master Ball to replace it. Yet, just as his hand was about to touch the Ultra Ball, a sudden voice called from behind him, "Xiao Yu, use this Master Ball." Zhang Yu turned to see Professor Oak and Hanako approaching him. A look of surprise crossed his face as he quickly asked, "Professor, sister, what brings you here?" Professor Oak, with a smile on his face, explained, "Given the magnitude of events here, how could we not come to see?" His voice was warm and gentle, invoking a sense of comfort. Beside him, Hanako chimed in, "Indeed, after all, our little Satoshi is traveling here. It's only natural to worry." Her words conveyed her concern for Satoshi. Professor Oak continued, "Well, let us not waste time. Hurry and capture Lugia." Saying this, he unhesitatingly tossed the Master Ball to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu hurriedly caught the Master Ball, though a hint of hesitation lingered in his heart. He looked at Professor Oak with confusion, asking, "Professor, you're just giving me this Master Ball so easily?" Professor Oak chuckled at his reaction, waving his hand reassuringly. "Just take it. This Master Ball was given to me by the League upon my promotion to Professor. I have no use for it, so consider it a gift from your mentor." Zhang Yu felt a surge of gratitude at Professor Oak's words. He tightly clutched the Master Ball in his hand and approached Lugia. "Lugia, would you be willing to become our companion and embark on this journey with us?" Zhang Yu earnestly inquired, locking eyes with Lugia. With a gentle call, Lugia seemed to respond to his invitation. Observing this, Zhang Yu decisively threw the Master Ball towards Lugia, and in a flash of brilliant white light, Lugia was drawn into the ball. As the Master Ball landed on the grass near the altar, it began to shake vigorously. Ultimately, with a resounding click, the Master Ball ceased its tremors. Nearby, Mew floated over, picked up the Master Ball with its delicate hands, and handed it to Zhang Yu. Taking the Master Ball, Zhang Yu's face radiated joy. He had successfully captured Lugia. Professor Oak approached with a smile, patting Zhang Yu on the shoulder. "Well done, Xiao Yu. Lugia will be a formidable ally on your journey." Zhang Yu nodded, placing the Master Ball into the belt at his waist. At that moment, the others gathered around to congratulate him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Zhang Yu and his companions bid farewell to Professor Oak and continued on their adventure. On their way to Citrus Island, Zhang Yu scanned Lugia with his Rotom phone. Species: Lugia. Gender: Nun type. Psychic flying ability: Multi-scale level: 95. Demigod: Potential: God rank. Skills: Aeroblast, Recover, Dragon Ascent, Hydro Pump. Rain Dance. Chapter 46, Citrus Island. After a full day of travel across the sea, the group finally arrived at Citrus Island as evening fell. They reached the beach, and Zhang Yu recalled his tentacruel, turning to the three girls behind him. "Let us all take a good rest today. We'll challenge the gym tomorrow." The girls nodded in agreement. Xiaoxue, with a smile, looked at Naz and Xiaoxia and suggested, "The island is famous for its hot springs known for their beautifying effects. How about we take a dip together?" However, before Naz and Xiaoxia could respond, Zhang Yu eagerly interjected, "Please, do include me." As soon as he finished speaking, the three girls simultaneously rolled their eyes and turned away, leaving Zhang Yu bewildered on the spot. Rubbing the back of his head awkwardly, he murmured to his EV Mew, I guess it's just us then. Sensing his disappointment, Evie nimbly climbed onto Zhang Yu's shoulder and gently patted his head with its tiny paw, reassuring him. Boo Evie, it's all right. Xiao Yu, I will always be with you. At that moment, Xiaoxia, walking ahead, suddenly turned around and called out, Xiao Yu, what are you still doing there? Hurry up and catch up. Hearing her voice, Zhang Yu quickly scooped up Evie, Mew, and scampered after them, responding, coming. Wait for me. As the sun set, its lingering rays cascaded like gossamer over the group, draping each of them in a golden veil. The afterglow elongated their shadows, creating a beautiful silhouette. After a short distance, a woman with short red hair appeared ahead, blocking their path. With a warm smile and gentle eyes, she asked softly, Are you travelers visiting Citrus Island? Zhang Yu focused on the woman, sensing a familiarity, as if he had seen her before, yet he could not recall where. After a brief hesitation, he shook his head and replied, No, we are here to challenge the Citrus Gym. Upon hearing his response, a glimmer of surprise flitted across the woman's eyes. But she quickly smiled and introduced herself. Ah, I see. I am Lioli, the gym leader of Citrus Gym, the Northern Star of the Southern Cross. Upon realizing her identity, Zhang Yu thought to himself, No wonder she looks familiar. She is indeed the gym leader. Lioli continued, However, it is quite late today. Let us postpone your gym challenge until tomorrow. Zhang Yu had no objections, nodding in agreement. All right, that sounds good. By the way, you haven't booked a hotel yet. Have you? Why not stay at our hotel? Lioli suddenly proposed to Zhang Yu and his companions. Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a warm invitation to stay at her hotel. However, he quickly regained his composure, beaming with a smile as he replied, That would be wonderful. We were just concerned about where to stay. Xiaoxia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly approached Lioli, batting her eyelashes. Does your hotel have hot springs? We were just talking about going to soak. Lioli's lips curled into a gentle smile as she nodded. Of course. Our hotel is the most luxurious on the island, and hot springs are a must. Hearing this, Xiaoxia nearly jumped for joy, grabbing Naz and Xiaoshua's hands. That is fantastic. Let us go soak in the hot springs soon. Naz and Xiaoshua nodded in enthusiastic agreement. Then, Lioli led the group toward the Citrus Hotel. Along the way, she was quite talkative, enthusiastically introducing the various features of Citrus Island. Her words were lively and engaging, providing the group with a deeper understanding of this unfamiliar place. Finally, they arrived at the Citrus Hotel. Upon entering, the staff on either side bowed slightly and greeted in unison, Welcome. Lioli smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, then guided the group to a gentleman. She addressed him, Manager, could you please prepare rooms for these children? The man promptly nodded, responding, Yes, President. He then led Zhang Yu and the others toward their rooms. The manager had meticulously prepared individual rooms for everyone, each exquisitely decorated with soft, comfortable beds and spacious, bright floor-to-ceiling windows. Standing by the window, one could gaze at the shimmering sea in the distance, where the ocean breeze stirred ripples across the surface, a breathtaking sight. After entering his room, Zhang Yu placed Evie, Mew, on the soft bed. As soon as Evie landed, it joyfully rolled around on the bed, its fluffy tail sweeping across the pristine sheets, leaving a faint trace. Just as Zhang Yu finished a quick wash and was about to change clothes, he suddenly heard a rapid knocking at the door. Moments later, Xiaoxia's cheerful voice came through the door, Xiao Yu, are you dressed yet? We're going to the hot springs. Zhang Yu quickly responded and opened the door. Standing there was Xiaoxia, followed by Xiaoshua and Naz. The three girls had donned distinctly styled yukatas, making them particularly eye-catching. Xiaoshua wore a light pink kimono-style yukata adorned with exquisite cherry blossom embroidery, tied at the waist with a matching bow, exuding sweetness and charm. Naz chose a dark-hued yukata with silver iris flowers embroidered at the hem, complementing her cool demeanor and adding an air of mystery, while Xiaoxia opted for an orange and white split-style yukata, with droplets of water still clinging to the tips of her hair, clearly indicating her eagerness as she had rushed to change without drying her hair. Hurry. Xiaoxia seized Zhang Yu's wrist and dashed toward the private hot spring area. Caught off guard, Zhang Yu nonetheless followed her lead, while Naji and Xiaoshua exchanged a glance and chuckled helplessly before trailing behind them. Soon, they arrived at the serene private hot spring area, enveloped by lush greenery that exuded a tranquil and harmonious ambience. Xiaoxia brought Zhang Yu to a room and, without a hint of hesitation, pushed him inside, declaring, This one is yours, ours is next door. With that, she turned and followed Naji and Xiaoshua into the adjacent room, leaving Zhang Yu standing alone at the entrance. With a resigned shrug, he cradled his EV, Dream, and slowly stepped into the room. Upon opening the door, he was captivated by the sight before him. The room featured a secluded outdoor hot spring pool, the water shimmering with a soft, warm glow in the twilight, as if veiled by a delicate gossamer. Surrounding bamboo lanterns emitted a gentle light that intertwined with the warm radiance of the pool, creating a cozy and romantic atmosphere. After changing into his bathing attire and wrapping a towel around himself, Zhang Yu, holding Eevee, Dream, gradually waded into the pleasantly warm water. The temperature was just perfect, enveloping him in comfort, as if all his weariness had been instantly dispelled. Eevee, Dream, seemed to revel in the setting, gleefully splashing about. Droplets of water cascading onto Zhang Yu's face like pearls, eliciting a laugh from him as he playfully pinched the little creature's paw. Zhang Yu closed his eyes, savoring the moment of tranquility. However, as he indulged in this peaceful reverie, a sudden scream from the next room startled him. "Ah? A fish bit my foot." He quickly opened his eyes, straining to listen to the commotion next door. Laughter soon followed from Xiaoxue and Naji, with Naji's voice clearly tinged with amusement. "It's a fish therapy. I hear it removes dead skin and has other benefits." Intrigued by the scene, Zhang Yu imagined the little fish nibbling at Xiaoxue and the other's feet, making him feel a ticklish curiosity. He couldn't help but lean in to sneak a glimpse of their reactions. Yet, as he attempted to peer through the gaps in the bamboo wall, he found his view completely obstructed. Frustration washed over him as he silently cursed the intrusive bamboo. Just then, Eevee, Dream, gently tapped his face with its tiny paw, seemingly reminding him, "I'm still here. Can you rein it in a bit?" Taken aback by the unexpected gesture, Zhang Yu turned to see Eevee's round eyes, feeling a bit sheepish as he scratched his head. After their indulgent soak, it was nearly time for dinner. The group dried off and donned comfortable attire, making their way to the hotel's second-floor buffet restaurant. Upon entering the dining area, they were greeted by a grand crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling, casting a soft glow that illuminated the entire space. Long tables were laden with an array of delectable dishes, particularly piles of lobsters, king crabs, and sashimi that made one salivate. The air was suffused with the enticing aroma of seafood, tantalizing their senses. Liuli stood by the food counter, meticulously selecting ingredients. Upon spotting Zhang Yu and the others approaching, her face lit up with a warm smile as she beckoned. "Come and try our specialties. This steamed lobster is marinated with unique island spices. It's absolutely top-notch." Xiaoxia immediately dashed to the sashimi section, her plate heaped with vibrant salmon and tuna, presenting a veritable feast of raw fish. Meanwhile, Xiaoxue was drawn to the exquisite desserts, delicately cradling a piece of matcha cake and savoring it in tiny bites, her satisfied expression evoking affection from those around her. Naji appeared particularly graceful, slicing the lobster meat with precision, each cut perfectly portioned, her movements light and skillful, reminiscent of an artistic performance. Occasionally, she would glance up through the window at the sea shrouded in nightfall. Zhang Yu, however, focused on Eevee, Dream, perched on his shoulder. He picked up a piece of grilled eel and held it to Eevee's mouth. Sensing the aroma, Eevee excitedly opened its tiny mouth and devoured the eel, its face smeared with oil, eliciting laughter from onlookers at its endearing antics. As night fell, the narrative fades to a prompt for imagination. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, bathing the room in warmth. Zhang Yu and company rose early and, accompanied by Liuli, made their way to the battle arena of the Lychee Gym. The spacious and bright arena had Zhang Yu and Liuli standing opposite each other, while Naji and the other girls ascended to the viewing platform. With a smile, Liuli addressed Zhang Yu. "The format of the match involves a relay battle using 2 Pokemon each, determining the victor by the last standing. In other words, we will each send out 2 Pokemon, and if one of ours faints, that team loses. These are our rules." Zhang Yu nodded thoughtfully. "I understand. Now, let the official battle for the badge commence. This match will adhere to the Lychee Gym's rules, executed as a relay duel to determine the winner in a single bout," announced the hotel manager, acting as the referee. Raising his hand high, "Zhang Yu, have you decided on your Pokemon?" "I shall use these 2, Liuli said with a confident smile, tossing 2 Pokeballs into the air. With a pair of resounding pops, 2 brilliant beams of light burst forth, revealing Hu Di and Gia La on the battlefield. "In that case, I choose you both as well. Go Milotic and Gardevoir." Without missing a beat, Zhang Yu threw out 2 Ultra Balls. With 2 more crisp sounds, Milotic and Gardevoir emerged, facing off against Hu Di and Gia La. "The battle begins," declared the hotel manager. Zhang Yu promptly issued commands. "Gardevoir, use Shadow Ball on Hu Di. Milotic, unleash Water Pulse on Gia La. Upon receiving the orders, Gardevoir gathered a powerful dark energy between its hands, a black shadow ball gradually forming. With a swift cry, Gardevoir launched the Shadow Ball like a bolt of lightning straight toward Hu Di. Simultaneously, Milotic opened its mouth, releasing a torrent of water pulse that surged forth like a mighty flood toward Jie-La. In the face of these sudden assaults, Liuli remained unfazed. She calmly surveyed the battlefield and quickly commanded, Hu Di, use teleport to evade the Shadow Ball. Jie-La, block the water pulse with Bone Club. Upon receiving the instruction, Hu Di vanished in an instant, evading the Shadow Ball. As Galar swiftly brandished the bone in hand, he hurled it forth like a boomerang. The bone spun rapidly through the air, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, accurately intercepting the watery waves of Venus. Shinai Duo, use your psychic powers to control Hu Di. Venus, unleash Dragon Pulse. Zhang Yu commanded without hesitation. Shinai Duo immediately focused, wrapping its psychic energy around Hu Di like an invisible tether. Meanwhile, Venus took a deep breath, then opened its mouth wide, releasing a purple dragon pulse that surged towards Hu Di, now under the control of Shinai Duo, like a ferocious dragon ready to pounce. Seeing this, Liuli gasped in alarm, urgently shouting, Hu Di, break free using your psychic powers. Galar, use the bone boomerang to block the dragon pulse. Upon hearing the command, Hu Di summoned its psychic strength, attempting to liberate itself from Shinai Duo's grasp. However, Shinai Duo's psychic energy proved overwhelmingly powerful. The moment Hu Di attempted to exert its will, it was swiftly interrupted by Shinai Duo's wave of its hand. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Yu astutely seized the opportunity, urgently exclaiming, now, Shinai Duo, use Hu Di to block the bone boomerang. Without hesitation, Shinai Duo acted on Zhang Yu's command, controlling Hu Di and flinging it toward the incoming bone boomerang as if it were a mere sandbag. A resounding thud echoed as the bone boomerang collided violently with Hu Di. The sheer force sent Hu Di hurtling backward, and simultaneously, Venus's dragon pulse struck like a torrent, impacting Hu Di with devastating force. Caught in this dual assault, Hu Di emitted a piercing cry, its body spiraling out of control like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground and carving a long trail upon the hard surface. Hu Di. Liuli's expression shifted to one of grave concern, her heart tightening as worry flickered in her eyes. Yet, unexpectedly, Hu Di, despite being severely injured, managed to endure the excruciating pain and unsteadily rose to its feet. Liuli, seeing this, felt a sense of relief wash over her. She promptly encouraged Hu Di, hold on. Quickly use Hyper Beam against Venus and Galar. Charge at Shinai Duo with Body Slam. Responding to the order, Hu Di, gritting through the pain, concentrated as it crossed its two spoons and unleashed a dazzling Hyper Beam toward Venus. At the same time, Galar, undeterred, launched itself like a cannonball at Shinai Duo, ready to deliver a fierce impact with its own body. Shinai Duo swiftly used Teleport to evade, then cast Shadow Ball at Hu Di. Venus, use Protect to shield against the Hyper Beam. Zhang Yu commanded with calm precision. Upon receiving the directive, Venus executed Protect without hesitation. A soft blue glow enveloped its body, coalescing into a transparent shield that stood resolutely before it. As Venus activated Protect, Hu Di's Hyper Beam surged forth like a blinding flash of lightning, only to be firmly halted by Venus's barrier. Meanwhile, Shinai Duo, heeding Zhang Yu's instruction, swiftly employed Teleport, vanishing in an instant from its original spot and successfully avoiding Galar's Body Slam. In the blink of an eye, Shinai Duo reappeared behind Hu Di. Without a moment's pause, it unleashed a Shadow Ball, a swirling mass of dark energy racing towards Hu Di's back like a black comet. Having just expended its energy on Hyper Beam, Hu Di found itself momentarily paralyzed, unable to evade the incoming attack. With a resounding impact, the Shadow Ball struck true, sending Hu Di crashing once more, this time into the wall at the edge of the arena. The hotel manager, witnessing this, hurried over to assess Hu Di's condition. Upon reaching its side, he noted that Hu Di's eyes had taken on a spiral pattern, indicating it had lost its ability to battle. With a raised hand, the hotel manager directed his attention toward Zhang Yu, announcing loudly, Hu Di has lost its fighting capability. Thus the victors of this match are the duo of Venus and Shinai Duo, with Zhang Yu as the winner. Observing this, Liuli withdrew Galar and Hu Di, stepping forward to present Zhang Yu with a badge crafted from a light purple seashell. Congratulations, Zhang Yu. This is the Lapis badge of the Lumin Gym, and it now belongs to you. Thank you, Miss Liuli. This battle was truly exhilarating. Zhang Yu expressed his gratitude as he accepted the badge, silently reflecting on the fact that he had now gathered 4 badges, finally poised to challenge the elite trainer. Liuli smiled and nodded, replying, you are quite formidable. Zhang Yu, Your strategic deployment was exceptionally clever, catching me off guard. I accept my defeat graciously. I hope we have the opportunity to battle again in the future." After concluding their gym challenge, Zhang Yu and his companions did not linger on Lumen Island. They swiftly replenished their supplies and set forth on their journey to Citrus Island. Chapter 49, The Ailing Ash and Kin. On this day, the sun shone brightly, and the sea breeze gently caressed the air as Zhang Yu and his companions boarded a tentacruel, arriving at a small island. This island was cloaked in dense forests, surrounded by azure waters, resembling a green gem embedded within the ocean. Upon stepping onto the island, they followed a winding path, seeking a place to rest for a while. They admired the island's natural beauty, savoring the tranquility and splendor of nature. However, as they strolled through the island, a Pikachu suddenly burst forth from the underbrush. Upon spotting Zhang Yu and his companions, the Pikachu appeared momentarily startled but quickly regained its composure, waving enthusiastically at them while uttering its signature Pika Pika. Xiaoxia regarded the Pikachu with a sense of familiarity, remarking curiously, "Hey, this Pikachu looks somewhat familiar. What is it saying?" Zhang Yu, hearing the Pikachu's words, furrowed his brow and explained to Xiaoxia, "This is Ash's Pikachu. It just mentioned that Ash and Kin have been affected by the paralysis powder from the Venusaur." With that, he approached Pikachu, squatting down to gently pat its head. "Pikachu, don't worry. Please lead us to Ash and the others." Pikachu nodded in response, turning to guide the way. Zhang Yu and his companions followed closely, traversing through dense foliage and crossing a babbling brook, until they finally located Ash and Kin lying on the ground not far ahead. Zhang Yu hurriedly rushed forward, tenderly patting Ash's face, and anxiously inquired, "Ash, are you all right?" Ash lay on the ground, his body trembling slightly, as he weakly murmured, "I'm so numb." Zhang Yu, upon witnessing this, quickly turned to Xiaoxua behind him, asking, "Xiaoxua, do you have any medicine to treat paralysis?" Xiaoxua paused upon hearing Zhang Yu's question, promptly halting her steps to rummage through her backpack, muttering, "Let me see what I can find." Observing Xiaoxua's diligent efforts, Zhang Yu felt a sense of reassurance. He took a deep breath and gently patted the head of Eevee. "Mew," speaking softly, "Mew, could you please help us find a place to rest on this island?" Mew nodded obediently, its form shimmering as it instantly transformed back to its original state. A pair of luminous, expressive eyes sparkled with vitality, and in an instant, it unleashed its extraordinary abilities, commencing a search of the surroundings. As seconds ticked by, the onlookers remained in silent anticipation. At last, not long after, the Pokémon gently tapped Zhang Yu's face with its tiny paw, exclaiming, "Meow meow, little you. I have discovered a quaint wooden cabin. Splendid. Please lead us there." Zhang Yu responded with palpable excitement. The Pokémon nodded affirmatively and, without hesitation, executed a teleportation. In the blink of an eye, the group found themselves within the humble confines of a small wooden cabin. Zhang Yu surveyed the interior, noting its simplicity yet commendable cleanliness. Satisfied, he and Xiaoxia, along with Naz, carefully laid Ash and Jian on the makeshift beds within the cabin. Once everything was arranged, Zhang Yu recalled that Xiaoxua was still in search of medicine, so he approached her with concern, asking, "Xiaoxua, have you found any remedy for the paralysis?" Xiaoxua shook her head in resignation, a hint of disappointment crossing her face as she replied, "No." Hearing this, Zhang Yu furrowed his brow, contemplating his next course of action. Just then, Xiaoxia's voice broke through his reverie. "Little you, their foreheads are burning." Alarmed, Zhang Yu hurried to the bedside. He gently placed his hand on Ash and Jian's foreheads, instantly feeling the heat radiating from them. Indeed, as Xiaoxia had indicated, they were not only afflicted by paralysis powder, but had also developed a high fever. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Zhang Yu decisively instructed Xiaoxia, "Please fetch some water from the river. We need to cool their foreheads to alleviate the fever." Without hesitation, Xiaoxia nodded, grabbed a bucket, and swiftly exited the cabin toward the riverbank. Zhang Yu's gaze returned to Xiaoxua, anxiously inquiring, "Xiaoxua, do you have any other solutions to address this issue?" However, before Xiaoxua could respond, Jian's voice suddenly reached Zhang Yu's ears, "Little you." Rushing to Jian's side, he asked with concern, "What is it, Jian? How are you feeling?" Jian appeared pale, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as he struggled against his discomfort, stammering, "Take out the Pokédex." "The Pokédex? Very well," Zhang Yu replied, promptly retrieving his Pokédex from his backpack and handing it to Jian, asking, "What next?" Jian took a deep breath before continuing, "Look up Vileplume." Zhang Yu nodded, immediately opening the Pokédex and typing in the name Vileplume, then pressing the search button. The screen soon displayed information about Vileplume, and as Zhang Yu read through it, Jian's voice called out again, "Press the reference key." Not daring to delay, Zhang Yu swiftly pressed the reference button. A clear notification sound rang out, and the Pokédex announced, the paralysis powder commonly inhaled from Vileplume can be cured by consuming a potion brewed from Aceri grass. Aceri grass? Zhang Yu murmured. Unfamiliar with this herb, he pressed the search button once more, hoping to uncover additional details about Aceri grass. The Pokédex responded, Aceri grass grows at the bottoms of clean pools, typically found in the vicinity of tadpole Pokémon. Fixating on the image of Aceri grass displayed on the Pokédex, Zhang Yu felt a sense of clarity wash over him. He turned to Jian, assuring him, I understand now. Jian, rest assured, we shall gather Aceri grass immediately. Please wait here. At that moment, Xiaoxia returned, carrying the bucket of water. Zhang Yu promptly approached her, taking the bucket and saying, Naz, Xiaoxia, please stay here and care for Ash and Jian. Xiaoxia and I will seek out Aceri grass. The three women nodded in unison. Expressing no objections, Zhang Yu then handed the bucket to Xiaoxia and, lifting the Pokémon, departed the cabin with Xiaoxia. As they stepped outside, Zhang Yu gently patted the Pokémon's head, saying, Mew, we shall rely on you from here on out. Please assist us in locating Aceri grass. Chapter 50, Aceri grass. No sooner had they stepped outside than Mew nodded obediently, once again activating its extraordinary powers and meticulously searching the surroundings. Shortly thereafter, Mew's eyes brightened, signifying it had detected the presence of Aceri grass. Without hesitation, it utilized teleportation, whisking Zhang Yu and Xiaoxia to the banks of a tranquil river. However, before the duo could take action, a tadpole Pokémon suddenly rushed towards them, seeking refuge behind Xiaoxia, as if it had encountered something terrifying. Soon after, Team Rocket's Kojiro and Meowth arrived, panting heavily. Yet, as their gazes met Zhang Yu's, their expressions shifted dramatically, as if they had beheld a fearsome monster. Kojiro stuttered, trembling. Why, young brat, what are you doing here? Zhang Yu felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He had repeatedly implored the trio of Team Rocket not to refer to him in such a manner, yet for reasons unknown, they persisted in using this somewhat embarrassing title. Observing their palpable fear, he pondered why they reacted so, questioning silently if he appeared intimidating. Looking at Kojiro and Meowth, he inquired, what brings you here? However, before they could respond, the tadpole Pokémon peered out from behind Xiaoxia, exclaiming, Yo, they are bad people. They want to capture me. Cold sweat immediately dripped from Kojiro's forehead upon hearing this. He quickly interjected, We have our reasons. Yes, Meowth nervously chimed in, clearly anxious. Zhang Yu, smirking slightly, replied, Reasons? Do tell. Kojiro sighed heavily, his face etched with worry. It's Musashi. She accidentally inhaled Vileplume's paralysis powder and now looks as if she's on the brink of death. We had no other choice but to capture a tadpole Pokémon to aid in locating Aceri grass, hoping it might cure Musashi's affliction. Meowth nodded vigorously, supporting Kojiro's explanation. Right, that's exactly it. Zhang Yu, after considering their words and observing their expressions, sensed no deceit. Thus, he pointed to the nearby river, saying, in that case, cease your pursuit of the tadpole Pokémon. Aceri grass lies at the bottom of this river. If you wish to obtain it, come join me. Kojiro and Meowth's eyes lit up with excitement at this revelation, exclaiming, Really? That is fantastic. Zhang Yu smiled faintly, then summoned his powers. Enveloping himself in a transparent energy shield, he turned to Xiaoxia and gently said, Xiaoxia, please wait for me up there. I shall be with you shortly. Before he could finish his words, Zhang Yu leaped into the river with a splash. Seeing this, Kojiro did not hesitate for a moment and followed suit. Zhang Yu moved through the water with the grace of a fish, swiftly reaching the riverbed. Once there, his gaze was captivated by the lush Axii aquatic plants flourishing at the bottom, swaying elegantly in the crystal-clear water as if beckoning to him. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yu extended his hands and began to gather the water plants with great zeal. Meanwhile, Kojiro, equally determined, busied himself alongside, albeit with somewhat clumsy movements, striving to collect the Axii plants as well. Time slipped away unnoticed as they toiled, and before long, they returned to the shore with their bountiful harvest. Zhang Yu, smiling, patted Kojiro on the shoulder and said earnestly, Do make sure to stay out of trouble. However, to Kojiro, that seemingly gentle smile appeared as terrifying as a demon. He trembled in fear, nodding vigorously as he responded, Yes, absolutely. Satisfied with Kojiro's reaction, Zhang Yu nodded with a smile and divided the gathered Axii plants into 2 equal portions. He handed one portion to Kojiro, saying, This is for you. Hurry back and prepare the medicine for Musashi. Kojiro and Meow gratefully accepted the water plants and hurriedly departed after profuse thanks. Zhang Yu then returned to the wooden cabin with the remaining plants, accompanied by Xiaoxia. Upon entering, they found Naz and Xiaoxua anxiously guarding the bedside of Xiaoji and Xiaojian. The moment they saw Zhang Yu and Xiaoxia return safely, with axi-lay plants in hand, relief washed over their worried faces. Zhang Yu quickly approached Xiaoxua, handing her the axi-lay plants, saying, "Xiaoxua, I entrust the medicine preparation to you." Xiaoxua promptly accepted the plants, nodding in agreement, "Rest assured. I will prepare it as swiftly as possible." She moved to the side, skillfully placing the axi-lay plants into the cauldron, adding the right amount of water, and then began to kindle the fire, patiently brewing the medicinal concoction. As moments passed, the potion began to simmer, releasing a fragrant aroma. Xiaoxua stirred the mixture carefully, ensuring the medicinal properties of the herbs were fully extracted. Eventually, the medicine was ready. Xiaoxua lifted the cauldron and poured the concoction into a cup, then brought it to Xiaoji and Xiaojian. Zhang Yu gently propped Xiaoji up, while Xiaoxia and Naz supported Xiaojian, as they carefully administered the medicine to them. After some time, the pallor on Xiaoji and Xiaojian's faces began to fade, their lips regaining a hint of color. Their bodies ceased to tremble as the symptoms of paralysis and high fever significantly alleviated. Xiaoji's eyes fluttered open slightly, though his vision was blurred. He could faintly discern Zhang Yu's figure. In a weak voice, he said, "Xiaoyu, thank you so much. Without you, I and Xiaojian would have been at a loss." Zhang Yu smiled and patted Xiaoji's shoulder, comforting him. "There's no need for such gratitude. We are friends, after all. It is only natural to help one another. However, do be cautious in the future. We wouldn't want to worry about you again." Xiaoji nodded, a grateful smile gracing his face. Once it was confirmed that Xiaoji and Xiaojian were out of danger, Xiaoxia successfully captured the mosquito larva as well. Subsequently, at Zhang Yu's invitation, Xiaoji and Xiaojian boarded the venom-sting jellyfish, embarking on their journey to Citrus Island. Chapter 51, The Palace of the Victors. After several long hours, they finally arrived at Citrus Island. The moment they set foot on the island, they made their way directly to the badge verification station. Upon reaching the station, Zhang Yu approached the front desk clerk and politely stated, "Hello, we are here to apply for participation in the Orange League Victors Cup competition." The clerk smiled and nodded, retrieving a detection machine from a drawer and placing it on the table, saying, "All right, let me first verify your 4 badges." Zhang Yu nodded in response, opened his backpack, and took out the 4 badges, arranging them neatly on the table. Meanwhile, Xiaoji simply unbuttoned his jacket, revealing the 4 badges pinned inside for all to see. The clerk first picked up the detection machine and scanned Zhang Yu's badges. The machine emitted a series of soft beeping sounds, and soon the screen displayed the information regarding the badges. The clerk examined it closely before skillfully operating the computer. Upon seeing Zhang Yu's information, he expressed mild surprise, saying, "You actually came from the Kalos region. What a long journey you've had." Zhang Yu smiled slightly and replied, "It's not too bad. Traveling is about exploring different places to broaden one's horizons." The clerk nodded in agreement, acknowledging his sentiment. After registering Zhang Yu, the clerk took the detection machine and moved it in front of Xiaoji's badges, pressing the scan button as the machine beeped softly, commencing the scan of Xiaoji's badges. Once Xiaoji's information was registered, the clerk lifted his gaze to Zhang Yu and Xiaoji, speaking in a tone that was both serious yet gentle. "Challenger Zhang Yu, your match is scheduled for tomorrow at 10 a.m. Please ensure your timely arrival at the arena. Challenger Xiaoji, your match will be the day after tomorrow at 10 a.m. So do not be late." Zhang Yu and Xiaoji exchanged a glance, both nodding solemnly to confirm their understanding of the match timings. Following this, the clerk stood up, smiling at Zhang Yu and Xiaoji, saying, "Now, let me take you to see the arena where you will compete." With that, he turned and led the group out of the registration room towards the Citrus Stadium. Before long, the Citrus Stadium came into view. Its architecture bore a striking resemblance to the ancient Roman Colosseum, grand and majestic. Surrounding the arena stood several lifelike statues of dragonites, as if guarding this sacred place. The sight left everyone awestruck, prompting them to pause and closely observe the stadium. After a moment, the clerk reminded them, "All right, let us continue on." Hearing his words, they resumed their steps, arriving at the adjacent Palace of the Victors. "This is the Palace of the Victors," the clerk introduced, leading them inside the palace. As they entered, they were immediately captivated by the 2 massive and imposing dragonite statues flanking either side. These statues were so lifelike that they seemed ready to take flight at any moment, embodying the strength and majesty of the dragonite. Inside the palace was even more breathtaking, adorned with numerous statues of Pokémon, each exquisitely carved. Additionally, there were many paw prints left by Pokémon, testaments to their glorious moments in the arena. Yet, The most striking feature was the collective photographs of the victorious champions alongside their participating Pokémon. The faces of the champions in the photograph radiate with pride and joy, while their accompanying Pokémon appear spirited, as if they are recounting the glory of victory to all who behold them. The front desk uncle introduces the origin of these photos and handprints. These images and prints belong to the esteemed trainers and Pokémon who triumphed in the Winners' Cup competition. To enter this Hall of Fame, one must first conquer the challenges of 4 gyms and ultimately emerge victorious in the final showdown against the champion trainer's entire team. Upon hearing this, the crowd gains a profound understanding of the grandeur of the Orange League's Winner's Palace. The front desk uncle continues, stating that compared to the gyms of various regions, the gyms of the Orange Archipelago possess a unique character. Each gym here features distinct challenges that present a variety of tests for trainers and their Pokémon. The crowd nods in agreement as the uncle elaborates. This competition is not merely a test of Pokémon strength, but also a measure of the trust between trainer and Pokémon. Only through mutual trust and seamless cooperation can they excel in the diverse trials and ultimately claim victory in the Winners' Cup. Thus, those who succeed in this competition not only receive a trophy symbolizing honor, but are also inducted into this illustrious hall. Listening to the front desk uncle's introduction, Ash's eyes gleam with excitement as he clenches his fists, seemingly already savoring the joy of victory. I must win the Winners' Cup and have my photo displayed here. Ash's voice is filled with determination and confidence. Standing beside him, Gary smiles and reassures, "Don't worry, Ash, you will definitely win." Simultaneously, he thinks to himself, after all, Ash did triumph over the champion trainer, Yuji, in the anime. Encouraged by Gary's words, Ash's confidence solidifies. He nods and gazes at the trophy in the distance, as if it is already within his grasp. At this moment, Misty curiously interjects, "Is the champion trainer very strong?" The front desk uncle's lips curl into a subtle, enigmatic smile. "Oh, the champion trainer is indeed formidable," he replies slowly. Since he became the current champion, no one has yet succeeded in winning the Winners' Cup. Chapter 52, Citrus Stadium. Meanwhile, within Citrus Stadium, Yuji stands on the battlefield, gazing at the colossal statue of Dragonite. No challenger has yet appeared capable of defeating you. Yuji's voice is deep and powerful, exuding unmatched confidence. As he speaks, a Dragonite descends like lightning behind him, its wings stirring up a tempest that envelopes the surroundings in dust. However, at that moment, Team Rocket also unexpectedly appears on the scene, their target clearly the Dragonite behind Yuji. Yet, before they can execute their plan, Yuji's Dragonite sends them flying with a single blow. Returning to Ash and Gary, they have departed from the Winner's Palace and arrived at the Pokémon Center, while Misty and the others choose to explore Citrus Island. Upon entering the Pokémon Center, Gary bids farewell to Ash and Brock and heads straight to the backyard of the center. He needs to select 6 Pokémon for the upcoming match tomorrow. As evening descends, a broadcast vehicle slowly rolls through the town at the foot of the mountain. The loudspeaker emits a clear announcement. "Attention, residents. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., the long-awaited Winners' Cup competition of the Orange League will be held. This is a grand Pokémon showdown, and everyone is welcome to attend for free. Please spread the word and don't miss this rare opportunity." The sound of the broadcast reverberates through the town, capturing the attention of the residents. Wow, it's been ages since there's been a competition. I wonder if a Dragonite will appear this time. I'm so looking forward to it. I hope to witness an extraordinary match tomorrow. The townsfolk excitedly discuss their anticipation for the Winners' Cup, eager to behold the magnificent Pokémon in action, particularly Dragonite, the guardian of Citrus Island, which few have had the fortune to see. The next day, at precisely 10 a.m., Citrus Stadium is bustling with activity, filled to capacity, as nearly all the residents of Citrus Island gather in this vibrant atmosphere. Ash and his friends arrive early, securing their seats to watch Gary's match. "Welcome to Citrus Stadium, where we are about to witness a new challenger." The announcer's voice echoes through the stadium, as the fervor and excitement reach a fever pitch. For a long time, no one strong enough to enter the hall has emerged, but today, can this challenger break the mold? Let us warmly welcome the renowned champion trainer of the Orange League, Yuji of the Southern Cross. As the announcer's words fade, a robust figure with well-defined muscles strides confidently from the contestant passage. Adorning his neck is a striking necklace studded with pokeballs, drawing immediate attention. Yuji carries a self-assured smile as he steps onto the battlefield, instantly invoking thunderous cheers and applause from the crowd. Wow, it's Yuji. He is a legendary figure in the Orange League. This challenger is in for a tough battle. Yuji's prowess is no joke. The spectators murmur amongst themselves, brimming with anticipation for the match ahead. The announcer continues, "So, who is today's challenger?" It is none other than contestant Gary. As the announcer's voice fades, Gary also makes his entrance from the contestant passage. The packed audience is now on the edge of their seats, eager for the match to commence. The announcer's voice resonates again. Will Yuji maintain his undefeated legend? Or will Gary create a miracle and become the long-awaited contender for the hall? Let us await the outcome with bated breath. The announcer's words echo throughout the arena, with the crowd's cheers and applause ringing like thunder, enveloping the entire venue in an atmosphere of fervor. As the announcer's voice falls silent, Gary and Yuji approach the center of the battleground almost simultaneously. They stand facing each other, their gazes locking with sparks of challenge igniting between them. Yuji's lips curve into a faint smile as he extends his right hand. Without hesitation, Gary reciprocates, their hands clasping firmly in a gesture of pre-match camaraderie and mutual respect for each other's strength. Welcome to the Winners' Cup Challenge of the Orange League. Champion of the Quartz Conference, Gary. Yuji's voice is low and powerful, his gaze piercing as it remains fixed on Gary. Gary politely replies, I look forward to your guidance, Mr. Yuji. His tone is calm, yet the determination embedded within is unmistakable. After their brief exchange, Gary and Yuji return to their respective trainer positions. Behind them a sea of eager spectators. The match rules dictate a 6-on-6 battle, where if 3 of a side's Pokemon are unable to continue, the battlefield will be switched. As the referee's words conclude, the battlefield begins to descend gradually. Once it has fully lowered, the referee announces, in this battle, the champion trainer's Pokemon will not be exchanged, but the challenger's Pokemon may be freely swapped. As the referee's words settle, a battlefield adorned with rugged rocks and a small pool of water gradually rises. All right, dear audience, the initial battlefield is one of rock and water. The commentator exclaimed with fervor, his voice resonating through the stadium via the loudspeakers. This battle would put the Pokemon trainer's judgment to the test. The referee followed suit, his tone solemn and dignified. The match was finally about to commence. What Pokemon would the competitors unveil in this arena? Undoubtedly, this was the focal point of everyone's attention. The commentator's enthusiasm heightened the atmosphere, invigorating the crowd. At that moment, Yuji was the first to throw a Pokeball, declaring, my first contender is this one. As the Pokeball opened, a brilliant beam of white light erupted forth. Gradually, as the light dissipated, a Ditto materialized on the battlefield. The chief trainer Yuji had chosen Ditto as his vanguard. The commentator marveled, noting that although Ditto's sole move was transform, its ability to adapt and change was truly formidable, rendering it a fearsome adversary. Chapter 53, Yuji vs. Zhang Yu, Part 1. The commentator continued to express his astonishment, reiterating that Ditto's singular move, while seemingly simple, endowed it with an unparalleled versatility that could leave opponents bewildered. Meanwhile, the large screen in the venue illuminated with Yuji's Pokemon lineup, showcasing Ditto's icon in the first slot. As Ditto appeared on the battlefield, it struck various peculiar and eye-catching poses. Now, let us shift our gaze to competitor Zhang Yu and discover what highly anticipated Pokemon he will summon. The commentator's voice resonated once more. In response to the commentator's words, Zhang Yu smiled subtly, unhesitatingly retrieving a Master Ball from his waist and gently tossing it into the air. As the Master Ball arced through the sky, it burst open with a resounding pop, revealing yet another flash of white light, which coalesced into an EV on the battlefield. With EV's emergence, the large screen also lit up with Zhang Yu's Pokemon roster, showcasing EV's icon in the first position. The commentator exclaimed with excitement, Zhang Yu's first Pokemon is indeed EV. What strategy will he employ to counter Ditto? However, Yuji appeared somewhat astonished, his eyes wide in disbelief as he gazed at the Master Ball in Zhang Yu's hand, muttering to himself. Using a Master Ball to capture an EV is quite extravagant. Nevertheless, as the chief trainer of the Orange League, second only to the Elite Four in the Kanto region, Yuji's reaction was swift. In an instant, he regained his composure, reflecting inwardly, I am somewhat familiar with Zhang Yu's background. He would not waste a Master Ball on an ordinary EV. Therefore, this EV is likely the legendary Mew. A wry smile crept onto Yuji's lips as he shook his head in resignation, then commanded Ditto, use transform. Upon receiving the command, Ditto immediately underwent a transformation, swiftly morphing into an exact replica of Zhang Yu's EV, indistinguishable in both form and coloration. Observing this, Zhang Yu's lips curled into a confident smile as he softly instructed, EV, use Swift. Hearing Zhang Yu's command, Eevee's ears perked up before unleashing a flurry of sparkling stars from its mouth, shooting like meteors towards the Ditto that had transformed into an EV. In the face of this sudden attack, the Ditto in EV form exhibited remarkable agility. It deftly twisted its body, nimbly dodging among the rocky terrain, skillfully evading the barrage of stars. Yuji's gaze sharpened as he intently monitored the unfolding situation, refusing to show any signs of slackness. Upon witnessing Ditto successfully evade the swift attack, he called out, "Ditto, use double team." At Yuji's command, a dark shadow enveloped Ditto, and in an instant, several identical EVs appeared on the battlefield, moving rapidly and obscuring the true Ditto's location. Zhang Yu, standing at the opposite end of the arena, remained calm as he observed the developments. Faced with Ditto's double-team tactic, he did not falter. Instead, he decisively ordered, "EV, lock on and use energy ball." Receiving the command, EV nodded slightly, its eyes glowing with a blue light, evidently utilizing its psychic abilities to pinpoint Ditto's position. Just as EV locked onto its target, it swiftly conjured a verdant energy ball, launching it fiercely at the designated target. Ditto, caught off guard, had no time to react, and it remained oblivious to the fact that it had been locked onto by EV. The energy ball struck Ditto, sending it hurtling through the air with tremendous force, crashing heavily onto the ground. With a dull thud, Ditto tumbled several times before finally coming to a halt, gradually reverting to its original form. Clearly having lost its ability to continue the battle, the referee rushed forward to assess Ditto's condition, noticing its eyes had spiraled into a daze. He promptly raised his flag and announced loudly, "Ditto has lost its ability to battle. EV is the victor." The commentator's voice rang throughout the arena, eliciting a thunderous wave of applause and cheers from the crowd. As the commentator's words faded, the large screen displayed Yuji's Pokemon lineup, and Ditto's icon promptly dimmed. "Return, Ditto," Yuji commanded, retrieving his Pokemon with a flash of surprise in his eyes, though excitement predominated. Concurrently, Zhang Yu swiftly recalled EV without hesitation, his movements both rapid and decisive. Devoid of any hesitation. Almost simultaneously, both competitors threw their next Pokeballs. As two brilliant beams of light illuminated the battlefield, a Onix and a Milotic emerged, igniting a fervor among the audience. The crowd erupted in cheers and shouts, filled with anticipation for this thrilling showdown. The large screen simultaneously showcased Onix and Milotic's icons, illuminating the venue. Yuji's second Pokemon is Onix, the commentator exclaimed with enthusiasm. However, Zhang Yu's second Pokemon is Milotic, which possesses attributes that may counter Onix's rock type. How will Yuji respond? The commentator's voice echoed across the arena as the audience anxiously focused on the unfolding drama. In the midst of the battle, Yuji's gaze fixated on Onix and Milotic, a glint of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, he decisively commanded, "Onix, use Earthquake." With Yuji's order, Onix's stout tail lashed downwards like a whip against the ground. A thunderous boom reverberated through the arena, as if a colossal force had shaken the very earth beneath them, causing the ground to tremble violently. Zhang Yu sensed the impending danger, and he immediately shouted to Milotic, "Milotic, retreat to the water." Chapter 54, Yuji vs. Zhang Yu Part 2. Zhang Yu, recognizing the urgency of the situation, urgently directed, "Milotic, swiftly dive into the pool." Upon receiving Zhang Yu's command, Milotic darted into the central pool of water like a bolt of lightning, successfully evading the tremors of the earthquake. Zhang Yu exhaled in relief, yet he remained vigilant. Promptly issuing another command, "Milotic, use Hydro Pump." Minas gracefully glided through the pool, its mouth agape as a powerful water cannon erupted forth, cascading like a torrent of azure directly towards the Onix. "Onix, quickly coil your body," Yuji shouted urgently upon witnessing the impending assault. Responding promptly to Yuji's command, Onix swiftly coiled its massive form, creating a formidable defensive barrier. The water cannon collided with Onix, sending a spray of droplets into the air. However, Onix merely swayed slightly in response. Observing this, Yuji seized the opportunity and commanded, "Onix, use Rock Slide." Upon hearing the directive, Onix raised its colossal head, and countless boulders cascaded from the heavens like raindrops, hurtling down towards Minas in the pool. "Minas, dive underwater," Zhang Yu instructed hastily. Minas, quick to react, plunged beneath the surface, vanishing like a flash of lightning, deftly evading the barrage of rocks. Yet, despite Minas successfully dodging the majority of the stones, a few struck it with astonishing speed. Upon impact, Minas trembled momentarily but quickly regained its composure. Zhang Yu's gaze was resolute as he fixated on Minas, proclaiming loudly, "Minas, rally yourself. Use Blizzard." Upon receiving the command, Minas emerged from the depths, inhaled deeply, and unleashed a frigid blizzard. This tempest swirled like a white cyclone, enveloping the entire arena. Onix found itself ensnared in the sudden storm, its body encased in ice and snow, its movements becoming sluggish. Seizing the moment, Zhang Yu continued to issue commands. Well done, Minus. Deliver the final blow with water cannon. Without hesitation, Minus opened its mouth, unleashing a torrential water cannon that surged towards Onyx. Under the influence of the blizzard, Onyx's body grew rigid, rendering it unable to evade this lethal strike. The water cannon struck with tremendous force, sending Onyx hurtling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Lying motionless, Onyx evidently succumbed to incapacity for battle. The referee promptly raised the flag and announced loudly, Onyx has lost its fighting capability. Minus is victorious. As the referee's words echoed, the large screen in the arena displayed the dimming icon of Onyx from Yuji's Pokemon roster. What is happening? Yuji has now suffered 2 consecutive defeats. The commentator exclaimed in astonishment, his voice resonating throughout the battlefield. The audience, hearing the commentator's words, began to murmur among themselves. Mr. Yuji has been defeated twice in a row. That young lad is surprisingly formidable. Yuji's expression grew increasingly grave as he recalled Onyx. Without delay, he tossed out his next Pokeball, declaring, now it's your turn, Gengar. As the Pokeball opened, a dazzling light burst forth, revealing Gengar on the battlefield. Zhang Yu, witnessing this, allowed a confident smile to grace his lips. He too recalled Minus and retrieved another high-level Pokeball from his belt, casting it forth without hesitation. Go, Gengar. The high-level Pokeball opened, releasing a brilliant beam of white light, and Zhang Yu's Gengar materialized on the battlefield. At that moment, the large screen illuminated with the icons of both Gengars. Upon its appearance, Zhang Yu's Gengar joyfully waved its arms to the audience, exclaiming, hello everyone, I am Gengar, and my nickname is the adorable purple balloon. Please take good care of me and give me some attention. Thank you. The commentator momentarily froze, nearly dropping the microphone. Before regaining composure and uttering incredulously, goodness, Zhang Yu's Gengar can speak and delivered such a unique self-introduction. It is truly astonishing. A hush fell over the crowd, quickly followed by a thunderous buzz of excitement. That Gengar can actually talk? I've never seen a Pokemon that speaks human language. The astonished gasps mingled with laughter from the audience, while some attendees lowered their heads, phones in hand, seemingly searching for the adorable purple balloon online. Zhang Yu, upon hearing Gengar's unexpected introduction, felt a wave of confusion wash over him. When did this little rascal sneakily create an account? How was he completely unaware? Pondering this peculiar situation, Zhang Yu hastily retrieved his Rotom phone, launched the app, and typed adorable purple balloon into the search bar. To his astonishment, he nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. His eyes widened in shock as he beheld the screen displaying Gengar's account, boasting a staggering 1 million followers. Zhang Yu rubbed his eyes incredulously, ensuring he wasn't mistaken, before hastily perusing Gengar's uploaded videos. What he discovered was nothing short of shocking. The videos primarily featured antics at the Buratano Research Institute and his own estate. While the presence of Gengar at the Research Institute was understandable, Zhang Yu was baffled as to how Gengar knew about his estate. Most of the videos showcased Gengar teasing Professor Buratano and playfully interacting with various Pokemon, exuding a mischievous charm. However, there were also delightful scenes of Gengar frolicking with other Pokemon. After a brief glance, Zhang Yu noted that the likes and comments on each video were impressively substantial. Just as he was still reeling from the astonishing number of Gengar's followers, Yuji was not one to squander precious time. Without hesitation, he shouted, Gengar, use Shadow Ball. Chapter 55, Yuji vs. Zhang Yu, Part 3. Just as Zhang Yu was immersed in the shock of Gengar's follower count, Yuji was swift, calling out, Gengar, unleash Shadow Ball. At Yuji's command, Gengar quickly raised its hands, coalescing a sphere of dark energy. In an instant, this energy transformed into a Shadow Ball, streaking through the air like a black meteor, aimed directly at Zhang Yu's Gengar. Realizing the imminent danger, Zhang Yu's heart raced, snapping him back to the present as he shouted, Gengar, use Double Team to evade. Upon receiving the command, Zhang Yu's Gengar ceased its self-introduction and sprang into action. Its form shimmered momentarily before splitting into several identical copies, dispersing like phantoms and successfully evading the Shadow Ball's assault. Then, without hesitation, Zhang Yu commanded, Gengar, use Dazzling Gleam. As he uttered the words, his Gengar's eyes emitted a vibrant, kaleidoscopic beam of light, dazzling like a rainbow. This radiant beam shot forth like lightning, heading straight for Yuji's Gengar. Realizing the peril, Yuji's Gengar attempted to dodge, but the speed of the dazzling gleam was too swift. It was unable to react in time and was struck by the beam. Upon impact, Yuji's Gengar shuddered violently, its body swaying as its gaze grew unfocused, clearly ensnared in confusion. Observing this development, Zhang Yu did not hesitate to continue his assault, shouting, "Jengar, use Shadow Punch." Upon receiving the command, Zhang Yu's Gungui surged forth like a bolt of black lightning, dashing towards Yongzi's Gungui with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived before Yongzi's Gungui, subsequently delivering a powerful punch that struck with tremendous force. Caught entirely off guard, Yongzi's Gungui was sent hurtling through the air, akin to a cannonball, crashing into a distant rock with a resounding bang that shattered it into fragments. Yet, the onslaught did not cease there. Following the collision, Yongzi's Gungui continued its backward trajectory, ultimately slamming into another boulder and crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. At this moment, a glance at Yongzi's Gungui revealed its eyes spiraled like incense coils, clearly indicating a loss of combat capability. Witnessing this, the referee promptly raised his flag and announced loudly, "Yongzi's Gungui is unable to continue fighting. Zhang Yu's Gungui emerges victorious." Instantly, as the referee's words echoed, the avatar of Yongzi's Gungui on the large screen dimmed, leaving the audience in disbelief. The commentator's voice brimmed with astonishment, noting that the esteemed trainer Yongzi's Pokemon had once again succumbed in battle. On the arena, both Yongzi and Zhang Yu swiftly recalled their respective Gunguis into their Pokeballs. It had been quite some time since they encountered such a formidable challenger. The commentator's excitement intensified, as Zhang Yu had remarkably defeated 3 of Yongzi's Pokemon consecutively, an extraordinary feat. The audience erupted in applause, cheering for Zhang Yu's stellar performance. Just then, the referee proclaimed, "We are now changing the battle arena." He waved his flag, signaling that the battlefield was about to transform. As the referee indicated, the rocky and aquatic arena began to descend gradually. The commentator expressed amazement, stating that it had been ages since such a scenario had unfolded, evidently, with 3 Pokemon incapacitated. The chief trainer Yongzi was poised to adopt a new strategy. Standing at one end of the arena, Yongzi fixed his gaze intently on Zhang Yu, as if attempting to peer into his very thoughts. He gently caressed the Pokeball hanging around his neck, murmuring, "It may soon be your turn, Dragonite." In the audience, the trio from Team Rocket sat watching the match unfold. What an impressive kid. He managed to defeat 3 of Yongzi's Pokemon with such ease, exclaimed Kojiro in astonishment. Eyeing Zhang Yu in the arena, "It is to be expected," Musashi replied calmly. "Indeed, even Boss Giovanni would not dare provoke him lightly," Kojiro concurred. "Should we still attempt to seize Dragonite?" Meowth, perched between the two, suddenly inquired. "I think it's best to refrain, given our abilities. We'd likely be sent flying before we even finish our introduction," Kojiro replied, a hint of trepidation in his voice. "You're right. Let us simply observe the battle today," Musashi nodded in agreement. "I hope the talented kid can defeat his Dragonite. That would serve as our revenge," Meowth said eagerly, and suddenly, as if by magic, produced 3 flags emblazoned with Zhang Yu's name from seemingly nowhere. "Here you go. Today, we shall play the role of enthusiastic fans for the talented kid." Meowth joyfully handed a flag to both Musashi and Kojiro, a bright smile illuminating its face. Musashi and Kojiro accepted the flags in surprise, with Kojiro curiously asking Meowth, "Aren't these the flags we sold during the court's conference? You still have some?" Meowth scratched its head, seemingly bemused, and explained, "I don't know. I just felt an irresistible urge to keep them because the talented kid has a delightful scent." "A pleasant scent?" Musashi and Kojiro exchanged puzzled glances. "What?" Musashi furrowed her brow and questioned, "Meowth, is your nose malfunctioning?" "There's no pleasant scent at all." Kojiro echoed in agreement. "Exactly. We've met the talented kid numerous times, yet we've never detected any special aroma." However, undeterred by their skepticism, Meowth resolutely shook its head, insisting, "I stand by what I said. I truly sensed that delightful fragrance." Seeing this, Musashi suddenly pinched Meowth's cheeks and sternly interrogated, "Meowth, are you considering betraying Boss Giovanni to align with that talented kid?" Chapter 56, Yongzi vs. Zhang Yu, Part 4. Musashi, noticing Meowth's discomfort, released her grip but still cautioned, "That's good to hear. Just make sure you don't harbor any ulterior motives. Otherwise, Boss Giovanni won't take it lightly." Meowth quickly nodded in affirmation, promising it would never entertain such thoughts. Just then, the usually silent Kojiro seemed to recall something significant, suddenly slapping his forehead and exclaiming, "I remember now." Musashi and Meowth turned their attention towards Kojiro, curiosity etched on their faces. Meowth blinked its round eyes and inquired first, "What did you remember, Kojiro?" Taking a deep breath, Kojiro steadied himself and began. It's a story from my childhood. My mother once told me about a young boy from a prestigious family in the Kalos region who exuded an aroma that captivated Pokémon. This scent was unique, fostering an innate sense of kinship among Pokémon. However, if he harbored malicious intent, they would instinctively recoil from him. Musashi gasped, her mouth agape in astonishment, nearly wide enough to fit an egg. She stared at Kojiro, incredulously stammering. Could it be that the talented kid is that illustrious boy? Kojiro hesitated but eventually nodded, albeit uncertainly. I can't be sure, as I've never seen him in person. However, the talented kid indeed hails from the Kalos region, which makes this possibility highly plausible. Meowth nodded thoughtfully, murmuring, no wonder I always found his scent so pleasant. It all makes sense now. Returning to the battlefield, the arena, now enveloped in shifting sands, began to rise from below. Thank you for your patience. The second battle arena has finally emerged, the commentator announced. This time, we find ourselves in a desert, where the ground is soft and unstable, making it difficult to maintain one's footing. With a crisp sound, the commentator continued, the match resumes. Yongzi now possesses only 3 Pokémon, and as the second half of the battle unfolds, how will he contend against Zhang Yu, who still has 6 Pokémon remaining? Before the commentator's words could fully settle, Yongzi unhesitatingly tossed forth his Pokeball, calling out loudly, go. The Pokeball traced a graceful arc through the air before it burst open with a resounding pop, unleashing a dazzling flash of white light. As the brilliance faded, a Venusaur materialized upon the battlefield, its verdant form starkly contrasting with the surrounding desert, rendering it particularly eye-catching. In the latter half of the match, the first to enter the fray is none other than Venusaur. The commentator exclaimed excitedly. Observing this, Zhang Yu's lips curled into a slight smile as he swiftly threw forth a great ball, declaring loudly, I entrust this to you. Go forth, Charizard. As the great ball opened, another blinding white light flashed, and Charizard descended gracefully onto the battleground. Simultaneously, the large screen illuminated with the images of Charizard and Venusaur. Zhang Yu has chosen Charizard. In terms of attributes, there is no doubt that he holds a significant advantage, the commentator excitedly explained. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu commanded Charizard, Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Upon receiving the order, Charizard opened its mouth, and a torrent of searing flames erupted forth, surging directly towards Venusaur. This inferno resembled a roaring dragon, incinerating the sands of the desert in its path, rendering them scaldingly hot. Seeing this, Yongzi's heart tightened, and he shouted urgently, Venusaur, use Leaf Blade. Venusaur responded swiftly, adeptly maneuvering its body to launch 2 razor-sharp leaves that charged straight toward the oncoming flames. In an instant, the fire and leaves met in a fierce clash. However, the standoff was brief, as the flames effortlessly overpowered the Leaf Blade, striking Venusaur with tremendous force. Venusaur shuddered violently, emitting a pained groan. Observing this, Zhang Yu's smile widened, and he seized the moment, commanding, Charizard, once more, unleash Flamethrower. Charizard, obeying the command, opened its mouth again, releasing an even fiercer blaze that surged towards the injured Venusaur. Just as the flames were about to engulf Venusaur once more, Yongzi shouted without hesitation, Venusaur, Energy Ball. Upon hearing this, Venusaur quickly gathered a dazzling orb of energy in its mouth. Without delay, it launched the energy ball directly at Charizard's flames. The collision produced a thunderous explosion, sending forth a powerful shockwave that stirred up clouds of sand. In an instant, the entire arena was engulfed in a haze of dust, obscuring the true situation within. Yet, the sand could not forever shroud the spectator's vision. As time passed, the dust gradually settled, revealing the scene to the audience's eyes. Venusaur, having been too close to the explosion, was pushed back several meters by the sheer force, struggling to regain its footing. Zhang Yu, recognizing this golden opportunity, shouted decisively, Charizard, use Dragon Claw. Charizard heeded the command. Soaring into the air, its claws enveloped in a rich green energy, descending with fierce intent upon Venusaur. Yongzi, acutely aware of the perilous situation, swiftly issued a defense command. Venusaur, use Vine Whip. Just as Charizard's claws were about to strike Venusaur, it extended several sturdy vines that lunged toward Charizard's attack. Charizard's claws crashed against the vines with a crack, snapping them with ease. Nevertheless, despite the severance, the vines valiantly withstood the blow, slightly hindering Charizard's assault. Seizing the moment, Yongzi called out, Venusaur, now, use Sleep Powder. Venusaur responded promptly, releasing a cloud of yellow sleep powder from its massive bloom. The powder floated like mist toward Charizard. Zhang Yu reacted with equal swiftness, commanding, Charizard, blow it back with your wings. Charizard unfurled its wings and flapped vigorously, creating a gust that dispersed the sleep powder, which then drifted back towards Venusaur. As Venusaur inhaled the sleep powder, a wave of drowsiness washed over it, causing its body to sway as its eyes gradually drooped. Before long, Venusaur succumbed to slumber. Observing this, Zhang Yu felt a surge of triumph. He recognized the opportunity had arrived. Thus, he commanded without hesitation, Charizard, deliver the final blow with Flamethrower. Following the order, Charizard unleashed a torrent of searing flames that surged towards the slumbering Venusaur. Unable to evade the fiery onslaught in its sleep, Venusaur was struck, careening backward across the sandy ground, tracing a long mark before crashing heavily to the earth, clearly rendered incapable of continuing the battle. The referee, witnessing this, swiftly raised the flag, declaring loudly, Venusaur is unable to battle. Charizard is the victor. As the referee's words echoed, the screen dimmed the image of Venusaur. Venusaur has been defeated. The commentator exclaimed excitedly. Zhang Yu has successfully knocked out his fourth Pokémon. The audience erupted in gasps and cheers, applauding Zhang Yu's outstanding performance. Diancie gazed at the fallen Venusaur, a wave of regret washing over him. He softly murmured, "Thank you for your hard work, Venusaur," before deftly returning it to its Pokeball. Without hesitation, he threw forth another Pokeball, proclaiming, "Now, for this one." The Pokeball arced through the air, bursting open with a pop, revealing an Electabuzz upon the battlefield. Diancie's fifth Pokémon is Electabuzz, a formidable master of electric-type moves. The commentator enthused. In terms of attributes, Electabuzz holds a clear advantage over Charizard. Will Zhang Yu allow Charizard to continue battling? The commentator's voice resonated throughout the arena. Just as the words left his lips, Zhang Yu unhesitatingly withdrew Charizard into its Great Ball. He swiftly retrieved another Great Ball from his waist and cast it forth without a moment's pause. "Go, Gardevoir!" Zhang Yu called out. As the Great Ball opened, a brilliant light flashed, and Gardevoir appeared on the battlefield. Simultaneously, the large screen displayed the images of Gardevoir and Electabuzz. Zhang Yu has switched to Gardevoir. There is no apparent type disadvantage between psychic and electric types. This match is becoming increasingly thrilling. The commentator declared excitedly. The audience, captivated by his enthusiasm, erupted into cheers. Observing this, Diancie promptly issued an attack command, Electabuzz, Thunderbolt. Instantly, Electabuzz crackled with energy, unleashing a powerful surge that charged toward Gardevoir like a ferocious dragon. Zhang Yu intently observed the unfolding situation on the battlefield, then calmly commanded, "Xerneas Duo, use Psychic to block it." Upon receiving the order, Xerneas Duo promptly raised its hands, concentrating deeply to conjure an invisible force before it. This force materialized as a transparent shield, encasing Xerneas Duo in a protective embrace. When the electrifying surge of Volt Tackle collided with the shield, it resonated with a thunderous sound. Nevertheless, Xerneas Duo's psychic barrier proved remarkably resilient, successfully withstanding the powerful current without allowing it to breach the shield's defenses. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu shouted, "Xerneas Duo, seize this moment and unleash Illusion Beam." Xerneas Duo swiftly lowered its hands, only to raise them again, releasing a vibrant, multicolored beam that shot forth from its palms. The beam, as radiant as a rainbow, bore an undeniable potency. The electric beast, seeing this beam hurtling towards it, attempted to evade by sidestepping, but its speed ultimately fell short. The beam, seemingly with a mind of its own, accurately struck the electric beast, sending it hurtling away. The creature soared through the air, tracing an arc before crashing heavily to the ground, sliding several meters before coming to a halt. Diancie, witnessing this, felt a surge of alarm but maintained his composure. He promptly commanded the electric beast, use Thunder Punch. Upon hearing the command, the electric beast sprang up from the ground. Its right paw became enveloped in crackling electricity as it charged towards Xerneas Duo. Observing this, Zhang Yu immediately called out, "Xerneas Duo, evade with Teleport, and then use Shadow Ball." Following the instruction, Xerneas Duo executed Teleport without a moment's hesitation, vanishing from its original position just in time to avoid the Thunder Punch. In an instant, Xerneas Duo reappeared behind the electric beast. It raised its hands once more, quickly gathering a Shadow Ball between them. With a soft utterance from Xerneas Duo, the Shadow Ball sped away like a cannonball towards the electric beast. Caught completely off guard by Xerneas Duo's sudden appearance, the electric beast had no time to react before being struck by the Shadow Ball with great force. Chapter 58, Diancie vs. Zhang Yu, Part 6. The electric beast, reeling from the impact, let out a pained howl, its body swaying uncontrollably as it staggered. on the verge of collapsing. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yu called out, Shinai Duo, unleash the final moonlight power. Upon receiving the command, Shinai Duo raised its hands once again, conjuring a pink orb of light that surged towards the electric beast. With a resounding crash, the orb collided with the electric beast, instantly raising a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, the electric beast lay limp on the ground, its eyes swirling, clearly having lost its fighting capability. The referee swiftly raised his flag, proclaiming loudly, the electric beast is unable to battle. Shinai Duo is victorious. Simultaneously, the electric beast's icon on the large screen dimmed. Incredible! Zhang Yu has defeated the electric beast. Now, Diancie has only one Pokemon left. The commentator exclaimed excitedly. Diancie silently recalled the electric beast, addressing the Pokeball. Electric beast, you performed exceptionally well. Now, Zhang Yu's hand has finally knocked on the door of the Hall of Fame, but Diancie's remaining Pokemon brings a glimmer of anticipation to the commentator's voice. At that moment, Diancie slowly removed the Pokeball hanging around his neck, gripping it tightly in his hand. All right, it's your turn to shine, Dragonite, he declared, his voice calm yet resolute. As he tossed the Pokeball into the air, the ball arced gracefully before bursting open with a pop, releasing a brilliant white light, which revealed a Dragonite on the battlefield. Wow, Dragonite has made its entrance. The commentator's voice soared an octave higher. But how will Zhang Yu respond with 6 Pokemon still at his disposal? Standing on the opposite side of the battlefield, Zhang Yu gazed at the Dragonite before him, a wave of curiosity washing over him. In the anime, this Dragonite's strength far surpassed that of Diancie's remaining 5 Pokemon, piquing Zhang Yu's interest regarding its capabilities. He quickly retrieved his Rotom phone from his pocket and scanned the Dragonite. In no time, the Rotom phone emitted a clear voice. Pokemon, Dragonite. Gender, male. Type, Dragon Flying. Ability, Inner Focus. Level, 69, Elite. Potential, Semi-Champion. Skills, Hyper Beam, Dragon Claw, Dragon Rage, Hydro Pump, Dragon Dance. Level 69, Zhang Yu murmured thoughtfully as he absorbed the information. After a moment's hesitation, he recalled Shinai Duo and retrieved another Ultra Ball from his waist, tossing it without a second thought. Dragonite, I entrust this battle to you. The Ultra Ball traced an arc through the air before bursting open with a resounding pop, revealing yet another Dragonite on the battlefield. Wow, Zhang Yu has summoned his own Dragonite. This battle will be a clash of Dragonites. The commentator exclaimed with excitement. As the commentator's words echoed, the large screen illuminated with the icons of the 2 Dragonites. Diancie wasted no time issuing a command to his Dragonite. Dragonite, use Dragon Rage. However, to everyone's astonishment, Diancie's Dragonite stood still, unresponsive to the command, remaining rooted in place. The spectators were puzzled, but upon closer observation, an amusing phenomenon emerged. Since Zhang Yu's Dragonite had entered the arena, Diancie's Dragonite had been fixated on it, and its eyes, upon seeing Zhang Yu's Dragonite, had transformed into heart shapes. Suddenly, even more astonishing events unfolded. Diancie's Dragonite briskly approached Zhang Yu's Dragonite, then began to dance joyfully, as if attempting to charm its opponent. Zhang Yu's Dragonite stared in bewilderment at Diancie's Dragonite, completely perplexed by the unexpected display. It blinked its large eyes and turned to Zhang Yu, exclaiming, "Awoo, little you. What is this silly dragon doing?" Zhang Yu, taken aback by his Dragonite's words, recognized the situation. Diancie's Dragonite was performing the courtship dance of its species, and his own Dragonite was oblivious to it. However, before Zhang Yu could explain, the commentator's voice interrupted. Wow, is Diancie's Dragonite performing a courtship dance for Zhang Yu's Dragonite? Hearing the commentator's words, Diancie's face flushed crimson, a mix of embarrassment and anger as he shouted at his Dragonite. What are you doing, you fool? Snap out of it. Yet, Diancie's Dragonite paid no heed to his shouts, remaining lost in its own world of courtship, continuing to dance merrily. Upon hearing the commentator's revelation, Zhang Yu's Dragonite finally understood. The foolish dragon opposite was indeed trying to woo it. Feeling a mix of bewilderment and reluctant amusement, it prepared to politely decline, only for Diancie's Dragonite to suddenly dash forward, firmly grasping its claws, and without hesitation, attempt to plant a kiss on its lips. This astonishing act left Zhang Yu's Dragonite utterly astounded, completely unprepared for such a brazen assault from the opponent. A surge of indignation welled up within Dragonite, feeling deeply insulted. Without hesitation, it broke free, retreating a few steps before opening its mouth to unleash a formidable hyper beam, aimed directly at Yoji's Dragonite. Yoji's Dragonite had no time to evade, and was struck head-on by the powerful beam. With a thunderous crash, Yoji's Dragonite was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. crashing violently against the wall at the edge of the arena. The scene transpired so suddenly that, apart from Zhang Yu's group, Ash, and Team Rocket's trio, everyone else was left dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes as Yoji's Ace Dragonite was dispatched in a single blow, an utterly unexpected outcome. Following its attack, Zhang Yu's Dragonite did not linger. It swiftly turned and trod back to Zhang Yu's side with a measured gait. Then, it gently lifted Zhang Yu up, affectionately nuzzling his cheek with its gigantic head. The referee, momentarily taken aback by the spectacle, quickly regained composure, raising his flag and proclaiming loudly, "Yoji's Dragonite is unable to continue battling. Zhang Yu's Dragonite emerges victorious." Thus, the winner of this match is Zhang Yu from the Kalos region. The arena fell into a profound silence as everyone absorbed the shocking spectacle that had just unfolded. However, within mere seconds, a thunderous applause and cheers erupted, sweeping over the entire venue like a tidal wave. The audience rose to their feet, celebrating Zhang Yu's remarkable performance. Simultaneously, the commentator's voice resonated throughout the arena. "Incredible. Well done, Zhang Yu. He has triumphed over Yoji with undeniable strength, securing victory in this match." Yoji stood in disbelief, momentarily frozen in place, before finally regaining his senses. He dejectedly recalled his Dragonite, casting an admiring glance at Zhang Yu. In response, Zhang Yu smiled and returned his Dragonite, waving to the audience. In the stands, Ash was ecstatic, bouncing like a child as he exclaimed, "That was amazing, Xiao Yu." Misty and the others joined in, fervently applauding and cheering, their faces radiant with joy for Zhang Yu's triumph. At this moment, Zhang Yu and Yoji stepped onto the podium beside the battlefield. The commentator's voice rang out once more. "Zhang Yu has defeated the champion trainer Yoji, becoming the new trainer entering the Hall of Fame." Before the words had fully settled, Yoji, with a beaming smile, picked up the trophy and slowly approached Zhang Yu, presenting the trophy to him. Zhang Yu gratefully accepted the trophy, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment and joy. As Zhang Yu raised the trophy, the audience erupted into a cacophony of thunderous applause and cheers, exclaiming, "Well done, Zhang Yu. Amazing job, Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, you're so cool." A torrent of praise and exclamations flooded towards Zhang Yu, enveloping the entire venue in an atmosphere of jubilation. "Congratulations, Zhang Yu. This match was truly spectacular," Yoji remarked, his face alight with a smile, his eyes reflecting admiration for Zhang Yu's prowess. Zhang Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile as he replied, "Thank you for your kind words, Yoji. Your Pokemon were also formidable. I learned a great deal from this match." Yoji scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, having been largely dominated throughout the battle. Nevertheless, he gracefully accepted his defeat, expressing respect for Zhang Yu's outstanding performance. Subsequently, Zhang Yu released all 6 Pokemon he had utilized during the match. Having endured an intense battle, they remained spirited, gathered around Zhang Yu, exuding an affectionate demeanor. At that moment, a staff member approached with a camera, capturing a group photo of Zhang Yu and his Pokemon, immortalizing this unforgettable moment. Zhang Yu even requested Rotom to take another shot. In the photograph, the Pokemon struck various adorable poses, while Zhang Yu stood in the center, his face aglow with a satisfied smile. After the photo session, Zhang Yu and his Pokemon approached the stone slab to press their handprints, completing the ceremonial rites. With that, Zhang Yu's journey through the Orange League came to a fulfilling conclusion. However, he did not intend to depart immediately. Rather, he planned to stay and watch Ash's match the following day. At 10 o'clock the next morning, the match commenced punctually. The duel between Ash and Yoji was fiercely contested, with both sides employing their utmost abilities. Ultimately, Ash emerged victorious, much like in the anime, defeating Yoji and claiming the winner's trophy. Following the conclusion of the match, Ash conducted a series of customary recordings. Upon witnessing Ash's defeat of Dragonite, Zhang Yu and his companions quietly rose to leave. Having successfully challenged the Orange League Winners' Cup, Zhang Yu and his group boarded a Tentacruel, embarking on their journey to Little Orange Island. They intended to transfer to an airship bound for Chengdu, beginning a new adventure. Lying on the Tentacruel, Zhang Yu was catching up on sleep while Misty and the others were engrossed in a game of Do Di Zhu when suddenly, a melodious ringtone shattered the tranquility. The 3 girls turned their gazes towards Zhang Yu, who, groggily awakening, soon discovered it was his Rotom phone ringing. Lazily extending his hand, he picked up the phone and saw that the caller was Kona. Without hesitation, he pressed the answer button and switched to speaker mode. Kona's voice came through the phone, clear and warm. "Xiao Yu, where are you right now?" Zhang Yu yawned and replied, "Me? We're on our way to Little Orange Island." Seemingly pleased with this response, Kona continued, Would you be interested in joining the summer camp that Dr. Naoki and I are hosting on Little Orange Island? Zhang Yu was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Kona's sudden invitation to the summer camp. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Summer camp? Has it really reached the time for that?" "Yes, indeed. What do you think, Xiaoyu? Would you like to come?" Kona replied with a smile, her voice infused with anticipation. Hearing this, Zhang Yu instinctively glanced at the three girls beside him. Since he had activated the speaker mode, they had all listened intently to the conversation. As Zhang Yu's gaze swept over them, he noticed their faces lit up with excitement, all nodding in agreement to go along. Seeing their enthusiasm, Zhang Yu felt a sense of resolution, responding to Kona on the other end of the line. "All right, it's been a while since I attended a summer camp." "Great. I'll be waiting for you on Little Orange Island," Kona replied, her tone brimming with joy. "See you soon." With that, she ended the call. After hanging up, the Tentacruel continued to glide towards Little Orange Island. The gentle sea breeze caressed their faces, bringing with it a refreshing sensation. Chapter 60, Summer Camp, Part 1. After hanging up the phone, the jellyfish, with its venomous sting, continued to glide through the waters, carrying Zhang Yu and his companions towards the direction of Little Orange Island. The gentle sea breeze caressed their cheeks, imparting a refreshing sensation. Sunlight danced upon the surface of the ocean, glimmering like a golden veil draped over the sea. The three young women animatedly discussed the upcoming summer camp, their laughter and chatter mingling with the wind. Zhang Yu listened with a smile, filled with anticipation for this summer adventure. As they approached Little Orange Island aboard the jellyfish, they spotted the figure of Kona from afar. Xiaoxia instantly recognized her, excitedly waving her arms and calling out, "Master, we have arrived." Kona greeted them with a warm smile, her expression reminiscent of the gentle warmth of a spring sun. Dressed in a flowing white trench coat, her attire billowed in the sea breeze, blending harmoniously with the picturesque surroundings. Her wine-red hair danced wildly in the wind, enhancing her striking presence. "Welcome, Xiaoxia, Xiaoyu, and everyone, to Little Orange Island." Kona's voice rang clear and bright. "We've prepared a plethora of exciting activities for this summer camp, ensuring you have an unforgettable holiday." Zhang Yu and the others disembarked from the jellyfish, their feet sinking into the soft sand as they made their way ashore. Approaching Kona, Zhang Yu inquired curiously, "Sister Kona, did Hunter K and his crew get caught?" Kona waved her hand dismissively, smiling as she replied, "They have already escaped back to Chengdu. Now, it's up to Du to handle the pursuit. After all, he's the champion of the Chengdu region now. With him on the case, it's bound to be fine. Now, let us not dwell on unpleasant matters. Come follow me to the camp." With that, Kona turned and began walking along the winding path towards the camp. Zhang Yu and the others quickly followed, appreciating the beauty of their surroundings while daydreaming about the forthcoming summer camp experience. As they walked, various Pokémon flitted through the forest. Occasionally, a Pidgey would flutter overhead, stirring a gentle breeze, while a Budu ambled leisurely along the roadside, seemingly enjoying a stroll in the woods. Before long, they emerged from the vibrant forest and arrived at the beachfront camp. The camp was situated on a broad expanse of sandy beach, surrounded by lush coconut trees and a riot of colorful flowers, with the sea breeze softly brushing their cheeks, bringing a hint of coolness. Upon entering the camp, Zhang Yu and his friends were immediately captivated by the scene before them. Dr. Nemu stood before an array of intricate instruments, intently calibrating them, with numerous boxes filled with Pokeballs gleaming faintly in the sunlight nearby. Hearing their footsteps, Dr. Nemu turned around, her face breaking into a gentle smile. "Welcome, everyone, to this summer camp. I hope you have a delightful and enriching holiday here." Her gaze fell upon Zhang Yu, and she smiled, saying, "You must be Zhang Yu, the champion of this year's Pokemon conference. Truly impressive for someone so young." Zhang Yu politely nodded in acknowledgement, responding with a smile, "Hello, Dr. Nemu. It's an honor to meet you. I owe my participation in this summer camp to Sister Kona's invitation." A glimmer of appreciation shone in Dr. Nemu's eyes as she nodded, then turned to Kona, saying, "Let Kona lead you to your accommodations. I have a few matters to attend to." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement and followed Kona towards the dormitory area. Before long, they arrived at the dormitory section, where a series of charming wooden cabins stood in delightful disarray along the beach. Each cabin was meticulously adorned, with door signs woven from shells and vines. Kona smiled at the group and said, "Please choose your preferred room for your belongings. In half an hour, we will gather at the center of the camp, where I will provide a detailed introduction to the arrangements for this summer camp." With a gesture towards the nearby cabins, she encouraged them to make their selections freely. Xiaoxia, Naji, and Xiaoxue were brimming with excitement, chattering like three playful birds about which cabin to choose. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu, however, did not join in their discussion. Instead, he made his way directly to a cabin near the shore. He gently pushed the door open, placed his luggage inside, and then walked to the window, gazing quietly at the distant waves. The gentle surf lapped against the shore, producing a melodious sound, as if nature were orchestrating a concert. The sea breeze carried a faint hint of salt, refreshing his spirit. On the beach, numerous Pokemon frolicked joyfully, running and leaping, occasionally emitting cheerful cries, seemingly reveling in this carefree moment. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed, and everyone arrived punctually at the camp center. At that moment, Dr. Nemu had just completed her tasks and stood alongside Kona on a makeshift stage constructed from wooden planks and ropes. "Welcome to the summer camp on Little Orange Island," Dr. Nemu announced with a smile, microphone in hand. This summer camp is divided into 3 main parts: Pokemon ecological research, practical training, and fun challenges. She continued, her gaze sweeping over the audience. In the Pokemon ecological research segment, you will be divided into 10 groups to meticulously observe and document the Pokemon on Little Orange Island, gaining a deeper understanding of their habits. This will not only enhance your knowledge of Pokemon, but also cultivate your observational skills and teamwork. After a brief pause, she continued, the practical training will consist of Pokemon battle drills, allowing you to sharpen your battling techniques and strategic application through competitions with other trainers. This is an essential path to becoming an exceptional trainer. Kona nodded in agreement from the side, then took over the conversation. As for the fun challenges, a variety of entertaining activities await you, such as Pokemon relay races and Pokemon fishing tournaments. These events will not only allow you to enjoy your time at the summer camp, but also strengthen your bond with your Pokemon. Kona's words seemed to cast a spell, igniting the imaginations of the crowd like wild stallions. Excited murmurs erupted among the attendees, all eagerly anticipating the forthcoming summer camp experience. At that moment, a girl with twin ponytails dressed in sportswear suddenly raised her hand, her face a picture of confusion as she asked, "Doctor, how will we be grouped?" Dr. Nemu smiled gently and explained, "The grouping will be quite simple. We will use a random draw. Shortly, I will distribute number tags to everyone, and those who draw the same number will be placed in the same group." No sooner had she finished speaking than the staff swiftly handed out the number tags to each person. Zhang Yu eagerly picked up his tag, and upon inspecting it, he found the number 3 printed boldly on it. He quickly glanced around to see who else was in his group. Before long, his gaze fell upon Xiaoxia, Naji, and Xiaoxua, who all held tags displaying the number 5. This revelation stirred a sense of unease within Zhang Yu, prompting him to think, what a coincidence. How could they all draw number 5? Could it be that Naji cheated? However, he did not dwell on it too much, considering they were all his girlfriends. The thought of teaming up with another male made him somewhat uneasy. With that in mind, he began to search for his teammates among the crowd. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind him, "Xiao Yu, you all have arrived?" Zhang Yu swiftly turned around, only to find Xiao Mao approaching him with a smile, holding a number 3 card. "Xiao Mao, what brings you here?" Zhang Yu inquired, his face a mask of curiosity. Xiao Mao chuckled and explained, "With 3 days left until the Chengdu Alliance registration, I thought I would come here to pass the time. I never expected to run into you all." Just as Zhang Yu and Xiao Mao were engaged in casual conversation, the girl with twin ponytails, who had spoken earlier, approached them. Upon seeing the number cards in Zhang Yu and Xiao Mao's hands, her face lit up with a radiant smile as she greeted them enthusiastically. "Hi there. I'm Mei, and I'm delighted to be in the same group as you." Mei? Upon hearing this name, a sense of familiarity washed over Zhang Yu, as if he had encountered it before, yet he could not quite recall where. As Zhang Yu strained to remember, Mei suddenly tapped his arm and cheerfully asked, "Hey, what's your name?" The unexpected touch jolted Zhang Yu back to reality, causing him to smile awkwardly as he quickly replied, "Oh, hello. My name is Zhang Yu, but you can call me Xiao Yu." Mei nodded with a smile. "All right, Xiao Yu." Her gaze then naturally shifted to Xiao Mao. Noticing this, Xiao Mao smirked slightly, tossing his hair with a casual flourish. "Just call me Xiao Mao." At that moment, Kina's voice rang out again. "Now, everyone may return to your rooms to rest, or take some time to get acquainted with your teammates. In 1 hour, we will commence the first activity, Pokemon Ecological Observation. Each group will be provided with an observation recorder and a special Pokemon encyclopedia for this summer camp. During the allotted time, you are required to document at least 5 different Pokemon's living habits and capture related videos." As Kina's words faded, a murmur of excitement rippled through the crowd. Zhang Yu, Xiao Mao, and Mei exchanged glances and decided to head back to their room to organize the necessary items for their observations. Upon returning to the room, Zhang Yu retrieved his Rotom phone from his pocket. He powered it on, checking the battery level to ensure it would last until evening, which eased his mind. The Rotom playfully flickered its screen and chimed in a cheerful electronic tone. Zhang Yu, worry not. With me around, you will surely capture some incredibly fascinating footage, Rotom. An hour later, each group gradually gathered at the entrance of the camp. A considerable number of people had assembled, all buzzing with excitement, eagerly anticipating the upcoming exploratory journey. Dr. Naimu stood at the camp's entrance, flanked by observation recorders and Pokemon encyclopedias. She smiled at the crowd and, noticing that most had arrived, instructed her assistant to ensure that all group members were present. Once confirmed, she signaled to the assistant to begin distributing the observation recorders and Pokemon encyclopedias. The assistants swiftly sprang into action, handing out these crucial tools to each group. Each group received an observation recorder and a Pokemon encyclopedia, which would aid them in documenting and understanding the living habits of Pokemon more effectively. Dr. Naimu picked up a Pokemon encyclopedia, deftly opened it, and displayed the map. She pointed to various regions on the map, explaining, you may choose different areas for observation based on your interests and abilities. However, please prioritize safety and refrain from venturing into hazardous zones. As Dr. Naimu's words drew to a close, the groups began to mobilize. Zhang Yu's group was no exception. After some discussion, they decided to head towards the forest area of Little Orange Island. Upon entering the forest, a refreshing breeze enveloped them. Sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, casting dappled shadows as if draping the entire forest in a golden veil. The myriad of chirping insects and singing birds intertwined to create a beautiful symphony of nature. Not long into their journey, they spotted a group of caterpies munching on leaves. These caterpies, adorned in vibrant green, were covered in fine, fuzzy hairs, exuding an undeniable cuteness. May, seeing this scene, excitedly raised her observation recorder to film the caterpies. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "Look at how adorable the caterpies are while they eat." Zhang Yu stood by, surprised by May's boldness as she approached the caterpies, and asked May, "Aren't you afraid of these bugs?" To this, May waved her hand dismissively and replied, "Not at all. I've loved all kinds of Pokemon since I was little. Whether they're cute or fierce, I find them all fascinating. Besides, these bug Pokemon are incredibly charming." With that, May carefully moved closer to one of the caterpies, crouched down, and gently reached out to stroke its head. The caterpie seemed to sense May's kindness and, instead of resisting, affectionately nuzzled against her hand as if greeting her. Xiao Mao, witnessing this, pulled out his encyclopedia and scanned the caterpie, reading aloud, "Caterpie, a bug-type Pokemon, feeds on leaves and grows rapidly, soon evolving into Metapod." Zhang Yu, while allowing his Rotom phone to document this intriguing moment, nodded in agreement. At that moment, May noticed the Rotom phone in Zhang Yu's hand, and her eyes gleamed with curiosity as she asked, "Is that also a Pokemon?" Zhang Yu chuckled and explained, "Indeed. Its name is Rotom, and it is a rather unique Pokemon. It can inhabit various electrical devices, and right now, it has taken the form of a phone, becoming a Rotom phone. Furthermore, it possesses many useful features." May's eyes sparkled with admiration as she exclaimed, "How impressive. When I become a trainer, I want to capture a Rotom too." Zhang Yu, intrigued, queried, "May, are you not a trainer yet?" May nodded gently and replied, "Not yet. I still need to wait a bit longer. I won't be able to receive my own starter Pokemon until next year." As the three engaged in lively conversation, they unknowingly ventured deeper into the forest. However, before long, an unusual sound suddenly reached Zhang Yu's ears. He quickly raised his hand, signaling for everyone to remain silent, and stealthily crept towards the source of the sound. Each step was taken with utmost caution, lest they disturb whatever lay hidden. Finally, Zhang Yu parted the thick grass ahead, and upon closer inspection, he beheld a Nidoran fiercely contesting a sunny patch of ground with a Budew. "Wow, this scene is absolutely captivating," May exclaimed excitedly, hastily directing her camera towards the Nidoran and Budew, eager to document this amusing moment. As Nidoran and Budew were locked in a fierce struggle, a sudden commotion ensued when a Mankey leapt down from the trees, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at them, seemingly intent on driving them away. Taken aback by this unexpected assault, both Nidoran and Budew had no choice but to retreat in a disheveled manner. The Mankey triumphantly claimed the vacant space, beating its chest in self-satisfaction. "What a tyrant that Mankey is!" May exclaimed furiously, her observation device diligently recording the unfolding events. Shigeru, observing the Mankey, promptly retrieved his Pokédex and scanned the creature, noting, "Mankey, a fighting-type Pokemon known for its irritable temperament and strong territorial instincts." Just then, the Mankey seemed to sense their presence and abruptly fixed its fierce gaze upon them, its sharp eyes radiating a menacing aura. Before Mei could react, the Mankey charged towards them with alarming speed. Reacting swiftly, Zhang Yu positioned himself protectively in front of Mei and Shigeru. In the next moment, he unleashed his psychic abilities, levitating the Mankey into the air. Without hesitation, he executed a teleportation move, whisking the Mankey away to a safe distance, far from their vicinity. Mei, witnessing this remarkable display, widened her eyes in excitement and astonishment. She eagerly inquired, "Zhang Yu, was that your psychic power? That's incredible. Can you teach me?" Zhang Yu smiled gently, shaking his head as he explained, "Psychic powers are not so easily acquired. They require extensive training. Moreover, the ability to learn them depends on one's innate talent. Without that talent, no amount of effort will suffice. However, if you wish to grow stronger, there's a method you can try." Mei's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she pressed. "What method? Please tell me." Zhang Yu patiently replied, "You might start by focusing on training your Pokemon. By fostering a deep emotional bond with them and continually enhancing their strengths, you can also elevate your own prowess in battle." Although Mei felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing Zhang Yu's words, she quickly regained her resolve, declaring, "Once I have my own Pokemon, I will train it diligently, ensuring it becomes the most formidable Pokemon." Noticing her determination, Shigeru couldn't help but tease, "Don't get ahead of yourself. We still have our observation tasks to complete." Realizing the urgency of time, Mei snapped back to the moment, and the trio ventured deeper into the forest. Within its depths, they encountered a myriad of Pokemon, each exhibiting unique appearances and behaviors. Zhang Yu, Mei, and Shigeru meticulously observed these creatures, diligently recording their characteristics and actions. Before they knew it, time had flown by, and the designated period was drawing to a close. The trio hurriedly organized their notes, ensuring no detail was overlooked, and swiftly returned to their campsite, concluding their observational journey. Upon their return, they found that other groups had also begun to arrive. Everyone appeared somewhat fatigued, but wore expressions of satisfaction at having completed their tasks. Dr. Naimu and Kona sat at a table, scrutinizing each group's observational records with great seriousness. They nodded in approval at times and furrowed their brows in contemplation at others. After reviewing all the records, Dr. Naimu expressed her contentment, particularly praising groups 3 and 5 for their diverse Pokemon documentation and meticulous observations of their interactions, which would greatly aid their research into Pokemon ecology. Zhang Yu, Mei, and Shigeru exchanged proud smiles at the acknowledgement of their efforts. Kona then announced, "Tomorrow, we will conduct practical training sessions. The victors will receive additional rewards for this summer camp." As her words echoed, 2 assistants hastily approached, each carrying a box of Pokeballs that shimmered faintly in the sunlight. Kona smiled at the assistants, directing them to place the boxes on a nearby table. She then addressed the crowd, "Please line up and come forward one by one to receive your Pokemon. These Pokemon are all of elite level. Today, you must familiarize yourselves with them to perform at your best in tomorrow's battles." Upon hearing Kona's words, excited murmurs erupted within the crowd as everyone eagerly anticipated the Pokemon they would receive, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Standing among the throng, Zhang Yu fixated intently on the Pokeballs, silently speculating which Pokemon he might obtain. Shigeru stood confidently beside him, arms crossed, exuding assurance as if he were prepared for any Pokemon that came his way. Meanwhile, Mei slightly bowed her head, eyes closed in prayer. Her hands clasped together as she whispered, "I hope I draw a Pokemon that is both adorable and powerful. Please, please." As time passed, it finally became Zhang Yu's turn. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he approached the table. Glancing at Kona for a hint, he was met only with her gentle smile and silence. With a resigned expression, he reached into the box and randomly selected a Pokeball. Moving aside, he pressed the button to release its contents. With a click, the ball opened, and a brilliant white light burst forth. Zhang Yu watched intently, silently praying for a satisfactory Pokemon. As the light gradually dissipated, a Mismagius materialized before him. Its form a mysterious purple, reminiscent of a ghost lurking in the shadows, both elusive and enchanting. Its large eyes curiously surveyed Zhang Yu, exuding an aura of agility and intelligence. "Wow, it's a Mismagius!" Mei exclaimed excitedly, hurrying to Zhang Yu's side, her face filled with envy. "Zhang Yu, it's so cool." A faint smile crept across Zhang Yu's lips as he gently extended his hand to stroke Mismagius's head. The Pokemon seemed to relish the affectionate gesture, emitting a soft, contented hum. At that moment, Shigeru approached the box and selected his own Pokemon without hesitation. He picked a Pokeball and joined Zhang Yu, pressing the button to release it. Another flash of white light revealed an Electabuzz, which immediately crackled with energy, bursting forth with a display of electric sparks. Mei, too, was fortunate enough to draw a delightful spur, which bounced playfully around her, occasionally nudging her leg with its fluffy tail, eliciting peals of laughter from her. Once everyone had received their Pokemon, Kona approached with a smile, addressing the group. In the time ahead, take the opportunity to familiarize yourselves with your newly acquired Pokemon, understanding their traits and abilities, and strategize accordingly. Tomorrow morning, we will hold Pokemon battles, and I hope everyone can showcase the full extent of their capabilities alongside their Pokemon. Zhang Yu, in a state of bliss, arrived at the seaside with his dream demon. At that moment, the sun was descending in the west, painting the sky in a splendid hue of orange and red. The golden afterglow cascaded like gossamer over the surface of the sea, shimmering beautifully, creating a scene of breathtaking splendor. He slowly settled onto the sandy shore, feeling the caress of the sea breeze and relishing this moment of tranquility. The dream demon quietly floated beside him, seemingly also captivated by the exquisite view. Zhang Yu retrieved his Rotom phone from his pocket and scanned it towards the dream demon. The Rotom phone promptly announced, Pokemon, Dream Demon. Gender, female. Type, ghost. Ability, levitate. Level, 35, elite. Qualification, gym. Skills, Shadow Ball, Hypnosis Beam, Dark Pulse, Psychic, Thunderbolt. Zhang Yu listened attentively to the introduction from the Rotom phone, deepening his understanding of the Dream Demon. Meanwhile, Xiao Mao was engaged in an intense training session with his Electrode at the camp's training ground. The Electrode crackled with electric sparks, each strike brimming with power, while Xiao Mao focused intently on directing it, continuously adjusting his tactics. Meanwhile, Mei was in a patch of flowers with her adorable Espurr. The Espurr frolicked joyfully among the blossoms, occasionally pausing to inhale the fragrant aromas. Mei watched it with a smile, attempting to guide the Espurr in utilizing various skills. However, the Espurr seemed disinterested in battling, preferring to play amidst the flowers. Yet, Mei remained undeterred, patiently teaching her Pokemon, their figures appearing particularly heartwarming in the floral expanse. At that moment, Xiaoxia, Naz, and Xiaoxua approached Zhang Yu. Upon seeing the dream demon beside him, Xiaoxia exclaimed in surprise, Wow, Xiaoyu, you actually drew a dream demon. Zhang Yu smiled and nodded in response, Yes, indeed. What about you? What Pokemon did you draw? Xiaoxia eagerly tossed her Pokeball, and with a pop, a dazzling white light flashed, revealing a Marill before Zhang Yu. She excitedly hugged the Marill and exclaimed, Look, this is the Marill I drew. Isn't it super cute? Naz followed suit, tossing her own Pokeball. Another flash of white light revealed a rather silly-looking Psyduck before Zhang Yu. Naz gently patted the Psyduck's head, saying, I drew a Psyduck. It may seem a bit foolish, but it's actually quite strong. Finally, it was Xiaoxua's turn to open her Pokeball. As it opened, a white light emerged, revealing a Vaporeon before Zhang Yu. Xiaoxua blushed slightly and smiled, saying, I drew a Vaporeon, though I'm not very skilled at commanding battles. I'll do my best with Vaporeon. Zhang Yu gazed at them and their Pokemon with a hint of tenderness in his eyes, smiling as he said, You all are quite impressive. Let's give it our all in tomorrow's battle. Xiaoxia, hands on her hips, confidently declared, Of course, we won't lose to you. The four then made their way to the training ground, embarking on a rigorous training session. As time sped by, the night soon descended. After a day filled with activity, Zhang Yu felt a heaviness in his body. Therefore, he decided to forego visiting the girls' quarters that evening, opting instead to rest in bed. Just as he prepared to lie down, a figure suddenly appeared in his room. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Naz. What brings you here? Zhang Yu sighed with a hint of exasperation. Naz's lips curled into a sly smile as she swiftly removed her clothing and leaped towards him. Zhang Yu, witnessing this, lay obediently on the bed, allowing Naz to take charge. With a wave of her right hand, a blue light enveloped the entire wooden cabin, forming a soundproof barrier. Now we needn't worry about being overheard, Naz remarked with satisfaction. Content omitted for personal interpretation. The next morning, the sun gradually rose, its rays piercing through the thin mist, gently illuminating the camp on Little Orange Island. The golden light brightened the already verdant surroundings, making the environment appear even more vibrant. The waves lapped against the shore, producing a crisp sound that intertwined with the joyous cries of Pokemon, resembling a beautiful morning song. At that moment, the three battle arenas at the center of the camp had been meticulously set up, surrounded by determined trainers. They were either excitedly conversing or anxiously observing their opponents. The air thick with a mix of tension and exhilaration. Kona stood atop a platform, microphone in hand, her white coat billowing in the sea breeze. Her voice rang clear and resonant. Ladies and gentlemen, the practical training segment officially begins. This battle will follow a single elimination format. When one side's Pokemon is rendered unable to fight, the other side is declared the victor. Additionally, we have the pleasure of inviting Miss Joy from Little Orange Island to oversee the healing of the Pokemon. Now, let us eagerly await the announcement of the battle pairings. As Kona's words faded, an assistant swiftly wheeled out a display board. The board clearly listed all the trainers' portraits and names, along with their respective battle pairings. Zhang Yu's gaze fixated on the list, searching for his name. At last, he spotted his portrait and name in a corner, with his first-round opponent being a boy named Iwata. Zhang Yu scanned the surroundings for Iwata's figure and soon found him standing alongside a Donphan, Xerneas, and Xiaoshua's names appeared in different battle areas. Observing this, Zhang Yu glanced at the three girls, who simultaneously raised their hands, offering him gestures of encouragement. Zhang Yu smiled back, reciprocating their gestures. Meanwhile, Xiao Mao stood nearby, twirling his Electrode's Pokeball with a familiar confident grin adorning his face. Yet, beneath this seemingly relaxed facade, his eyes betrayed a fervent desire for victory. At the same time, Mei clutched her spur, her expression tense as she scrutinized the display board, carefully searching for her opponent. Her brows furrowed slightly, lips pressed tight, clearly filled with anxiety over the impending competition. At that moment, Kona's clear and resonant voice echoed across the arena. Next up, please welcome Zhang Yu and Iwata to the stage. As Kona's announcement concluded, Zhang Yu confidently stepped onto the battlefield with his Dream Demon. Simultaneously, Iwata joined the arena with his Donphan. With a command from Kona, the match officially commenced. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu issued his command, Dream Demon, use Shadow Ball. The Dream Demon swiftly responded, conjuring a Shadow Ball and hurling it directly towards Donphan. Iwata, noticing the impending attack, shouted, Donphan, dodge quickly. Donphan evaded the Shadow Ball with agility, which sailed past it and struck the ground, sending dust flying. Iwata immediately countered, commanding, Donphan, use Earthquake. Donphan complied, striking the ground with all its might, causing the earth to tremble violently. However, the Dream Demon possesses the trait of levitation, floating through the air like an ethereal specter, rendering the earthquake attack of the Burrowing King utterly ineffective. Observing this, Zhang Yu immediately called out to the Dream Demon, Dream Demon, unleash the illusion beam. The Dream Demon, comprehending the command, swiftly emitted a dazzling ray of vibrant colors, akin to a resplendent rainbow, that surged directly towards the Burrowing King. Caught off guard, the Burrowing King staggered momentarily upon being struck by this radiant beam. Seeing this, Iwata anxiously commanded, Burrowing King, quickly use Roll. Responding to the command, the Burrowing King curled into a tight ball, resembling a rolling iron sphere, and charged at the Dream Demon with tremendous force. Dream Demon, grasp it with Psychic. Zhang Yu instructed calmly. Without hesitation, the Dream Demon invoked psychic powers, manifesting as invisible hands that firmly grasped the rolling Burrowing King. Despite its desperate struggles, the Burrowing King could not break free from the Dream Demon's grasp, helplessly tumbling in midair. Recognizing the opportune moment, Zhang Yu pressed the attack. Dream Demon, deliver the final blow, Dark Pulse. As soon as the words left his lips, the Dream Demon unleashed a deep purple energy wave from its abdomen, hurtling towards the ensnared Burrowing King. The speed of this Dark Pulse was astonishing, colliding with the Burrowing King in the blink of an eye. The Burrowing King, struck by such a powerful blow, soared backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. With the Burrowing King rendered incapable of battle, Kona unhesitatingly declared, the Burrowing King has lost its fighting capability, and Zhang Yu is the victor. Upon hearing this, a triumphant smile spread across Zhang Yu's face as he gently patted the Dream Demon's head, leading it down from the battlefield. As they exited, Xiao Mao and Mei Yi approached in unison, as if choreographed. Xiao Mao's lips curled into a confident smile as he remarked, Congratulations, Xiao Yu, on securing victory in the first round. However, the ultimate champion shall undoubtedly be me. Chapter 65, Summer Camp, Part 6. Xiao Mao's lips curled into a confident smile as he remarked, Congratulations, Xiao Yu, on securing victory in the first round. However, the ultimate champion shall undoubtedly be me. Mei Yi, brimming with excitement, gazed at Zhang Yu with sparkling eyes and a broad smile, exclaiming, Xiao Yu, you are truly amazing. I must also strive to ensure that I can achieve victory in the upcoming matches, just like you did in the first round. While Zhang Yu conversed with Xiao Mao and Mei Yi, the battle involving Xiao Xia in the distance had also reached a fever pitch. Xiao Xia's Marill was engaged in a fierce struggle against her opponent's Charmeleon. The Charmeleon incessantly unleashed fierce flames, attempting to ensnare the Marill. However, the Maril adeptly maneuvered, skillfully dodging the fiery assaults with its agile movements. Not only that, but seizing the right moment, the Maril launched a powerful water gun attack from the side, shooting forth like a sharp arrow towards the Charmeleon. Taken by surprise, the Charmeleon was struck by the water gun, sending it hurtling backward. Simultaneously, on the opposite side of the arena, Nagi's Snorlax and Xiaoshua's Vaporeon were also giving their all in their respective battles. The atmosphere within the camp grew increasingly fervent. After several rounds of intense combat, the list of the final four was finally revealed. Zhang Yu, Xiaomao, Xiaoxia, and Nagi successfully advanced to the semifinals, while Xiaoxua regrettably fell short in the top 16. Mei Yi, cradling her Meowth, stood on the sidelines, cheering enthusiastically for Zhang Yu and Xiaomao. Although she had been eliminated in the first round, she remained excitedly recording each thrilling duel, jubilantly celebrating the victories of Zhang Yu and Xiaomao. Next came the thrilling and tense drawing of lots for the semifinals. The names of Zhang Yu and Xiaomao were drawn together, indicating that they would face off against each other in the semifinals. Upon seeing the draw results, Mei Yi smiled at Zhang Yu and Xiaomao, encouraging Xiaomao, you both must give it your all. Xiaomao's lips curled into a confident smile as he looked at Mei Yi, playfully inquiring, Mei Yi, in our battle, who will you support? Mei Yi appeared momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for Xiaomao's direct question. Her gaze shifted between Zhang Yu and Xiaomao, seemingly torn. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, her expression turned resolute as she looked at Xiaomao, earnestly responding, you are both my friends. So I hope you can both perform to the best of your abilities. Regardless of who wins, I will be happy for you. But if I truly had to choose between you two, of course, I would pick Xiao Yu. Xiaomao's smile faltered slightly as he questioned, why is that? Even Zhang Yu was intrigued, glancing at Mei Yi, eager to understand her reasoning for selecting him. Mei Yi seemed to have anticipated their inquiry, playfully winking and tapping her forehead with her hand, adopting an endearing expression as she cheerfully declared, that is simply because Xiao Yu is more handsome than you. Hearing this, Xiaomao placed a hand on his forehead, exclaiming, I never thought I would be bested by looks. Zhang Yu chuckled, patting Xiaomao's shoulder, don't take it to heart. Mei Yi is just joking, though it's true you don't quite match my charm. Xiaomao feigned annoyance, pushing Zhang Yu's hand away. Humph, don't get too cocky. This time, I won't lose to you. Then let me see just how much you have grown since the court's conference, Zhang Yu replied, a hint of anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Soon, the semifinals commenced, with Zhang Yu and Xiaomao stepping onto the battlefield, standing opposite each other in a tense and serious atmosphere. Xiaomao was the first to throw out the Pokeball containing his Electabuzz, and with a flash of white light, the Electabuzz appeared on the battlefield. Zhang Yu, undeterred, promptly released his Dream Demon, which materialized in a similar flash of light. As the match began, Xiaomao decisively commanded, Electabuzz, use Thunderbolt. Following his command, Electabuzz unleashed a powerful surge of electricity, barreling towards the Dream Demon. Zhang Yu remained composed, quickly issuing instructions, Dream Demon, create a barrier with Psychic to defend. With radiant focus, the Dream Demon concentrated, manifesting a transparent psychic barrier that appeared solidly before it. A series of sharp crackling sounds echoed as the electric current collided violently against the psychic barrier, yet the barrier remained intact, successfully withstanding the onslaught of Thunderbolt. Xiaomao's eyes sharpened, clearly taken aback by the strength of the Dream Demon's psychic ability, but he did not falter. He swiftly commanded, Electabuzz. Darting close with quick attack, then use Thunder Punch. Obeying the command, Electabuzz dashed forth like a streak of lightning, kicking up dust as it approached the Dream Demon. However, Zhang Yu's response was equally swift. He shouted, Dream Demon, float up to evade, then counter with Shadow Ball. Upon hearing this, the Dream Demon gracefully levitated into the air, artfully avoiding Electabuzz's Thunder Punch. Simultaneously, it concentrated, forming a black shadow ball at its abdomen that shot forth like a cannonball towards Electabuzz. Unprepared for this strike, Electabuzz was struck by the shadow ball, its body flying backward as if severed from its tether. Observing this, Xiaomao's expression tightened as he urgently commanded, Electabuzz, quickly stabilize your body, then immediately use Thunderbolt. The electrode rolled across the ground several times before finally managing to steady itself. Instantly, currents of electricity surged around its body, and with a fierce roar, it unleashed 100,000 volts, a dazzling bolt of electricity hurtling straight towards the Dream Demon. Observing the imminent threat, Zhang Yu unhesitatingly issued a new command. Now, Dream Demon, employ Shadow Sneak. Just as the 100,000 volts were about to strike the Dream Demon, it vanished from sight like a specter, rendering the electric assault completely futile. Xiao Mao furrowed his brow, sensing impending danger. He quickly called out, "Be cautious, Electrode. It must be lurking nearby. Do not let your guard down." However, before Xiao Mao's warning could fully resonate, the dream demon silently materialized behind the Electrode. Surrounding its form was a rich aura of purple energy, which swiftly coalesced into a pair of violet claws that lunged mercilessly at the Electrode's back. With a dull thud, the Electrode was sent flying by this sudden blow, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Kona approached to inspect the situation and found the Electrode's eyes swirling like a spiral, clearly indicating its loss of combat capability. Meanwhile, in another arena, Nashi effortlessly triumphed over Xiaoxia, advancing to the finals to meet Zhang Yu. After the battle concluded, Zhang Yu, Mei Yi, and Xiao Mao made their way to the temporary Pokemon Center at the camp, handing the Pokeballs of the Electrode and Dream Demon to Nurse Joy. She smiled as she accepted the Pokeballs and took them away for treatment. While awaiting the Pokemon's recovery, Zhang Yu, Mei Yi, and Xiao Mao wandered about the temporary Pokemon Center. After a short while, Nurse Joy informed them that the Pokemon had been healed, and they exited the center with their Pokeballs in hand. Upon stepping outside, they were greeted by the sight of Xiaoxia, Nashi, and Xiaoxue approaching them. The three girls initially wore bright smiles, but when their gazes fell upon Mei Yi beside Zhang Yu, their expressions instantly soured. Xiaoxia, Nashi, and Xiaoxue's eyes converged on Zhang Yu, their looks brimming with resentment and discontent, as if silently questioning him. "What have you done now?" Taken aback by this sudden turn of events, Zhang Yu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, inwardly lamenting, "Am I really that much of a flirt?" To dispel any further misunderstandings, Zhang Yu quickly explained, "This is Mei Yi. We were partners during our Pokemon ecological research." He then turned to Mei Yi, introducing, "These three are Xiaoxia, Xiaoxue, and Nashi. They are all my girlfriends." Upon hearing this introduction, Mei Yi's face registered a clear look of surprise. Evidently unprepared for the revelation of Zhang Yu's numerous romantic entanglements. After a moment of silence, she subtly stepped back, maintaining a certain distance from Zhang Yu. Observing this, Xiaoxia took the initiative to step forward, her smile returning as she extended her right hand warmly towards Mei Yi. "Hello, I'm Xiaoxia, and it's a pleasure to meet you." Mei Yi, feeling somewhat shy, grasped Xiaoxia's hand and stammered, "I am also very pleased to meet you. Back in the forest, I was really grateful for Zhang Yu's protection. He is truly remarkable." At this, Nashi raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk gracing her lips as she glanced at Zhang Yu, teasingly remarking, "Oh, so our little Yu has a gallant side as well. Quite the knight in shining armor, isn't he?" Xiaoxue, with a curious expression, leaned closer to Mei Yi and whispered, "Mei Yi, do you perhaps have feelings for Zhang Yu?" The moment those words left her lips, a faint blush crept onto Mei Yi's face. She glanced at Zhang Yu, a touch of unease evident in her demeanor, and gently shook her head, stating, "I still hope that my future boyfriend can love only me." Xiao Mao, overhearing Mei Yi's words, immediately donned an expression of amusement, interjecting with a grin, "Oh, Mei Yi, you never know. When you meet someone you truly like, your perspective might just change." Mei Yi shot him an annoyed glare, pouting defiantly as she retorted, "I won't." Just as the conversation grew lively, the camp's intercom suddenly crackled to life, announcing Kona's voice, "Zhang Yu and Nashi, please report to the battle arena in 15 minutes for the finals." Time flew by, and in what felt like an instant, 15 minutes had elapsed. When Zhang Yu and the others hurriedly arrived at the battle arena, the sight before them left them astounded. All the trainers and staff within the camp had gathered around the battle arena, forming an impenetrable wall of spectators. As Zhang Yu and Nashi made their entrance, the previously quiet crowd erupted into a buzz of excitement, murmuring and speculating amongst themselves. "Who do you think will win? I reckon Nashi has the upper hand." "Oh, what makes you say that? Haven't you heard? They're a couple. Zhang Yu is bound to go easy on his girlfriend. So it's a battle between lovers, then?" Amidst the chatter, Kona ascended to the platform, microphone in hand, and with a smile declared, "Dear trainers, the final showdown of this summer camp's practical training will now commence, Zhang Yu versus Nashi." As his words faded, thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the crowd. Zhang Yu and Nashi strode confidently onto the battlefield, their steps steady and assured. When their gazes met, both could discern the fervent desire for victory in each other's eyes. Yet beneath that yearning lay a subtle thread of tenderness. With a command from Kona, the match officially commenced. Nashi wasted no time, throwing her pokeball with determination, and in a flash of brilliant light, a Shellder materialized on the battlefield. In response, Zhang Yu also released his Dream Demon, and it too appeared in a burst of light. Nashi was the first to issue a command to her Shellder, "Shellder, use Aurora Beam." Upon hearing this, Shelter unleashed a vibrant beam of colors that surged towards the Dream Demon. Zhang Yu quickly shouted, "Dream Demon, counter with Shadow Ball." The Dream Demon reacted swiftly, its abdomen gathering a sphere of dark energy that hurtled towards the Aurora beam. Upon collision, the two forces erupted in an explosion, filling the arena with a cloud of smoke that obscured the unfolding drama. Seizing the moment, Nashi called out, "Shelter, follow up with water gun." Shelter opened its mouth and shot forth a jet of water like an arrow, aimed directly at the Dream Demon. Yet Zhang Yu remained remarkably composed. A slight smile played at the corners of his mouth as he calmly commanded, "Dream Demon, Shadow Sneak." However, the speed of the Dream Demon's assault exceeded what Nasi had anticipated. In the fleeting moment that the shell beast turned, a violet figure abruptly materialized behind it. Its claws, imbued with purple energy, slashed down with ferocity. The shell beast, caught off guard, was sent hurtling away by the blow, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Struggling to rise, the shell beast seemed to have lost its balance, teetering precariously, as if it might collapse again at any moment. "Shell beast, gather your strength. Use your psychic power," Nasi urged anxiously. Upon hearing Nasi's call, the shell beast's eyes gleamed with radiant blue light once more. As the blue light flickered, an invisible psychic force surged forth from the shell beast's body like a tidal wave, hurtling directly toward the Dream Demon. This formidable psychic energy ensnared the Dream Demon like an immense net, binding it tightly. Trapped and unable to move, the Dream Demon struggled desperately, but could not break free from the psychic restraint. Seeing this, Zhang Yu swiftly commanded, "Dream Demon, unleash your dark pulse." Without hesitation, the Dream Demon discharged a deep purple energy wave from its abdomen. The wave streaked forth like a bolt of purple lightning, racing toward the shell beast with astonishing speed. When Nasi saw the Dream Demon's attack was about to strike the shell beast, she acted without a moment's thought, activating her own psychic ability. Her eyes shone with blue light as a powerful force enveloped the shell beast. Under the influence of this force, the shell beast vanished from its location, executing a teleportation. However, at the same moment Nasi unleashed her power, Zhang Yu was not idle either. He similarly activated his psychic ability, pinpointing the shell beast's landing spot with remarkable precision. Now is the time, Zhang Yu thought with a thrill, and before the shell beast reappeared, he shouted to the Dream Demon, "Dream Demon, use Thunderbolt to your left." The Dream Demon immediately reacted, golden currents suddenly swirling around its form. These currents danced like lively serpents across the Dream Demon's body. Subsequently, the Dream Demon consolidated these currents, forming a dazzling bolt of golden lightning, which it then launched unhesitatingly to its left. Just as the shell beast materialized, it was engulfed by the thunderbolt, unable to react in time, trembling violently as it emitted a pained wail. In mere moments, the shell beast could no longer endure the overwhelming electric force, its body gradually collapsing, ultimately losing its capacity to fight. Witnessing this, Kona promptly raised the microphone in her hand and announced loudly, "The shell beast has lost its combat ability. The victor is Zhang Yu." As Kona's words resonated, a fervent cheer erupted from the crowd, with Xiaoxia, Xiaoxue, and Mei joyfully leaping up and applauding Zhang Yu. Amidst the throng, Xiao Mao crossed his arms, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, silently vowing, as expected of Zhang Yu, but at the Silver Conference, "I shall not be defeated by you again." Soon, the staff at the summer camp swiftly and efficiently set up a makeshift podium for the awards ceremony. Though simple, this podium was remarkably sturdy, sufficient to bear the weight of the impending significant moment. The awards ceremony commenced, and Zhang Yu strode confidently onto the podium. Standing there, the last rays of the setting sun bathed him in a golden glow, making him appear extraordinarily radiant. Dr. Nemu, with a smile on his face, approached Zhang Yu, holding a specially crafted champion badge. He presented the badge to Zhang Yu, solemnly stating, "This is the honor you rightfully deserve. Congratulations on winning the championship of this summer camp competition." Zhang Yu accepted the badge, his heart swelling with joy and a sense of accomplishment. Shortly thereafter, an assistant carefully approached the podium, cradling a pink Pokemon egg. This egg was placed within an exquisite Pokemon incubator, adorned with colorful ribbons that made it particularly eye-catching. Dr. Nemu took the Pokemon egg from the assistant, smiling as he addressed Zhang Yu. "This Pokemon egg is an additional reward for this summer camp. I hope you will take good care of it and look forward to seeing what hatches." The crowd's attention was immediately drawn to the Pokemon egg, with Nasi, Xiaoxia, and Xiaoxue's eyes sparkling with delight, while Mei tiptoed curiously to catch a better glimpse. Xiao Mao, arms crossed, wore a subtle smile, observing the scene. Zhang Yu, filled with happiness, accepted the Pokemon egg, expressed his gratitude to Dr. Nemu, and slowly descended from the podium. Yet, just as he stepped down, he was surrounded by Nasi, Xiaoxia, Xiaoxua, and Mei. Xiaoxia, her eyes twinkling like stars, eagerly inquired, Xiaoyu, what kind of Pokemon do you think will hatch from this egg? Xiaoxua nodded in agreement, chiming in, yes. Yes, I'm so excited too. Mei, tilting her head and blinking her large eyes, curiously asked, how do we hatch this Pokemon egg? Amidst their lively chatter, Zhang Yu suddenly turned to Nasi, his expression earnest as he said, Nasi, this egg is for you. As he spoke, he gently extended the Pokemon egg towards her, tenderly explaining, consider this egg my compensation for defeating your Pokemon. After all, I ought to show some token of goodwill. Nasi appeared taken aback, momentarily stunned, her face reflecting a hint of surprise. However, just for an instant, a charming smile blossomed on her lips, reminiscent of flowers blooming in spring. She slowly extended her hand to accept the Pokemon egg, her fingertips gently caressing the shell, as if she could feel the life pulsating within. You have a good heart. But don't think that this will win me over, Nasi playfully admonished, though her eyes betrayed an unmistakable joy. She cradled the Pokemon egg with utmost care, as if holding the most precious treasure in the world, fearful of damaging it with the slightest misstep. Chapter 68, Summer Camp, 9. Nasi carefully held the Pokemon egg close, treating it as the world's most precious possession, anxious not to harm it. Observing this, Xiaoxia leaned closer to Zhang Yu, a hint of jealousy in her eyes as she teased. Well, Xiaoyu, now that you've won the championship, you're trying to win over Nasi, huh? I wonder who was just ruthlessly battling her Pokemon on the field. Xiaoxua stifled a giggle, linking her arm with Xiaoxia's, jesting. All right. Xiaoyu is just indulging in the romance of a victor. Mei stood quietly to the side, watching their playful banter, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Though hidden beneath it was a trace of envy. Xiao Mao, observing from a distance, smirked slightly, his expression teasing. He raised his voice, calling out, Hey, if you're going to flaunt your affection, consider our feelings too. Just as laughter and merriment filled the air, Kona stepped onto the award podium, her presence instantly capturing everyone's attention, silencing the previously boisterous crowd. Kona surveyed the surroundings before announcing in a clear and resonant voice, Attention, trainers. Please return the Pokemon borrowed for this practical training to the temporary Pokemon Center by 8 o'clock tonight. Upon hearing this announcement, the crowd was momentarily struck dumb. As if under a spell, the atmosphere growing eerily quiet. After a considerable pause, they gradually regained their composure, beginning to murmur amongst themselves. As Xiaomao scratched his head, he lamented, Time truly flies. It feels as though I have barely spent any time with my Electabuzz before we must part ways. A hint of melancholy resonated in his voice. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu, gazing at the Pokeball containing his Dream Eater, felt an inexplicable wave of sorrow wash over him. He recalled the myriad moments he had shared with the Dream Eater over the past few days. In the temporary Pokemon Center, a gentle sadness enveloped the atmosphere. Each trainer was bidding farewell to their Pokemon, occasionally glancing at one another. In those fleeting exchanges, the unspoken reluctance in their eyes was palpable. Zhang Yu released the Dream Eater, locking eyes with it. He extended his hand, gently caressing the creature's head, and said, I am truly grateful for the time we have spent together, Dream Eater. Although it pains me to see you go, you must return to where you truly belong. If fate permits, I hope we may cross paths again. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's words, the Dream Eater emitted a low, throaty sound, nuzzling its head against Zhang Yu's palm, as if responding to his farewell. Ultimately, the Dream Eater transformed into a beam of white light, retreating into its Pokeball. Beside them, Mei tightly embraced her Espurr, tears welling in her eyes. She choked out, Espurr, please remember me. I will always think of you. The Espurr gently patted Mei's cheek with its soft tail, letting out a comforting meow, as if to console her and reassure her not to be disheartened. Xiao Mao, though articulating that there are no endless feasts, stroked his Electabuzz with tender care, as if to imbue his farewell with every gentle touch. Once all the trainers returned their Pokeballs to Professor Inuki, she approached them with a warm smile. Looking at the young trainers, a sense of satisfaction gleamed in her eyes as she remarked, It brings me immense joy to witness the profound bonds you have forged with your Pokemon. This farewell is not an end, but rather the commencement of a new journey. I believe that in the days to come, you will continue to advance along your respective paths, encountering and getting to know even more Pokemon. Professor Inuki's words flowed into the hearts of the crowd like a refreshing spring, gradually easing the earlier sense of loss. Just then, Kona stepped forward once more, announcing, All right, everyone, it's time to return and rest early. Remember to assemble promptly at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning at the camp square. The crowd nodded in agreement before turning to leave, each returning to their respective cabins. As dusk descended, the camp gradually returned to tranquility, with only the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze, as if bidding farewell to the young trainers. At 9 o'clock that evening, Nashi carefully placed the Pokemon egg on her bed. She then wrapped it snugly in a soft blanket, cradling it as one would a newborn child. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu, utilizing his teleportation ability, arrived in Nashi's room. Upon his arrival, he found her quietly seated beside the egg, tending to it with utmost care. Bathed in the warm glow of the lamp, Nashi's profile appeared exceptionally gentle and serene, resembling a beautiful painting. Zhang Yu approached her quietly, his footsteps as light as a cat's, wary of awakening Nashi, who was lost in her own world. However, she sensed his presence and turned, smiling at him. "What are you thinking about?" Zhang Yu softly inquired, settling down beside her. Leaning gently against Zhang Yu's shoulder, Nashi replied, "I was pondering what kind of Pokemon will hatch from this egg." Her gaze returned to the egg, filled with anticipation and curiosity. Zhang Yu tenderly wrapped his arm around Nashi's shoulder, saying, "Regardless of what Pokemon hatches, it will be our treasure." Nashi turned to him, gratitude shining in her eyes as she expressed, "Thank you, Xiao Yu." Zhang Yu smiled and shook his head, replying, "There is no need for such formality between us." After their tender moment, Zhang Yu made sure to offer comfort to both Xiaoxia and Xiaoxua, given that he had entrusted the Pokemon egg to Nashi, and there was only one egg to share. The following morning, sunlight bathed the camp square, illuminating the eager expressions on everyone's faces. Kona stood at the center of the crowd, holding aloft a golden medal engraved with a beautiful fishhook design. With a smile, she announced, "In 1 hour, we will hold the Pokemon fishing competition at South Beach." Shaking the medal in her hand, she continued, "The champion of this fishing competition will not only receive this emblem of the Fisher King's honor, but also a limited edition fishing rod from Orange Islands." As her words echoed, an assistant approached, carrying a fishing rod that gleamed with a golden hue, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. Professor Inuki added, "The rules of the Pokemon fishing competition are quite simple. Within the allotted time, you will board small boats and navigate to the designated sea area, using your skill and patience to catch Pokemon and successfully capture them. Ultimately, we will score based on the number of Pokemon captured and their rarity, with the highest scorer being crowned the champion of this summer camp's fishing competition." Upon hearing the rules, excitement surged through the crowd. Conversations erupted as everyone eagerly strategized and shared their fishing techniques. Some began to check their fishing gear impatiently, while others exchanged tips and experiences. The atmosphere in the camp square was charged with anticipation, as if a fierce competition was about to unfold. Xiao Mao, brimming with confidence, raised his chin and declared, "The Fisher King medal is destined to be mine." Xiaoxia, hands on her hips, retorted defiantly, "Humph, you think you can win against me? I am a genuine fishing expert. That medal is surely mine." Just as their argument intensified, Zhang Yu suddenly produced a fishing rod from seemingly nowhere, exclaiming triumphantly, "Ha ha ha, stop arguing. For I am the man who has caught a Lugia. The championship is as good as mine." However, Xiaoxia, Nashi, and Xiaoxiu nearly burst into laughter at Zhang Yu's proclamation. Xiaoxia approached him, playfully patting his shoulder and teasing, "Oh, Xiao Yu, you should stop dreaming. Since I've known you, you've only caught one ugly fish." Zhang Yu's expression twitched in embarrassment at her words, prompting him to call Xiao Mao over to his side. Though confused, Xiao Mao complied without hesitation. Without a moment's pause, Zhang Yu seized Xiao Mao's hand tightly, turning to Xiaoxia and bellowing, "What did you say? Say it again if you dare. Do you think I want to stand up to you just because you're my girlfriend? Let me tell you, had it not been for Xiao Mao holding me back, I would have charged at you already." Startled by Zhang Yu's sudden outburst, Xiao Mao quickly caught on to his words and couldn't help but smile mischievously. He promptly released Zhang Yu's hand and waved him off casually, saying, "Go on, Xiao Yu, show her what it means to be the family emperor." Zhang Yu originally radiated an air of fierce determination, yet the moment Xiao Mao released him, he instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, becoming utterly deflated. He scratched his head awkwardly, letting out a couple of dry laughs, before somewhat sheepishly addressing Xiaoxia, "Let us call it a day, considering you are my girlfriend." The crowd, taken aback by Zhang Yu's demeanor, quickly erupted into hearty laughter. Xiao Mao, in particular, was doubled over with amusement, slapping Zhang Yu on the shoulder and teasing, "Little you, I never imagined you to be so henpecked. Ha ha," feeling somewhat bashful under the weight of their laughter. Zhang Yu shot Xiao Mao a fierce glare, swiftly brushing off the hand resting on his shoulder, and retorted, "What do you know? This is called a good man not fighting with a woman, do you understand? Amidst the jovial banter and light-hearted atmosphere, Mei timidly raised her hand and said, I've never fished for Pokemon before, so I'm a bit scared. Observing this, Zhang Yu promptly patted Mei on the shoulder, reassuring her, don't worry. I'm here for you. I'll teach you how to fish for Pokemon. It's quite simple. As he spoke, Zhang Yu, as if performing a magic trick, produced a fishing rod from seemingly nowhere and handed it to Mei with a smile. Surprised, Mei accepted the fishing rod, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity as she asked, Little Yu, where did your fishing rod come from? Zhang Yu's lips curled into a confident and enigmatic smile as he waved his hand dismissively, saying, Don't ask, it's a secret. Mei rolled her eyes in exasperation before turning to Xiao Shui, curiously inquiring, Xiao Shui, was Little Yu always like this? I feel like he becomes rather peculiar whenever fishing is mentioned. Xiao Shui smiled gently, clearly accustomed to Zhang Yu's antics, and softly replied, You'll get used to it. He is just particularly obsessed with fishing. Mei pondered this, nodding thoughtfully. Though still somewhat puzzled, she decided not to press further. Subsequently, Zhang Yu eagerly led Mei aside, embarking on a lesson about fishing techniques and experiences. Time flew by, and before they knew it, an hour had elapsed. Zhang Yu observed Mei's increasingly adept movements with satisfaction, nodding approvingly before patting her shoulder and declaring, You're ready to graduate. I have nothing more to teach you. Just as Mei was about to respond, a shrill whistle suddenly pierced the tranquil atmosphere of the camp square. Chapter 70, Summer Camp, Part 11. Upon hearing the whistle, everyone turned to see Xerneas standing in the center of the square, microphone in hand, announcing loudly, Attention, trainers. The Pokemon fishing contest is officially underway. Please proceed to the staff to collect your bait balls, then board your boats to fish in the designated waters. However, please be aware that the rules strictly prohibit the use of Pokemon to assist in fishing or capturing. Upon hearing Xerneas' announcement, the trainers surged toward the staff to collect their bait balls. With their bait balls in hand, the trainers excitedly boarded their boats, setting off toward the designated fishing area. Zhang Yu, Xiao Xia, Nazi, Xiao Shui, Xiao Mao, and Mei each embarked on their own boats. Filled with anticipation as they ventured into the vast ocean in search of their desired water-type Pokemon. The sea glistened under the sun, a gentle breeze caressing their faces, creating a picturesque scene. Yet, the trainers focused intently on their fishing rods, their eyes locked on the water's surface, eagerly awaiting the moment a Pokemon would bite. As seconds turned into minutes, exclamations of excitement occasionally erupted from the trainers, the atmosphere thick with tension and amusement. An hour passed, and Zhang Yu sat on his boat, gazing at the placid water, a sense of anxiety creeping into his heart. His fishing rod remained still, while Xiao Xia, Nazi, and others had already caught several Pokemon. Prompting Zhang Yu to question his luck, he muttered to himself, Could it be that my location is jinxed? Is that why I haven't caught anything? The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became, leading him to decisively change his position. Simultaneously, Mei faced a similar predicament. She paddled her boat slowly across the water, grumbling, Little U's teaching methods aren't working. How come I haven't caught a single one after so long? As she complained, she searched for a more suitable spot. Eventually, she discovered a promising area and cautiously maneuvered her boat over. Upon reaching her destination, Mei followed Zhang Yu's instructions, casting her fishing rod forcefully into the sea, then patiently awaited a bite. As time ticked by, just when her patience was waning, suddenly, the fishing rod jerked violently. I've got one, Mei shouted in excitement, tugging at the rod with all her might. However, the force was unexpectedly powerful, far beyond her expectations. Before she could react, a tremendous pull dragged her, along with the rod, into the icy depths of the sea. The frigid water engulfed her like a ferocious beast, swallowing her whole. Mei's body was submerged in the dark waters, and the coldness began to sap her strength. Desperately, she struggled to surface, but without the ability to swim, she felt a relentless force dragging her deeper. Fear and despair enveloped her, and she sensed she was nearing suffocation, her consciousness fading. Just as she believed the ocean would claim her, a familiar figure appeared above her. Zhang Yu shouted anxiously, Mei, don't be afraid. I'm coming to save you. His voice echoed through the water, a beacon of hope. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu activated his psychic powers, conjuring an invisible force in the water. This force was like warm hands, securely lifting Mei from the depths. Mei felt her body rising, finally breaking the surface. She gasped for air, greedily inhaling the fresh breeze. Zhang Yu quickly placed Mei onto his boat, observing her drenched form, her complexion pale as a sheet, trembling uncontrollably and coughing intermittently. Seeing this, Zhang Yu hurriedly retrieved his jacket from his backpack, gently draping it over her shoulders, concern etched on his face as he asked, Mei, are you okay? Is everything all right? Mei weakly shook her head, her lips quivering, her eyes filled with gratitude as she stammered, I am fine. Thank you, little Yu. Relieved that Mei was not seriously harmed, a weight lifted from Zhang Yu's heart. Yet, he did not dare to linger. Swiftly utilizing teleportation to return with Mei and the boat to the shore of the camp. Meanwhile, not far away, a team of lifeguards was rushing toward them, their anxiety palpable. To ensure everyone's safety, numerous lifeguards were stationed in this area, always on high alert. The moment Mei fell into the water, they immediately sensed something amiss and hurried toward her location. However, despite their utmost efforts, they were ultimately a step behind Zhang Yu. Upon witnessing Mei's fall, he had unhesitatingly employed teleportation, appearing instantly on her boat. Back at the camp, Zhang Yu cautiously assisted Mei off the boat, then guided her directly to her cabin. Upon entering the wooden cabin, Zhang Yu expressed his concern to Mei, saying, You should change out of your wet clothes. You don't want to catch a chill. A faint blush crept across Mei's cheeks as she shyly nodded and softly replied, Thank you, Xiao Yu. I'm sorry for the trouble. Zhang Yu smiled gently, shaking his head as he said, Don't mention it. We are friends, and it is only natural to help one another. You should rest for a while. I will prepare some ginger soup to warm you up. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yu turned and made his way to his own cabin. Mei stood in place, her gaze lingering on Zhang Yu's retreating figure, a warm current swelling within her heart. She glanced down at the jacket in her hands, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips, a smile that encompassed both gratitude for Zhang Yu and a hint of deeper emotion. At that moment, the other trainers, having returned to the campsite due to the incident involving Mei, arrived one after another. When Xiaoxia, Naz, and Xiaoxue saw Zhang Yu tending to Mei, they felt a twinge of curiosity, but they understood that Zhang Yu was merely expressing concern for a friend. Yes, it must be out of friendship, they thought to themselves. They approached, inquiring about Mei's condition with genuine concern. Xiaoxia's voice carried a note of worry as she asked, Mei, how are you feeling now? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Mei shook her head, smiling as she replied, I'm fine now. Thank you for your concern. At that moment, Zhang Yu approached carefully, holding a steaming bowl of fish soup. He smiled at everyone and said, Here, try the fish soup I made. Although Xiaoxue usually handles the cooking during our travels, I have learned a thing or two in the kitchen. He proceeded to serve each of them a bowl. Everyone took their bowls of fish soup, cautiously blowing on the surface to cool it before taking a sip. Xiaoxia's eyes suddenly brightened, as if she had discovered a new world, and she exclaimed in surprise, Wow, I didn't expect you to be such a good cook, Xiao Yu. Hearing Xiaoxia's praise, Zhang Yu felt a swell of pride and smiled faintly, saying, Haha, of course. I've been learning for quite some time. The group gathered together, sipping the warm soup while engaging in light-hearted conversation. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away, and Mei's previously pale complexion gradually returned to normal. She gazed at Zhang Yu with gratitude, her eyes reflecting genuine emotion as she softly said, Xiao Yu, I truly owe you for today. If it weren't for your timely rescue, I might have. Zhang Yu quickly waved his hand, smiling as he replied, Oh, I've said it before, we are friends. Helping each other is only natural. Besides, the situation was urgent. I certainly couldn't stand by and do nothing. Just then, a gentle knock sounded at the door of the cabin, drawing the attention of everyone present, and they turned their gazes toward the entrance. Zhang Yu immediately stood up and walked briskly to the door, grasping the handle and slowly opening it. As the door swung open, a refreshing fragrance wafted in, revealing the figure standing at the threshold. To everyone's astonishment, it was Kona. Xiaoxia's face lit up with surprise as she quickly stood and hurried to the door, greeting Kona warmly. Master, what brings you here? Kona smiled in response. I came to check on Mei. Her gaze shifted past Xiaoxia to Mei, and she asked with concern, How are you, Mei? Are you feeling all right? Mei shook her head and replied softly, I'm fine now, Champion Kona. I owe my well-being to Xiao Yu's timely help. As she spoke, her gaze unconsciously turned toward Zhang Yu, her eyes betraying a hint of indescribable emotion. It was a complex gaze, filled with gratitude and a touch of shyness. However, Kona did not miss this subtlety. She keenly observed the glimmer of affection in Mei's eyes and couldn't help but think, it seems another young girl is falling. Nonetheless, Kona maintained her composure, smiling as she nodded to Mei and said, That's good to hear. You and Xiaoxia are friends now, so just call me Kona or Sister Kona. If you have any problems, feel free to come to me. Mei smiled and nodded, responding, Okay, Sister Kona, I understand. Well, I'll leave you to your conversation. I have some matters to attend to, Kona said before preparing to depart. Just then, Zhang Yu called out, "Wait a moment, Sister Kona." Hearing his voice, Kona paused and turned her head in curiosity, asking, "What is it, Xiao Yu?" Zhang Yu quickly explained, "Sister Kona, please wait for me. I need to grab something." Before he could finish, he vanished in an instant. The next moment, he reappeared in his cabin, swiftly walking to the kitchen to retrieve a thermos. Once he had it, he used his teleportation ability again, reappearing in Mei Yi's cabin in the blink of an eye. He handed the thermos to Kona with a smile, saying, "Here, Sister Kona. I intended to give this to you later." Kona looked at Zhang Yu in surprise before slowly accepting the thermos, inquiring curiously, "What is this?" Zhang Yu explained with a grin, "This is the fish soup I made. We've all had some, and this portion is specifically for you." Upon hearing this, a smile graced Kona's lips as she opened the thermos, and an enticing aroma wafted out. After taking a sip, her eyes widened in surprise, and she exclaimed, "I didn't expect you to be such a talented chef, Xiao Yu. This fish soup is delightful." Zhang Yu scratched his head, smiling bashfully as he replied, "I'm glad you like it, Sister Kona." Kona soon finished the entire bowl of soup, contentedly placing the thermos down before bidding farewell to everyone and leaving. Shortly thereafter, the camp's intercom crackled to life, and Kona's voice resonated through the air. "Attention, all trainers, please gather at the campsite square in 10 minutes. Upon hearing the announcement, everyone rose to their feet and made their way toward the square. When they arrived, they found a considerable number of trainers already gathered. Some chatted in small groups, while others waited quietly. Kona stood on a platform, surveying the crowd. Once everyone was present, she cleared her throat and spoke. "Although we experienced a minor incident earlier, thankfully, Mei Yi as well. I want to reiterate that safety is of the utmost importance. I hope everyone remains cautious in the upcoming competition to avoid similar situations." After clearing her throat again, she continued, "Now, let us announce the results of this competition." After meticulous counting and grading by the staff, the scores for the Pokemon caught have been compiled. With that, Kona gestured to an assistant, who slowly brought out a large scoreboard. The scoreboard clearly displayed each participant's name alongside the number and levels of Pokemon they had caught. All eyes were drawn to the scoreboard as everyone eagerly anticipated their results. As they examined the rankings, a chorus of astonished murmurs erupted throughout the crowd. Chapter 72, Summer Camp, 13. As the participants beheld the rankings on the scoreboard, a chorus of astonishment erupted in the air. Notably, Xiaoxia's name gleamed prominently in the first position. The Pokemon she had caught were not only numerous but also of exceptional quality, clearly marking her as the grand victor of the competition. Following closely was Xiaomao, who secured the second place with an equally commendable performance. In stark contrast to the splendid achievements of Xiaoxia and Xiaomao were Zhang Yu and Mei, whose names regrettably occupied the last position in unison. Standing beside Mei, Zhang Yu, upon witnessing the results, did not exhibit excessive dismay. Rather, he smiled and gently patted Mei's shoulder, offering words of comfort. "It's all right, Mei. The outcome of the competition isn't the most crucial aspect. What truly matters is that we participated in this experience, and most importantly, you remained unharmed." A faint blush crept across Mei's cheeks as she nodded softly, responding in a hushed tone, "Yes, I understand. Thank you, Xiao Yu." At that moment, Xiaomao approached, teasing Zhang Yu with a light-hearted remark. "The man who once caught a Lugia." Yet this time, not a single Pokemon. Zhang Yu shot him an exasperated glare, retorting, "The luck just wasn't with me. I'll surely do better next time." As time quietly passed, the night descended gradually. Zhang Yu stepped out of the wooden cabin, yearning for a stroll by the sea to soothe his spirit. However, as he reached the shoreline, he unexpectedly discovered Kina, sitting alone in serene solitude upon the sand. His footsteps faltered momentarily, uncertainty flooding his mind. He hesitated, contemplating whether to intrude upon her tranquility, but ultimately, he took a measured step forward towards her. The moonlight spilled like liquid silver onto the beach, cloaking the entire shore in a luminous glow. The waves rhythmically caressed the shore, producing a melodious sound that harmonized with the night's stillness. In this ethereal moonlight, Kina's figure appeared exceptionally tranquil, resembling a beautiful painting. Zhang Yu gradually approached her side, softly uttering, "Sister Kina." His voice was barely above a whisper, fearing it might shatter the precious silence. Kina turned at the sound, and upon recognizing Zhang Yu, her lips curled into a gentle smile as she softly inquired, "It's quite late. Why are you still awake?" Zhang Yu settled beside Kina, casting his gaze upon the shimmering sea, and replied, "I found myself unable to sleep, so I came out for some fresh air. I didn't expect to find you here as well." Kina's gaze fell upon the ocean as well, her eyes drifting, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment, she began to speak. I truly enjoy sitting quietly by the sea after work, watching the beauty of the ocean. It always calms my heart. Zhang Yu slightly turned his head, studying Kina's profile. The moonlight graced her face, accentuating her soft contours and enhancing the allure of her already beautiful features. He couldn't help but express, "You have put in a tremendous effort organizing these activities over the past few days, Sister Kina." Kina waved her hand dismissively, her tone lighthearted. "It hasn't been a burden. Seeing everyone enjoy themselves brings me great satisfaction." Their conversation gradually faded amidst the rhythmic ebb and flow of the waves, leaving only the sounds of the surf against the sand. Yet, this tranquility was short-lived as Kina broke the silence, saying, "Xiaoyu, thank you." Zhang Yu blinked in surprise, turning to her with a puzzled expression. "What do you thank me for?" Kina gently brushed aside the strands of hair tousled by the sea breeze, smiling as she replied, "Thank you for saving Mei, and for the fish soup you thoughtfully prepared for me." Zhang Yu scratched his head, a touch of bashfulness creeping over him as he chuckled. "Sister Kina, it's nothing significant. The situation was urgent. I couldn't just stand by and watch Mei get hurt. And the fish soup was merely a small gesture. Nothing to fuss over." However, before Zhang Yu could finish his sentence, Kina suddenly turned to him, her gaze locking onto his. There was a hint of shyness in her voice as she softly confessed, "Xiaoyu, do you know? From the moment we first met, I thought you were exceptionally adorable, which is why I've always viewed you as a younger brother. But as we spent more time together, I realized that your kindness and gentleness have." Her voice trailed off, becoming barely audible, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. Zhang Yu was completely unprepared for Kina's heartfelt admission and found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Kina took a deep breath, seemingly mustering her courage, and continued, "Xiaoyu, I know this may come as a surprise, but I truly do not wish to miss out on you. Every moment spent with you fills me with immense comfort and joy. I like you, and this affection has transcended mere friendship. I hope we can explore a deeper connection." Zhang Yu gazed into Kina's eyes, which sparkled with sincerity and affection, stirring ripples of emotion within him. To assert that Zhang Yu had no feelings for Kina would be a falsehood. However, due to past experiences, he had always believed that Kina viewed him solely as a younger brother, never considering anything beyond that. Yet, in this moment, hearing Kina's confession, he suddenly realized that her feelings for him extended beyond mere friendship. Zhang Yu's hands gently lifted, cradling Kina's face tenderly. His gaze was soft and affectionate, a smile gracing his lips as he whispered, "Sister Kina, I have always liked you too. I was just too oblivious before to recognize this feeling. However, now that I've heard you say it, I finally understand that you harbor feelings for me as well." No sooner had the words left his lips than Zhang Yu could no longer contain the impulse surging within him and leaned in to kiss Kina's lips fervently. This kiss erupted like a long-dormant volcano, fervent and intense. The waves continued their tireless embrace of the shore, producing a melodious sound that seemed to celebrate this moment for the couple. Moonlight cascaded down upon them, enveloping them in a dreamlike veil of silver, imbuing the scene with an atmosphere of romance. On this tranquil beach, time appeared to stand still, leaving only two hearts drawing closer, intertwining in a beautiful union.